Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Martial Soul at 3 years old. Douluo continent. This is a realm belonging to martial souls. Barak Kingdom. In a remote village outside Soto City, there lies a place known as Wudong Village. Legend has it that this village was once a sanctuary for phoenixes, hence its name, Wudong Village. The martial soul is a manifestation that every individual on this continent awakens after the age of 6. Within Wudong Village, the majority of its inhabitants possess martial souls that fail to awaken any soul power, often manifesting as harmless poultry, with the occasional occurrence of a mere ordinary rooster martial soul. The consensus across the continent is that the awakening of a martial soul occurs at the age of 6, a rule that is deemed irreversible throughout the Douluo continent, however. This principle does not apply to Ma Hongjun. Having arrived in this realm 3 years ago, Ma Hongjun is strikingly fair and exceptionally handsome, with large, sparkling eyes that twinkle like a porcelain doll, exuding a captivating charm. Yet beneath this delightful exterior lies a secret unknown to others. He is not a native of this continent, to be precise. His soul originates from a blue planet known as Earth. His birth name was not Ma Hongjun, yet having become the master of this body, he has naturally abandoned his former identity. Upon his arrival, he dedicated 6 months to mastering the language of Douluo continent. While most children learn to speak before they can walk, he was remarkably gifted, able to roll around at just over a month old, stand by 3 months, and articulate words by 6 months, truly exceptional. Of course, his verbal capabilities are limited. He can only recognize a handful of basic characters, having not yet familiarized himself with the written language of this world. Even so, the villagers of Wudong Village regard Ma Hongjun with reverence, harboring great hopes that he will become a soul master upon reaching the age of 6. Having been adopted by the village chief, Grandpa Dima, Ma Hongjun has not seen his mother since that fleeting moment when he glimpsed her beautiful figure shortly after his birth. However, he harbors an indescribable sensation that he is not human. Indeed, he is not. Upon his birth, he witnessed his mother transform into a 10-headed fire phoenix, casting a lingering glance at him before soaring into the distant sky, never to return. He is unaware of the true nature of his mother, but he is certain that she is anything but human. Fortuitously, Ma Hongjun was not left to suffer a dismal fate, abandoned at the entrance of Wudong Village by his stunning mother, but rather discovered and brought home by the village's prosperous elder. Initially, he believed that after transmigrating into Ma Hongjun's body, his life would be predetermined, devoid of any golden fingers or secret techniques, convinced that he could never rival Tang San, the child of destiny. He does not entertain the notion that mere knowledge of the plot could render him invincible, capable of altering fate and inheriting the divine position of the fire god, or even stronger deities. Barring unforeseen circumstances, his future seemed destined to be plagued by the shortcomings of his martial soul. Unable to forge sincere romantic connections, ultimately overcoming the martial soul's limitations through celestial herbs, but failing to inherit the fire god's divinity while others ascend to divine pairings. He would be left to settle for the subordinate rank of the Phoenix God, unable to enter the divine realm with his beloved wife, Bai Qinxiang, who would eventually perish alone on the Douluo continent, leaving him to wallow in anguish and regret, never to smile again in the endless expanse of time, forever a solitary figure in the divine realm. Compared to his previous life, where he awakened to nothingness, his existence now feels scarcely different. Wealth, power, and status are but parallel lines that will never intersect with his own fate marked by misfortune and sorrow. However, everything began to shift on Ma Hongjun's 3rd birthday. As dawn broke, a thick mist enveloped the various wooden houses of Wudong Village. Ma Hongjun was bathing alone in a wooden tub, pondering the origins of martial souls in this world. His skin was exceptionally fair, and his bright, expressive eyes held a depth of maturity that belied his age. Born with formidable soul power, he had recently discovered he could peer within his Bodhis meridians. Initially elated, he believed he had acquired a unique ability. However, as he gradually calmed down, he realized it was not extraordinary. Such internal observation is merely child's play in Douluo continent. Any soul master could easily accomplish it. Moreover, he had yet to uncover any other practical applications for his extraordinary soul power. He understood that if he were to ascend to godhood, both mental and soul power would be essential, but for now, they served little purpose. In a moment of boredom, he began to explore his body with his exceptional soul power, traversing every part time and again. Yet he found nothing, especially no trace of a martial soul. Uncertain as to why the awakening of a martial soul must occur only after the age of 6, he remained undeterred in his quest to discover the martial soul within him. Suddenly, As he traversed the ninth cycle of the Run and Do meridians with his mental power, he collided with an unexpected surge of green light. The light erupted with dazzling brilliance, racing along his mental energy straight into his sea of consciousness. The instant it entered his brain, Ma Hongjun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, accompanied by excruciating pain from his soul, as an abyss of darkness engulfed his mind, causing him to lose consciousness in the wooden tub. He narrowly avoided drowning in the bathwater. Fortunately, just as his life teetered on the brink of oblivion, the elderly village chief, Grandpa Dima, arrived in the nick of time to pull him from the water. However, upon being rescued, Ma Hongjun did not awaken immediately within his sea of consciousness. Profound and tumultuous changes were taking place unbeknownst to him. After a week of unconsciousness, he finally emerged from his stupor. Early one morning, upon awakening, the jubilant village chief, Grandpa Dima, celebrated with him over a meal before Ma Hongjun retreated to his modest chamber. He was on the verge of lamenting the heavens for their unfairness, questioning why he had been transmigrated into the form of Ma Hongjun, an unfortunate and unremarkable individual, devoid of any extraordinary abilities or divine guidance. While the infernal fire phoenix martial soul seemed impressive, he pondered its utility. Would it not be preferable to possess a more conventional existence? As he contemplated, he considered that even being transmigrated as Dai Mubai would be far superior to his current state. Yet, as he extended his hand towards the sky outside the window, determined to declare my fate lies in my hands, not in the heavens, he suddenly noticed something amiss in the palm of his right hand, as if something were attempting to emerge from it, causing an unsettling itch. Abruptly, a peculiar warmth enveloped his palm, and a deep black tattoo, resembling a sprout, began to manifest. Upon further internal observation, he sensed an unfamiliar energy akin to inner chi surging within him. Is this soul power? But I'm only 3 years old. Is it not stated that martial souls awaken at 6, accompanied by innate soul power? Could this be my late-coming golden finger? Haha! Ma Hongjun exclaimed, astonished and delighted, as he gazed at the deep black tattoo on his palm. With great care, he concentrated his intent, channeling it into his palm, and the tattoo began to coalesce into the true form of his martial soul. What appeared in his right hand was a rather ordinary-looking martial soul, a small sprout, entirely green and radiating a luminous glow, comprising 9 leaves arranged in a whorl, resembling a plant known as clover from his previous life. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned subtle differences between the martial soul's form and the tattoo on his palm. The 3 leaves of the clover were not spread out like the tattoo, but were instead entwined, and the number of leaves was fewer than depicted in the tattoo. Nonetheless, it was evident that this was the original form of the tattoo. This 3-leaf plant is also known as clover, though true clovers are typically recognized by their 4 leaves. Clover is exceedingly rare, believed to bring good fortune to those who encounter it, with anyone who sights a clover destined for a life of serendipity. Yet, this variant possesses only 3 leaves, rendering it less rare. Individuals with some experience have often encountered this 3-leafed, lower-tier clover. In his previous life, Ma Hongjun had even seen the more precious 9-leaf clover, leading him to once believe he was extraordinary, destined for greatness, and that luck would forever be on his side. Thus, he subsequently purchased numerous lottery tickets, yet proved that he remained an African man without a hint of change, having not even won a mere 5 yuan. As Ma Hongjun was intently examining the appearance of the grass martial soul in his hand, a sudden green light unexpectedly manifested within his consciousness. Upon contact with his mental energy, he discerned that the current form of this green light bore a striking resemblance to the tattoo of his martial soul. Curiosity piqued, Ma Hongjun allowed his mental energy to penetrate the green light in exploration. To his astonishment, the green light began to disintegrate within his consciousness, transforming into clear lines of Chinese characters. Initial panel: Martial Soul, 3-leaf clover growth type, Martial Soul. Martial Soul host: Ma Hongjun. Function: 1 leaf represents level 10. 1 leaf grants dual soul rings. 1 leaf embodies a singular ability. 1 leaf signifies a world. Note: each leaf represents a major level, with 1 leaf providing a hidden soul ring slot. Each leaf connects to an unknown realm. Hidden soul ring: none. First leaf, not activated. Second leaf, not activated. Third leaf, not activated. Fourth leaf, not awakened. Fifth leaf, not awakened. Ninth leaf, not awakened. Martial soul status: congenitally deficient, requiring the host to independently bolster its foundation. Cultivation direction: recommended to pursue control-type abilities. Meditation method: no significant difference from the general meditation methods in the Douluo continent. This martial soul appears somewhat formidable. Wait, that's not right. I currently possess only 3 leaves. Even if I were to apply 2 soul rings to each leaf, I would only add 6 soul rings. What then are my future soul rings? Initially, Ma Hongjun was almost elated, but upon calming down, he recognized the discrepancies. He began to experiment with various conceivable methods to communicate with the 3-leaf clover martial soul in his possession. However, regardless of his efforts, no response was forthcoming, leaving him to babble both sweetly and loudly like a fool to the martial soul. Once he regained his composure, he mused to himself. Lacking intelligence may be a blessing. It seems I shall have to gradually uncover the mysteries of the 3-leaf clover martial soul through my future cultivation. What a lackluster experience. Such an intelligent panel, yet devoid of any signs of life or voice recognition. Disappointing. Ma Hongjun remarked disinterestedly, tapping the leaves of his 3-leaf clover martial soul with his left hand. A peculiar sensation lingered within him. It seemed the 3-leaf clover martial soul might be intrinsically linked to his rebirth in the Douluo continent. This panel indicated that the 3-leaf clover martial soul was undoubtedly not a native martial soul of this realm, resembling a panel from a pirated continent game he had once played. Martial souls are another manifestation of a soul master's life. Although martial souls themselves lack life, they essentially represent the very essence of the soul master's existence. 1 leaf grants dual soul rings. How splendid it would be if it could evolve into a 9-leaf clover. That would yield 18 soul rings. Remarkable. Could it be a weakened version of a 9-leaf swordgrass? Ma Hongjun gazed blankly at the 3 leaves of his martial soul, suddenly envisioning something, and exclaimed in astonishment. He realized he ought not to dwell too long on such thoughts. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he was likely to awaken a top-tier mutated beast martial soul, the evil fire phoenix, by the age of 6. Such potential was astounding even if the awakened martial soul appeared somewhat undernourished. Ma Hongjun possessed absolute confidence that he could at least evolve the martial soul to manifest an additional leaf. As for further advancements, even he held little confidence. Considering the relatively low martial prowess within the Douluo world, he could only take it step by step. Feeling the surge of soul power within him, Ma Hongjun settled down and eagerly sat cross-legged on his small bed, commencing his meditation and cultivation according to the method outlined on the panel. In truth, Ma Hongjun, in a strict sense, bore little resemblance to the original character of Ma Hongjun. His soul originated from university student of Blue Star, who had fortuitously absorbed the soul energy of Ma Hongjun before the latter had developed any conscious awareness, effectively taking his place. I wonder if the celestial herb can facilitate the evolution of the 3-leaf clover martial soul into a 4-leaf, or even a 7 or 9-leaf clover. If it ultimately evolves into the 9-leaf swordgrass, it could potentially upend the entire Douluo world. Before fully entering the meditative state for cultivating soul power, he recalled the tales of his previous life. He had indulged in countless novels and was thoroughly familiar with the plot of Douluo continent. Thus, he naturally would not forget the significance of the Douluo celestial herb, which served as one of the reasons he believed he could transform his 3-leaf clover martial soul into a 4-leaf clover martial soul. Chapter 2. Hidden Soul Rings. In his previous life, Ma Hongjun had perused countless Douluo fan novels, yet he remained perplexed as to why a green light resembling a martial soul tattoo appeared in his mind, providing such a detailed attribute panel. It bore no consciousness, was not a system, lacked tasks, and was not some powerful martial arts manual. It existed solely as a panel. What purpose did it serve? Contemplating, he couldn't help but mutter. Could it be akin to a smartphone, a sort of intelligent martial soul? Perhaps it requires certain special conditions for this green light to reveal its significance. In truth, the reality was not far from Ma Hongjun's musings. His martial soul, the 3-leaf clover, stemmed from this green light, currently reflecting only the status of his own martial soul in detail. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders perceive the intricacies. If he could not fathom it, he would not dwell on it. Ma Hongjun began to circulate his soul power along the meridians according to the meditation method. Soon, 10 minutes had elapsed. After circulating through a small cycle, when Ma Hongjun intended to continue his soul power meditation, he felt a painful throbbing in his meridians, as if they were on the verge of bursting from swelling. He realized this discomfort might stem from his young age, as his Bodhis meridians had not yet fully developed. Thus, he decided not to push further and ceased his cultivation. Upon halting, he discovered that the soul power he had just cultivated blended seamlessly with his innate soul power, bearing no distinction from it. Ma Hongjun speculated that perhaps the soul power he cultivated before the age of 6 could indeed be counted as innate soul power. This question, however, remained unanswered by anyone. With nothing else to occupy him, he suddenly noticed a change in the green light within his consciousness, a result of his meditation and cultivation. At that moment, the information on the green panel appeared to have transformed, seemingly due to the infusion of soul power following his circulation of a small cycle. A subtle transformation has occurred, rendering the details more elaborate. Martial Soul, Lucky Clover, a 3-leaf clover, a weapon Martial Soul. Innate level, level 3. Function, 1 leaf. Dual soul rings, 1 leaf, 1 ability, 1 leaf, 1 world. Martial Soul status, innately deficient, yet to fully awaken. Martial Soul overview, the Lucky Clover. The most commonplace of lucky clovers typically bears 3 leaves, while the rare 4-leaf clover, 7-leaf clover, and 9-leaf clover are highly coveted. The first leaf symbolizes faith. The second leaf signifies kindness. The third leaf represents friendship. The fourth leaf embodies luck. The fifth leaf denotes wealth. The sixth leaf stands for status. The seventh leaf signifies true love. Note, each leaf possesses a hidden soul ring position. To successfully apply the hidden soul ring, one must comprehend the significance of each leaf. Only upon lifting the conditions can one effectively implement the hidden soul ring, as the hidden soul rings associated with each leaf diverge from traditional soul rings. The skills acquired are not conventional in nature. They are gifts from the Lucky Clover, bestowing random techniques or items connected to each leaf's world. This may include techniques such as the breathing techniques from Demon Slayer, 8 Gates of Duanjia, sword control via Qi, the 10 Fiend Treasures, weakened version, grass character sword technique, and celestial tears of treasure, among others. The further one ventures in acquiring leaves, the higher the probability of obtaining rare techniques. Upon seeing this innate deficiency, Ma Hongjun felt an overwhelming sense of regret for his curiosity regarding the awakening of martial souls at the tender age of 6. Was this not a futile endeavor? Glancing at the note, Ma Hongjun experienced a surreal sensation, wishing to exclaim, "Is there anyone else who wishes to duel with me?" Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, even if he had not awakened the 3-leaf clover martial soul prematurely, the innate soul power conferred by his martial soul would not surpass level 3. The reasoning lies in the world's heavenly will. The Lucky Clover embodies fortune and is a martial soul envious of the heavens. Born in the Douluo continent, despite the presence of its formidable martial soul essence, it has been severely restricted, allowing only 3 leaves and level 3 soul power from the outset. If Ma Hongjun possessed solely the 3-leaf clover as his martial soul, his future achievements would be limited to becoming a special 30-level soul master with 6 soul rings and 6 skills. However, due to the consumption of the original Ma Hongjun soul energy, at that time, he had yet to develop consciousness or a true spiritual soul. Thus, upon perfect assimilation, he essentially became Ma Hongjun himself. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would naturally awaken the grass chicken phoenix martial soul at the age of 6. However, Ma Hongjun resolved to first cultivate the 3-leaf clover spirit. The 3 leaves would elevate him to the rank of soul emperor, and concealing his soul rings would not hinder his normal acquisition of them. The 3-leaf clover was the martial soul bestowed upon him by his previous life, and with the fusion of Ma Hongjun's soul power, he would ultimately awaken his original martial soul. Though it might manifest as a rather unorthodox and mischievous beast spirit, it could still be deemed one of the most extraordinary and rare mutated beast spirits. Indeed, such unconventional abilities are coveted by many men. Alas, possessing 3rd-level innate soul power, he felt unworthy of such an extraordinary gift. His body remained too frail and delicate, unable to withstand even a minor circulation of energy. With a sigh, Ma Hongjun collapsed onto his bed, sprawled in a shape resembling a large character, or rather, one that concealed a subtle dot within a Tai character. Ma Hongjun had just completed his cultivation of soul power and immediately attempted to activate the function of 1 leaf, 1 world. However, his soul power, once infused, vanished into the abyss like a needle sinking into the ocean, creating not the slightest ripple of change. Concerning the world passage connected by the 1 leaf, 1 world function as described in the introduction to the Clover Martial Spirit, Ma Hongjun discovered that it was utterly inoperable at present. The soul power required was simply exorbitant. In comparison, his meager reserves of soul power appeared as a mere skiff adrift in a vast sea. Before Ma Hongjun could elevate his soul power to the esteemed level of 70, he surmised that he would be unable to utilize this ability. Knock, knock. Xiaohong, are you there? Your sister has come to see you. Is your health improving? A gentle and caring voice resonated from outside Ma Hongjun's room. Is it Sister Xiaodai? I am fine now, please come in. He quickly adjusted his demeanor, sitting upright and adopting the guise of an obedient child. Over the years, in an effort to conceal his uniqueness, Ma Hongjun had deliberately crafted an image of a well-behaved child. To prevent others from discovering his innate knowledge and attracting the unwanted attention of those with ulterior motives. Children without mothers mature early, becoming more sensible, and can even be described as clever. However, if one appears overly intelligent, it is uncertain whether they might be seized by certain organizations on the continent for research purposes. This was one of the reasons Ma Hongjun's mastery of the Douluo language had been somewhat delayed. 3 months prior, fearing that outsiders might uncover his secret, Ma Hongjun, at his insistence, had separated from the village elder, Ma, and taken up residence next door to him. Nevertheless, they still shared meals together. As the door swung open, the spring sunlight flooded in, revealing a vibrant and colorful scene outside, where a graceful figure appeared, ethereal and exquisite. She donned a fitted gown of emerald green, with sleeves flowing elegantly, and a cream-colored short-sleeved dress beneath, accentuating her lithe and enchanting form. Although she appeared to be around 13 or 14 years of age, an extraordinary aura transcending her years radiated from her. Her delicate eyebrows, long eyelashes, and strikingly bright eyes, captivating yet piercing, sparkled with an unusual vivacity. Xiaohong, did you miss your sister? I heard you almost drowned in the bathwater. I took special leave just to come and see you. The girl blinked playfully, scrutinizing Ma Hongjun until she confirmed he was well, then affectionately ruffled his hair in jest. I've told you countless times, don't call me Xiaohong. Just use my name. Even calling me little brother would be preferable, Ma Hongjun replied with a wistful gaze, bemused by her teasing rather than her visit. The girl, Ma Xiaodai, was the granddaughter of the village chief and Ma Hongjun's sister, who had delighted in teasing him since childhood. Now attending the Soto City Intermediate Academy, she returned home only occasionally, being the village's sole genius with a combat spirit and a commendable innate soul power level. Of course, I can do that. Sister loves you the most, and will naturally fulfill your wishes, Ma Xiaodai exclaimed, lifting the upright Ma Hongjun from the bed and cradling him. After inspecting him thoroughly to ensure he was unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling the softness of her embrace, Ma Hongjun's face flushed crimson. And after a brief struggle, he shyly implored, Sister, please put me down. I can hardly breathe. In his past life as a solitary soul, he had never encountered such a spectacle. Even considering the past 3 years, he was still shy of 30, having experienced relatively little. It appears that our dear Hong has indeed matured. However, this shyness may hinder his quest for romance, as contemporary young women tend to favor bold and confident suitors. With a playful smile, Ma Yudi affectionately ruffled her younger brother's hair and spoke tenderly. She had always regarded Ma Hongjun as her own sibling, relishing the moments spent tousling his hair. Ma Hongjun had grown up cradled in her embrace, for without the assistance of their elderly village chief, who required a cane to walk, he would scarcely have received the care he needed. Of course, her nurturing could only go so far. It was fortunate that Ma Hongjun had been robust from a young age, able to tumble and run about by the time he was merely 3 months old. Upon witnessing this, Ma Hongjun remained silent and struggled, for his arms could not contend with a thigh. Although Ma Xiaodai was merely 13 or 14 years of age, she had already attained the remarkable status of a level 21 soul master. Observing Ma Hongjun's demeanor, one of resignation and acceptance, was quite telling. Ma Xiaodai no longer troubled Ma Hongjun, gently placing the diminutive Ma Hongjun upon the bed. Ma Xiaodai and Ma Hongjun do not share a genuine blood relationship. Although she may not be regarded as a true genius, she possesses considerable talent, primarily due to her martial soul's mutation resulting in the rare flame bird martial soul. In the Douluo continent, martial souls are the foundation of cultivation, and Ma Hongjun cannot concur with the master's assertion that there are no useless martial souls, only inept soul masters. He believes that regardless of one's intelligence or profound understanding of martial souls, if the quality of the martial soul is poor and the innate soul power is low, one's ultimate achievements will also be limited. Conversely, if an individual possesses a powerful martial soul and abundant innate soul power, even with minimal understanding, their casual cultivation will surpass that of less gifted soul masters who toil diligently. This is the harsh reality. While it is undeniable that effort can bridge certain gaps, such discrepancies are exceedingly limited. It is not an exaggeration to say that this world reveres martial souls above all else. Is Tang San's martial soul, blue silvergrass, a useless martial soul? Is the Haoyan hammer a worthless martial soul? Certainly not. These are among the finest martial souls in the continent. Hence, Tang San's eventual success is significantly attributed to his martial soul. Without it, even with the pinnacle inner strength from the Xiantian treasure record in various Tang sect secret arts, he may not have achieved his future accomplishments. However, Ma Hongjun's fortunate martial soul, the lucky grass, is an exception, with a mere third-level innate soul power. Its quality is undoubtedly dismal, yet its functionality is extraordinarily unique. Had Ma Hongjun not encountered the special function introduction of his martial soul in his mind and realized the existence of another mutated martial soul within him, he would likely have succumbed to despair, resigning himself to a fate akin to that of a solitary observer of others' affections, as depicted in the original narrative. Chapter 3. Levels. All right. Do not wear such a grim expression. Quickly tell your sister why you are submerged in bathwater. Ma Xiaodai coaxed with a hint of exasperation in her voice. Although Ma Hongjun often presented himself with a mature demeanor, she instinctively regarded him as a child. Seeing him lost in thought with a serious countenance, she felt compelled to lighten the mood. Sister, rest assured, I am quite resilient. There is no truth to the notion that I was drowned in bathwater. I merely fainted. Do you understand? I just happened to collapse into the bathwater. Do not listen to the foolish gossip of others. As Ma Hongjun came to his senses, he felt a twinge of sorrow upon hearing Ma Xiaodai's inquiry. The mere recollection of the incident brought him immense anguish, his illustrious reputation tarnished in an instant. Since awakening this morning and having breakfast, he had listened to Grandpa Dima recount the tale of how he nearly drowned in the bathwater of a wooden tub. Yet, no matter how he tried to explain himself, he could not escape the undeniable truth of almost being submerged in that small wooden tub. Dear brother, I believe you. You must be more cautious in the future. I understand you have always been independent and dislike being looked after by Grandpa and me. However, next time, please refrain from falling asleep while bathing. Although soaking can be quite comfortable, you are still young. If you wish to rest, just call for me, and I will help you wash, Ma Xiaodai said gently, gazing at Ma Hongjun with warmth. All right, sister, I understand. By the way, do you know about Shrek Academy? I would like to ask where it is located, as I wish to go there to cultivate and learn once I awaken my martial spirit, Ma Hongjun inquired earnestly, his eyes radiating confidence. Now, that sounds like the little Hongjun I know, so self-assured, and I adore it. You have always been wiser and more understanding than your peers since birth. I am certain you will awaken your soul power by the age of 6, Ma Xiaodai remarked with a proud smile, tenderly patting his round little face. But sister, you haven't answered my question yet, Ma Hongjun said with a hint of exasperation, blinking his large eyes. At just 3 years old, he was already showing signs of plumpness, his cherubic face round and full. Perhaps it was due to the latent, mischievous martial spirit within him that he required a considerable amount of nourishment, even before awakening. His physical development was also notably quicker than other children, particularly in certain areas. Of course I know. Shrek is located in a small village about 10 miles south of Soto City. I almost entered Shrek Academy myself, but due to insufficient talent, I was unable to gain admission. Even with the old acquaintance between the Academy's headmaster and Grandpa, I could not be granted an exception, Ma Xiaodai said, a shadow of disappointment crossing her features as she let out a sigh. I'm sorry, sister. I didn't know about this and didn't mean to bring up your sorrow, Ma Hongjun replied, a flicker of understanding in his eyes, as he confirmed that he was indeed Ma Hongjun, one of the Shrek's 7 monsters from Douluo. He felt a twinge of regret upon realizing this connection. Enough, little rascal. I am not angry, merely a bit wistful. Aren't you curious why Grandpa Dima is acquainted with the headmaster of Shrek? Ma Xiaodai sought to conceal her vulnerabilities, adjusting her demeanor with a playful smile as she shifted the topic. Grandpa Dima? Indeed. How could Grandpa Dima possibly know the headmaster of Shrek Academy? Indeed. Ma Hongjun was captivated by Ma Xiaodai's words, and with a hint of confusion, he inquired, this story dates back quite a while. Do you know about the origins of Flinder, the headmaster of Shrek Academy, since you wish to attend? Ma Xiaodai did not respond immediately but countered with a question, Flinder? Does he possess any remarkable background? Upon recalling the avaricious headmaster of Shrek Academy, who would be his future mentor, and remembering his 4-eyed cat-eagle spirit, a peculiar conjecture arose in Ma Hongjun's mind. Nonetheless, he still posed the question. Well, it's not exactly a remarkable background. Allow me to share a secret with you, but you must not divulge it. Flinder, the headmaster of Shrek Academy, is the only soul sage to have emerged from our village in nearly a century. Ma Xiaodai leaned closer to Ma Hongjun, her breath fragrant like orchids, and spoke proudly in a hushed tone. Oh, then why doesn't he return to live in the village? Moreover, I don't recall ever hearing that he hails from our village, Ma Hongjun remarked, surprised to discover this connection with Flinder, and he looked at Ma Xiaodai with curiosity. Shoo. That's because his correspondence with Grandpa Dima has been primarily through letters and is kept very confidential. Given your youth, it's understandable that you wouldn't have noticed. It is said that Headmaster Flinder was raised by Grandpa when he was young. However, he has made many enemies on his path as a soul master. And although he is not afraid of retaliation from those powerful foes at the academy, he fears that they might seek vengeance upon our village. Thus, his relationship with Grandpa has remained a secret. You must not let this information slip, for if his enemies were to learn of it, our village would be in peril. I came to know this connection by chance, overhearing a conversation between Headmaster Flinder and Grandpa when I was a child. Ma Xiaodai glanced around cautiously before whispering, which appeared quite endearing to Ma Hongjun. Rest assured, sister, my lips are sealed. Not even the charming sister's tongue could pry it open, Ma Hongjun replied innocently, his round and chubby figure eliciting an urge to pinch his cheeks. Haha, little Hongjun, I never imagined you to be so adorable. You truly are small but cunning. It seems that in just a few days, you have transformed significantly, growing increasingly self-assured. Ma Xiaodai laughed heartily, then regarded Ma Hongjun with curiosity. Is that so? Hee. Perhaps it's simply because I'm growing up. Ma Hongjun chuckled softly, feeling a newfound confidence stemming from the awakening of his unique abilities. After Ma Xiaodai left the room, Ma Hongjun began to contemplate his future path. No matter where one is, growth is hindered without support. Given his humble origins, if he wished to rise above mediocrity and avoid an untimely demise in his youth, he must first seek a reliable mentor. Apprenticeship is the most prudent choice. However, seeking to study under Tang San in Notting City was out of the question. He was no sycophant. In his previous life, his dependence on Tang San had proven to be a cautionary tale. Moreover, he held little regard for the master's theoretical knowledge, although his understanding of soul masters and soul beasts paled in comparison to that of the master. The theoretical insights he possessed had minimal impact on Ma Hongjun's cultivation of soul power. Most crucially, the master's strength was insufficient. Becoming an apprentice to the poisoned Douluo was equally unfeasible, as he lacked knowledge of pharmacology and had no desire to practice toxicity. Thus, it was improbable that the poisoned Douluo would take him on as a disciple. The spirit hall was out of the question as well. Despite its overall favorable treatment of commoners, the intricate power dynamics within were perilous. With his secrets, entering such a realm could lead to his demise without warning. Joining Shrek Academy would at least guarantee the possibility of attaining the rank of a secondary deity, whereas venturing into a doomed spirit hall was an unnecessary risk. Therefore, following the original narrative, the best course of action would be to apprentice under Flinder. As a soul sage, Flinder was indeed a distinguished figure among high-level soul masters, capable of providing protection during Ma Hongjun's vulnerable phases. In the Douluo continent, ranks are divided into 100 levels, with every 10 levels representing a new realm. From weakest to strongest, these include Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, and the mightiest, titled Douluo. Although the full potential of the three-leaf clover spirit has yet to manifest, Ma Hongjun firmly believes that such a spirit, capable of connecting to other worlds, far surpasses the likes of the Haotian Hammer, 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, or the 7 killing sword, which are merely nominal top-tier spirits. Thus, Ma Hongjun is confident in his ability to surpass the original achievements of his former self among the Shrek 7 monsters, and even to eclipse Tang San. The fated child is not beyond the realm of possibility. He feels a flicker of confidence, although the ultimate evolution of the three-leaf clover spirit will ultimately determine his fate. P.S. If you have reached this point, please consider adding this to your bookshelf. Thank you immensely. Chapter 4. Flinder 3 years later. Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun had been at Shrek Academy for 2 years. 2 years ago, as his soul power gradually increased, it spurred the enhancement of his latent phoenix martial spirit, leading to a significant surge in his appetite, to the extent that old Dama could no longer afford to sustain him. Coincidentally, he began to experience the emergence of sinister flames due to the premature awakening of his soul power, which necessitated resolution through 2 means, either by consuming copious amounts of food or by engaging with women. Thus, with a sense of embarrassment, Ma Hongjun confided in the village elder about the peculiar occurrences within his body. He subtly hinted at the connection between his condition and his martial spirit, elucidating his need for sustenance, such as soul beast meat. Although the elder was relatively well off compared to others in the village, he could not sustain Ma Hongjun's voracious appetite. Consequently, unable to bear the situation any longer, the elder wrote to Flinder about these matters. Upon reading the letter, Flinder surmised that the issue was undoubtedly linked to Ma Hongjun's yet-to-awaken martial spirit, suspecting that it might be a mutated form undergoing some form of aberration. When Flinder arrived in Wudong village, he sought out Ma Hongjun directly, proposing to take him to the Grand City and to Shrek Academy, promising that if he awakened a commendable martial spirit after the age of 6, he would take Ma Hongjun as his personal disciple. Ma Hongjun naturally would not believe Zinflander's nonsensical words. However, he chose not to expose the truth. In his heart, he secretly speculated that perhaps their bond stemmed from the fact that both were children raised by the village elder. This inexplicable sense of shared fate, coupled with the elder's inability to provide for himself any longer, made his own departure seem like an inevitable consequence. Upon arriving at Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun settled in. But the academy was in a state of desolation, devoid of any students, coinciding with a lull after graduation when no new students had yet enrolled. At the tender age of 4, Ma Hongjun found himself with a dormitory that was truly his own within the academy. During the day, he busied himself with eating, and only at night would he force himself to calm down and meditate for cultivation. Nighttime cultivation is a traditional practice among soul masters in the Douluo continent. It is not that one cannot cultivate during the day, but the efficacy of nighttime practice is considerably enhanced. However, Ma Hongjun preferred slumber over meals, as sleep spared him from hunger. Yet, he was troubled by the realization of why the Ma Hongjun in the novels he once read had detested cultivation. Even before awakening his martial spirit, he was already plagued by the emergence of sinister flames, which rendered him incapable of focusing on meditation. The thought of awakening only compounded his worries, requiring immense willpower to achieve tranquility for practice. Alas, 3 years had passed. And aside from the 2 levels he gained during the first year after awakening the 3-leaf clover, he had merely increased his innate soul power from level 5 to level 7 over the subsequent 2 years, a pace that had nearly halved. With a forlorn expression on his chubby face, he sighed. Little fatty, come out quickly. Have you forgotten what day it is? You truly are a source of worry. Do you not grasp how significant today is for you? A raspy yet magnetic voice of a middle-aged man pierced through the air as he burst into the room. He appeared to be in his 50s, with a robust build, a protruding chin, broad cheekbones, a somewhat flat face, and a hooked nose reminiscent of a shoe sole. His countenance bore a stern expression, adorned with black-framed glasses that hinted at a slyness, lending him an odd demeanor. Teacher, is there something important today? I don't recall anything of great significance. Did you not say that the most crucial thing for me is to sleep? Ma Hongjun inquired, somewhat perplexed, aware that Flinder merely wished for him to eat less and conserve his golden soul coins by encouraging him to rest. Sleep. All you do is sleep. What else can you do? Do you not realize that today is the day you are to awaken your martial spirit? If you fail to manifest a formidable martial spirit today, you shall spend your life in the academy cleaning to repay your debts. Flinder exclaimed in exasperation, his ire ignited by Ma Hongjun's drowsy, just awoken appearance. I know. You don't need to remind me every day. Once I become a soul master, I will repay you for all your expenses, Ma Hongjun retorted. Ma Hongjun, with a hint of helplessness, remarked that this thrifty teacher was truly miserly, embodying the phrase a penny-pinching miser. Over the past 2 years, he had indeed witnessed this firsthand. However, deep down, he understood the kindness that Flinder had shown him, which made him generally reluctant to contradict the latter's words. Just knowing is enough. Let us proceed. I shall escort you to the spirit hall to awaken your martial spirit. Upon hearing that Ma Hongjun was genuinely willing to repay the debt, Flinder's eyes gleamed with excitement, sparkling like twinkling stars. In the past 2 years, Ma Hongjun has expended no less than 1,000 gold soul coins, which has caused him considerable distress. Moreover, at regular intervals, he must consume the flesh of ice attribute soul beasts, all of which he has captured himself. Although these are merely 10-year-old soulless beasts, the total cost amounts to over 1,000 gold soul coins. Ma Hongjun understood that Flinder was indeed a man of principles, possessing a proud disposition and refusing to bow to the elite even in times of financial hardship. However, he was also cunning, even treacherous, notoriously vengeful, and exceptionally greedy. Naturally, Ma Hongjun wished to avoid incurring his wrath. With a sudden burst of energy, he leapt off the bed, albeit somewhat listlessly. The 6-year-old chubby boy exhibited remarkable agility, prompting a flicker of approval in Flinder's eyes. This only bolstered Flinder's confidence in Ma Hongjun's potential to awaken a formidable martial spirit. Come now, little chub. Do not wear such a lackluster expression. You are on the cusp of awakening your martial spirit. Should there not be a glimmer of anticipation in your demeanor? If you manage to awaken an innate full spirit power, I shall absolve your debts. How does that sound? Flinder, observing Ma Hongjun's nonchalant attitude, mistakenly assumed that the boy lacked interest in martial spirit cultivation and thus encouraged him fervently, albeit with a twinge of reluctance. Deep down, he thought that true innate full spirit power was a rarity across the continent. This chubby lad, while special, was unlikely to attain such a feat. Is that so? Hee. Just don't regret it later, teacher. Ma Hongjun, already aware of the martial spirit he was destined to awaken, felt little excitement. He suspected that the troubles of his sinister flames might intensify. Nevertheless, the notion of debt forgiveness piqued his interest, and he regarded his scheming teacher with amusement. This boy is so confident. Could it be that he will genuinely awaken a powerful mutated martial spirit with innate full spirit power? Flinder pondered, feeling a twinge of insecurity as he observed Ma Hongjun's self-assured demeanor. Yet, he maintained a serious facade, clearing his throat and admonishing, ahem. I am not one to evade my responsibilities like a child. Now, let us be on our way. Flinder abruptly seized Ma Hongjun, not allowing him a moment to react, and grasped the fabric of his shoulder, swiftly departing from the academy. Behind Flinder, a pair of energy wings reminiscent of an owl suddenly emerged, lifting Ma Hongjun into the air, akin to soaring through the clouds. The scenery below rapidly diminished in size. Fortunately, they did not ascend too high, allowing Ma Hongjun to fully appreciate the natural beauty beneath. The fields, farmers, country lanes, and fresh air evoked an inexplicable sense of warmth and familiarity. As the landscape transformed around them, the two hastened towards the Soul Hall branch in Soto City. The reason for seeking awakening at the Soul Hall rather than at the academy was that the Soul Hall would issue a certificate for soul masters, akin to an identification card. Only truly powerful factions were indifferent to whether the awakening occurred at the Soul Hall, and Shrek could hardly be considered a significant power. Chapter 5. 6 years old. The Douluo continent comprises the Star Luo Empire and the Heavendo Empire. The name is derived from the second characters of both empires, forming Douluo. Under the Heavendo Empire, numerous kingdoms exist, with the Balak Kingdom being a formidable one within its domain. Soto City, home to the Soul Hall branch, features architecture influenced by Western European styles, with exquisitely crafted buildings. The main roads are paved with diamonds, clearly defined and bustling with people and vehicles, imparting an industrial atmosphere. After 10 minutes, Flinder brought Ma Hongjun to a halt before the grand entrance of the Soul Hall branch. Why have we stopped? Ma Hongjun inquired, puzzled by Flinder's sudden pause. We have arrived. What more is there to do? As long as your innate soul power reaches level 8 or above, I shall make an exception and accept you as my direct disciple. As for achieving full innate soul power, do not harbor excessive hopes, Flinder replied, adjusting his glasses as he gazed at the grand doors of the Soul Hall, his expression serious. He was somewhat concerned that Ma Hongjun might succumb to undue pressure, as the mutation of a soul could yield unpredictable outcomes. However, it was evident that his worries were somewhat unfounded. Just remember the promise you made, teacher. As for whether I possess full innate soul power, we shall see, Ma Hongjun stated with considerable confidence, yet he was careful to remind Flinder of his earlier commitment, fearful that he might renege on it, a scenario not entirely unheard of. Are you questioning my integrity, young lad? When have I ever failed to uphold my word? Ahem. As long as you awaken to full innate soul power, my promise stands firm. Now, hurry inside and stop dawdling, Flinder declared, his serious tone interrupted by a sudden recollection of his earlier deception, when he had promised to cover all of Ma Hongjun's expenses to entice him to Shrek Academy. He coughed lightly to mask the slight embarrassment that crept across his face. Ma Hongjun is not easily deceived, although Flinder is cunning. He lacks the ability to trick Ma Hongjun unless it aligns with his own intentions. Following Flinder into the Spirit Hall, Ma Hongjun discovered that many parents were already waiting in line with their children in front of a high platform. If this young man's spirit power could quickly reach level 10, once he acquired his spirit rings, he would be able to receive a gold soul coin issued by the Spirit Hall on behalf of the Empire each month. After reaching level 20, that would amount to 10 gold soul coins, and upon becoming a soul master at level 30, he would receive 100 gold soul coins. Flinder could not help but feel a surge of excitement as he observed the children awakening their spirit powers. Teacher, what are you thinking about? Surely you aren't pondering over women? At your age, remaining single isn't good for your health. You should hurry and find a wife. Unlike the original portrayal of Ma Hongjun, he was, at this moment, blissfully unaware of the implications of the three-leaf clover spirit. with rosy lips and pearly teeth. His round little face glowed with a charming hue, making him utterly adorable. His curious expression drew the attention of those around him, as they marveled at the beauty of this little chubby boy. Be quiet. Ahem. Nonsense. What do children know? Do you think everyone your age is preoccupied with thoughts of women? Flander, embarrassed by the peculiar looks from the onlookers, admonished Ma Hongjun. It's not as if I am thinking about women. Why are you making such a fuss? Ma Hongjun murmured shyly, lowering his head. At this moment, Ma Hongjun had not yet awakened his evil fire phoenix martial soul, not because he was incapable, but rather due to his reluctance to precipitate its awakening too soon. Fearing unforeseen consequences, for this martial soul was exceedingly treacherous. After all, engaging with it could potentially wager a lifetime of happiness, a gamble Ma Hongjun was unwilling to take. Thus, although he possessed the ability to introspect and locate the martial soul within his inner sea of consciousness, he refrained from delving into it. At this juncture, he had prematurely awakened a portion of his innate soul power, which had more than doubled, all of which was pure innate energy. Given that a martial soul represents an alternative manifestation of a soul master's life form, Ma Hongjun's elevation of innate soul power naturally enhanced the potency of the evil fire phoenix martial soul, and he had already begun to succumb to the influence of the malevolent flames, experiencing desires that exceeded those of an ordinary person by at least fivefold. He surmised that upon fully awakening the evil fire phoenix martial soul, his desires could escalate even further, potentially reaching tenfold that of an average individual, an overwhelming prospect indeed. However, if he delayed his awakening any longer, it might adversely affect his future cultivation speed. Therefore, he felt compelled to accompany Flander to awaken his martial soul. The reason for not awakening at the Shrek Academy was simply that Flander wished to document Ma Hongjun's martial soul information at the Spirit Hall, facilitating a more convenient process for him to receive gold soul coin subsidies once he became a soul master. Enough of your musings. Relax and do not be anxious. Proceed forward. I shall await you here. Your constitution is remarkably unique, and your martial soul is bound to be exceptional. You should be able to awaken considerable soul power. Flander remarked earnestly, gesturing towards the platform designated for martial soul awakenings. Oh, Ma Hongjun responded lightly. The Clover martial soul possesses a remarkable ability to conceal soul power. Over the past 2 years, although Flander had not specifically examined Ma Hongjun's soul power, he had frequently scrutinized Ma Hongjun's physical condition. Despite being a soul sage of considerable strength, he had failed to detect that Ma Hongjun had awakened his soul power, which underscores the potency of its concealment. While the soul power on the continent is inherently elusive, making it nearly impossible to detect without specialized tools, a significant disparity in levels could still reveal hints upon close inspection. Had it been an ordinary soul master subjected to such thorough examination by Flander, their secret would have undoubtedly been exposed long ago. As Ma Hongjun stood in line, he chose not to cut ahead but instead took a serious look at the awakened children and their surroundings. He observed that the children were nervously bowing their heads, some even trembling with excitement. The ones here to awaken their martial souls were primarily those without any significant backing, having never encountered the world in a manner akin to Ma Hongjun's calm demeanor. What intrigued Ma Hongjun was the division of the awakened souls into 2 groups. One group evidently consisted of individuals clad in more luxurious attire, while the other was markedly less adorned. Among the soul awakeners, the male practitioner, though handsome, displayed an exceedingly harsh attitude towards children with defective martial souls. In contrast, the female soul awakener, who primarily attended to the less fortunate children, exhibited a far more amiable disposition. This woman was strikingly beautiful, exuding an elegant and noble aura, her figure exquisitely developed, and thus, Ma Hongjun naturally gravitated towards the enchanting female soul awakener. The composed demeanor of Ma Hongjun swiftly captured the attention of the female soul awakening master, Mayana. Hey, little chubby boy, what is your name? Tell your sister, and I shall allow you to awaken your martial soul first, Mayana called out with a melodious voice, pointing towards Ma Hongjun. At that moment, a beautiful rose martial soul floated gracefully in the palm of her right hand, enhancing her elegant appearance and making her even more captivating. I'm calling you. Little chubby boy, why don't you hurry over? Ma Hongjun nudged the smaller boy in front of him, who was a head shorter yet considerably slimmer. Huh? Are you sure you're not referring to yourself, big brother? This boy, named Peng Hu, was the son of a blacksmith in Soto City and, having seen a bit of the world, was not overly frightened. He looked at Ma Hongjun with a bemused expression and replied helplessly. Of course it's you. I'm muscular. Do you understand? You need to realize that I am different from you, Strong and fat are not the same. Feel my muscles? Are you talking about me? Ma Hongjun asserted, rolling up his sleeve to reveal his well-developed biceps. Well, you do seem quite strong. Pang Hu gazed at Ma Hongjun, filled with envy at his height and muscular physique. Ma Hongjun was indeed different from others in this world. He understood the principles of modern fitness. Although his figure remained somewhat plump due to his martial soul, the muscles on his arms and thighs were comparable to those of a typical strongman. If one were to note a distinction, it would be that his arms were still somewhat small, merely petite. Yet the muscle mass was greater than that of an average robust man. Enough of this dispute. Both of you come here, Ma said, her expression tinged with exasperation as she observed the two boys. She found them quite amusing and couldn't help but feel a hint of interest in these lively characters. The Grand Soul Master responsible for awakening martial souls was not alone. Another session of martial soul awakening continued in parallel. Anna, I already have 5 future soul masters with level 4 soul power, while you have yet to awaken even one. No matter how many you let cut in line, it's impossible for you to surpass my achievements in innate soul power. It seems you are destined to lose our wager. Do not refuse my pursuit later. Remember, we have dinner together tonight. The other soul awakening master, a young man named Fei Dong, whose martial soul was a shadowy black tiger, spoke lewdly as he gazed triumphantly at the beautiful Mayana. His family possessed considerable influence in Soto City, while the female soul awakening master was merely the daughter of a merchant. That is none of your concern. How I choose to awaken is my own affair. Due to her reluctance to offend the man too greatly, Mayana and he struck a wager. The terms were to compete in a contest to see who could awaken more and greater martial souls. Should he emerge victorious, she would concede to his pursuit. However, the formidable yet unscrupulous Fei Dong would not engage in a fair contest. Instead, he covertly gathered a few talents to bolster his own score, resulting in her performance being significantly inferior to his. This circumstance also elucidates why Mayana felt a spark of interest upon encountering Ma Hongjun, a worthless martial soul. Blue Silvergrass. There is no need to test for soul power. You cannot possibly possess any. Truly a waste. Next, Fei Dong said impatiently to a young girl. In response to the awakening master's abominable demeanor, the little girl, frightened, burst into tears and fled. At that moment, Ma Hongjun and Fat Tiger ascended the high platform. Mayana cast a disdainful glance toward Fei Dong, suppressing her discomfort, and then turned her gentle gaze upon the two boys, saying, "Do tell me your names. I can facilitate your early awakening of your martial souls." With a silly grin, Fat Tiger scratched his head and replied, "Hee, I'm called Pang Hu, but you can call me Fat Tiger." Ma Hongjun, he stated flatly, fully aware of the lewd remarks made by the man nearby, who was casting disdainful glances in their direction. Although he had no intention of intervening in the conflict between the two, he had been summoned prematurely. And with Flinder observing from a short distance below, he felt little fear. "Well, which of you shall go first?" Mayana inquired gently regarding the two chubby lads. "Let Fat Tiger go first. He is ahead of me in line," Ma Hongjun graciously suggested, pointing toward Fat Tiger. "All right, then you may proceed." Mayana smiled at Fat Tiger. "Okay, thank you, strong brother." Hee, Fat Tiger quickly responded, not forgetting to express his gratitude to Ma Hongjun. Hearing Fat Tiger's words, Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes in exasperation, muttering, "Your whole family is strong, brother." Fat Tiger obediently approached the 6-pointed star formation designated for the martial soul awakening. As he stepped into the awakening array, he began to levitate in midair. "Extend your right hand and concentrate your thoughts upon it." Mayana's soothing voice resonated around them, calming the nerves of many anxious children. Variant martial soul. Diamond hammer. Remarkable, indeed. Come, Fat Tiger, let us further assess your soul power. Mayana exclaimed excitedly as she gazed at Fat Tiger. Although the diamond hammer was a hammer-type martial soul, its quality was quite high, which pleased her greatly. Fat Tiger's face lit up with joy. His father was a blacksmith with a soul power of 30 and a martial soul of an iron hammer. So he was confident that the quality of his diamond hammer would surpass that of his father. Ma Hongjun was able to ascertain, based on the correlation between the quality of martial spirits and innate soul power, that his innate soul power would not be weak, a notion that Rosanna naturally understood as well. In Chapter 6, even a grass nest can harbor a golden phoenix. The plump hands of Fat Tiger pressed eagerly upon the crystal ball held by Rosanna. Gradually, the crystal orb emanated a soft white glow, illuminating more than half of its surface. As Fat Tiger infused his soul power into it, the radiance surged to approximately 70% before coming to a halt. Innate level 7 soul power. My heavens, you are indeed a prodigious soul master of innate level 7. This is the first time I have encountered someone awakening such formidable soul power. Fat Tiger, would you consider joining the Spirit Hall? With your martial spirit and innate soul power, you would undoubtedly receive substantial training there, and who knows? It may not be impossible for you to become a soul sage in the future. Rosanna gazed at Fat Tiger with astonishment, her tone softening as she marveled at his potential. Well, I wish to stay in the blacksmith shop with my father, and I must consult him before I can provide an answer. Fat Tiger replied hesitantly, delicately declining the offer. Though he appeared simple-minded, he was quite astute. He diverted the conversation by pointing to the expressionless Ma Hongjun, exclaiming, "Sister Great Soul Master, Brother Zhuang has not yet awakened his martial spirit. Please assist him in awakening it. Perhaps his martial spirit and innate soul power will be even more formidable." What a dreadful nickname. Just call me Little Ma. Ma Hongjun retorted, not at all angered, casting a sidelong glance at Fat Tiger with mild annoyance. All right, Little Ma, I shall take my leave now. Do come visit me at the Pang blacksmith shop when you have the time. Fat Tiger seized the opportunity to descend the platform. Although he maintained an admirable demeanor, he was still merely a 6-year-old child, and with his decent martial spirit and soul power awakened, he was brimming with joy and eager to return home to boast to his parents. Understood. You may go now. I will visit you when I have the chance. Ma Hongjun responded politely, having developed a certain fondness for the seemingly simple yet remarkably shrewd Fat Tiger. This fondness stemmed not only from his amiable nature, but also from his commendable talent, making him a rare choice for Ma Hongjun's future aspirations of establishing a sect. Fat Tiger, remember to collect your martial spirit certificate tomorrow at the Spirit Hall. Rosanna called out to Fat Tiger, who was preparing to dash down from the high platform. Geniuses possess privileges and the freedom to act as they please. Unlike those in rural areas, prodigious soul masters awakened in these grand cities are guaranteed protection from the Empire, provided they do not choose to join the Spirit Hall. Thank you, beautiful sister, and Little Ma. I shall take my leave. Fat Tiger dashed out of the Spirit Hall with a beaming expression, eager to share the joyful news with his waiting father. Although somewhat disappointed not to have been invited into the Spirit Hall, Mayana nonetheless delighted in recording Fat Tiger's information. The potential of just one Fat Tiger could rival the accomplishments of several newly awakened children possessing 4th or 5th level spirit power. If she could recruit another spirit master around the 4th level, she would be absolutely confident in winning this wager. That boy truly lacks discernment. It seems he is deliberately concocting excuses to avoid joining our Spirit Hall. Anna, how could you let that child go, forsaking a promising future? What a pity. Fei Dong, who had been quietly observing the situation, let out a cold huff after Fat Tiger ventured far enough away, expressing his regret to Mei Dongmei. His intentions were far from altruistic. He secretly hoped Fat Tiger would refuse her. His earlier inaction in preventing Fat Tiger's departure stemmed from the understanding that should Mayana successfully invite him into the Spirit Hall, her status would undoubtedly rise, perhaps even surpassing his own, complicating his plans to win her affection. Despite being from a merchant family, Mayana held a degree of influence in Soto City, which made Fei Dong wary of acting too overtly. However, if she agreed to a courtship, he might resort to more aggressive tactics. While he feigned discontent, he was inwardly pleased with the turn of events. This is their choice. My affairs do not concern you. As long as I can awaken another spirit master with commendable spirit power, I shall surely surpass you. I will not lose this wager. Mayana cast him a cold glance, offering no warmth in return. After completing the documentation for Fat Tiger, she spoke with a certain relief. Indeed, as her words settled in, Fei Dong's expression darkened, his brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing. He lightly clapped his hands, his gaze sweeping over a few ordinary middle-aged men in the audience. Upon noticing his gesture, they nodded in acknowledgement and began to distribute copper spirit coins to the exceptional-looking children, encouraging them to join Fei Dong's line. This is cheating. Shameless. Mayana's face flushed with anger at the sight, her striking features paling slightly. Should she win the wager, Fei Dong had promised to cease his pursuit. Losing would obligate her to consider a relationship with him, a prospect she fervently wished to avoid. You could employ similar tactics. Is there any rule against such methods in the competition? Now, I must continue my awakening. After all, a mere 7th level genius is hardly unattainable. While I may not find such a prodigy, I can surely locate several in the 5th or 6th level. You are bound to lose. Fei Dong chuckled smugly, resuming his pretentious demeanor as he began awakening the spirits of the children. Sister, will you awaken me again? Rest assured, Even if you only awaken Fat Tiger and my spirit today, it will still secure victory in our wager. Ma Hongjun has come to understand the intricate relationship between the two of them. His greatest delight lies in assisting beautiful women. And he couldn't help but offer some comforting words. All right, your name is Ma Hongjun, isn't it? No need to rush. Come here, and I shall awaken your martial soul. I hope you can awaken a powerful martial soul, just like Fat Tiger. Upon hearing this, Mayana regained her spirits and looked at Ma Hongjun with anticipation. She had a feeling that this adorable chubby boy could very well be the key to her victory in the wager, even in a grand city like Soto. Possessing a martial soul of level 4 or 5 is considered a mark of genius, a rarity indeed. Today, if she could find 2 geniuses above level 6, she would secure an absolute advantage in the competition. Following her instructions, Ma Hongjun approached the martial soul awakening array, and suddenly, his soul power began to surge, as if drawn by an unseen force, causing his internal energy channels to operate at a pace several times faster than during his usual training. It felt so warm, yes. That was the sensation. A new wave of warmth coursed through him, and his soul power began to increase. Haha. Ma Hongjun rejoiced at the rapid advancement of his soul power, though he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. Unlike weapon martial souls, a radiant red glow enveloped him, dazzling and far more magnificent than Fat Tiger's golden hammer. Suddenly, a phoenix's cry echoed through the air. Behind Ma Hongjun, a robust phantom of a phoenix emerged. The imposing aura caused many children present, including Mayana, to feel a slight shortness of breath. Why describe it as robust? Because this phoenix appeared somewhat corpulent. If one were to characterize it, it resembled a fusion of a large rooster and a phoenix. Yet, the semblance of the phoenix remained discernible, particularly in its wings, which bore an almost identical resemblance to those of a true phoenix. Ma Hongjun turned his head, and to his surprise, the chubby chicken spirit also followed suit, creating a rather peculiar sight. This could not possibly resemble the original depiction of Ma Hongjun's paltry chicken spirit, at the very least. It should bear a closer resemblance to a phoenix, appearing far more splendid and less like a mere fowl. A sense of comfort washed over Ma Hongjun as he contemplated this in his heart. Is this a phoenix chicken? Mana gazed in astonishment at the beast spirit's ethereal silhouette behind Ma Hongjun, her expression one of bewilderment. Ma Hongjun hastily retracted his martial spirit. His cheeks flushed not out of embarrassment for its appearance, but due to a surge of desire that seemed to elevate to a new level. Indeed. Upon retracting his martial spirit, he felt considerably better and turned to the beautiful Mayana, explaining with a hint of eagerness, "Sister, this is my evil fire phoenix martial spirit. Please, test my soul power." He was impatient to ascertain his innate level, as this would determine whether he could inherit the divine position of the fire god or ascend to even higher realms. Mayana, though she found Ma Hongjun's phoenix somewhat reminiscent of a mere chicken, could not dismiss the formidable aura it exuded. She watched with anticipation as Ma Hongjun's hand reached towards the crystal ball designated for testing soul power. As his hands made contact, the crystal ball emanated a powerful attraction, and Ma Hongjun felt a thread of soul power flow from within him into the orb. The crystal ball then erupted in dazzling brilliance, illuminating every inch without a single void. Observing this, Ma Hongjun quickly severed that thread of soul power, realizing that had he not done so, the crystal ball would surely have shattered under the weight of his pure soul energy. Innate full soul power. How could this be? It was indeed innate full soul power. Fei Dong, standing 5 meters away, had long been captivated by Ma Hongjun's martial spirit, and now, witnessing the spectacle of the crystal ball, he trembled as he pointed at it, stammering in disbelief. Haha, innate full soul power. You are incredible. I've won. Thank you, little Hongjun. Mayana, coming to her senses, burst into laughter and scooped up Ma Hongjun, momentarily forgetting her previously noble demeanor, though he felt a tad heavy in her embrace. Her joy overshadowed any concern. She showered his fair face with affectionate kisses. The children present were oblivious to the significance of innate full soul power, merely curious about the commotion. Meanwhile, the parents waited at the entrance of the grand hall. Apart from the keen-eyed Flinder, no one noticed the unfolding events, thus failing to incite any considerable uproar. If the emergence of an innate full soul power grassroots soul master had been recognized, it would undoubtedly have triggered a frenzy among the various factions. Ma Hongjun helplessly shrugged his shoulders, expressing that it was not his intention. It was all your fault for enticing him, for you are simply too enchanting. Ignoring the increasingly sullen expression of Fei Dong beside them, Mayana began to register Ma Hongjun's martial soul information. Naturally, a series of invitations ensued, But Ma Hongjun resolutely declined without hesitation. Ma Hongjun sensed that his innate soul power was undoubtedly above the level of full innate soul power. However, due to the inherent limitation of the innate full soul power at level 10, any excess soul power had been compressed, rendering his soul power even more refined. Otherwise, he might have possessed a soul power intensity equivalent to around level 15. Yet, he felt no discomfort. In fact, he was quite elated. His foundation was indeed exceptional. Undeniably formidable. The combined soul power of his two martial souls, while still at the level of innate full soul power, possessed purity that rivaled that of any top-tier martial soul master, perhaps even exceeding it. Not to mention, even Tang San, who had cultivated the extraordinary internal skill, Xintian Gongs, could only achieve a purity of soul power at most 2/3 of his own. Chapter 7. A soul master who dares not cause trouble is not a good soul master. It wasn't until Mayana completed the registration of Ma Hongjun's information and provided proof from the spirit hall that Fei Dong, who had been wearing a sullen expression, finally reacted, contemplating the loss of the wager. He thought that acquiring a soul master with innate full soul power was still a worthwhile exchange. Approaching Ma Hongjun, he attempted to adopt a calm tone, saying, "You are Ma Hongjun, correct? If you agree to join the spirit hall, I will grant you 1,000 gold soul coins. What do you think?" However, Fei Dong, accustomed to the arrogance instilled by his family and the backing of the spirit hall, even in his attempt to sound peaceful, could not help but cause Ma Hongjun to furrow his brow. "Not interested, and for the record, I am not a kid. Keep your mouth clean." Ma Hongjun had little fondness for this individual, who had frightened a little girl, and hearing him refer to him as kid soured his mood. Think carefully. This is not merely 1,000 silver soul coins. It is 1,000 gold soul coins. I've seen many talents like you. And if you do not join the spirit hall, your future achievements are unlikely to be significant. Since you are here to awaken your martial soul, you must not come from a prominent family of soul masters. Some food can be eaten carelessly, but words should not be spoken lightly. Fei Dong took a deep breath, restraining his rising anger, reminding himself that this was merely a child. But the last part of his statement was clearly laced with a threat. "Huh, you truly are impressive. Innate full soul power is something you've seen plenty of. Yet your arrogance is as inflated as a toad yawning," Mayana interjected before Ma Hongjun could respond, pulling his hand and stepping forward. "Mayana, do you understand what you are doing? You are undermining my efforts to recruit talent for the spirit hall. Do you comprehend the consequences when I report this to the elders?" Fei Dong, realizing he could not outmaneuver Mayana, revealed his true nature, casting an irate glance in her direction. I have long grown weary of this wretched place. If it comes to it, I shall resign. What can you do about it? Does the spirit hall intend to prevent me from leaving?" Mayana let out a cold laugh, expressing her disdain. She was merely an external personnel of the spirit hall, and her presence or absence was of no concern to anyone. She was genuinely fed up with the insufferable presence before her and wished to leave immediately. "Anna, why are you pulling me? I wouldn't believe a word from this worthless fool. Just look at him. He appears utterly weak, yet he has the audacity to call me small. It's infuriating. I feel he is even less mature than I am," Ma Hongjun said, his irritation evident as he stepped forward, his voice a peculiar mix of anger and childishness. "That scoundrel. What did you say? Repeat that. Don't think that just because you possess innate full spirit power, I wouldn't dare to take you down. No matter how talented one may be, only those who grow can be deemed useful. No one cares for the dead." Fei Dong sneered, his expression twisted with malice as he glared at Ma Hongjun. "Who are you calling a scoundrel?" Ma Hongjun's demeanor shifted, his face darkening. He loathed being referred to in such a derogatory manner, especially since he had grown up without parents and was particularly sensitive about it. "Scoundrel, that's who?" Fei Dong replied without hesitation, his gaze fixed on Ma Hongjun. "Ha! You pitiful fool, your intellect is truly lacking. I feel sorry for you. You are indeed a scoundrel. And if I say you are small, then you truly are. Have I struck a nerve?" Ma Hongjun retorted with a dismissive sneer, his gaze cold and indifferent as if he were addressing a corpse. "Huh, little brat, you have thoroughly provoked me. You will not leave here today. Someone, block the entrance. Black Tiger Spirit, manifest." Fei Dong cackled, his fury directed at the loathsome boy before him, the shadow of the Black Tiger's spirit looming behind him, exerting an overwhelming pressure upon Ma Hongjun. Instantly, the children who had been waiting in line fled in terror, leaving only Fei Dong, who clutched Mayana, and his lackeys within the spirit hall. Fei Dong had meticulously prepared for this moment, determined to abduct Mayana regardless of any unforeseen circumstances. The staff of the spirit hall had become his minions. Moreover, The master of the spirit hall was conveniently absent from Soto City, and the vice master was his own uncle, which emboldened him to act with such audacity and arrogance. As he shouted, the spirit masters working in the vicinity rose from their posts and converged, forming a circle to block Ma Hongjun's escape. I dare anyone to try. Fei Dong. Do not forget this is the spirit hall, located in Soto City. No matter how powerful your family may be, the city lord's office will not stand idly by and allow your reckless behavior. With a grim expression, Mei Anna glared at Fei Dong and shouted loudly, while simultaneously lifting Ma Hongjun into her arms, summoning her martial spirit and vigilantly surveying the surroundings. What can the city lord do? Does he dare to offend the Fei family, let alone the spirit hall? My family has already pledged allegiance to the spirit hall and under its protection. I firmly believe he would not risk antagonizing the spirit hall for the sake of a potential genius. Moreover, that boy's martial spirit, neither a chicken nor a phoenix, was likely not a formidable one. Fei Dong, momentarily taken aback by the city lord's presence, soon recalled his own backing and, with a sinister smile, commented. The surrounding spirit masters unleashed their martial spirits, exerting pressure on Ma Hongjun and Mei Anna. However, these were merely common martial spirits, and the oppressive force was not particularly overwhelming. At the very least, Ma Hongjun felt no significant change. Second soul skill, Black Tiger's heart-rending. Fei Dong observed that the small Ma Hongjun remained composed amidst the pressure from numerous spirit masters, causing a startle within him. He resolved that this boy must not leave the spirit hall today. With that, he unleashed his second soul skill. Energy claws resembling tiger paws swiftly emerged from his hands, lunging toward Ma Hongjun's heart, intent on ending the life of this insufferable child. Second soul skill, Thorny Rose. Before Ma Hongjun could summon his martial spirit for defense, Mei Anna, holding him tightly, activated her own. The stem of her rose martial spirit sprouted countless backward-facing thorns, which then detached from the martial spirit's body, rapidly forming a small wall of thorny energy to shield Ma Hongjun. Ah, you shameless woman, how dare you obstruct me? Fei Dong's claws, unable to retract in time, struck the thorny wall, eliciting a painful scream and furious rebuke. I am not like you, devoid of shame. I will not allow you to bully a child who has just awakened his martial spirit. Mei Anna's expression grew serious as she cast a wary glance at the approaching minions of Fei Dong. Very well, if you deem me shameless, I shall show you just how shameless I can be. None of you will leave here today. Fei Dong's temper flared instantly as he spoke maliciously. Retracting his claws, he began to emanate an aura far surpassing that of a great soul master. Surrounding his body, a third soul ring gradually materialized, a 1,000-year purple soul ring. Witnessing this, Fei Dong's lackeys also manifested white or yellow soul rings around themselves, ranging from 1 to 2 in number. The convergence of these auras formed a terrifying pressure that bore down upon Ma Hongjun and Mei Anna from all directions. Even the naturally powerful Ma Hongjun found his breath quickening, beads of sweat forming on his brow. However, feeling the soul power fluctuations protecting him, he cast a grateful glance at Mei Anna, who was also breathing heavily, and then, with a hint of frustration, shouted toward the entrance of the hall, Flander, if you do not appear soon, I will join the spirit hall and you shall never take me as your disciple again. As Ma Hongjun observed the lack of activity, frustration began to rise within him. Having once again awakened his soul power, his perception had naturally improved, allowing him to see Flanders, who was still lost in thought. He shouted once more, Dean, your golden soul coins have been stolen. Who dares to steal my golden soul coins? Truly reckless. Flanders, who had been daydreaming about the riches Ma Hongjun's talent could bring him, was suddenly jolted awake. A powerful aura, characteristic of a soul sage, erupted from him as he turned his furious gaze toward Ma Hongjun, only to find him surrounded by several burly men and Fei Dong. Rage consumed him. Who dares to steal my? No, who dares to bully my disciple? You, and you. In a swift motion, Flanders descended before Ma Hongjun, his soul rings illuminating sequentially, yellow, purple, and black. The overwhelming pressure of his presence spread throughout the spirit hall, causing the sturdy architectural embellishments to shatter like tofu. While the ground beneath his feet bore deep impressions, the soul masters, along with Fei Dong, found themselves utterly immobilized. As if mere fireflies were compared to the brilliance of the moon, or a humble steed to a mythical Qilin, and a crow to a phoenix, there was an unmistakable chasm between them. The aura of Flanders rendered the soul masters, including Fei Dong, powerless in its wake. Soul Sage, please spare us. We were merely acting on orders and meant no harm to your disciple. A frightened soul master stammered, kneeling in reverence before Flanders. Meanwhile, Fei Dong dared not utter a word, his face ashen as he silently regarded Flanders and his companions, lost in his thoughts. You may leave, but that young man stays. Since you dared to harm my disciple, even the city lord shall not deter me from seeking justice today, Flanders declared. As a soul sage, he could not truly remain oblivious to Ma Hongjun's plight. He merely wished to gauge the young man's resolve. Upon Flanders's command, Fei Dong's lackeys hastily fled the grand hall, leaving only 3 loyal soul masters gritting their teeth in defense of Fei Dong. Well done, my stout disciple. You've shown spirit, truly worthy of being my protege. Remember, a soul master who does not stand up to trouble is no true soul master. When faced with such individuals, one must teach them a lesson. Go. Let him experience the might of your martial spirit. Flanders's slightly magnetic voice resonated as he adjusted his glasses and spoke calmly. Understood. I now know what I must do. Ma Hongjun replied. Ma Hongjun obediently replied, feeling for the first time that Flanders' figure appeared remarkably imposing and powerful. In that moment, Flanders exhibited not a trace of his usual playful demeanor. The notion that a spirit master who refrains from provoking trouble is not a commendable one may seem unappealing at first glance. However, it is crucial to consider the circumstances. In situations where one is being thoroughly disrespected, if they still lack the courage to confront the issue, they would indeed be a foolish spirit master. Ma Hongjun believed that if an additional phrase were appended to Flanders' words, stating fear not when faced with matters, and seek not trouble when none exists, it would be even more profound. He regarded Fei Dong with utter disdain, viewing him as a spoiled scion who, relying on the support of powerful figures, exhibited an alarming disregard for those stronger than himself. Little did he comprehend that, even in the absence of personal retribution, he would inevitably encounter others who would impart valuable lessons. Chapter 8. The Power of the Little Evil Fire. What do you intend to do? Do you have any notion of where you are? This is the Spirit Hall. This is Soto City. Even if you have a soul saint backing you, he cannot wield his power to oppress the weak. Otherwise, both the Spirit Hall and my Fei family will not let this matter rest. Fei Dong exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing Ma Hongjun, who had only recently awakened his martial soul, unleash a fireball of considerable potency, roughly the size of a fist. His speech faltered slightly in disbelief. However, Ma Hongjun disregarded everything and directly approached Fei Dong and his 3 companions, wearing a mischievous grin as he observed the trio, who wished to flee but were too intimidated to do so, still protectively surrounding Fei Dong. With a tone of mock sympathy, he remarked, "It's not your concern. You may leave. After all, a soul sage is not someone you can provoke. The formidable force behind this useless being should not hold you accountable for this." At that moment, Ma Hongjun was still quite naive, lacking in experience and harboring a benevolent disposition, not wishing to blame Fei Dong's subordinates for his faults. Little did he know that sometimes, those who act as accomplices to a tyrant are the most despicable of all. Flanders furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent, thinking that Ma Hongjun was merely a 6-year-old child, incapable of handling every situation with perfection. Do you dare? Do not forget how you came to hold your current position. Fei Dong, noticing Flanders' reluctance to take action, misinterpreted it as fear of his background, which only emboldened him further. Observing the hesitation etched on the faces of the 3 soul masters, Flanders' frown deepened, tinged with an almost imperceptible aura of menace. Young Master Fei, my apologies. I must take my leave. One middle-aged soul master, catching sight of Flanders' knitted brow, hastily offered his apologies to Fei Dong before turning on his heel and departing without a backward glance. The other 2 soul masters, not lacking in awareness, quickly followed suit. Being adept at reading the room, they could easily discern the implications of Flanders' frown. It was not an invitation to leave. Rather, it was a warning, a desire to use them as an example. They had no choice but to scurry out of the Great Hall. After all, they held no significant background, merely being peripheral personnel of the Spirit Hall. Their lives were expendable, and the Spirit Hall, despite its might, would not jeopardize its reputation for their sake. However, Fei Dong was different. His uncle was the vice master of the Spirit Hall, and the Fei family was affiliated with it. Even Flanders would hesitate to take drastic measures against him. Fei Dong cast a covert glance at the 3 men, masking his true feelings as if genuinely frightened into silence. This subtlety did not escape Flanders' scrutiny. After exiting the Spirit Hall, the 3 middle-aged men did not wander far. Instead, they made their way towards the nearby Fei family. Now that there are no outsiders left, oh no, except for you, useless one, Ma Hongjun mused with a sly smile, eyeing Fei Dong, who remained unperturbed like a fool. How about we strike a deal? From now on, let us coexist peacefully without crossing paths. Though you are a genius who has just awakened your martial spirit and can wield soul power, I am a soul Zun. Your efforts cannot harm me. Fei Dong stepped back, his eyes darting as though struck by a sudden revelation, casting a glance at Flander before articulating with unexpected clarity. Little fatty, cease engaging in trivialities with him, otherwise we may soon find ourselves in a predicament. Flander, ever the cunning strategist, could certainly discern Fei Dong's intentions, even if he had not anticipated this turn of events. He was now fully aware, though he appeared to take it lightly. At that moment, even Ma Hongjun recognized that the individual he had recently allowed to escape had likely gone to alert others for assistance. Trouble? Good heavens! You foolish creature have learned to be clever, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. He then turned to Flander, who was surrounded by 7 floating soul rings, and shamelessly declared, "Teacher, I wish to conduct an experiment. You must ensure my safety." With that, he suddenly hurled a small ball of sinister flame towards Fei Dong without any warning. Fei Dong prepared to unleash his soul power to counter the attack. However, Flander's imposing aura bore down upon him, and the fist-sized sphere of flame struck Fei Dong's somewhat disheveled hair with unerring accuracy. The sound of sizzling filled the air as Fei Dong's hair instantly evaporated, leaving his scalp marred by the grotesque burns of the searing fire. "Ah, you little bastard. I will kill you. I will not let this go unpunished." Fei Dong writhed on the ground in agony, all the while threatening Ma Hongjun, as the flames atop his head continued to flicker even after consuming his hair and eyebrows. With a casual flick, Flander directed a surge of soul power onto Fei Dong's head, extinguishing the flames, while Fei Dong succumbed to the pain and fainted. Well, that was quite effective. Let us make haste. Do not worry, I share a rapport with the city lord, and I shall convey the truth of these events to him. Flander remarked to Ma Hongjun, his words seemingly aimed at the still-stunned Mayana behind them. "Indeed, Sister Anna, come with us," Ma Hongjun responded, moving to Mayana's side and extending his chubby hand. Clearly, Mayana's unhesitating protection of him earlier had deeply touched him, leading him to regard her as a genuine friend. "One moment, esteemed soul sage," Mayana replied, taking Ma Hongjun's outstretched hand and lifting him into her embrace, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she spoke softly. She then proceeded to the location where they had documented the martial soul information, retrieving a certificate and proudly stating, "This is the proof of Fat Tiger's martial soul. I may never return here, so it is fitting that I present this to him myself." "Indeed, Sister Anna, how dedicated you are. My admiration for you grows," Ma Hongjun remarked, gazing at Mayana with an endearing expression. "Oh, please, at your age, what do you know of admiration?" Mayana retorted, rolling her eyes. Yet her charming demeanor was such that even Flander, the cantankerous old man, couldn't help but steal a few glances. There is no need to elaborate on Ma Hongjun, for his martial spirit inevitably determines his identity as an XSP. He instinctively nestled closer into Mayana's embrace and remarked, "Sister, I am not small. All right. You little rascal, cease your banter with your sister. Let us proceed. Esteemed soul sage, I wonder if this humble girl might have the honor of inviting you to a gathering at the hotel." Mayana rolled her eyes. Yet she bore no animosity towards this precocious little chubby boy. Rather, she felt a sense of fondness towards him. "Ahem, are we treating? Then let us go." This lad speaks without a filter. Do not take offense. Alas, he is also a pitiable soul, having grown up without parents. From my observations, although his martial spirit is a rare variant beast with innate full soul power, there seems to be some reason for its impurity, which may have resulted in an amplified desire in certain aspects. The frugal Flanders could not refuse the invitation, casting a glance at Ma Hongjun and sighing with a hint of helplessness. "Teacher, why do you say such things? It makes me feel awkward. It's merely a desire tenfold that of an ordinary person I can manage." Ma Hongjun offered a wry smile, his youthful face revealing a somberness unbefitting his age. "I apologize, dear Hongjun. I misjudged you. I shouldn't have called you a little lecher," Mayana said, feeling a pang of guilt as she affectionately ruffled Ma Hongjun's hair. "It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it. However, despite my martial spirit's peculiar appearance, it is indeed a true phoenix. You may mock me, but please refrain from belittling my martial spirit in the future," Ma Hongjun said, half jokingly, half seriously. Proud as he was, he did not wish to be looked down upon, especially by a strikingly beautiful woman. Mayana's beauty was beyond compare, surpassing even that of Ma Xiaodai in maturity and allure. The trio chatted amiably as they exited the Martial Soul Branch Hall and soon arrived at a familiar couple's hotel, the Rose Hotel. Shortly after their departure, a throng of soul masters entered the Martial Soul Branch, including 2 formidable soul emperors. Among these soul masters were the 3 middle-aged soul masters who had previously escaped and alerted others. Chapter 9. The Rose Hotel. Who is responsible for injuring my son in such a manner? In Soto City, aside from the city lord and the head of the martial soul branch, who else possesses the cultivation of a soul sage? A fearsome-looking middle-aged man shouted angrily. Before him lay Fei Dong, a martial soul awakener of the martial soul hall. Given Fei Dong's family status, he should not have been burdened with such work. However, he had chosen this arduous and thankless task to be closer to Mei Anna. Of course, it was not entirely thankless. Otherwise, no matter how much he desired it, his father would not allow him to undertake such a job simply to pursue a woman. The Fei family established a connection with the Spirit Hall through the awakening of martial souls. By contributing talented individuals to the Spirit Hall, they successfully forged ties with the higher echelons of the organization, thereby ascending to become the foremost family in Soto City. The 3 spirit masters, trembling in fear, begged for mercy, recounting their encounter with a certain individual who arrived with a plump child for the awakening ceremony. This individual donned retro glasses and wore slightly antiquated yet impeccably clean attire, accompanied by the optimal configuration of soul rings. One middle-aged man, without hesitation, described Flinder's appearance, disregarding the mercy offered by Ma Hongjun. Their actions, coupled with their earnest demeanor, could have been perceived as a provocation to Flinder's dignity as a soul saint, leaving them with no grounds for complaint had Flinder chosen to exact vengeance. However, they escaped this predicament due to Ma Hongjun's intervention and were now unreservedly seeking reinforcements, ready to betray both Ma Hongjun and Flinder. Humph. The swiftness of your return with this information attests to your loyalty. I shall spare your lives this time. But do enlighten me and my second brother about the details, Fei Long said, suppressing his emotions with a knowing demeanor towards subordinates. The 3 men expressed profound gratitude for their reprieve and began to elucidate the matter at hand. Once Fei Dong was carried away for treatment inside the Grand Hall, the 3 middle-aged men had clarified the situation to Fei Long, the formidable head of the Fei family, and Fei Hu, the vice hall master of the Spirit Hall sub-branch. What of the young lady from the Mei family? Did she flee as well? Fei Long inquired, surveying the hall that had been marred by Flinder's imposing presence, choosing not to seek immediate retribution but instead wearing a somber expression. Elder brother, do you intend to seize this opportunity to take over the Mei family? Might this incite hostility from the Soul Saint? Fei Hu, the vice hall master, expressed his concerns respectfully while observing Fei Long. Hostility? Once we have assimilated the Mei family and contributed a portion of their wealth to the Spirit Hall, a mere Soul Saint shall pose no threat to us. If they refrain from instigating trouble, it would be prudent. Should they dare, they shall find no escape. Fei Long sneered, a sinister glint in his eyes. Upon Fei Long's remarks, the leader of the 3 middle-aged soul masters, eager to curry favor, suggested, the young lady from the Mei family surely left with that plump boy. Should we not take advantage of this? Enough. Let this matter rest for now. Once I ascend to the Soul Saint realm, and the Fei family firmly establishes its status as the premier family of Soto City, we shall settle accounts with her. You may leave, Fei Long interrupted, his tone laced with impatience and an underlying threat. Yes. After the 3 individuals withdrew, Fei Long turned to Fei Hu, the vice master of the Soul Hall branch, who was seated nearby, and instructed, second brother, I entrust this matter to you. Investigate the identity of that Soul Saint. If we can win him over, it would be advantageous. If not, we shall settle the score after my ascension to Soul Saint. Understood, elder brother, Fei Hu replied cautiously. However, the hall master has recently expressed discontent towards our Fei family. It would be prudent for us to proceed with caution. Meanwhile, in front of the Rose Hotel in Soto City, Flander looked incredulously at Mei Anna and questioned, Are you certain you want us to dine here? Indeed. This is the best service offered by my Mei family, and it is the largest establishment in Soto City. We provide both food and accommodation. To express my gratitude for your assistance, feel free to inform me whenever you visit, and I assure you, there will be no charges, Mei Anna responded generously, seemingly oblivious to Flander's astonishment. That's splendid. Well done, little fatty. You should keep in touch with your sister more often, Flanders said, his expression brightening instantaneously. He no longer cared about any romantic implications. Upon learning it was a property of the Mei family, his eyes gleamed with excitement. He strode confidently into the hotel, disregarding the peculiar glances from onlookers, who seemed to question his suitability given his age. However, upon seeing Mei Anna and Ma Hongjun following behind him, their expressions turned even more curious. What was the nature of their relationship? Unfazed by the attention, Mei took Ma Hongjun's hand and approached the counter, declaring, "Please bring the finest dishes to the dining area. Miss, what brings you here? I shall inform the kitchen to prepare immediately. Please, wait in the dining area." The counter attendant, who had been engrossed in a book titled My Little Yellow Book, looked up in astonishment. However, upon noticing Flander and Ma Hongjun behind Mei, he quickly regained his composure. Without waiting for further assistance, Mei kindly stated, "No need to guide us. I will take them. You hasten to give your instructions." The service attendant, clearly impressed by her demeanor, nodded and went to relay the order. Ma Hongjun pondered, "Are the attendants at this Rose Hotel also perceptive? Brother Hongjun, let us proceed. Just tell your sister what you wish to eat." "I must apologize for involving you in today's events," Mei said, her tone filled with warmth. As Mei led Flander and the others into a secluded dining area, she remarked on the serene ambience. The windows of the private room opened to a verdant grove, teeming with life. Rabbits, squirrels, and various birds flitted about. "Sister Anna, you are too courteous. Even if it weren't for you, today's events would likely have unfolded in this manner," Ma Hongjun offered sagely. Flander, sitting nearby, waved dismissively and added, "Hongjun makes a valid point. I have been observing everything that transpired today. If that fellow Fei had seen Hongjun's innate soul power, he certainly wouldn't have let him go so easily." Mei smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate further, and affectionately patted Ma Hongjun's head. "Indeed, Sister Anna. By the way, what purpose does that grove outside serve?" Ma Hongjun inquired curiously, glancing towards the small forest. It was noteworthy that in Soto City, constructing an artificial grove would incur significant expenses. That is the Rosewood Grove, home to several rare low-level soul beasts, established to provide fresh ingredients for our culinary offerings, thereby enhancing the service to our patrons. It spans just over 2,000 square meters, so it isn't particularly large. Mei explained with a slight smile. "Oh, I see. What a pity," Ma Hongjun remarked with an exaggerated shake of his head. Chapter 10, Additional Rules Ultimately. A contract was signed, with a courier fee of 21 and a printing fee of 15, totaling 36 yuan. Join the discussion group at 720991401. A welcoming space for fans and fellow writers of Douluo. Here, you can discuss plot lines or encourage the author to write more. After all, the author tends to be lazy and has only managed to write 2 chapters before losing motivation. Chapter 11. Soul Hunting Forest. What do you mean? A pity? I am curious to hear your thoughts, sister. Do you have a better idea? Mei asked, intrigued by Ma Hongjun's expression. "Oh, no, I just feel that such a large artificial grove must have cost a considerable amount of gold soul coins. It's just a pity those coins weren't used to buy food. They could have purchased a lot of chicken." Ma Hongjun quickly concealed his more base thoughts. The influence of the evil fire on him was significant, often leading to strange musings. All you think about is food. If you grow up to be a big, chubby boy, it won't be endearing," Mei said with a soft smile. "Alas, there is nothing I can do about it. It's not my desire. But the shortcomings of this martial spirit compel me to seek solace in food. Of course, if it were meat from an ice attribute soul beast, it would be even more effective, though these are merely temporary solutions," Ma Hongjun lamented. Ma Hongjun let out a helpless sigh, caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions regarding his martial spirit. Fortunately, 2 years prior, he had an epiphany about the delicate balance of ice and fire and persuaded Flinder to procure a 10-year ice silkworm spirit beast for him. After indulging in its flesh, he discovered its effects were significantly superior to that of other sustenance. At the tender age of 6, Hongjun was oblivious to the benefits women might offer, but he surmised that the meat from ice attribute soul beasts was likely as beneficial as that of women. Whether it was due to a slight evolution in the phoenix martial spirit or a missed revelation from a past incarnation of himself, Hongjun found another means of alleviating his challenges, utilizing the extreme cold of ice to counteract the extreme heat of his phoenix martial spirit. Perhaps owing to the purity and elevated quality of his martial spirit, Hongjun's development in certain areas surpassed that of typical boys. In a previous life, this would have elicited envy from many, yet in this world where strength reigns supreme, it held little significance. After all, those endowed with formidable capabilities would see their powers grow with their strength, though certain attributes remained unaltered by such growth. This was one aspect of his fiery martial spirit that Hongjun found somewhat satisfactory. Rather than a phoenix martial spirit, it would be more accurate to call it a malevolent fire martial spirit, he lamented, aware of the mockery his martial spirit might invite. Yet, he felt powerless to rectify its shortcomings. He knew about the exquisite medicinal herb, rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower, found in Douluo's medicinal garden, which could purify martial spirits and suppress malevolent flames, but it was beyond his current reach. As they listened to Hongjun's tale, observing the sorrow in his eyes that belied his youth, Flinder and Ma Jana refrained from ridiculing him, instead regarding the mature boy before them with sympathy. Hongjun, I do not perceive anything wrong with your martial spirit. Rest assured, should you need assistance with it in the future, you may turn to me, Ma Jana reassured him, affectionately ruffling his hair with a protective demeanor. That might not be appropriate. Hongjun and Flinder exchanged incredulous glances at Ma Jana's assertion. Goodness, what are you two thinking? I merely meant that I will instruct the mercenaries from the Ma family to hunt more ice attribute soul beasts for you. As you mentioned that their meat can alleviate your condition, she blushed, her voice softening as she clarified. Oh, it's all this rascal's fault. Spending time with him has even tainted my thoughts. Please, Miss Ma, do not take offense. Flinder hastily apologized, before sighing in resignation. Alas, to speak candidly, our Shrek Academy is currently facing financial strain, leaving us with no extra funds to procure soul beast meat for my disciple. Rest assured, there is no need for you to concern yourselves with financial matters. Consider it a loan from me, as an elder sister, to Hongjun. He may repay me when he is capable of doing so. What do you think? Mayana tentatively suggested, wary of offending the dignity of the esteemed soul saint Flanders. Little did she realize that even if she were to bombard Flanders with money, this old miser would remain utterly unfazed. Indeed, upon hearing that financial worries were not his concern, Flanders' furrowed brow relaxed, and his spirits lifted. However, when he learned it was a loan, his expression momentarily stiffened. Yet, when she mentioned that Hongjun would repay it in the future, Flanders' countenance brightened instantly. As long as it did not involve him repaying it, he saw no issue. He quickly responded with feigned politeness, saying, "You are exceedingly gracious, Miss May. It is truly a bother to you. Hongjun, do not hesitate to express your gratitude to Miss May." Ma Hongjun attentively observed the subtle shifts in Flinder's expressions. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, indeed. A miserly old crow, utterly stingy. However, he was quite the epitome of politeness. Although he recognized that May Anna was somewhat overt in her attempts to curry favor with him, he held no resentment. Upon hearing Flinder's words, his countenance transformed instantly, and with a beaming smile, he exclaimed, "Thank you, Sister Anna. You are truly wonderful. If I ever find myself unable to control my impulses, I shall certainly come to you first." The two were oblivious to the underlying implications of Hongjun's words, perhaps having grown accustomed to the occasional ambiguity that accompanied the speech of this pitiable flirt. Before long, an array of exquisite delicacies adorned the table, including some exceptionally rare dishes crafted from the meat of soul beasts. There were 8 treasure chickens, a harmonious combination of chicken and fish, braised beef hooves, 10-year-old wild bull legs, and a variety of familiar dishes such as stinky mandarin fish, huang fei hong, and ants climbing trees. Was that a fiery dragon snake soup made from the century-old soul beast, the blazing serpent? Goodness, just this one dish must cost several dozen gold soul coins. The lifestyle of the affluent is indeed extraordinary. Even a simple meal demands 100 gold soul coins. Flinder gazed in astonishment as the waiter presented a large bowl of soup, his mouth watering at the sight of the lavish spread before him, devoid of any semblance of the dignity befitting a soul sage. In his words, what is dignity worth? If it's free, I shan't refuse. This isn't just a meal. It's a feast of gold soul coins. Teacher, couldn't you exhibit a modicum of restraint? You're making me lose face, Hongjun grumbled, casting a reproachful glance at Flinder. What do you know? This is enthusiasm. Do you understand? No need for formality. Come, let us all eat together. Flinder unabashedly began to feast, inviting both May Anna and Hongjun to join him. In the blink of an eye, a considerable portion of the dishes had already disappeared. Upon witnessing the scene, Ma Hongjun could no longer afford to maintain his composure and, unwilling to be outdone, promptly knelt on his seat to engage in a spirited competition for food with Flinder. May Anna smiled warmly, her fondness for the genuine bond between the master and disciple growing immensely, particularly for Ma Hongjun, who endeared himself to her even more. The uniqueness of Ma Hongjun's martial soul evoked in her a trifecta of compassion, indulgence, and sympathy. 10 days later, in the soul-hunting forest, an elder and a youth spent the night at a campsite on the periphery of the forest, following a sumptuous meal at the Rose Hotel a week prior. Both Ma Hongjun and May Anna had become quite familiar with one another. May Anna, the daughter of the wealthiest merchant in Soto City, possessed the martial soul known as the Red Rose, a control-type martial soul, and held the rank of a level 29 soul master at the tender age of 18. Additionally, she had come to learn about Flanders and Ma Hongjun's backgrounds, deepening her affection for Ma Hongjun. Upon returning, Ma Hongjun was summoned to Flanders' office to formally acknowledge him as his true mentor. However, he refrained from disclosing the existence of his two martial souls. The clover martial soul represented Ma Hongjun's most significant secret. It was not a matter of distrust towards Flander, but rather a desire for further observation. Should Flander prove himself satisfactory, Ma Hongjun intended to bestow upon him a marvelous surprise when acquiring the soul ring for his clover martial soul. Currently, the two found themselves within the soul-hunting forest, not far from Soto City. Is that forest ahead truly the soul-hunting forest? Given your prowess, master, why did you not take me to the Stardew Forest? This location seems unworthy of your stature, Ma Hongjun remarked reluctantly to Flander. You brat, what do you know? With your current strength, the soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest are more than sufficient for your selection. The Stardew Forest is not a place you can enter at this stage. You would merely be delivering yourself as prey. I am considering your safety. Zhao Wujie must remain at the academy. Otherwise, we could have ventured there together, Flander replied, seemingly influenced by Mei Anna, as his demeanor towards Ma Hongjun had softened considerably. Very well, but master, I have a surprise to share when acquiring the soul ring. Just don't be frightened. Ma Hongjun replied helplessly, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he suddenly turned his words. Having experienced Flander's protection during the awakening of his martial soul, Ma Hongjun now felt a deeper kinship with Flander, truly regarding this avaricious yet unprincipled mentor as family. What trickery are you plotting this time? As long as you don't give me a fright, I shall be quite satisfied, Flander retorted, the slight curl of his lips accompanied by a glance at Ma Hongjun. Though his curious eyes betrayed his true feelings. Over the past 2 years, Ma Hongjun had indeed conjured up a myriad of peculiar events. For example, due to the influence of the malevolent flames, Ma Hongjun sought Flander as assistance in controlling his soul power late at night. Consequently, upon awakening the following day, Flander's bed was strewn with maps. Additionally, when Ma Hongjun, unable to tame the infernal flames, ventured into Flander's office in search of him, he inadvertently incinerated a cherished collection of the Jinping Mei illustrations that Flander had treasured for many years. In truth, it was primarily because Flander was absent, and Ma Hongjun accidentally stumbled upon that book, leading to the ensuing chaos. Such peculiar incidents are countless, and I shall elaborate upon them in due course. Chapter 12. The ghostly infernal unicorn snake. Ma Hongjun did not respond, instead choosing to recline on the ground mat, lost in his own thoughts. Seeing this, Flander smiled with satisfaction, his eyes narrowing slightly. Although he appeared to be resting, a portion of his mental acuity remained alert to the surroundings. Fear not, dear master. As your disciple, I shall undoubtedly become the most dashing figure on the continent in the days to come. Ma Hongjun glanced at Flander, who had already closed his eyes, and his mind wandered back to the hidden soul rings of the 3-leaf clover martial soul, inevitably recalling the experiences of the past 2 years. In the past 2 years, Ma Hongjun has not been idle. Upon discerning the significance of the first leaf of the 4-leaf clover, which symbolizes faith, from the green luminescent panel in his sea of consciousness, he devoted himself to honing his willpower, adopting it as his guiding principle. Indeed, Ma Hongjun ultimately lived up to expectations, successfully unlocking the restrictions imposed by the hidden spirit ring of the first leaf of the 4-leaf clover. The additional limitations of the hidden spirit ring are neither too difficult nor too simple. For instance, as the first leaf represents faith, Ma Hongjun needed to comprehend and embody unwavering belief before he could attach the hidden spirit ring, contingent upon reaching a certain level. What constitutes faith? Typically, faith can be categorized into 3 types: religious faith, ideological belief, and faith in individuals or objects. The Avatamsaka Sutra states, all celestial beings exhibit extraordinary conduct, and humans and heavenly beings share similar beliefs. In the face of arduous and challenging practices, bodhisattvas are capable of responding accordingly. This refers to religious faith, which Ma Hongjun does not seem to consider as a reference point. What is faith? The journey to acquire the scriptures in the West is a manifestation of Tang San's faith. What is faith? The reclamation of land and loyalty to one's country epitomizes Yufei's faith. What is faith? The pursuit of strength is Ma Hongjun's faith. Understanding is insufficient. One must also embody faith. All things originate from heaven, and humanity derives from ancestors. Heaven and earth, along with ancestors, form the foundation of humanity and all creation. Initially, Faith was divided into the belief in heaven and earth and the veneration of ancestors. The emergence of these beliefs stemmed from humanity's early reverence for nature and their forebears. As civilization progressed, the concept of faith evolved considerably. Faith is light, the embodiment of dreams and beliefs, and a conduit for hope. In the realm of spirit cultivation, achieving success necessitates unwavering conviction. Thus, Ma Hongjun surmised that the four-leaf clover spirit sought to instill in him steadfast determination from the outset of his cultivation journey. I am light. I am the deity of my own heart. This encapsulates Ma Hongjun's understanding, akin to a certain ideological perspective, yet not entirely so. Ultimately, Ma Hongjun's hypothesis proved correct, as he successfully lifted the restrictions of the first leaf ahead of time. It is worth noting that his steadfast conviction owes part of its strength to the influence of his second spirit, the evil fire. Had it not been for the dual trials of both spirit and body that the evil fire imposed, he would not have attained such unwavering belief so swiftly. Based on the information gleaned from the clover martial soul, coupled with practical experience and his previous life's understanding of the lucky clover, Ma Hongjun has pieced together this knowledge. Although he had already felt an inner illumination 6 months prior, he was unable to attain a soul ring due to not surpassing the 10th level. Furthermore, awakening his martial soul before the age of 6, and subsequently having this fact exposed by those with ulterior motives, would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among the powers across the continent. Each individual is a sovereign in this world, each one irreplaceable in their uniqueness. It is worth noting that Ma Hongjun firmly believes in justice. Though it may be delayed, it will never be absent. As Ma Hongjun pondered, he couldn't help but anticipate the extraordinary rewards that the first hidden soul ring might bestow upon him. Would it be an unparalleled technique, a rare treasure, or a legendary weapon? The world passage contained within the leaves of his martial soul, the three-leaf clover, was beyond his current comprehension. However, the prospect of acquiring a precious artifact or skill from that connected realm was something he could eagerly look forward to. This was also one of the aspects he valued most about the three-leaf clover martial soul, although it was not a system in itself. It possessed qualities that surpassed that of a mere system. Ma Hongjun was unaware that the clover martial soul, by absorbing the essence of the Tao from the Douluo world, had intertwined with the pathways of 9 other realms due to its unique characteristics and inherent luck attribute. This conduit to the world directly connected to the very essence of fortune in those realms, enabling the replication and theft of the source of luck without disturbing the realms in the slightest. This is what truly rendered the clover martial soul extraordinary. Suddenly, a series of soft, frictional sounds echoed from outside, reminiscent of a flexible soul beast scraping against the ground. Stay inside the tent and remain silent. I shall venture out to investigate, Flinder declared abruptly, his eyes snapping open. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the tent, leaving only his voice resonating in Ma Hongjun's ears. Ma Hongjun, naturally, would not be so compliant. Being a newcomer to the soul-hunting forest, it would be disingenuous to claim he was not curious. At merely 6 years of age, Ma Hongjun stood nearly a head taller than his peers. Yet he was still just a child of approximately 1 meter and 50 centimeters in height. Although an adult's soul resided within him, it was inevitable that he would exhibit certain childlike traits. A parallel can be drawn with Tang San, who traversed to the Douluo world at the age of 29. Despite appearing significantly more mature than his contemporaries, this was merely a superficial distinction. Ma Hongjun peered out from the entrance of the tent, revealing a delicate face reminiscent of a rosy apple, his curiosity directed towards Flander, who stood not far away. Flander unleashed all 7 of his spirit rings, his gaze fixed intently on the spirit beast before him, anxious to protect Ma Hongjun, who remained within the safety of the tent. The spirit beast was a 10,000-year-old hellish black-scaled serpent, emanating a sinister black aura with a venomous horn atop its head. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but feel a chill of apprehension for Flander. The age of a spirit beast could be discerned from the color of its aura. A 10-year spirit radiates white, a 100-year spirit glows yellow, a 1,000-year spirit shines purple, and a 10,000-year spirit exudes black. Ma Hongjun had initially believed that he was merely on the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest, where encountering a 10,000-year soul beast was utterly improbable. This conviction was what encouraged him to venture out and investigate. With Flinder present, he felt assured of absolute safety, which emboldened him further. However, he suddenly began to question the authenticity of his lucky clover martial spirit as he found himself face-to-face with a 10,000-year soul beast. Sighing, he addressed the serpent before him. "Dear serpent, I am aware you can comprehend my words. It appears you have developed a modicum of intelligence. I kindly implore you not to cause us distress. I will lead my disciples to acquire the necessary soul rings, and then take our leave. Flender, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the ominous, ghostly poison-horned serpent, noted its lack of immediate aggression and spoke in a calm tone. Some 10,000-year soul beasts awaken their intelligence prematurely, while it may not be as refined as that of a 100,000-year beast. It could still be likened to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Flender was not incapable of defeating it but deemed confrontation unnecessary, should a battle ensue. He could not guarantee Ma Hongjun's safety, and any ensuing danger within the soul-hunting forest would be untenable. However, the ghostly poison-horned serpent seemed indifferent to Flender's words, its eyes darting nervously towards the rear, betraying a hint of fear and impatience. The serpent's eyes revealed an anxious demeanor. It could not vocalize its thoughts, rendering Flender's reassurances futile. It yearned to strike the bothersome old man before it and depart this place swiftly, yet it refrained from attacking, fearing that the disturbance might attract the woman pursuing it from behind. When it caught sight of Ma Hongjun peeking from behind, it showed no inclination to seize him, appearing rather honorable. "Teacher, step aside. You are obstructing its path." Ma Hongjun observed the 10,000-year ghostly poison-horned serpent intently, noting its abdominal wounds and anxious expression, which sparked an idea. He called out to Flender. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Flender also noticed the serpent's injuries and quickly understood the situation, retreating to stand beside Ma Hongjun. The ghostly poison-horned serpent cast a grateful glance at Ma Hongjun before veering away from their tent and hastily departing into the distance. "Teacher, it seems it was merely passing our tent, and we inadvertently blocked its path. There must be pursuers behind it," Ma Hongjun deduced, pinching his fair, youthful chin thoughtfully. "Indeed, it appears so," Flender replied, clearing his throat. "I was perplexed as to how we could encounter a 10,000-year soul beast here. The ghostly poison-horned serpent is typically mild-mannered and would not attack unless provoked. It seems the situation was indeed a misunderstanding on my part." Flender suddenly recalled that it was indeed he who had unexpectedly obstructed its path, and he couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed as he spoke. However, in such a situation, anyone would have acted similarly. After all, Ma Hongjun had only just awakened his martial soul, and it was only natural to consider Ma Hongjun's safety. Rather than returning to rest after this incident, the two decided to search for a suitable soul ring throughout the night, eager to absorb it and depart from this place at the earliest opportunity. It was uncertain what lurked within the soul-hunting forest, but it was unequivocally impossible for anything to emerge from the outside. The appearance of the netherworld unique horned snake here could only indicate one possibility. It had been relentlessly pursued. 10 minutes later, having just finished packing their tent, Flender and his companion had yet to fully comprehend the unfolding events when an overwhelming pressure of soul power enveloped them. The nearly tangible force of the soul power caused even Flander's aged face to flush slightly, yet he promptly enveloped Ma Hongjun with his protective soul energy. Turning around, they were astonished to find a stunningly beautiful woman with an air of nobility standing not far behind them. "Have you seen a 10,000-year soul beast pass through here?" The woman's voice was exceedingly indifferent as she fixed her gaze on Flander. "Bibi Dong," Flander exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of sheer terror upon recognizing her icy demeanor. "Ah, you are Flander, one of the golden iron triangle, the winged horn," she replied with a hint of surprise in her expression, though it quickly faded as she maintained her lofty demeanor, continuing to question Flander. Ma Hongjun gasped heavily, his face pale and his heart filled with immense frustration. Yet he feigned an expression of innocence. Just moments ago, even under Flander's protective soul power, he had almost succumbed to the overwhelming pressure. Upon hearing Flander's astonished exclamation, a spark ignited in Ma Hongjun's eyes. In a rush of excitement, he childishly interjected, "Beautiful big sister, your aura is so powerful, it's truly impressive. Even more formidable than my teacher. I could barely breathe. I just witnessed a massive black serpent, radiating dark soul power, being driven away by my teacher. I wonder if that was the ancient soul beast you mentioned. The little fellow certainly has a sweet tongue. Congratulations, Flander. You have taken on a remarkable disciple," remarked Bibi Dong, casting a glance at Ma Hongjun. A flicker of guilt passed through her eyes as she recognized his evident potential, sensing that he must possess at least innate soul power of level 7 or higher. Upon seeing Flander, she was reminded of a stubborn figure deep within her heart, and instinctively wished to inquire about his well-being. However, she quickly suppressed that impulse. Her current status did not permit such indulgences, forcing herself to focus on more pressing matters. She turned her gaze towards Ma Hongjun and inquired with a hint of indifference, "Little one, please tell your sister, in which direction did it flee?" Observing the still pallid complexion of Ma Hongjun, a fleeting shadow of remorse crossed Bibi Dong's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by an air of detachment. Ma Hongjun blinked his large eyes, and upon noticing that Flander remained silent, he understood that he was being encouraged to express himself freely. Consequently, he pointed seriously in the wrong direction and said, "That giant serpent runs very swiftly, it has gone to the left." Without a hint of doubt, Bibi Dong immediately set off in pursuit of the erroneous direction. Who would question the veracity of a child who appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old? Once it was confirmed that Bibi Dong had indeed departed, Flander, feeling somewhat anxious, patted his chest and remarked, "You mischievous little rascal. Do you have any idea who she is? She is the most powerful woman on the entire continent. If she discovers that you have deceived her, I will be dragged down with you. I merely mentioned a giant serpent. I never claimed it was the abyssal sky serpent. Besides, even if she were pursuing the correct path, there is no guarantee she would catch up. So this has nothing to do with us," Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. He had inherited Flander's deep-seated grudge-holding nature, and he would not indulge even a beautiful woman. "We should depart from this place quickly," Flander suggested, choosing not to say more. The soul-hunting forest was vast, interlinked with numerous mountain ranges, and indeed, as Ma Hongjun stated, Flander understood the reality of the situation. However, he couldn't help but admire Ma Hongjun's audacity and was exceedingly pleased with his performance that day. First, he had keenly observed the abyssal sky serpent, even more meticulously than Flander himself, and then he calmly and boldly deceived Bibi Dong. Such composure was far beyond what one would expect from a 6-year-old child. A disciple like this was truly rare to find. What puzzled Ma Hongjun was why they encountered a soul beast of such a rare caliber in the soul-hunting forest, and why Bibi Dong was present. Did this soul beast possess some unique qualities that warranted her personal involvement? Chapter 13 Update Reminder. A new chapter will be released daily, averaging around 3,000 words. Updates will occur punctually at 5 o'clock every afternoon. Naturally, if I am in a good mood or receive rewards, there may be unexpected additional updates. In any case, the daily update at 5 o'clock remains constant. Any extra updates will depend on my disposition. 1,000 recommendation votes will yield an additional chapter, 30 monthly votes will also grant an extra chapter, and 5,000 rewards will add yet another. The rest will depend on the author's stamina and mood. Chapter 14, Faith Soul Ring, Demon Slayer Breathing Technique. Within the depths of the soul-hunting forest, an elderly man and a young boy sat cross-legged in a clearing. Not far behind, the lifeless body of a plant-type soul beast, the ghost vine, lay, adorned with a ring of deep yellow soul rings. The two individuals in question were Ma Hongjun and Flander. It had been 2 days since they narrowly missed encountering Pope Bibi Dong. In a bid to expedite their departure from the soul-hunting forest and acquire suitable soul rings, Flander led Ma Hongjun deeper into the woods. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous appropriate soul beasts and rings. However, Ma Hongjun consistently refused them, either dismissing their inadequate age or deeming the beast too feeble. It was only upon encountering this soul beast, approximately 420 years old, that Ma Hongjun finally expressed satisfaction. Initially, Flander was reluctant to assist Ma Hongjun in capturing this plant-type soul beast, as it seemed ludicrous for a fire attribute beast master to hunt a plant-type creature. He thought Ma Hongjun madder than his brother, who proposed the top 10 martial soul competitiveness. However, when Ma Hongjun revealed his trifoliate martial soul, Flander stood frozen in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded, unable to regain his composure, much less argue. Twin martial souls. Good heavens, is this the surprise you have for me? My disciple possesses dual martial souls. Do you realize that this is an unprecedented combination of beast and tool martial souls in the continent? When Flander regained his senses, disbelief etched across his face. He exclaimed in shock, his eyes betraying a hint of concealed worry. Indeed, what of it? Is it not possible to possess both beast and tool martial souls simultaneously? Ma Hongjun, observant and introspective, felt a jolt within. Upon reflection, it was indeed a valid concern. I am not entirely certain, but according to a theoretical master in the realm of soul masters, only 2 individuals with twin martial souls have emerged on the continent in the past century. The first of these, lacking any cultivation experience and unaware of the intricacies of training, faced a tragic fate. When attempting to attach a third soul ring to the second martial soul, a conflict arose between the two, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of his body. Flander's joy was not as he had envisioned. If he had encountered an unknown prodigy with twin martial souls, he would have been overjoyed. eager to bring them into Shrek Academy by any means necessary. However, this dual martial soul bearer was his own disciple. While the potential for strength was great, the path of cultivation was fraught with peril. He could not bear the thought of harm befalling this child, who was intertwined with his destiny and one of his few remaining kin. Flander had already worried extensively about Ma Hongjun's premature awakening of soul power and the chaos it brought. Moreover, Ma Hongjun had entered Shrek Academy earlier than in the original narrative. Flander, a solitary figure, had found companionship in a 4-year-old child, and anyone in his position would naturally cherish the child as if he were his own son. What had become of the second individual with twin martial souls? Could it be that they were either dual tool martial souls or dual beast martial souls? In the depths of his mind, Ma Hongjun harbored a suspicion. Yet he wore a mask of confusion as he inquired. The second individual was none other than the terrifying woman we encountered a few days prior, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. She is the youngest titled Douluo in history and the first to overcome the backlash from soul rings, having ascended to this esteemed rank even before the famed Hao Yin Douluo. However, both of them possess dual beast martial souls, which diverges from your situation. Thus, I remain uncertain whether your condition is advantageous or detrimental. If only he were here. Flander gazed gravely at Ma Hongjun and spoke earnestly, culminating in a heavy sigh as he recalled the enigmatic theoretical master whose whereabouts were unknown. Rest assured, teacher, I am different from them. At worst, I shall cultivate one martial soul first, and, once I comprehend the matter, I will then pursue the other, Ma Hongjun assured, deliberately withholding the true nature of his martial soul from Flander. After all, some secrets are too delicate to share, even with those closest to us. It is not a matter of trust, but rather a consideration for everyone's well-being. Exposure could lead to unforeseen consequences. Transparency between individuals does not always enhance relationships. Sometimes a touch of mystery can indeed deepen the bonds between them. Well, it seems we have no choice but to proceed this way. You must hasten to absorb this soul ring, lest it vanish in half an hour. The soul skill of the plant-type soul beast, Ghost Vine, should suit your plant-type weapon soul perfectly, Flander urged, understanding that the typical developmental path for a plant-type weapon soul is to become a control-type battle soul master. Indeed, the true surprise lies ahead. Teacher, do not be astonished, Ma Hongjun playfully declared as he settled cross-legged beside the corpse of a vine, entirely black with silver patterns emanating from it. This vine was the remains of the ghost vine, partially charred from flames, exuding a foul, burnt odor. It was the consequence of Ma Hongjun's evil fire, with the final strike delivered by him alone. Only the soul rings that emerge from soul beasts slain by Ma Hongjun himself can be absorbed and refined by him. He settled into a meditative posture, channeling his soul power to draw in the soul ring. Ma Hongjun did not allow the ghost vine spirit ring to be absorbed in the conventional sequence upon the leaves of the martial soul, the 3-leaved clover. Instead, he meticulously guided the spirit ring to the stem of the clover martial soul. Upon closer inspection, one would discern 9 enigmatic patterns spiraling upward along the stem. Indeed, Ma Hongjun intended to absorb the concealed spirit ring first. He was eager to discover what transformations this hidden spirit ring would bestow upon him and whether it would be as extraordinary as he envisioned. As the energy from the spirit ring was drawn in by Ma Hongjun, it gradually flowed into his body and was subsequently channeled to the stem of the 3-leaved clover. Upon successful absorption, the spirit ring reappeared on the first leaf. After a painstaking half-hour, Ma Hongjun ultimately managed to flawlessly absorb the entirety of the ghost vine spirit ring's soul power just as the spirit ring's energy began to dissipate. Once a spirit beast perishes, its spirit ring can exist for only half an hour, 1 hour in total, and it must be harvested from a soul beast that one has personally defeated. Once the absorption process begins, the ring will not vanish, yet prolonged duration may lead to a loss of some soul power. This principle truly encapsulates the concept of the survival of the fittest, where the strong prevail and the worthy are crowned as victors. Ma Hongjun was not preoccupied with altering the circumstances. There was no clear distinction between right and wrong. Human soul masters possess both virtuous and malevolent traits, and the same applies to soul beasts. This was one of the reasons why Ma Hongjun chose to deceive Bibi Dong. He discerned that the netherworld unicorn harbored no malice, while Bibi Dong approached with an overwhelming presence, prompting him to resort to deception. Although his actions were somewhat impulsive, it was inevitable that Bibi Dong would eventually encounter irreconcilable conflicts with Shrek Academy. Furthermore, she would likely remain oblivious to the deception, perhaps harboring a faint suspicions. But as the esteemed Pope, she would not trouble herself over a mere inkling of doubt. Ma Hongjun can be said to have considered everything thoroughly before making his choice. What appears to be reckless is, in fact, a result of careful deliberation. Upon rising, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of invigorating energy coursing through him, his entire being brimming with strength. With a mere thought, a halo of yellow soul rings manifested around him, signifying his ascension to the realm of an 11th-level soul master. Before he could fully comprehend this transformation, a dazzling silver light, imbued with the laws of the heavens, burst forth from the first leaf of the clover. Racing toward his mind. "Ah! Ouch!" Ma Hongjun cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, clutching his head. "Hongjun! Hongjun! What is the matter? Don't frighten your teacher!" Flinder exclaimed, concern etched across his face. Could it be a backlash from the martial soul? How vexing! Without hesitation, Flinder dashed to Ma Hongjun's side, shaking him vigorously in a panic. Noticing no immediate response, he prepared to channel his soul power to assess Ma Hongjun's condition. "Wait. Stop shaking me. If you keep this up, I really might succumb. I'm fine. Just a bit weak. I'll be all right in a moment." Ma Hongjun managed to utter weakly. The shock of the silver light invading his mind nearly shattered his spiritual faculties, causing his sudden collapse. However, it was but a fleeting moment before he returned to his senses, albeit with diminished mental strength. Flinder, having conducted a thorough examination and finding no severe issues, finally felt a sense of relief. He erected a tent for Ma Hongjun to rest in, then stationed himself outside, keeping a vigilant watch. Inside the tent, Ma Hongjun examined the newfound soul ring's information that had appeared in his mind, his face lighting up with astonishment. The skill it bestowed upon him was parasitism, akin to Tang San's second soul ring. Yet, this was not the source of his true elation. Instead, it was a profound technique emerging within his consciousness, the breathing technique from the world of Demon Slayer, specifically the most formidable of them all, the sun breathing. This technique enhances lung capacity, allowing blood to absorb an abundance of oxygen in a brief period. It significantly augments human physical capabilities, granting one the temporary prowess comparable to that of a demon. The original and most potent breathing technique is the sun breathing, from which 5 fundamental styles, flame, water, wind, rock, and thunder, derive. With the sun breathing technique, Ma Hongjun could train tirelessly, day and night, without succumbing to fatigue. Overwhelmed with joy at having received this enlightenment, he realized that mastering this technique to its pinnacle would greatly enhance all aspects of his physical attributes, potentially granting him a physique up to 8 times superior to that of a typical soul master of the same level. Presently, having just grasped the sun breathing, Ma Hongjun already felt his physical constitution doubled. Is this the power bestowed by the Faith Soul Ring? Truly formidable. To possess such extraordinary abilities from a mere first soul ring is astonishing. I must ensure that you evolve into a 4-leaf, 7-leaf, or even 9-leaf soul ring. He mused excitedly, caressing his martial soul. Moreover, he bestowed upon his first hidden soul ring a name imbued with the symbolism of clover, calling it the Faith Soul Ring. Chapter 15. The Dual Soul Ring Soul Master. The following day, early in the morning, upon awakening, Ma Hongjun was pleasantly surprised to find that Flanders had unusually taken the initiative to fetch him a chicken. Upon awakening, Ma Hongjun discovered Flanders' figure not far from the tent, busily preparing chicken soup. A warm hue unconsciously spread across the chubby face of Ma Hongjun. In his eyes, he believed that his standing in Flanders' heart was quite substantial, certainly surpassing that of the original Ma Hongjun in the narrative. This, he considered a personal accomplishment, and it filled him with a sense of joy, even a hint of pride. At the very least, he felt adept in navigating social interactions, far superior to the original character, the hapless fat boy. Of course, if someone were to attribute his charm and formidable talent to his appeal, he would not take offense. "Ah, you're awake, little chubby. Here is the chicken soup I made. Do take a look and see if it suits your palate. Given the lack of quality ingredients in the soul-hunting forest, I hope you'll make do. It's all locally sourced, so I shan't charge you for it." Flander remarked, his previously furrowed brow now relaxed as he ladled a bowl of chicken soup, feigning indifference while addressing Ma Hongjun. "Well, even if you were to ask for gold soul coins, I currently possess none," Ma Hongjun chuckled, accepting the bowl and downing the soup in one go. It was not the scalding heat he had anticipated. Rather, it was pleasantly warm and exceedingly delectable, with an intriguing coolness reminiscent of the ice attribute intertwined within. Before Ma Hongjun could inquire further, Flander preemptively explained, "By chance, I encountered an ice attribute herb not far from here. I thought it might be beneficial for your sinister fire, so I added it to the soup." Ma Hongjun carefully sensed the situation and indeed found that, as Flinder had stated, his evil fire had been temporarily subdued. It would be impossible for him to experience uncontrollable phenomena again within half a month. "Thank you, teacher," Ma Hongjun said, somewhat moved. Such a precious medicinal herb could undoubtedly fetch over 100 gold soul coins. Given Flinder's miserly nature, this was akin to plucking feathers from his own body. "It's nothing. I picked it up along the way," Flinder said nonchalantly, waving his hand. Yet, deep down, he felt a pang of regret. Nevertheless, even if given another chance to choose, he would still act in the same manner. Ma Hongjun chose to remain silent, keeping his thoughts to himself. He understood that although Flinder's demeanor was tough, and he had a penchant for wealth, one could even describe him as cunning, he was equally devoted to his students and protective of them. After packing up the tent, Flinder inquired, "Well, are you feeling all right? How's your recovery? If everything is in order, we should leave the soul-hunting forest soon. It is rather perilous here. Should we happen upon Bibi Dong again, we may find it challenging to escape unscathed." Flinder cast a casual glance at Ma Hongjun, who responded, "Teacher, I fear we cannot depart just yet. I sense that I may be able to acquire another spirit ring." With a wink, he handed his bedding to Flinder. "What? Absolutely not. I cannot allow you to bestow a second spirit ring upon your second beast martial spirit so soon. Do you wish to court death?" Flinder exclaimed in astonishment, vehemently refusing. "It is not a beast martial spirit, but rather this clover martial spirit," Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly, summoning his clover martial spirit and gesturing towards its leaves. "Have you reached level 20? Flinder paused, gazing at Ma Hongjun in bewilderment. "No, leave me be. How do you intend to obtain a second spirit ring? Do you not understand the conditions for acquiring a spirit ring? What have I taught you?" Flinder admonished, giving Ma Hongjun a light tap on the head. "Of course, I understand. Once a soul master's soul power reaches a multiple of 10, such as levels 10, 20, or 30, they encounter a bottleneck and cannot break through without hunting spirit beasts for rings. If one continues to cultivate without acquiring a spirit ring, their soul power may still increase, but it cannot be utilized until a spirit ring is obtained, which then allows for corresponding manifestation of power. Moreover, the soul power from the spirit ring can elevate one's soul power level," Ma Hongjun expounded confidently, as he was well versed in this knowledge from his previous life. "Knowing all this, you still want my assistance in acquiring a spirit ring? Even if you were to hunt a spirit beast now, you could not absorb it," Flinder remarked, his expression one of incredulity, as if questioning whether Ma Hongjun was jesting. "My martial spirit appears to possess a unique quality that allows me to obtain 2 spirit rings at once. Furthermore, after acquiring the first spirit ring yesterday, my physical strength and various bodily functions seem to have doubled," Ma Hongjun stated, opting not to mention the Demon Slayer breathing technique and attributing everything to the uniqueness of his martial spirit. "Is that truly the case?" Flinder expressed skepticism, having never encountered such a phenomenon in his many years of life. Upon witnessing Flinder's disbelief, Ma Hongjun took a few steps back, then swiftly leaped forward with a burst of speed reminiscent of a flash of lightning, and plucked one of Flinder's whiskers from a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Retreating a couple of meters afterward, he proudly blew on the whisker in his hand and proclaimed, "Now do you believe me?" Such extraordinary swiftness rivaled that of a grand soul master. Flinder, caught off guard and unable to evade, was genuinely astonished to find a whisker missing. This prompted him to fall into deep contemplation. Strange, the century-old plant-type soul beast, Ghost Vine, should not possess such an effect. It appears that, as you suggested, it indeed relates to the uniqueness of your martial soul. Are you certain that acquiring another soul ring will not adversely affect you? Flinder stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before seemingly resolving to ask Ma Hongjun with a grave expression. At the same rank, different soul rings yield entirely disparate enhancements to a martial soul. For soul masters, the augmentation of their abilities through soul rings is contingent not only on the strength of the soul beast itself, but also on the compatibility between the soul beast and the martial soul. Although each acquisition of a soul ring brings a degree of enhancement to physical capabilities, it pales in comparison to the terrifying boost experienced by Ma Hongjun. This was merely the initial grasp of the Breath of the Sun technique, not yet perfected to a profound level. The Breath of the Sun is the most elite breathing technique in Demon Slayer, one that cannot be mastered by an ordinary individual. It requires immense fortune and patience. Ma Hongjun was able to initially grasp it only due to the forceful impartation of his 3-leaf clover martial soul. Moreover, Flinder was unaware that Ma Hongjun's claim of a double enhancement was based on the foundation established after advancing to the Soul Master realm. and that further mastery would lead to even greater improvements. I don't believe this soul ring will incite any conflict between martial souls. In fact, it might even alleviate any potential discord. After acquiring this hidden soul ring, I might even attempt to obtain the first soul ring of my second martial soul, the Evil Fire Phoenix. This additional soul ring could allow me to reach the limits of obtaining my second soul ring, a soul ring of 764 years. Ma Hongjun confidently asserted, organizing his thoughts. However, Ma Hongjun's words elicited an eye roll from Flinder, who retorted with mild exasperation. It's already remarkable to encounter a soul beast of around 700 years. Where will you find one so close to the limit? Since you're so confident, I'll trust you this time. He no longer doubted the veracity of Ma Hongjun's claims. In his heart, he considered Ma Hongjun slightly mischievous, yet more mature compared to other children his age, exhibiting a remarkable sense of propriety. This was one of the reasons Flinder held a certain satisfaction with Ma Hongjun, who consistently respected and heeded his guidance. How could such an obedient 6-year-old child possibly be unlikable? If Ma Hongjun were to elevate his tri-leaf spirit to a 9-leaf spirit in the future, the advantages he would reap would be simply beyond imagination. Not to mention the rewards of hidden spirit rings. The additional 18 spirit rings compared to ordinary spirit masters would equate to 18 enhancements of physical prowess. Coupled with the 9 enhancements from the Phoenix spirit, that would amount to a staggering 27 opportunities for physical fortification, a rhythm that verges on the divine. However, all of this hinges on the successful evolution of the tri-leaf spirit. In Chapter 16, Dual Spirit Rings Spirit Master, Part 2, Flinder once again assessed Ma Hongjun's physical condition. Upon discovering that there were no significant issues, he finally allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief. At present, Ma Hongjun's physical attributes nearly reached the level of an ordinary Great Spirit Master. Aside from his spirit power being inferior to that of a Great Spirit Master, his other physical functions were not lacking. Particularly, the enhancements in agility and strength played a crucial role in battles involving lower-ranked spirit masters. Alas, if only they were in the Stardow Forest or the Sunset Forest, I would still wish to hunt a man-faced demon spider to test my luck. The variety of spirit beasts in the soul-hunting forest is rather limited, with only a handful of rare species, which is entirely insufficient for my selection. Ma Hongjun sighed helplessly within, realizing that Flinder must be aware of the master's theories, but he presumed that Flinder would not permit him to attempt such endeavors. After an entire day of fruitless searching for suitable spirit rings, both individuals exhibited signs of impatience. If only Xiaogang were here. With his profound understanding of spirit souls, he would surely be able to swiftly identify the most suitable spirit ring for you. Flinder sighed, reflecting on the time that had elapsed without finding an appropriate spirit ring, and simultaneously thought of Master Yu Xiaogang. However, upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun felt a tinge of disdain. The master's theories seemed to hold some merit only for lower-ranked spirit masters. As for his notion that Tool's spirit masters could absorb spirit rings from different types of beast spirit souls, Ma Hongjun believed that major forces like the 3 great spirit sects were undoubtedly aware, yet chose not to disclose this information. The reason Yu Xiaogang was privy to such knowledge was likely due to his affiliation with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Thus, it could be stated that the master's theories were only beneficial for grassroots spirit masters, the majority of whom possess relatively low spirit power. Although Ma Hongjun also hailed from humble beginnings, he did not require such theoretical support. A mere understanding of spirit beasts and their skill characteristics sufficed for him to cultivate to the level of a titled Douluo. In comparison, Flinder garnered greater admiration from Ma Hongjun, being both formidable and possessing the heart of a caring father. Master, you mean Xiaogang, the theoretical master you often mention? What is so remarkable about him? I believe you are far superior, Ma Hongjun remarked seemingly casually, yet he was articulating his true sentiments. The little fatty is quite the charmer. I certainly know I am far superior to him. In both appearance and character, he pales in comparison to me. Flinder, upon hearing Ma Hongjun's flattery, erupted into hearty laughter. However, he quickly recalled the need to maintain his dignity in front of his apprentice. He stroked his little mustache and, with a humble demeanor, declared, Ahem. Nevertheless, every field has its own expertise. In the realm of soul research, I must admit I pale in comparison to him. Yet, no matter how splendid a theory may be, it must be grounded in practical strength. Otherwise, the cost of earning the respect of the majority is simply too great. Ma Hongjun, with a hint of implication, sighed in agreement. He found himself in accord with this sentiment, despite the master's lack of other merits. His contributions to soul research were indeed commendable. However, In a world where strength reigns supreme, one cannot expect genuine respect without a foundation of power. Except for Tang San. Of course, after all, due to the feudal teachings he received from the Tang sect in his past life, he was instilled with a profound reverence for his masters. Tang San harbored sincere feelings for the Tang sect of his former life, just as Ma Hongjun possessed an unwavering resolve to embrace his life in Huaxia without regret. Ma Hongjun firmly believed that he would not bring shame upon the modern era and that he would undoubtedly surpass Tang San's achievements. This unwavering confidence stemmed from his martial soul, the three-leaf clover. The soul beasts of over 500 years had become increasingly rare in the soul-hunting forest, leaving one to ponder whether there would come a day when these soul beasts would vanish entirely from the continent. Flander, who had been struggling to find a suitable soul ring for Ma Hongjun, gazed at the setting sun slowly disappearing beyond the forest and remarked, as the subtle dark purple of dusk began to envelop the sky, "Teacher, I believe we could seek out serpentine or arachnid soul beasts. I once encountered an ancient text that detailed the capabilities of plant-type martial souls, indicating that serpentine and arachnid soul beasts could be just as advantageous for my grass-type martial soul as plant-type soul beasts, each possessing their own merits." Reluctant to waste several more days searching for the appropriate soul ring, Ma Hongjun turned to Flander with a serious expression and stated, "I believe we should expedite our search." Flander, taken aback, responded with surprise, Where did you come across this ancient text that aligns with Xiao Gang's theories? Is it truly possible for someone to absorb soul rings from different categories?" His heart raced with astonishment as he looked at Ma Hongjun. It was in the collection of Grandpa Dima, the village chief of Wutong village. "What is the matter? Is that not appropriate, teacher?" Ma Hongjun feigned ignorance, reveling in Flander's astonished expression. After a moment of contemplation, Flander chose not to respond immediately. He pondered for a while before saying, "No. Let us first search for suitable plant-type soul beasts. We shall venture into the core area tomorrow morning, and if we cannot find anything, we can then consider your suggestion regarding the serpentine and arachnid soul beasts." Upon witnessing the scene, Ma Hongjun felt no surprise whatsoever. Even if Flanders were aware of the master's theoretical insights, he would not easily attempt to absorb soul rings from soul beasts outside the plant category. As dusk descended, the enchanting beauty of the soul-hunting forest at night became increasingly apparent. With a deep inhalation, Ma Hongjun was greeted by the fragrant aroma of the lush grasses, leading him to marvel at the pristine ecological forest that far surpassed the world he had previously inhabited. He resolutely vowed that, should he acquire the means, he would never permit certain foolish individuals to tarnish this exquisite natural environment. As the night deepened, Flanders, with a hint of resignation, sought refuge beneath the grand tree, where two branches perfectly provided space for both him and Ma Hongjun to rest for the night. Ma Hongjun may indulge in slumber without a care, yet his teacher bears the responsibility of maintaining vigilance in their surroundings. Over the past few days, he has scarcely rested, merely dozing with half-closed eyes, ever alert to the slightest rustle in the grass or whisper of the wind. If the required soul rings for Ma Hongjun are not acquired in one fell swoop, the time wasted in a return journey could stretch into months. Even a fortnight is of paramount importance for a low-ranking soul master. The rank of soul respect signifies a pivotal threshold for soul masters. Those who attain this level at a younger age tend to achieve greater success in the future. Thus, to avoid impeding Ma Hongjun's cultivation, Flinder remains resolute, undeterred by the passage of days. After a brief slumber, Ma Hongjun awoke to find Flandre gazing at him with half-closed eyes. He could not help but exclaim, "Master, you should rest for a while. I find myself unable to sleep. Allow me to keep watch over our surroundings. With your strength, as long as you remain slightly vigilant in this soul-hunting forest, there should be no peril." Flandre pondered this for a moment and, recognizing that Ma Hongjun's alertness would ensure his safety, nodded appreciatively before swiftly drifting back into slumber. As Ma Hongjun gazed at the stars scattered across the night sky, he couldn't help but reminisce about the azure planet of his past life. The moon in the Douluo continent shone exceptionally bright, and the stars, too, imparted an otherworldly sensation. Yet, in comparison, it was the moon of his homeland that evoked a deeper sense of warmth and familiarity within him. The moonlight flowed like fine wine, while the gentle breeze whispered away in the poetic ambience of the night, revealing a vibrant scene that stretched before his eyes. After half an hour, boredom led Ma Hongjun's gaze to wander toward the small squirrels and rabbits that occasionally scurried beneath the trees. He pondered whether Xiao might have transformed from such a rabbit. How delightful it would be to savor a spicy rabbit head crafted from something so adorable. Suddenly, A sharp cry pierced the air, disrupting his whimsical thoughts. A massive, 7-meter-long black serpent emerged not far from the base of the tree, exuding deep yellow waves of soul power, and in a single gulp, it devoured the cute squirrel that had passed by. Startled, Flinder awoke with a start, swiftly seizing Ma Hongjun and leading him to the tree's base. Upon recognizing that the threat was merely a century-old soul beast, even one as venomous as a 700-year-old green phosphor snake, Flinder felt no fear. To him, as long as it was not a 10,000-year soul beast, it posed no significant issue. Even a 10,000-year green phosphor snake would be easily vanquished by him alone. Given that his martial spirit was the natural nemesis of serpentine beings, a formidable 76th-level assault system battle soul, the four-eyed cat eagle, as Flinder unleashed his soul power. Excitement gleamed in his eyes at the sight of the green phosphor snake. This creature was among the elite of serpentine soul beasts, and Flinder had already resolved to allow Ma Hongjun to absorb the soul ring of a serpent. Now, it presented itself as a fortuitous opportunity. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, the soul beast stood no chance against Flinder's summoned martial spirit, quickly succumbing to defeat. Recognizing the immense toxicity of the green phosphor snake and considering Ma Hongjun's safety, Flinder opted for the swiftest resolution. While it may have seemed somewhat excessive, it was a testament to his profound care for Ma Hongjun. Upon witnessing the scene, Ma Hongjun exhibited no hesitation. The three-leafed clover spirit entwined itself around the body of the phosphor snake like a spectral vine, simultaneously summoning his second spirit, the evil fire phoenix, to unleash the innate malevolent flames. A cacophony of crackling fire echoed through the soul-hunting forest as the phosphor snake, ensnared like a helpless creature, lost all semblance of resistance. With a swift motion, Ma Hongjun raised the dagger in his hand and, with a decisive strike, delivered a clean cut. A radiant yellow halo, more resplendent than the soul ring of the ghostly vine, appeared above the serpent's lifeless form. Consider this carefully. Absorbing the soul ring of a serpent may pose certain dangers. Should anything go awry, I will find a way to awaken you immediately. Remember, nothing is more precious than your life, Flinder advised as he gazed at Ma Hongjun, who was preparing to absorb the soul ring. Indeed, I have made up my mind. Rest assured, teacher, I am confident in my ability to succeed, Ma Hongjun replied. Undeterred by fear, he believed that if Tang San could achieve it, so could he. In this lifetime, his foremost goal was to surpass Tang San. Relying on others was not as dependable as relying on oneself. Despite the amicable bond between him and Tang San, he questioned why Tang San did not assist him in bringing Bai Qinxiang to the divine realm. A first-level deity could escort two individuals into the divine realm, and Ma Hongjun was skeptical of the notion that Tang San, as the law god, could not accommodate others. However, he bore no ill will regarding this matter. He was not the same Ma Hongjun as before, yet this situation illuminated the truth that self-reliance was far more prudent than dependence on others. Chapter 17. The quest for monthly votes. The status has been updated. I seek your monthly votes. It should also be accessible on QQ Reading. Your support in the form of votes would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 18. The first soul skill. Phosphor flame poison. As Ma Hongjun's delicate and fair visage absorbed the energy of the soul ring, it began to fluctuate between shades of green and white, a manifestation of the potent venom of the emerald phosphor serpent acting upon his first soul ring. The martial spirit represents an alternative life form for soul masters, and both Ma Hongjun and Flinder regarded the emerald phosphor serpent as one of the most formidable soul beasts among serpentine entities. Yet they overlooked the inherent toxicity of the serpent itself. While common poisons, when neutralized by the martial spirit, might enter the body in a significantly diminished capacity, the venom of the emerald phosphor serpent, being of an exceptionally lethal caliber, posed a far more perilous threat. In the depths of his consciousness, Ma Hongjun sensed a transformation within his body, leaving him little time to heed the anxious calls of Flinder from the outside. The breath of the sun began to operate at an astonishing pace, and as he engaged with this powerful technique, he gradually grasped its unique characteristics. His soul power became increasingly refined, thickening to an extraordinary degree. If previously his soul power could be likened to thin porridge, it now resembled a rich treasure kanji. Note: the breath of the sun has undergone corresponding changes upon entering the Douluo realm, differing from its original principles in the Demon Slayer universe. As Ma Hongjun absorbed the power of the emerald phosphor serpent soul ring, his countenance began to soften considerably. Yet it remained but a drop in the bucket, failing to address the fundamental issue at hand. Although the breath of the sun is formidable, it is notoriously difficult to master. Even Ma Hongjun, who had been bestowed with this technique through the powers of the clover martial soul, could not fully harness it to counteract the serpent's venom. Contemplating this, Ma Hongjun suddenly envisioned the breath of flames. The 5 foundational breathing techniques each possessed distinct focal points, catering to individuals of varying temperaments. With a mere shift in his thoughts, the breath of the sun became significantly simpler to execute, and he felt an added surge of fervent energy within his soul power. Influenced by the rules of the Douluo realm, the breathing technique within him began to undergo an enigmatic transformation, evolving towards another style that was familiar to Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun believed that only those with a passionate and exuberant character, whose hearts burn with the intensity of flames, are most suited to cultivate the breath of fire. Does this not imply that he himself embodies such a spirit? Besides, the breath of the moon is merely a diminished version of the breath of the sun. All other breathing techniques essentially derive from the latter. Thus, the transition to the breath of fire was hardly surprising for Ma Hongjun. As the breath of fire circulated within him, his soul power began to blaze with an intensity that rivaled even the fiercest of dark flames. He felt as though the operation of the breath of fire instilled in his soul power a sensation of incinerating all things. Though he recognized this to be but an illusion, Ma Hongjun harnessed the searing essence of his soul power to incinerate the toxins that had infiltrated his body from the venom of the emerald phosphor serpent's soul ring. Remarkably, the poison within him was bizarrely assimilated into his soul power, allowing him to flawlessly absorb the potency of the emerald phosphor serpent's soul ring. Could it be that the breath of flame had undergone a transformation within the Douluo world, enabling the conflagration and assimilation of foreign energies, even toxins? Ma Hongjun mused inwardly, astonished that a challenge insurmountable by the breath of the sun could be effortlessly resolved by the breath of flame, a feat utterly inconceivable in the realm of Demon Slayer. However, the breath of flame had indeed forfeited its capacity to enhance physical prowess. Yet, Ma Hongjun, endowed with the breath of the sun, was hardly concerned. The techniques of the sun's breath were more than adequate for his needs. As for the future Soul King rank, the enhancements brought about by the breathing techniques would become relatively less significant. Nevertheless, bolstered by the abilities derived from the breath of the sun, he felt a robust confidence in his invincibility at the same level, and even in battles against foes several ranks above him. The outcome of a confrontation between 2 soul masters, both at the 41st level and trained in the breath of the sun, was all too predictable, especially given that one possessed a physique enhanced by training while the other did not. Additionally, Ma Hongjun was elated to notice that his soul power, which had originally leaned towards a red hue, now bore a slight pink tint due to the malevolent flames. With the operation of the breath of flame, his soul power had transformed entirely into a vibrant, fiery red. Consequently, the techniques he wielded would inherently carry the essence of fire, amplifying his offensive capabilities. Outside, Ma Hongjun had successfully absorbed the emerald phosphor serpent's soul ring, yet he did not immediately awaken. Instead, he took a moment to attune himself to the breath of the sun he had mastered. Discovering that the breath of flame and the breath of the sun appeared to be an integrated whole, distinct yet interdependent, each serving its unique purpose. Ma Hongjun speculated that the Douluo world undoubtedly possesses its own heavenly principles, which, in an intangible manner, influences the capabilities of the martial arts from these foreign realms. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but ponder whether the grass character sword technique of the 9-leaf sword grass from the perfect world would be influenced by the heavenly Tao of the Douluo world. Of course, he merely entertained this thought, for his current lucky grass martial soul had yet to ascend even to the 4-leaf clover, rendering any interaction with the wonders of the perfect world utterly impossible. Ma Hongjun estimated that even upon inheriting the rank of a level 1 deity, he might still be unable to access the profound techniques of the perfect world, let alone enter its realm. However, the appearance of his 3-leaf clover had indeed undergone some transformation. It now harbored considerable toxins, and notably, these toxins were of a mutated nature. Ma Hongjun harbored profound doubts regarding the ability of the 4-leaf clover, believing it to be obscured by the celestial laws of the Douluo world. Unless he possessed the capability to transcend these divine constraints, he could at best acquire a singular treasure or martial technique linked to the world through his luck-based martial soul. From the enigmatic green light manifesting as an attribute panel within his mind, Ma Hongjun discerned that the 3-leaf clover martial soul could evolve into a 9-leaf clover. This unique martial soul exhibited extraordinary potential for growth. Under the right conditions, it could arguably undergo a remarkable 7 awakenings or transformations. In contrast, Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul had merely achieved a 2nd awakening. Yet, despite the seemingly straightforward requirements, Ma Hongjun remained uncertain if he would ever attain such heights in his lifetime. Ma Hongjun slowly opened his eyes, and Flinder hurriedly approached him, concern etched on his face. How are you? Did you succeed? What kind of soul skill did you acquire? Not too shabby, haha. With me, little Ma, success is assured. My soul power has increased by 1.5 levels, reaching 12.5, with some surplus remaining. This should allow me to have the time needed to ascend to the 13th rank as a soul master. Ha! Ma Hongjun declared proudly, his chest puffed out. Unable to contain his laughter as he envisioned the adoring gazes of young maidens from prestigious families directed at him, admiring his prowess. Seeing Ma Hongjun's boastful demeanor, Flinder couldn't help but laugh heartily, yet he felt a twinge of guilt as he looked at Ma Hongjun and said indignantly, alas. What about the soul ring technique? Is it that your acquired skill is lacking? It's all the teacher's fault for trusting that nonsensical theory of Yu Shaojang, allowing you to absorb a soul ring from a serpent-type spirit beast, bypassing the category of your martial soul. Nevertheless, do not be too disheartened. Even if your first soul skill is inadequate, your martial soul possesses an additional hidden soul ring slot every 10 levels, ensuring your future accomplishments remain boundless. Are you finished? Who told the teacher that my soul skill is lacking? A man should never admit to inadequacy. Why are you so dramatic, teacher? I am genuinely happy today. Ma Hongjun responded, a perplexed expression on his face. He would not reveal to Flinder that his exuberance stemmed from acquiring the formidable Demon Slayer breathing technique, rendering him invincible at his current level, and that he was indulging in fantasies of admiration from illustrious young ladies. He recognized that his previous lack of confidence had been overshadowed by today's exuberance, but Flinder had fallen too deeply into his own musings. If it's not about the soul skill, then what is it that has you laughing to the point of tears? Flinder inquired, his expression shifting to one of confusion and irritation as he gave Ma Hongjun a playful jab on the head. Ouch, it hurts. I'm simply overjoyed. Can't I laugh in my happiness? Just wait until my soul power surpasses yours, and I'll be giving you head jabs every day. Ma Hongjun pouted, clutching his head in mock indignation. Higi, let us see if you can surpass me first. Now, enough chit-chat. Quickly tell me how effective your first soul skill is. Flinder, with a faint smile that betrayed a hint of disdain, elicited a surge of irritation from Ma Hongjun. The first soul skill, a control type known as the phosphorescent flame poison, could create a fiery domain within a 5-meter radius. Within this domain, there seemed to be nothing extraordinary apart from a slight heat, but underestimating it would lead to dire consequences. Anyone who absorbed the flames while within this domain would inevitably succumb to the poison if I so desired. Conversely, if I wished to spare someone, they would merely experience a mild warmth without any adverse effects. This skill could distinguish between allies and foes. Only those who expended substantial soul power to resist would stand a chance of evading its effects. Moreover, the domain would expand as my soul power increased, growing by 3 meters with every 10 levels. Ma Hongjun glanced at the green light panel in his sea of consciousness and remarked slyly, a domain-type soul skill. You are quite something. This skill is indeed essential for underhanded tactics. Even soul masters of higher rank must tread carefully lest they fall into your trap. Flinder gazed in awe at the 3-leaf clover spirit floating above Ma Hongjun's right hand. It's just mediocre, really. The range is somewhat limited. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly useful. Ma Hongjun expressed his dissatisfaction regarding the lucky clover spirit. Come now, be content. For a century-old soul skill, what more could you wish for? This first soul skill, with such effects, can undoubtedly be deemed extraordinary, Flinder replied, casting a disapproving glance at Ma Hongjun while harboring a hint of envy. 3 days later, Flinder returned to Shrek Academy with Ma Hongjun. Since Ma Hongjun was reluctant to cultivate the evil fire phoenix spirit first, Flinder did not pursue the search for soul beasts any further. The primary reason was that Ma Hongjun wished to prevent the evil fire from spiraling out of control. Although the cultivation of the lucky clover spirit would inherently strengthen the quality of the evil fire phoenix spirit, the rate of enhancement would be far slower than direct cultivation. If the issue with the minor evil fire remained unresolved, the growth of the evil fire phoenix spirit would only exacerbate the situation without a romantic partner. He risked either becoming a eunuch or experiencing an explosive calamity. Ma Hongjun harbored the desire to wait until he matured and found a girlfriend before he embarked on the cultivation of the evil fire phoenix martial soul. He was not a frivolous individual, nor did he wish to remain a lone observer of others' displays of affection. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun observed Flinder conferring with a notably robust and stocky middle-aged man regarding his circumstances. On his way back, Ma Hongjun recounted the specifics of the three-leaf clover martial soul to Flanders, elucidating the limitation that this particular soul could only cultivate up to the soul master realm. Consequently, Flanders resolved to venture out in search of his brother, Yu Xiaojiang, to ascertain whether he possessed any solutions. The recent events surrounding Ma Hongjun's absorption of the first soul ring had demonstrated that the master's theories held some merit, albeit without any corroboration. However, with Ma Hongjun's validation of these theories, Flanders naturally felt compelled to share this revelation with pride. Ma Hongjun was indifferent. After all, the master could never know. However, it would be beneficial if he could associate with Tang San sooner, as having a few like-minded soul masters to cultivate together would significantly enhance their training speed through mutual comparison. Furthermore, the master's profound knowledge of soul beasts still held some utility for him at this juncture. The stout man, whom Ma Hongjun was somewhat familiar with, was none other than Zhao Wujie, the vice president of Shrek Academy. After giving Zhao Wujie his instructions, Flander returned to his room to pack his belongings, preparing to venture out in search of Yu Xiaojiang. In the past, Flander often entrusted Ma Hongjun's care to Zhao Wujie, as the latter was capable of suppressing Ma Hongjun's occasional outbursts of his little evil fire. This required a soul sage or above to utilize their soul power to gradually cleanse the impurities from the little evil fire, supplemented by certain cold attribute foods to neutralize and suppress it. Ah, young lad, quite impressive. No wonder the principal, a rather frugal man, has been willing to invest so many gold soul coins in you over the years. It turns out he views you as a worthy investment. A genius with innate full soul power is indeed a rare find across the continent. With the guidance of Flander and us teachers, your future achievements will undoubtedly be boundless. Zhao Wujie jested, patting Ma Hongjun on the shoulder. Teacher Zhao, when will our academy begin enrolling new students? It's terribly dull with just me as the sole pupil. Ma Hongjun asked, feeling a sense of helplessness as he thought of the other members of the Shrek 7. Why do you ask that? This year, it seems unlikely we will recruit many students, probably in 3 months or so. The only good news is that for the next 2 years, we need not worry about the academy's funding issues, Zhao Wujie replied, albeit with a hint of confusion. He shared the information candidly, revealing something Ma Hongjun was unaware of. Has the academy's funding problem been resolved? Ma Hongjun inquired, somewhat puzzled. Indeed, just a couple of days ago, the wealthiest family in Soto City, the Mei family, approached me and donated a substantial sum to our Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujie boasted, his head held high. For he had never before encountered such a wealth of gold soul coins, having come from humble beginnings. Oh, I see. Teacher Zhao, please carry on with your business. I won't disturb you any longer, Ma Hongjun replied dismissively, then left Zhao Wujie to return to his quarters and freshen up. Conditions in the soul-hunting forest had not allowed him the luxury of cleanliness, and his meager soul power had not been sufficient to keep him unsoiled. Naturally, Flander would not embark on a blind search for Yu Xiaojiang. There were places in the underground trading circles that provided information about individuals. Although Ma Hongjun was aware of Yu Xiaojiang's presence in Nanning City, he chose not to disclose this information to Flander, as it would be utterly incomprehensible for a 6-year-old child to know the whereabouts of a figure regarded as a laughingstock in the spirit master realm. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. As Zhao Wujie's words had foretold, there had been no new recruits. During this period, Ma Hongjun's little evil fire had erupted thrice, each time requiring Zhao Wujie to personally carry him to the Rose Hotel to seek the assistance of the beautiful sister, Mei Anna. Mei Anna harbored no prejudice against Ma Hongjun and graciously accepted him as her younger brother, leading to frequent meetings during her leisure hours. Furthermore, shortly after their return from the soul-hunting forest, Flanders set out in search of Yu Xiaojiang and had yet to return. Over these 3 months, Ma Hongjun's elder sister, Ma Xiaodai, who had already graduated, visited Shrek Academy from Wudong Village to see her brother. Due to the unique nature of Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix spirit, he could not remain away from Soto City for extended periods. Thus, he was unable to frequently visit Grandpa Dima, the village head, unless a soul sage or stronger individual could momentarily suppress the evil fire and escort him away, allowing him to seek food with a cold attribute. Ma Hongjun was oblivious to the fact that a prolonged consumption of cold and damp foods would only elevate the quality of his latent fiery essence. Once unleashed, it would be a formidable force, one that could not be subdued in less than 3 days and nights. Given the prowess of Ma Hongjun as depicted in the original narrative, his capabilities in that regard were beyond what an ordinary woman could withstand. After the enhancement of his qualities, even a regular female spirit master would likely find it overwhelming, pinching his now considerably rounder face. Ma Hongjun resolved to diligently exercise and shed the excess weight. He vowed to commence a regimen of weighted running each morning starting tomorrow, convinced that he could rid himself of this excess flesh. He recognized that this surplus weight would undoubtedly pose the greatest obstacle in his pursuit of romantic endeavors. Ma Hongjun gazed at his reflection in the mirror with palpable disdain, resolutely declaring his determination. Although he appeared considerably more presentable than in the original narrative, he could hardly be described as strikingly handsome. While he managed to attract the attention of the fairer sex, it was not due to his looks, rather. It was his noticeable girth. Since awakening his martial soul, he had ballooned from approximately 100 pounds to a staggering 160 pounds within a mere 6 months, leaving him with a profound sense of despondency. However, his spiritual power had seen significant enhancement, and he had ascended to the status of a level 14 soul master. 3 months prior, he had visited the spirit hall to register as a soul master, allowing him to receive a monthly stipend of 1 gold soul coin, thus finally granting him a semblance of financial independence. Accompanied by Zhao Wujin, no untoward incidents occurred during the registration process. Zhao Wujin exuded an unmistakable aura of authority befitting a soul sage, leaving the deputy hall master, Fei Hu, so intimidated that he dared not utter a word. Following the account provided by 3 middle-aged soul masters, upon discovering that Zhao Wujin was not the individual accompanying Ma Hongjun on the previous occasion, they promptly extended their apologies. Naturally cautious and suspicious by nature, Fei Hu speculated that Ma Hongjun might be a scion of a reclusive noble family. He relayed this information to his elder brother, Fei Long, the head of the Fei family. However, the proud Fei Long merely instructed his kin to avoid provoking Ma Hongjun without further comment. While many aristocrats in the capital of the Ballot Kingdom were aware of Flander, the dean of Shrek Academy, being a formidable soul sage, such knowledge was scarce within Soto City. The Fei family, having no martial souls of their own, remained oblivious to the true identities of Flander and Zhao Wujin. The existence of Zhao Wujin was a well-kept secret, known only to those within the academy, not to mention the other culinary soul sage, Xiao Xin. Had it become known that Shrek Academy was home to 3 soul sages, countless individuals would undoubtedly vie to enroll their children in its hallowed halls. This was also the reason why Ning Rongrong would later attend Shrek Academy for her studies, though she possessed insights from the 7 treasure glazed tile school that the average person lacked. Day in and day out, Ma Hongjun diligently adhered to his training regimen. However, on the day when his little evil fire erupted, an awkward incident transpired as Zhao Wujin escorted him to the Rose Hotel. After depositing Ma Hongjun, Zhao Wujin returned to the academy, leaving Ma Hongjun to rest in the exclusive suite of Mayana at the Rose Hotel. Red Jun, are you feeling any better? Mayana inquired with concern as she observed him lying motionless on the sofa. I was feeling much improved, but seeing my sister again has made it hard to resist. Ma Hongjun replied, turning his head away from Mayana with a look of helplessness. Perhaps you should take a shower? Mayana suggested tentatively, her cheeks flushed. Having long been acquainted with Ma Hongjun, she understood that he was not truly teasing her, but rather speaking the truth. Very well, I shall go. With a nimble leap, Ma Hongjun swiftly darted into the bathroom, shedding his trousers in preparation for a refreshing shower. Ah, Mayana gasped, suddenly recalling the garments she had left behind in the bathroom after her own shower the previous night, having forgotten to retrieve them. Her face flushed crimson, however. She quickly reassured herself, it's all right, it's all right. Hongjun is barely 7 years old. He likely won't take advantage of the situation. By the end of her thoughts, even she found it hard to believe, as she was more aware than anyone of the shortcomings of Ma Hongjun's martial spirit, aside from Fland. Indeed, half an hour later, after finishing his bath, Ma Hongjun hesitantly gazed at May Anna and said, Sister Anna, I noticed that your clothes were left in the bathroom and got accidentally wet. You wouldn't mind, would you? How could you do this? You. Sigh, if you can't find a husband in the future, you must take responsibility for me when you grow up. May Anna's face instantly flushed crimson as she stammered. Eh? Sister, what are you thinking? I merely got your clothes wet while bathing. I can easily buy you a new outfit if necessary. Does that really require responsibility? Ma Hongjun said, looking at her with a heart full of grievance, knowing she had misunderstood his intentions. It was just a little water, nothing more. Just wet, nothing else. May Anna inquired, her embarrassment prompting a tentative question. Absolutely not, Ma Hongjun asserted firmly. You scared me. I thought my innocence was compromised by you. Oh dear. What am I thinking? You're only 7. Mayana exhaled deeply, her cheeks flushed as she shyly covered her face. Chapter 20. The Pang family blacksmith shop. The atmosphere between the two grew somewhat awkward. However, as Mayana was nearly 20, she quickly regained her composure and, as if nothing had transpired, looked at Ma Hongjun gently and asked, "When will you return to Shrek Academy?" "Oh, I almost forgot. Does Shrek Academy still accept students this year?" What is the matter, sister?" "The requirements for Shrek Academy are quite stringent, even for me. It's impossible to persuade the teachers to change their minds. However, if it's someone from your family, they might have a chance to try for admission. After all, the teachers are quite greedy. As long as the talent isn't too lacking, they certainly wouldn't refuse you outright." Ma Hongjun spoke with insight, aware that while they wouldn't outright reject, they would most certainly extort a hefty sum. Moreover, he himself preferred not to have just anyone enter Shrek Academy, as the future Shrek 7 would need to function as a cohesive unit. "How can you speak of your teachers like that? The one who isn't from your family is that fat tiger, the one who awakened alongside you a few months ago. Do you remember him?" Mayana said, casting Ma Hongjun a sideways glance, her voice softening. "Fat tiger? Oh, him. He does possess considerable innate soul power. But I'm unsure if he can meet the teacher's requirements. However, since the teacher is currently away from the academy, I'll consult Vice Principal Zhao Wujie when I return." Ma Hongjun understood that Mayana had a good relationship not only with him but also with Fat Tiger. However, Ma Hongjun was utterly unconcerned. He understood that individuals from merchant families like Mayana's were highly attuned to profit and often invested in exceptionally talented grassroots prodigies. He himself was in need of the May family's investment. Otherwise, the eruption of his inner turmoil would only be resolved by transforming into a man. "Dear Sister Anna, does that Fei Dong still dare to provoke you?" Ma Hongjun pondered, recalling the incident where he had singed Fei Dong's head, directing his inquiry toward Mayana. "No. Since the last incident, Fei Dong has not dared to bother me again. He must be afraid of the retaliation from the soul sage behind you. However, the Fei family has been actively undermining the Mei family's reputation lately. Although it is all part of legitimate business competition, it has nonetheless caused significant losses for us." Mayana sighed with a hint of worry. "Oh, sister, you need not fret too much. As long as we refrain from employing force and engage solely in standard commercial rivalry, the Mei family, with its financial resources, should weather this storm. Once I mature, I shall certainly assist the Mei family in resolving this predicament." Ma Hongjun offered reassurance, with no intention of involving Flandre for assistance. While his relationship with Mayana was quite good, it had not yet reached the point where he would petition his teacher to annihilate a family on her behalf. "If I possessed such power, given the assistance Mayana has provided me, I would not hesitate to alleviate this burden for the Mei family." "Very well, sister. I shall await your growth." At this point, a blush crept across Mayana's delicate features. She remained quite modest. The recollection of Ma Hongjun having seen her intimate garments, coupled with the misunderstanding, made her feel a wave of embarrassment. Sister, why don't you take me to see Fat Tiger first? I wish to understand him better before deciding whether to bring him to Shrek Academy. After all, we only accept monsters at Shrek Academy, not ordinary people." Ma Hongjun, having extinguished his inner turmoil and taken a refreshing bath, spoke earnestly after a moment of contemplation. "All right, please wait a moment. I shall take you there right away." Mayana stood up, preparing to lead Ma Hongjun to find Fat Tiger, but hesitated for a moment before quickly dashing toward the bathroom. After approximately 10 minutes, Mayana emerged, her fair face tinged with a hint of shyness. "Let us go." As Mayana feigned nonchalance, she spoke with a hint of realization. She understood that she had genuinely misjudged Ma Hongjun, and a sense of respect for him began to blossom within her heart. While desire is a universal human trait, the ability to master one's inner cravings is a far more arduous task. Given the unique nature of Ma Hongjun's martial soul, if he could exercise such restraint, how could she not feel a surge of admiration? Hand in hand, Mayana led the chubby little hand of Ma Hongjun as they departed from the Rose Hotel, making their way towards the Pang family's blacksmith shop in Soto City. Although Ma Hongjun had already surpassed a height of 1.50 meters, he still appeared as a younger sibling compared to the statuesque Mayana, who stood at over 1.75 meters. Soto City, Pang family blacksmith shop. This establishment was not insignificant. It ranked among the top 10 blacksmiths in Soto City, falling slightly short of Tang San's blacksmith shop, which was the largest in the city and specialized in crafting concealed weapon components. The scale of the Pang family shop was considerable. Upon entering, Ma Hongjun observed several attendants responsible for guiding guests, while a robust young man manned the central counter, handling transactions. The spacious reception area was adorned with an array of finished products, primarily household items, with weapons and armor occupying the remaining space. The layout was divided into 3 sections: the front hall, the central reception area for transactions, and finally, the forge where the blacksmiths labored. As they stepped into the hall, a burly shop assistant approached with a respectful demeanor, addressing them, "Esteemed lady and young sir, how may I assist you today?" Ma Hongjun couldn't help but glance at his abdomen, muttering to himself, "Why must sir be prefixed with little? I am not small at all. We are not here to purchase goods, but rather to seek an audience with the proprietor of the Pang's blacksmith shop. Could you assist us in notifying your boss? Just mention that May Anna from the May family wishes to discuss matters with him." May Anna courteously addressed the attendant. "Ah, it is Miss May from the May family. I shall inform Boss Pang at once. Please, make yourselves comfortable in the reception hall while you wait," the attendant replied, astonished. After leading the two to a private room in the reception hall, he promptly headed towards the forging area. Moments later, the sound of the door creaking open heralded the arrival of a tall, burly middle-aged man, followed closely by a chubby boy, none other than Fat Tiger, whom Ma Hongjun had encountered before. This sturdy man was Boss Pang, the owner of the blacksmith shop, and also Fat Tiger's father, Pang Tai, a formidable soul master of great strength. "Miss Anna, how have things progressed? If you can facilitate my son Fat Tiger's early admission to Shrek Academy, the Pang's blacksmith shop will wholeheartedly provide weapons and armor for the May family," Pang Tai inquired urgently upon seeing May Anna. "This is something you will need to discuss with Hongjun. He is a direct disciple of the dean of Shrek Academy," May Anna replied, glancing at Ma Hongjun, who was sprawled on the table with his back to the door. "Big brother, what brings you here? Did Sister Anna bring you?" Fat Tiger exclaimed, his face lighting up as he turned to Ma Hongjun. "I came to see if you possess the talent to enter Shrek Academy," Ma Hongjun retorted, casting a sidelong glance at May Anna before finally addressing Fat Tiger. He understood that Pang Tai's desire for Fat Tiger to gain admission stemmed from the rumors of Shrek Academy's strength. Indeed, May Anna intended to ally with the resources of Pang's blacksmith shop to counter the Fei family, and with Fat Tiger's considerable talent, she had spoken of Shrek Academy's prowess. However, despite Ma Hongjun's aspirations to establish his own sect, he would not easily permit anyone to enter his teacher's Shrek Academy. Talent is paramount, and character is secondary. Both are indispensable. Otherwise, even if it were a young lady from a great sect, he would not readily allow her to remain at Shrek Academy. Chapter 21. New members' greetings, young brother. I am Pang Tai, Fat Tiger's father. May I inquire about the requirements for admission to your esteemed academy? Pang Tai stepped forward, addressing Ma Hongjun politely. One must reach the level of a great soul master above level 20 before the age of 12, considering Sister Anna's standing. If Fat Tiger can acquire his first soul ring before the age of 7.5, I can request that my teacher make an exception for him to enter Shrek Academy. Without a trace of hesitation, Ma Hongjun declared that he would not tolerate any mediocrity regarding Shrek Academy, a cherished entity in Flinder's heart. Although Ma Hongjun appeared somewhat disrespectful towards Flinder, he held immense admiration for him. Reflecting on Flinder's continued singleness, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but think of Lu Erlong, pondering how fitting it would be if she were to become his teacher's wife. Yet, he questioned whether that might be too challenging. Simply obtaining a soul ring could take up to 2 months if luck were not on their side. Fat Tiger was nearing 7 years of age, and the prospect of advancing 2 levels in just half a year seemed implausible, even for a prodigy. Pang Tai hesitated, casting a troubled glance at May Anna. "Indeed, Brother Hongjun, do you think this might be overly ambitious? While it is relatively easier for soul masters to elevate their levels initially, Fat Tiger has only advanced 1 level in the past 6 months. Is it not overly difficult to expect him to reach level 10 and acquire a soul ring in the same time frame?" May Anna chimed in, her expression reflecting her concern as she looked towards Ma Hongjun for support. Ma Hongjun remained silent, instead retrieving a palm-sized golden badge from the concealed pouch on his belt and tossing it to the 2 individuals. This was none other than Ma Hongjun's Soul Master badge, crafted not from paper or fabric, but from a special metal design to prevent damage. It is said that only the Spirit Hall possesses this unique material. The Soul Master badge is issued upon the first disbursement of funds at the Spirit Hall, and every badge bears identical inscriptions, serving as a symbol of a Soul Master's identity while documenting fundamental information. The lettering is meticulously engraved by specialized personnel trained by the Spirit Hall, ensuring uniformity across all locations. With utmost seriousness, May Anna accepted the cold metal piece, laying it flat upon the table, while Pang Tai leaned in closely to examine it. There, inscribed in delicate script, were the details: name, Ma Hongjun; gender, male; Douluo calendar, year 2637, registered at the Soto City Spirit Branch; variant martial spirit, evil fire phoenix. Upon reading this, Pang Tai's heart raced with astonishment. The Phoenix martial spirit is renowned as one of the most formidable attack-type beast martial spirits. Anna, however, remained unfazed, as she was the one who had awakened Ma Hongjun's martial spirit herself. Yet, as she continued to read, even she could not maintain her composure, her petite jaw dropping in disbelief. A 13th level soul master, registered in the Douluo calendar year 2637. What? How could this be? Pang Tai gasped in disbelief, staring at Ma Hongjun. No, I spent some time at the Spirit Hall. This is undoubtedly a legitimate soul master badge from them. But, Brother Hongjun, did you really advance 3 levels in just half a year to reach the 13th level soul master realm? Anna was the first to respond, her expression turning grave as she directed her gaze toward Ma Hongjun. What? Could he be a naturally full spirit power? No, that doesn't seem right. Discounting the time taken to acquire spirit rings, he has only been training for about 4 months, which means he advanced 1 level every 2 months on average. Even with innate full spirit power, such rapid advancement seems implausible. Pang Tai murmured, his imposing figure trembling slightly as a sudden realization struck him. Indeed, Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. Both were taken aback, gasping in shock at the extraordinary talent before them. They had never encountered such a prodigy. Even if someone possessed innate full spirit power, this was their first experience witnessing such a phenomenon. Now you understand what it means to be a monster, don't you? Shrek Academy only admits talents of this caliber. However, do not be disheartened. You can allow Fat Tiger to study alongside me for a while. So long as he diligently cultivates his spirit power, advancing 2 levels in half a year should not be too difficult. Ma Hongjun gazed at the adoring Pang Hu, and after a moment, he spoke with a hint of nonchalance. I truly appreciate your words. Henceforth, whenever you require any weapons or armor, feel free to visit my Pang's blacksmith shop. I shall provide them to you at cost price. Pang Tai looked at Ma Hongjun with gratitude, responding, no problem. However, you must also keep an eye on matters concerning Sister Anna. Ma Hongjun extended his hand and shook Pang Hu's, casually adding, it was only after seeing that you have become an 8th level soul master that I agreed to let you train with me for a while. Whether you can truly become a member of Shrek depends on your own efforts. Indeed, indeed. Hiki. Pang Tai chuckled amiably in response. Yay, this is wonderful. I can finally stop forging and attend school. At this moment, Pang Hu joyfully embraced Ma Hongjun. He was mindful not to overstep, releasing his arms after a gentle hug, and expressed his gratitude, saying, Little Ma, from now on, if you tell me to go east, I shall not venture west. If you tell me to touch a chicken, I shall not steal a dog. Smack. Ouch. You rascal, did I teach you to speak like that? What nonsense about stealing chickens and dogs? Apologize to young Master Hongjun at once. Pang Tai scolded as he playfully slapped the top of Pang Hu's head. Oh, I'm sorry, little Ma. I shouldn't have said that. Pang Hu obediently turned to Ma Hongjun to offer his apology. That's quite all right. You have great potential, little chubby one. And I like you. From now on, you can call me Little Ma. Ma Hongjun was not the slightest bit angry. Instead, he looked at Pang Hu with genuine delight. Anna and Pang Tai exchanged glances, realizing that this lad seemed to relish being addressed as Little Ma. Eventually, Anna led Ma Hongjun and Pang Hu back to Shrek Academy. After Anna departed, Ma Hongjun found a clean room nearby and said, This shall be your residence from now on. Whether you can remain here will depend on your diligence. Little Ma, isn't this place a bit too shabby? Is this truly the renowned Shrek Academy, known for its exceptional faculty? Pang Hu hesitated for a moment before voicing his concerns. The mountain need not be high. It is renowned for its immortals. The water need not be deep. It is spirited by dragons. Do you not understand this simple truth? Ma Hongjun was not angered. Pang Hu spoke a semblance of truth. However, to preserve the Academy's image, Ma Hongjun began to weave a fanciful narrative. Oh, I see. I thought Shrek Academy, with such a powerful faculty, could not possibly lack the funds for infrastructure. It turns out this is to showcase the Academy's extraordinary nature. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's profoundly insightful words, Fat Tiger was indeed captivated, leading him to ponder silently. Chapter 22. Zhao Wujie takes disciples. As night gradually descended, Shrek Academy lay enveloped in tranquility, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight of the villagers. The principal's office, though referred to as such, was merely a slightly more spacious structure crafted from unique timber. Ma Hongjun arrived to find Zhao Wujie, who was temporarily managing Shrek Academy. However, there was little to manage. As apart from Ma Hongjun, there were no other students present, although there were 6 or 7 teachers. When Ma Hongjun expressed his decision to allow the young Hu to stay at Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujie's reaction was entirely predictable. What? You audaciously brought a 6-year-old child into the academy? We are a mid-level institution, a school for extraordinary beings, not a children's shelter. You should discuss this with the dean upon his return. There is no point in discussing it with me, Zhao Wujie exclaimed. His astonishment evident as he looked at Ma Hongjun, refusing to concede any ground. While he did not suggest expelling the child, he insisted that Ma Hongjun wait for the dean's return to deliberate on the matter. Ma Hongjun was not surprised. He merely wished to take precautionary measures. Should Fat Tiger fail to complete the tasks assigned to him, he would inevitably have to leave Shrek Academy. I will naturally clarify this matter with the teachers. Furthermore, I must inform you, Teacher Zhao, that Fat Tiger has been recommended to us by the Ma family, who are currently our most significant sponsors. He possesses innate soul power that is not lacking, having reached the remarkable level of innate rank 7. Ma Hongjun, maintaining a calm demeanor, explained to Zhao Wujin without haste. The stringent admission standards of Shrek Academy are the true reason for its difficulty in enrolling students. They only accept prodigies and not ordinary individuals. Both Flander and the other instructors at Shrek have almost rigorous requirements. Even Ma Hongjun, who grew up here, officially became a student of Shrek only after awakening his martial soul and obtaining a soul ring at the age of 6. Innate rank 7. Quite commendable, with diligent training. He should meet the standards of our academy. Zhao Wujin's eyes brightened upon hearing Ma Hongjun mention Fat Tiger's innate level, and his tone softened slightly as he stroked his chin. As for the recommendation from the Ma family, he was indifferent, no matter how wealthy they were. It did not concern him. With his abilities, acquiring gold soul coins would be effortless. His current poverty stemmed from the fact that Shrek Academy's finances were consistently one-way, expenses without income. Moreover, they had grown weary of the Soul Master world's incessant strife and preferred to live in semi-seclusion at Shrek Academy, enjoying a peaceful existence. Upon witnessing the scene, Ma Hongjun could not help but allow a slight smile to grace his lips. He was well aware that Zhao Wujie would take an interest, as Zhao Wujie himself was a gifted soul master of innate rank 7, naturally inclined to feel a kinship with another of the same caliber. So, Teacher Zhao, do you consent to allow him to remain at the academy? Ma Hongjun inquired tentatively, fully aware that he must tread carefully around Zhao Wujie, lest he provoke him into rigorous training. This is not entirely unfeasible. However, it may pose some complications with the principal, Zhao Wujie replied, his mind already stirring with alternative thoughts, though he expressed a degree of hesitation. I shall speak to the teacher on my behalf, but I would appreciate it if you could ensure that Fat Tiger undergoes diligent training. After all, our Shrek Academy is renowned for nurturing prodigies. While innate rank 7 may be a rarity, it still pales in comparison to true monsters. Thus, if he cannot ascend to the rank of Soul Master within 6 months, he must leave Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun unveiled his intention slowly, acknowledging that although Zhao Wujie typically oversaw his training, he could only endure half a day's exertion due to the affliction of his evil fire, with the remainder of the day devoted to practicing the ghostly extinguishing breathing technique. Very well. Lead me to this young lad. I am eager to discern what sets him apart and whether he is worthy of the moniker monster at Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujie exclaimed with palpable excitement, pulling Ma Hongjun along. Though he had acknowledged Fat Tiger's potential, he was clearly curious about the young man's character. Indeed, Zhao Wujie's greatest delight lay in training students, and the mere mention of such endeavors filled him with enthusiasm. The student dormitory was, in essence, a courtyard nestled within a village, comprising 5 living quarters, a bathroom, a toilet, and a kitchen, everything one could desire. Though modest in size, it possessed a charm reminiscent of a small sparrow, complete with all the essential amenities. Ma Hongjun's room is also situated within this courtyard. However, it is indeed located on the ground floor. Typically, he resides here alone, with only Flanders occasionally visiting to check on him. Presently, Fat Tiger has also taken up temporary residence here, becoming a neighbor to Ma Hongjun. Fortunately, both have been quite independent since childhood, and Fat Tiger, having lost his mother at a young age, exhibits a maturity that surpasses that of many children his age. The true age of Ma Hongjun is actually half a month younger than that of Fat Tiger. Nevertheless, he still enjoys having Fat Tiger call him Little Brother Ma. The heights of both boys do not resemble those of children aged 6 or 7. Instead, they appear to be robust youngsters, akin to children in their early teens. While Fat Tiger can be deemed somewhat sturdy, weighing just over 100 pounds, Ma Hongjun defies such a description, standing at just under 1.60 meters. He weighs around 160 to 170 pounds, which hardly aligns with the term sturdy. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun, who is still not yet 7, is approaching a height of nearly 1.60 meters, thus not qualifying as an excessively overweight child, at most being considered a little chubby. However, Ma Hongjun remains somewhat dissatisfied with his physique. His round and plump appearance does not evoke images of handsomeness, but rather a certain endearing quality. Little brother Ma, is there something you need from me? You're not planning to prepare for physical training at this late hour, are you? Fat Tiger inquired, not noticing Zhao Wujing outside the door, as he looked at the frowning Ma Hongjun who had just entered. Earlier in the day, Ma Hongjun had informed Fat Tiger that a strong physique is the foundation of a soul master. Only with a healthy and powerful body can one elevate their soul power without concerns. Thus, he insisted on waking Fat Tiger every day at 5 o'clock to run around Shrek Academy at least 10 laps. And this was to be done without the use of soul power. Although Shrek Academy is not particularly large, running 10 laps around it amounts to approximately 10,000 meters, a considerable challenge for a mere 7-year-old child. No, it is teacher Zhao who wishes to see you to determine if you can remain at the academy for your studies. His approval is necessary, Ma Hongjun replied gently, and then called out to Zhao Wujing outside. Teacher Zhao, please come in. There exists a very reasonable set of regulations between the faculty and students at Shrek Academy. As a teacher, one cannot enter a student's dormitory without permission, nor can they accept bribes from students. Particularly should any bribery occur. Being caught by the frugal Flander would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's call, Zhao Wujing finally entered the room. Upon stepping inside, Zhao Wujing first glanced at Fat Tiger standing before Ma Hongjun and was momentarily taken aback by Fat Tiger's physique, reminiscent of his own in childhood. Hey, are you Fat Tiger? Quite impressive. You possess 2/3 of the physique I had at your age. It's no wonder that Hongjun has taken a liking to you. Zhao Wujing remarked unexpectedly, admiring Fat Tiger's build. Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that the individual before him was not merely impressed by his physique, but rather intrigued by his potential. When it came to physical attributes, he only had eyes for women. As far as men were concerned, that was rather unnecessary. Hello, Teacher Zhao. My name is Fat Tiger. My martial soul is the Diamond Hammer. I am just 7 years old, with a soul power of level 8. Fat Tiger grinned foolishly, bowing politely to Zhao Wujing. His father had informed him that the teachers at Shrek were significant figures, and he was to treat them with utmost respect, a lesson he had ingrained deeply within him, fearing any semblance of disobedience. Having lacked maternal affection from a young age, he, much like Tang San, was obedient to his father's words. Ah, the Diamond Hammer. Quite impressive indeed. You exhibit more courtesy than some of the other youngsters, which I appreciate. Now, little one, show me your martial soul. Upon discovering that Fat Tiger's martial soul was the rare Diamond Hammer, Zhao Wujing's eyes brightened with interest. Okay. Fat Tiger obediently summoned his martial soul, which was nearly the size of his arm, with a small handle that was merely 1/3 of the hammer's body, grasped easily with one hand, while the hammer itself was cylindrical in shape. Excellent. It appears that your diamond hammer possesses commendable defensive qualities as well. Surely, your martial soul can grow larger with the increase of your soul power? Zhao Wujing examined it closely, nodding in satisfaction, his gaze towards Fat Tiger now carrying a hint of unspoken meaning. Yes, this is its maximum size now, but it can become smaller. However, as my soul power increases, its size will expand. My father says my diamond hammer is not only immensely powerful but can also be used like a shield, Fat Tiger replied quickly, nodding earnestly. Those familiar with Zhao Wujing knew him by the title of the Immovable King, a name derived from his martial soul, the mighty Diamond Bear. Though Fat Tiger's martial soul was a tool type, in terms of defense and strength, the diamond hammer was no less formidable than the mighty Diamond Bear, standing out among the mutated martial souls. Not to mention, the boy's physique and his honest appearance perfectly aligned with Zhao Wujing's aesthetic preferences. Young man, would you be willing to inherit my legacy and become my disciple? Zhao Wujing pondered for a moment before asking Fat Tiger with a grave expression. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and pay your respects. Teacher Zhao is a soul sage, not one to accept disciples lightly. You have indeed struck gold. Little chubby. Ma Hongjun nudged the still-stunned Fat Tiger with a smile. Even Ma Hongjun had not anticipated that Zhao Wujing would directly accept Fat Tiger as a disciple. He merely thought that Fat Tiger's martial soul bore some resemblance to Zhao Wujin's, prompting him to suggest that he train under him. Never imagining that Zhao Wujin would take him on as a disciple at their very first meeting. Once Zhao Wujin accepted him, he would undoubtedly become a student of Shrek Academy. Chapter 23. 3 years, is this for real? Am I dreaming? Fat Tiger touched his slightly plump little arm in disbelief and exclaimed, "Impossible." Ma Hongjun cast an exasperated glance at him and remarked. He truly understood the nature of this little chubby fellow, sharp-witted at times, yet remarkably foolish at others, appearing quite endearing. I pay my respects to my teacher. Please accept my bow. Chortled Fat Tiger, who, despite his jovial demeanor, displayed no lack of cleverness as he promptly knelt before Zhao Wujie, bowing his head in reverence. "Haha. Please, rise. There is no need for such formalities," Zhao Wujie exclaimed, swiftly pulling Fat Tiger up, his laughter echoing with delight. The customary apprenticeship rituals at Douluo continent were not heavily laden with solemnity. Though there were a few individuals of considerable sentimentality who would perform a deep bow during such occasions, yet they constituted a mere minority. "Thank you, teacher," Fat Tiger respectfully stated as he stood. Why do you perform such an elaborate gesture? Are you not aware that bowing is reserved for heaven and one's parents? Zhao Wujie inquired, intrigued by Fat Tiger's apparent simplicity, which suggested he ought to be oblivious to such societal norms. It was my father who informed me that if a teacher at Shrek Academy were to accept me as a disciple, I should show them the same respect I would afford to my father. I never expected to bow to a teacher on my very first day, Fat Tiger explained. Scratching his head with a sheepish grin, Ma Hongjun and Zhao Wujie exchanged a glance. Little did they expect that this seemingly simple fellow had such a shrewd father, possessing such insight that his behavior seemed entirely justifiable. "Do not rejoice too soon, my lad. If you fail to meet Hongjun's demands, you shall not attain the status of an official student at Shrek Academy," Zhao Wujie remarked. His tone tinged with a hint of admonition as he observed the delighted expression on Fat Tiger's face. "What? I thought that after becoming a disciple, I wouldn't have to complete Brother Ma's training," Fat Tiger responded, his countenance suddenly stiffening, mumbling in disbelief. "You might be overestimating your expectations. From now on, I shall take full charge of your training. Rising before 5 each morning to run 10 laps around Shrek Academy is merely the first stage of your regimen. There will follow second and third stages with even greater demands. As my disciple, you must not fall too far behind, even compared to the students of the Great Fu. Otherwise, I shall expel you from my tutelage. Do you understand?" Zhao Wujie's words, devoid of much expression, resonated in Fat Tiger's ears, abruptly dispelling the joy he had felt moments ago upon becoming a disciple. "Ha, little fatty, may fortune favor you. I shall return to my slumber," Ma Hongjun said, patting Fat Tiger's somewhat broad shoulders with a hint of sympathy, unabashedly bestowing upon him the nickname of Little Fatty. "You should not celebrate too early. Starting tomorrow, you will train alongside Fat Tiger. Just look at how much weight you've gained during this time without the Great Fu around. If you neglect your training, when he returns and sees you in this state, he might just devour you alive." Zhao Wujie's authoritative words echoed once more. After delivering this statement, he did not linger but swiftly departed from the student dormitory. "Ugh," Ma Hongjun lamented, feeling a mix of despair. He was indeed keen on training, but he dreaded the early mornings. It felt as though he had spent all day hunting geese, only to be pecked in the eye by a sparrow today. Nevertheless, he knew he had to heed Zhao Wujie's advice. After all, Zhao was a formidable soul sage, deserving of the respect that came with his strength. Ma Hongjun silently contemplated. At most, he would smile a little less while secretly observing Tang how admonishing the little bear in the grove later on. In a moment of unabashed self-reflection, Ma Hongjun recalled the times he had forgotten his benefactors, those who had carried him to Soto City during his moments of fiery outbursts, and who had endured the dampness of his sweat soaking through Zhao Wujie's clothing. Ultimately, Ma Hongjun was merely a child of 6 years. Despite his physique appearing more akin to that of a 10-year-old, he could not escape the truth of his tender age of 7. Zhao Wujie, frustrated and with nowhere to vent his ire, could only endure, yet he found himself increasingly vexed by Ma Hongjun, harboring grave suspicions that the boy had intentionally drenched him. In all honesty, Ma Hongjun had not intended for this to occur. However, during his episodes of fiery chaos, he would perspire profusely, drenched in sweat. When Flander was present, his soul skill allowed him to carry Ma Hongjun through the air to Soto City, with the boy's sweat cascading down like raindrops from above. Zhao Wujie, however, bore the brunt of this predicament, his back resembling a surface washed clean with water. Fortunately, the sweat that flowed from Ma Hongjun was relatively pure. a result of his soul skill, devoid of any unpleasant odor, and even possessing an inexplicable hint of fragrance. Thus, Ma Hongjun and the robust fat tiger engaged in daily rigorous physical training, rising early and retiring late, resulting in their remarkable transformation over the course of 6 months, each growing stronger and more formidable. Thanks to the breadth of the Demon Slayer technique, Ma Hongjun's cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate, as he ascended 2 levels in soul power within half a year. It is noteworthy that the advancement of 2 levels in the realm of soul masters is incomparably more significant than that of soul practitioners. The latter's 2 levels of soul power may not even rival a single level of the former. Meanwhile, Fat Tiger, under Zhao Wujia's guidance and with the aid of resources, had narrowly fulfilled Ma Hongjun's demands. 3 years later, in the year 2641 of the Douluo calendar, at the tender age of 10, Ma Hongjun finds himself less than 2 years away from the arrival of Tang San and Xiaowu at Shrek Academy. During these 3 years, no new students have joined the ranks of the academy, which still comprises only Ma Hongjun and the Rotundhu. This year, the responsibility of guiding the new recruits falls upon Ma Hongjun, while Zhao Wujia oversees the examinations. 3 years prior, Flinder had returned to Shrek Academy. Yet he did not acquire a solution for Ma Hongjun's martial soul from the master. The master had only stayed briefly at Shrek Academy, concerned for Tang San's training. Before returning to Nodding City after a mere month, Ma Hongjun had no intention of visiting Tang San in advance, while arriving early would certainly be advantageous. He did not impose such expectations on himself. He believed that relying on oneself was far superior to depending on others, and at this moment, nothing held greater significance for him than his cultivation. A year prior, Ma Hongjun had successfully ascended to the rank of Great Soul Master, and he had now reached the formidable level of 24. This accomplishment, however, was somewhat hindered by the delays caused by his connection to the little evil fire, which prevented him from fully dedicating himself to his training. Nevertheless, he did not neglect the practice of the ghostly flame-breathing technique, and he had developed a physical prowess 4 times that of an ordinary Great Soul Master. In terms of physical capability, Ma Hongjun's strength was not at all inferior to that of a soul sovereign. However, there remained a considerable gap in soul power levels. Despite this, Ma Hongjun was not without the ability to contend with a soul sovereign. While victory was uncertain, he certainly possessed the means to safeguard himself. Over the past 3 years, he had devoted himself to rigorous training. Aside from the occasional vexation caused by his malevolent fire, Ma Hongjun found himself perplexed by the second hidden soul ring of his 3-leaf clover martial soul. The second leaf of the 3-leaf clover symbolizes benevolence. Yet Ma Hongjun remained uncertain about how to unravel the constraints of this soul ring. Despite his earnest attempts employing various methods, he was unable to unlock the limitations of the hidden soul ring. This led him to ponder whether his lack of kindness was the reason he could not activate the soul ring. What does it truly mean to be benevolent? Ma Hongjun was at a loss, believing that benevolence entailed possessing a heart that cherishes even the tiniest of lives. Like sparing an ant from harm or valuing a moth drawn to a lamp, he felt it was quite normal for him to struggle with such ideals, and thus he did not give it much thought, adopting a somewhat laissez-faire attitude. However, despite his verbal nonchalance, his actions spoke volumes. He would often assist elderly women struggling with their carts, buy sweets for impoverished children, visit the elderly, and help them with household chores during his leisure time. Ma Hongjun consequently earned the commendable reputation of a good child, with many villagers singing his praises. However, the constraints of the hidden soul rings remained utterly unperturbed. The 8 remaining plant flesh rings on the root of the trifoliate martial soul still existed. Initially, there were 9 flesh rings present on the root. But upon Ma Hongjun's activation of the first hidden soul ring, the first flesh ring transformed into a soul ring, vanishing and merging with the hidden one, concealed beneath the first leaf. The hidden soul ring possesses the unique ability to manifest alongside ordinary soul rings, or to remain entirely concealed. This aspect brought Ma Hongjun considerable satisfaction, as he was well aware of the adage that the tall tree attracts the wind. Chapter 24. Enrollment. It is noteworthy that Ma Hongjun, possessing 1 additional soul ring compared to the average soul master, experiences a purification of his soul power each time he acquires a soul ring. This implies that his soul power is refined 1 additional time beyond that of a typical soul master, resulting in a purity level exceeding that of his peers by a factor of 1. 5. Even when compared to Tang San, who practices the profound heavenly skill at the same level, Ma Hongjun is not only on par but may even surpass him. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, in the enrollment office, teacher Li Yusong, wielding the dragon-patterned staff, sat as he had in previous years, welcoming and assessing the incoming students' entrance examinations. While there was no shortage of applicants, over the past 3 years, not a single individual had successfully gained admission to Shrek Academy. Those who arrived to register could not help but question whether this dilapidated and remote place truly constituted an academy. Nevertheless, having braved the scorching sun to reach the location, none chose to turn back. Ma Hongjun and Fat Tiger sat idly by, observing the candidates arriving for registration, specifically the beautiful female participants. Perhaps due to an abundance of spiritual energy, the women of Douluo continent developed at a significantly faster rate than in their previous lives. With figures resembling those of 18-year-olds by the age of 12. The law of the alternate dimension, which posits that there are no unattractive women, holds relatively true in Douluo continent. At that moment, their attention was drawn to a striking young man, a tall golden-haired youth with long hair cascading nearly to his waist, who had just cut in line, sparking a dispute. This young man towered over Ma Hongjun, standing at nearly 1.80 meters, and his golden locks framed a pair of piercing blue eyes that radiated a chilling aura from deep within. The flickering light in his gaze conveyed a sense of wild dominance. The reason for their fascination was not solely his handsome visage, but rather the 3 dazzling soul rings surrounding him, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Ma Hongjun's initial impression was that this young man was extraordinary, prompting him to speculate about his identity. The golden long hair led him to a conclusion: a soul master. Quite impressive, despite being over the 12-year-old admission age. He was still under 14, warranting the title of a prodigy. "What is your name?" Li Yusong inquired, gazing at the proud youth who displayed his soul rings with an air of arrogance. "Dai Mubai, my martial spirit is the white tiger," the young man replied, his tone laced with a hint of disdain, exuding an air of self-importance. Ma Hongjun suddenly realized that this was the most senior member of the Shrek 7 monsters. The proud and arrogant Dai Mubai, the evil-eye white tiger. However, what Ma Hongjun despised the most was someone who flaunted their superiority in front of him while being more handsome. He stepped forward, taking 1 step, then 2, then 3, each step accompanied by the emergence of a soul ring. Including the concealed soul ring, his soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, radiated a piercing brilliance. Note: there are methods to conceal weapon spirits, revealing only the soul rings. He halted directly opposite Dai Mubai, adopting a posture even more arrogant than Dai Mubai's. Looking down upon him and boasting, "It's merely a white tiger spirit. What is there to be so proud of? I possess a phoenix spirit. So come forth and pay your respects to your elder brother." In truth, while Ma Hongjun could not be deemed handsome, he was certainly not unattractive. Rather, he possessed a certain charm that surpassed Zhao Wujia's appearance. Observers around them began to retreat with their children, wary of being caught in the crossfire of the 2 powerful soul masters' energies. "Little brother Ma, are we being a tad too ostentatious? We might scare these new students away. Do you think the dean will hold us accountable?" Fat Tiger cast a nervous glance at the children in line. The children and their parents, who were essentially the financial benefactors of Shrek Academy, naturally withdrew a safe distance upon witnessing the impending confrontation between the 2 soul masters. Fat Tiger was well aware of Flinder's obsession with wealth. Although most new students would ultimately not gain admission to Shrek Academy, the registration fees were still mandatory and non-refundable. "Silence. What do you know?" Ma Hongjun feigned authority in his reprimand. He certainly would not disclose to Fat Tiger that he was merely trying to uphold the dignity of their academy's leader. Ma Hongjun, possessing the Lucky Clover martial soul, was fortunate to acquire a 2nd soul ring from a rare soul beast, the Millennium Ink Jade Bamboo, which had just surpassed a millennium in age. This particular soul beast is classified among the extraordinary treasures of the world. Initially, Ma Hongjun aspired to absorb the human-faced demon spider, as he had felt a twinge of envy upon witnessing Tang San harness the 8 spider lances from it in his previous life. However, during his expedition to the Stardow Forest in search of a soul ring, he fortuitously encountered the Ink Jade Bamboo and decisively chose it as his 2nd soul ring. The Ink Jade Bamboo is exceedingly rare. Indeed, a 10,000-year-old Ink Jade Bamboo soul ring boasts effects that can rival those of unparalleled celestial treasures. Ma Hongjun, an avid reader of ancient texts, discovered this remarkable fact within the archives of Shrek Academy. Upon absorbing the Ink Jade Bamboo soul ring, he gained a soul skill akin to Tang San's blue-silver tyrant gun, known as the Ink Jade Empty Rod, marking his first technique from a millennium-old soul ring. When the Clover martial soul unleashed its 2nd soul skill, it transformed into an incredibly resilient Ink Jade Empty Rod. Although its primary attribute was its unmatched hardness with little else to offer, Ma Hongjun felt a sense of profound satisfaction, as the additional effects of this soul ring had spared him considerable hardship over the years. With the absorption of the ink jade bamboo soul ring, Ma Hongjun experienced a significant enhancement in his mental fortitude. This unique attribute of the ink jade bamboo distinguishes it from ordinary soul beasts. The rarity of the ink jade bamboo martial soul lies in its ability to elevate mental strength. The tranquility it imparts allows for a serene and transcendent state of mind. Consequently, its inherent mental power far surpasses that of typical soul beasts. After assimilating its soul ring, Ma Hongjun's mental prowess ascended to a level typically reserved for soul masters at the rank of soul sovereign, even while he was merely a level 24 great soul master. Ma Hongjun's mental prowess transcended the constraints of soul power levels. His mental force is intricately linked to his soul power. Given Ma Hongjun's inherently formidable soul power, this breakthrough in mental strength seemed an inevitable progression. With the enhancement of his mental capacity, Ma Hongjun gained a superior ability to restrain the malevolent fire within him. To his surprise, he discovered that Shrek Academy housed soul masters of his age. Greetings, I am Dai Mubai, a soul master of the 33rd rank. I humbly seek your guidance. Dai Mubai, unexpectedly, appeared to disregard Ma Hongjun's provocation, instead adopting a gentle demeanor as he introduced himself. He then assumed a stance, amiably inquiring. You possess considerable strength, deserving of my earnest attention. May I know your name? Upon witnessing the scene, Ma Hongjun restrained himself from being overly rude and responded with a tone of indifference. I am Ma Hongjun, and as for my martial spirit, you shall learn of it only after you defeat me. In the realm of Douluo continent, it is customary for soul masters to disclose their martial spirits during competitions as a sign of respect towards their opponents. Ma Hongjun's mere mention of his name, without revealing his martial spirit, was evidently somewhat discourteous. However, he had his own considerations, although his twin martial spirits were not a profound secret. It was prudent to keep their names concealed in public. This could serve as a strategic advantage in combat, allowing him to surprise his adversaries. Akin to the notion of a wolf in sheep's clothing, Dai Mubai did not react with immediate anger. Instead, he cast a glance at Ma Hongjun and the stout figure behind him, speculating, are both of you students of Shrek Academy? It is no wonder that a school renowned for admitting only monsters has produced a soul master of your caliber at such a young age. Dai Mubai's statement held some truth. At not yet 14, he had already cultivated his soul power to the 34th level, undeniably qualifying as a prodigy. Yet, the misstep lay in his address to Ma Hongjun. My apologies, but I believe you are mistaken. You are too old for me. I am merely 10 years old. You may confirm this with teacher Li Yusong, Ma Hongjun replied in a voice audible only to the two of them. He refrained from disclosing his rank as a great soul master, as the secrets surrounding his martial spirit and its soul rings were of utmost importance and must remain undisclosed. After all, who had ever encountered a great soul master with 3 soul rings? While his martial spirit was not entirely off limits for revelation, its soul skills required confidentiality. And such secrets would only be shared with those in exceptionally close relationships, certainly not with Dai Mubai, whom he had just met, despite the potential for camaraderie in the future. Observing Ma Hongjun's youthful visage, juxtaposed with his unexpectedly tall stature, Dai Mubai chose not to press further, a budding belief taking root within him. Please, do enlighten me. Dai Mubai possessed his own sense of pride. While he bore no ill will towards Ma Hongjun, he felt compelled to demonstrate that he was not inferior to others. How about we make a wager? If you lose, you must address me as boss and refer to me as Little Ma upon entering the academy. Should I lose, you shall become a student of Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun suggested with a faint smile, clearly pleased with the outcome of his proposal. That would be unfair to me. Given my innate talent, I could easily gain admission to any academy, even Shrek Academy, which I believe I should meet the criteria for. Therefore, I must add a condition. If I win, upon your admission to the academy, you and the other students must call me Boss Dai. I wonder if you have the authority to grant that, Dai Mubai retorted, a confident smirk playing upon his lips. He spoke with conviction. At the tender age of 14, he had already attained the 34th rank, and 2 years prior, he had been above the 25th rank, thus meeting the entrance criteria for Shrek Academy. No doubt about it, Hongjun, being the esteemed disciple of the dean, would grant anyone who could defeat him the privilege of direct admission into Shrek Academy. Li Yusong's eyes sparkled with interest. He had a penchant for confident students and relished the thrill of competition, firmly advocating for rivalry within Shrek Academy. The adage that a timid soul master is not a worthy soul master originated from Shrek Academy itself, indicating that while the current instructors may appear lackluster, their youthful temperaments were anything but meek. Indeed, my word is law within the academy, Hongjun remarked with a disdainful chuckle, directing his gaze towards Fat Tiger. His present standing in Shrek far surpassed that of the original Hongjun, with strength incomparable. The Demon Slayer breathing technique had significantly enhanced his combat prowess prior to reaching the Spirit Master rank, granting him physical attributes twice that of an ordinary Soul Master. Under the influence of the Sun Breathing's characteristics, he essentially gained the advantages of a 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda Soul Master, making it difficult for him to maintain a low profile. Indeed, aside from my father, I heed only young Master Hong's words, Fat Tiger responded earnestly, a sincere smile gracing his face. It was true, for among the Academy's students, Fat Tiger was the only one who remained. Although he possessed a touch of shrewdness, he was still but a child, thoroughly molded by Hongjun's guidance, obediently following his lead. If Hongjun's words did not carry weight, whose would? Chapter 25, The Gathering of the Three Oddities, Part 1. Fat Tiger, go calm the crowd. I wish to have a word with this newcomer to make him aware of who the true authority is at Shrek Academy, Hongjun stated with an unassuming tone, gesturing towards the throng of onlookers. Of course, it is the dean, Fat Tiger muttered, having caught a slip in Hongjun's phrasing, before dutifully attending to the crowd. What? Fat Tiger, do you wish to experience the might of my little devil fire once more? Are you unaware that the dean holds supreme authority in such matters? Naturally. The teachers and the dean are exceptions, do you understand? Ma Hongjun hesitated to contest for leadership against Flander. Yet he could not afford to lose his authority in front of Fat Tiger. His demeanor was a deliberate attempt to embody the essence of someone his age. In truth, he was indifferent to titles of leadership. True respect is earned through personal strength. One need only look at Tang San, who, despite ranking 3rd among the Shrek 7 monsters, held an unparalleled status as the genuine leader. Observing this, Fat Tiger hastily shook his head and stepped forward to disperse and soothe the crowd. In the square before Shrek Academy, he cleared an area approximately 20 meters wide, noticing that neither participant harbored any ill will towards others. The children and their parents who had come to register felt reassured, adhering to the noble traditions of Ma Hongjun's previous life as they formed a circle around the unfolding spectacle. Very well. Let me witness the prowess of the Monster Academy's students, Dai Mubai remarked with a captivating smile, his tone decidedly commanding. He held a sense of pride within himself. Despite Ma Hongjun being his junior, they both stood as sole respecteds, and he held deep admiration for him. However, admiration aside, he wouldn't humiliate himself by ingratiating with Ma Hongjun. Come on. Ma Hongjun beckoned with a finger, gazing provocatively at Dai Mubai. All right, be careful, Dai Mubai cautioned, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes as his beast spirit, the White Tiger, manifested. An ethereal projection of the White Tiger appeared behind him, and his hands transformed into tangible energy claws resembling those of the White Tiger. He struck first, launching himself towards Ma Hongjun's chest with blinding speed. Is that all? Ma Hongjun let out a light chuckle, his response non-committal. With a subtle yet swift motion of his feet against the ground, he vanished like a specter, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow, which was pierced through by Dai Mubai's fierce grasp. Now at the age of 10, Ma Hongjun had not continued to gain weight. Standing at approximately 175 centimeters tall, he weighed just under 100 kilograms. His physique bore a resemblance to Zhao Wujia's, characterized by a more robust build, a result of his disciplined commitment to exercise over the past 3 years. Yet, Ma Hongjun remained dissatisfied with his appearance. This physique contributed to a greater amount of flesh on his face compared to the average person. And in a world where one's worth is often judged by beauty and strength, his virile demeanor did not attract the admiration of many women his age. Of course, not all women are enamored with the youthful, delicate type. There exists a segment of more mature women who indeed find his robust masculinity appealing. Although Ma Hongjun's appearance is not conventionally handsome, he exudes an inexplicable sense of security that is hard to ignore. How infuriating. His speed is astonishingly swift. I can only keep pace with his fleeting shadow. It appears that engaging him in close combat is futile. I must rely on the advantage of my martial spirit to secure victory. With a flourish, I unleash my second spirit skill, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Dai Mubai, incensed by Ma Hongjun's disdainful tone, is nonetheless taken aback by his speed, quickly devising a countermeasure. A powerful wave of white light erupts from his lips, aimed straight at Ma Hongjun. In a flash, Ma Hongjun summons his three-leaf clover martial spirit, retreating nimbly as his spirit rapidly burgeons, transforming like ghostly vines, thickening and lengthening to form a formidable barrier before him. Dai Mubai's assault crashes against Ma Hongjun's defense, the three-leaf clover spirit fracturing under the onslaught. Its force undeniably fierce. Yet, Ma Hongjun's protective wall proves resilient against such destruction. Spirit Parasite. He bellows, invoking the hidden first skill of his three-leaf clover spirit. The ghostly vine parasite. The severed roots and leaves of the barrier regenerate at an astonishing rate, countering the damage with remarkable efficiency. Too weak, utterly weak. Is this all you can muster? Ma Hongjun taunts, though inwardly he is brimming with exhilaration. He had long been unaware of the extent to which his ghostly breathing technique had enhanced his abilities. Now, with Dai Mubai, a formidable attacker, as a benchmark, his excitement is palpable. His physical prowess and speed has already surpassed that of Dai Mubai, a soul master of the attack type, and the purity of their soul powers, as evidenced by their clash, appears to be nearly equivalent. By such calculations, his speed must have reached at least the level of a swift attack type soul master. Oh, is that so? If you think this is all I have, you are gravely mistaken, Dai Mubai retorts with a subtle smile, his lips curling slightly. He perceives that Ma Hongjun bears no ill will towards him, at least not with any intent to target him deliberately. Though he is unsure why Ma Hongjun feels compelled to provoke him, he is determined to unleash his full strength to prove himself no less formidable. The battle has evolved into a contest of skill, and Dai Mubai no longer holds back, instantly channeling his entire power through the Millennium Soul Ring, transforming into the White Tiger's diamond form. Upon witnessing this, Ma Hongjun's expression turned serious as he gravely regarded the golden light radiating from Dai Mubai, which seemed to encompass formidable power. His body began to swell, as if inflated. The 1,000-year soul ring technique, White Tiger King Kong transformation, attack, defense, and strength enhanced by 100. Threat level, moderate. The green light in Ma Hongjun's sea of consciousness remained still for an extended period. Yet it shifted in response to his intense focus on the transformed Dai Mubai. Beneath the information of his martial soul, a line of small text emerged. However, at that moment, Ma Hongjun merely sensed a subtle fluctuation in his sea of consciousness and had no time to attend to it. Dai Mubai had evoked a feeling of danger in him for the first time in his life. Having utilized his third soul skill, Dai Mubai's defensive power likely surpassed Ma Hongjun's current level. It seemed that he could only seek breakthroughs through offense and speed. Although Ma Hongjun outwardly appeared relaxed and at ease, his heart was heavy with gravity, and he dared not show any carelessness. Come again. Dai Mubai suddenly lunged forward like a monkey, pounding his chest twice with his fist before charging at Ma Hongjun. Clearly intent on engaging in close combat, Ma Hongjun, however, refused to grant him that opportunity. He could have chosen to evade using his speed, yet he did not. With a single thought, the breath of the ghostly flame within him swiftly transformed into the breath of fire, and his soul power erupted with explosive intensity. Ma Hongjun gazed solemnly at Dai Mubai, whose physique had grown to be nearly his equal, towering over him by an entire head. Their fists clenched tightly, they engaged in a direct clash. Bang! The two massive fists collided with tremendous force, unleashing a surge of soul power that sent dust swirling into the air. Both men staggered backward. Yet a discerning eye would reveal a subtle distinction between them. Ma Hongjun retreated 5 steps, while Dai Mubai stepped back 3 steps, revealing the disparity in their strengths. With Dai Mubai, who had invoked the White Tiger transformation, evidently superior, his strength was commendable. However, victory in battle is not solely reliant on brute force. With a fierce shout, Ma Hongjun unleashed his third soul skill, the inked jade staff. Unyielding, he called forth his second soul skill, causing the clover martial soul in his hand to radiate with brilliant light. When the brilliance faded, a long staff appeared in Ma Hongjun's right hand. Li Yusong, observing from the sidelines, could not help but be intrigued. It resembled his own dragon-patterned staff, although it appeared to be a bamboo staff of jade green. The sheen it emitted suggested its extraordinary nature. The hardness of this weapon was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary martial soul. Ma Hongjun wore a confident smile, which was the source of his audacity to directly challenge Dai Mubai. His staff was perfectly suited for striking tigers. What soul skill is this? Dai Mubai exclaimed in astonishment, unable to conceal his surprise. You may perceive it as a special soul skill. You have already activated your third Millennium Soul Ring's ability, while I have merely initiated mine and have yet to fully unleash it. Compared to me, you still fall short, concede defeat. Ma Hongjun proclaimed triumphantly, reveling in the astonished and envious gazes of those around him, intentionally misleading them into believing this was his third soul skill. Humph. Dream on. I am not so easily vanquished. Bring it on. Dai Mubai did not initiate another attack. Instead, he adopted a defensive stance, prepared to counter any changes, waiting for Ma Hongjun to falter first. The first technique of the Tiger Strike Staff method, bluntly strike the dog's head. Ma Hongjun shouted, executing a seemingly chaotic series of strikes with his staff, akin to a juggler's performance. Just as Dai Mubai was about to mock him, the staff suddenly blazed with intense light, unleashing a powerful momentum aimed directly at Dai Mubai's forehead. Though his movements appeared uncoordinated, the speed was astonishingly swift. The Inkjade staff, while immensely sturdy, was remarkably lightweight in Ma Hongjun's grasp, allowing for unparalleled agility. First soul skill, White Tiger Shield. Upon witnessing the speed of Ma Hongjun's erratic strikes, Dai Mubai, initially careless, instantly altered his demeanor and summoned the White Tiger Shield without hesitation. Bang! With a sharp sound. The Inkjade staff remained unscathed, its soul power colliding with Dai Mubai's protective shield. Although Dai Mubai successfully blocked Ma Hongjun's soul-powered strike, a large bump formed on his forehead. Ouch, you little rascal. Your methods are quite underhanded. You deliberately drew my attention for a sneak attack. This does not count. Let us start over. I wasn't ready. Although Dai Mubai was not severely injured, his forehead throbbed with excruciating pain. He glared at Ma Hongjun and declared, the 36th style of the dog beat stick technique. No dogs in the world. Ma Hongjun, seemingly taken aback, had not anticipated that the strength of his soul power would be nearly on par with Dai Mubai's. Elated by the effectiveness of his attack, he even mispronounced the name of the technique. With the empty stick in his hands, Ma Hongjun hesitated not for a moment. He gripped it firmly and soared into the air, delivering another formidable blow aimed at Dai Mubai's head. All the remaining soul power within him surged forth, and the jade-black stick radiated a brilliant green light, striking down upon the unsuspecting Dai Mubai with a mighty force. Ma Hongjun exhibited no intention of holding back, for he understood that although his soul power was pure, it was at best comparable to Dai Mubai's, and prolonging the battle could very well lead to his own demise. Given that his soul power level was significantly inferior to Dai Mubai's. White Tiger Shield, he exclaimed, how infuriating. I shall fight you to the bitter end. Dai Mubai once again employed his first soul skill to counter the energy assault enveloping his staff. Yet he lacked the surplus soul power to withstand the tangible impact of the weapon. The same spot was struck once more, the swelling intensifying to an alarming degree. And Dai Mubai's handsome visage transformed into one of considerable ferocity. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage Ma Hongjun in a close-quarters brawl to vent his frustrations. Enough. Cease this at once. This match concludes in a draw. Both of you must be running low on soul power by now. Dai Mubai, congratulations on your successful admission to Shrek Academy, Li Yusong interjected, preventing any further conflict. He was well aware that Ma Hongjun had yet to unleash a more insidious technique, the phosphorescent flame poison. Were it not for this restraint, Dai Mubai might have already faced defeat. The reason Ma Hongjun refrained from using it was due to the difficulty of antidoting the toxin, which was more formidable than the phosphorescent purple poison. Even Ma Hongjun himself would require significant effort to neutralize the poison, and since he bore no deep-seated grudge against Dai Mubai, he naturally chose not to employ such a tactic. Indeed, I am honored to be accepted by your esteemed academy. I should not have underestimated Shrek Academy. I admit my defeat in this match. I am not one to shy away from loss, and though I am older than you, your current strength surpasses mine by a margin. When you reach my age, I may very well no longer be your equal, Dai Mubai remarked, displaying a surprising resilience rather than the anticipated despondency. Haha, it's quite all right. It was all a misunderstanding. From now on, we shall be classmates and should learn to coexist amicably. As teacher Li Yusong stated, let this match conclude in a draw, he added with a light-hearted chuckle. The magnanimity of Dai Mubai rendered it difficult for Ma Hongjun to continue troubling him, and the strength of Dai Mubai had garnered Ma Hongjun's acknowledgement, prompting him to speak in a markedly gentler tone. This leniency was, of course, largely due to the fact that Ma Hongjun had benefited substantially. Had the situation been reversed, he would have insisted on recompense without regard for status. In this regard, Ma Hongjun indeed inherited the commendable traits of Flender, demonstrating an even greater protectiveness over his own. Whenever a member of his circle suffered a setback, he would undoubtedly seek to restore their honor. To outsiders, Ma Hongjun appeared to be a kind-hearted individual, eager to assist others and deeply sentimental. possessing little more than a slight tendency to hold grudges. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that Ma Hongjun's kindness was often compelled. If given the choice, he would prefer to embrace a more villainous persona. Yet, the clover martial soul evidently denied him a malevolent leaf to liberate that inheritance. As the parents accompanying their children for enrollment observed the lack of excitement, they began to disperse, rejoining the queue to register. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, along with the rotund Hu, guided Dai Mubai on a tour of the academy. Upon entering, the first thing that caught their eye was the dilapidated gate of Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai expressed no discontent regarding the worn appearance of the academy. Rather, he surveyed it with mild curiosity. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon two wooden plaques flanking the entrance. One of them boldly proclaimed, "A mountain need not be high. If it possesses a spirit, it is renowned. Water need not be deep. If it harbors a dragon, it is mystical. This humble abode, only my virtue makes it fragrant." Conversations abound with esteemed scholars, while the common folk remain absent. Upon reading this, the image of Shrek Academy elevated significantly in Dai Mubai's mind. Turning his attention to the other plaque, he was struck by the widely circulated adage inscribed there. Only monsters are accepted. Ordinary individuals need not apply. Below this were additional inscriptions. A soul master who fears trouble is not a good soul master. Avoid seeking trouble when there is none. Yet do not shy away from it when it arises. These words had naturally been engraved after Ma Hongjun sought Flinder's counsel. And when Flinder and the other instructors beheld them for the first time, they were overwhelmed with emotion, praising Ma Hongjun for his perceptiveness. It seemed they had found solace in their sense of belonging to Shrek Academy, where every graduate was a genius, at the very least a viscount. And extraordinary achievements were indeed the norm. Dai Mubai marveled internally, his gaze towards Ma Hongjun now tinged with excitement. He envisioned the possibility of surpassing Ma Hongjun within this academy. Noticing that Dai Mubai had absorbed enough, Ma Hongjun feigned an air of profundity, clearing his throat twice before saying, "I forgot to introduce you. This little chubby fellow is my younger brother, Fat Tiger. You can call him Fat Tiger. He is also a formidable attack-type soul master, just a little over 10 years old." "Oh, are you all truly around 10 years old? You are not deceiving me, are you?" Although Dai Mubai was aware that Ma Hongjun was unlikely to deceive him in such matters, he could not help but voice his doubts. Indeed, one must not solely rely on appearances. It is merely due to the nature of my martial soul that I have grown into this rather unfortunate guise of a young man unloved by both grandmother and uncle. Ma Hongjun sighed with a grimace, his expression contrasting oddly with his robust exterior. One must ponder who would treat a young man, albeit just over 10 years of age, as if he were a mere child. Ma Hongjun's appearance undoubtedly surpasses that of Zhao Waoqi by a considerable margin. His countenance, while somewhat handsome, bears the distinctive marks of his phoenix martial soul, rendering him somewhat unconventional due to the excess flesh on his face. Nonetheless, Ma Hongjun does not dwell on this too heavily, reasoning that a little extra flesh is preferable to being truly overweight. He harbors a hopeful belief that once he resolves his martial soul predicament, he will undoubtedly transform into a strikingly handsome figure. Haha. I never anticipated that you possess such an endearing side, my brother, Dai Mubai exclaimed, unable to contain his laughter. Although Ma Hongjun's visage appeared quite mature, the lingering innocence of youth was still evident, provoking uncontrollable amusement. "Shoo, you ought to tread carefully. Do not mock my little brother Ma. Little Ma is quite comparable to the dean," chortled Fat Tiger, playfully gesturing for silence towards Dai Mubai, his words somewhat perplexing. "Fat Tiger, is your mischief returning? Would you like me to loosen your joints?" Ma Hongjun remarked, his smile betraying a hint of mischief. "Ah, haha, no need for that, boss. I suddenly recalled an errand I have yet to complete, so I shall take my leave. I would appreciate your assistance with the new students." Fat Tiger replied with a hasty retreat. Peng Hu's expression instantly froze, and he hurriedly spoke while running. He had become somewhat reckless, having seen Ma Hongjun speak so amiably to Dai Mubai, which prompted him to jest at Ma Hongjun. Upon witnessing Ma Hongjun's feigned smile that concealed a deeper displeasure, he instinctively chose to flee. Over the past 3 years, Ma Hongjun had not devoted all his energy solely to the cultivation of soul power. Rather, he had spent a considerable amount of time acquiring knowledge about soul beasts and exploring the wonders of the continent. His soul power was exceptionally pure. Yet he also needed to suppress the small evil fire within him, which naturally slowed his progress in cultivation. Nonetheless, even under these circumstances, Peng Hu's level of soul power had not surpassed that of Ma Hongjun. Peng Hu had only just acquired his soul ring, while Ma Hongjun had already reached level 21 a year ago, and now his soul power had ascended to level 24, a full 3 levels higher than Pang Hu, who had awakened his martial soul simultaneously. It is crucial to note that Ma Hongjun was currently cultivating the 3-leaf clover martial soul, which was inherently at a level 3, making its cultivation significantly easier compared to Pang, whose innate level 7. This was a 3rd-level realm of great soul masters, far surpassing the soul power of innate soul masters. Once Ma Hongjun began to cultivate the evil fire phoenix martial soul, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. It should be noted that cultivating twin martial souls involves primary and secondary cultivation. If one primarily cultivates the 3-leaf clover martial soul, the cultivation speed will certainly not match that of the evil fire phoenix martial soul, which possesses innate full soul power. The reason Ma Hongjun remained at level 10 after awakening the phoenix martial soul was due to the constraints imposed by the rules of Douluo continent. Although the 2 martial souls did not elevate his level, the purity of Ma Hongjun's soul power exceeded that of an ordinary soul master of the same level by more than double. Pang Hu's progress was largely attributed to Zhao Wujia's vigorous mentorship combined with his own diligent training. He typically devoted 3 times the amount of time to training compared to Ma Hongjun. While Ma Hongjun practiced for 1 hour, Pang Hu would train for 3. And even then, he barely managed to keep pace with Ma Hongjun's cultivation speed. Ma Hongjun believed that before Tang San arrived at Shrek Academy in 2 years, he would surely have cultivated to level 30 ahead of time. Let us not forget that his evil fire phoenix martial soul had yet to be endowed with any soul rings. At present, his body had matured in every aspect, particularly in a certain area, thus the evil fire phoenix martial soul was ripe for cultivation. As the two followed the now invisible fat tiger into the academy, Daimubai suddenly voiced his curiosity. Brother Hongjun, your standing in our academy must be quite high, yet I have not seen any other students along the way. Ah, well, all the students have already graduated. The specifics will be explained by the dean in class tomorrow, Ma Hongjun replied hesitantly, refraining from immediately introducing the academy to Daimubai. He suspected that Oscar might very well enroll in Shrek Academy this year. In the original story, Oscar and Daimubai both appeared within Shrek Academy when Tang San was merely over 12 years old, which was only 2 years from now. Ah, I see, Daimubai said, somewhat bewildered. They continued walking into the academy, which was naturally secluded amidst dense foliage, rendering the scenery rather unremarkable. The wooden gates, entwined with vines, opened to a narrow country path about 3 or 4 meters wide, adorned only with wild grass and common rural fencing, lacking any further embellishments. The overall appearance was dilapidated, evoking a sense of abandonment. The path, constructed of stone and partially covered with moss, was framed by weeds, lending a unique rustic charm to the surroundings. As they passed a small central square, Ma Hongjun pointed to the ancient structures resembling those of his past life, infused with a hint of Western architectural elements, and said, "There lies our teaching building at Shrek Academy. If any important matters arise, the dean will announce them in this square, and we gather here every morning." The houses here exude a sense of history and appear quite old. They must have considerable age, right? Are our dormitories located here as well? Daimubai, unsure of how to compliment Shrek Academy, awkwardly inquired. Well, it's decent. It cannot compare to the prestigious noble soul master academies in the big cities, but it certainly possesses its own charm, Ma Hongjun replied. Ma Hongjun, however, felt no particular sentiment regarding this. In fact, he preferred the simplicity of such rustic styles over the grandeur of elaborate architecture. The wooden structures, though seemingly less robust than towering edifices of iron and steel, possessed an undeniable sense of ancient history and cultural richness, qualities that the opulent buildings of bustling cities could never replicate. The architectural design of Shrek Academy offered a visual delight, embodying a tranquil pastoral beauty, untouched by the clamor of urban life. Not far to the southwest of the small square stood an eye-catching water wheel reminiscent of a Ferris wheel. Such irrigation devices were once commonplace but are now a rarity. Its size was nearly comparable to that of several houses, creating a striking vista when paired with the rustic charm of Shrek Academy. Indeed, it is quite remarkable, unique in its own right. Your words have truly made me appreciate the beauty of Shrek Academy, and I find myself filled with anticipation for the life ahead, remarked Daimubai, who keenly observed the natural pastoral beauty that Shrek Academy exuded. Of course, otherwise, why do you think the teachers choose to retire here? It's the serene environment and the idyllic charm that attract them. You must understand that the faculty at Shrek Academy are all formidable soul emperors. Renowned figures in their youth across the continent, Ma Hongjun replied with a hint of pride. Indeed, this is also the reason I chose to attend Shrek Academy. I have heard that our dean is none other than one of the illustrious Golden Iron Triangle, the four-eyed cat eagle. Flinder, is it not? Dai Mubai inquired, his tone laced with certainty despite the phrasing of his question. Why are you asking me when you already know? How dull. Anyway, let me take you to the dormitory to find suitable accommodations. You'll be sharing with Fat Tiger. As I cannot live with boys due to certain issues with my martial soul, Ma Hongjun replied somewhat irritably. He had intended to impress Dai Mubai. But it turned out that Dai Mubai was already well informed about Shrek Academy's general situation. Upon reflection, it made sense. Despite Dai Mubai's lack of prominence in the Douluo Empire, as the second prince, he could certainly access such information. Due to issues with your martial soul? Dai Mubai asked, slightly bewildered. What does that mean? Does it imply that you could live with girls instead? Ignoring Dai Mubai's perplexed expression, Ma Hongjun was disinclined to elaborate. Having resolved to cultivate his second martial soul, the evil fire phoenix, he was unperturbed by potential ridicule. However, he still wished to make a good impression on their first meeting. Upon reaching the dormitory area, which consisted of vacant cottages, a cheerful woman assisting with the academy's cleaning spotted Ma Hongjun and approached him with a beaming smile. Ah, Hongjun, is this new student someone you brought along? Have you returned from enrollment? You must be hungry. My daughter, Sui Hua, has prepared your favorite braised pork. Once we finish here, come to my house for lunch. Aunt Zhang. Yes, it's you. Haha. No, that's all right. I need to accompany the new student for lunch to help him familiarize himself with the academy. I promise to visit next time. Ma Hongjun was initially engaged in light-hearted banter with Dai Mubai when he heard the voice of Aunt Zhang, causing his expression to stiffen abruptly. He quickly glanced at Dai Mubai, signaling with his face. Ah, yes, I just arrived and am still somewhat unfamiliar with the academy, he chuckled. Dai Mubai, understanding the unspoken cue, promptly responded in earnest. Alas, it seems Sui Fang will have to wait in vain once more. What a fine child she is. One can only wonder if she possesses such fortune. As for me, I shall not impose upon you any further, Aunt Zhang sighed, somewhat disappointed as she murmured to herself and walked away. Ah ha ha, Sui Fang. What on earth is going on, my brother? Dai Mubai could no longer contain his laughter and inquired once Aunt Zhang had distanced herself. What do you mean? What is going on? It is simply a testament to my good character. The matrons of the village enjoy inviting me to their homes for meals, seizing the opportunity to introduce their daughters to me. Alas, let it go. I appreciate the gesture, Ma Hongjun exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. He also harbored a sense of gratitude for Dai Mubai's earlier cooperation, which fostered a growing fondness towards him, infusing his tone with warmth. At times, the bonds between men are forged through the simplest of gestures, where even the most trivial matters can elevate their relationship to a deeper connection. Ma Hongjun spoke wisely, as his habitual acts of kindness had earned him a reputation for integrity within the Shrek village, truly embodying the quintessential model student. As for Sui Hua, if memory serves, she is indeed the same girlfriend from the original narrative who, unable to endure Ma Hongjun's mischievous flames, insisted on a breakup. Consequently, every time she encountered him or Aunt Zhang, she would hastily retreat, leaving Ma Hongjun to ponder whether this Sui Hua might just be the ancestor of Ma Xiaotao from Douluo No. 2. Chapter 28. The Gathering of the Trio, and There's no need for thanks. We shall be classmates henceforth, and mutual assistance is only natural, Dai Mubai remarked, waving his hand dismissively. Well, our Shrek Academy doesn't impose any particularly stringent rules. To put it simply, we prohibit acts of debauchery and pillaging. Yet we encourage combat and gambling. Engaging in battle is the most effective means to hone one's martial spirit and gain invaluable practical experience, while gambling serves as a psychological contest, significantly enhancing one's mental fortitude, perceptiveness, and judgment. Ma Hongjun succinctly conveyed the Academy's regulations, a task preordained by the principal. Isn't that a bit rather unique? Dai Mubai stammered, clearly apprehensive that voicing any disparaging remarks about Shrek Academy might rekindle Ma Hongjun's animosity. Under no circumstances should it go too far. Battles must not result in fatalities, and as long as one does not lose their trousers in gambling, all is well. Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly, and at that moment, they arrived at the boys' dormitory, marking the completion of his assigned task. After Ma Hongjun had secured a room for Dai Mubai, he observed with mild envy as Dai Mubai retrieved a meticulously arranged silk cloth from the spatial soul guide on his finger. Currently, Ma Hongjun does not possess a single spatial soul tool, while Flinder retains only one for his own use. As the role of the Academy's dean often necessitates the utilization of spatial soul tools, naturally, he would not bestow such a seemingly inconsequential item upon Ma Hongjun. Contemplating this, Ma Hongjun could not help but entertain thoughts of acquiring a high-quality, spacious soul tool at an auction in the future. Soul tools are specialized devices powered by soul energy, and spatial soul tools represent one of the most precious types among them, serving as storage artifacts. Brother Ma, where do we dine at the Academy? I've arrived in a bit of a hunger, and I would like to treat you. Let us head to the cafeteria together, said Dai Mubai, having tidied his bedding and noticing that Ma Hongjun was still waiting nearby. Oh, never mind. Our Academy does not charge for meals. If you wish to treat me, perhaps you can take me to the snack street in Soto City another day, Ma Hongjun replied with a hint of resignation, waving his hand dismissively. He had never been one to shy away from food. The more he consumed, the easier it was to suppress his inner fire, even if it might lead to weight gain. For the time being, that was the only option available to him. The cafeteria was not far from their location. Though referred to as a cafeteria, it was merely a modest residence. The meals were prepared by villagers hired by the Academy, and while the food was not particularly delectable, it was sufficient to satisfy hunger. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they discovered two individuals waiting outside. One of them was the rotund tiger, while the other was a stranger to Ma Hongjun, prompting him to curiously inquire, "Fatty, is this person also a new student at our academy?" "Little Ma, hee. We've been eagerly awaiting your arrival to dine. I absolutely refused to let anyone else enter until you arrived. As for this silver-haired youth, he was brought back by teacher Xiao Xian. He is not yet a student of our academy, but that should change soon, and he will likely become our classmate." Fat Tiger replied enthusiastically, his expression oddly endearing, surprising anyone who would not expect such a fawning demeanor from someone with his appearance. "Very well, let us proceed inside. In the future, you need not wait specifically for me. As the number of students increases, we cannot adhere to the old customs." Ma Hongjun nodded appreciatively. Over the past 3 years, he had grown quite fond of Fat Tiger. Though he occasionally exhibited a somewhat sycophantic manner, his heart was undeniably kind. "All right, then. Hee. Let us enter and eat. I'm quite hungry already." Fat Tiger searched and chuckled awkwardly while rubbing his belly. He had no particular intention of ingratiating himself with Dai Mubai and Oscar. In his heart, aside from a certain respect for Ma Hongjun, who had allowed him entry into Shrek Academy, he was primarily focused on food. Otherwise, he would not have grown to be nearly as rotund as Ma Hongjun. However, his physique lacked the robust and imposing stature that characterized Ma Hongjun. Thus, the moniker of the chubby one naturally fell upon Fat Tiger. "Hello everyone. My name is Oscar, and I am a disciple of teacher Xiao Xian. I look forward to becoming your classmate." Oscar introduced himself, having overheard the conversation between the two. Oscar was quite handsome, dressed simply in gray, with neatly cropped hair and a pair of signature peach blossom eyes. "Greetings. My name is Ma Hongjun, but you can call me Xiao Ma Gu. If anyone bullies you in the academy, feel free to seek me out. I have a bit of clout here," Ma Hongjun said with a mischievous glance at Oscar, as if implying that there were others in the academy besides their small group. At that moment, Oscar's hair was not yet as lush as it would be 2 years later, but he appeared quite tidy and spirited. "Xiao Ma Gu, you seem to be quite mature. You must be a senior in our academy," Oscar remarked without a hint of doubt or hesitation, referring to Ma Hongjun with the informal title as if it were the most natural thing. Dai Mubai and Fat Tiger couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Although Oscar looked somewhat youthful, he was likely around 12 or 13 years of age, while Ma Hongjun, despite his mature appearance, was certainly older than Oscar. They were aware that Shrek Academy did not categorize students by year, only their small group did. "Ah, a promising young one. Excellent, very excellent. Let us head inside for a meal." Ma Hongjun nodded in satisfaction, choosing not to disclose the reality to Oscar. After sharing their first meal in the academy, they couldn't help but express their grievances, complaining that the academy was rather miserly. The meat in the dishes was so minuscule that it was almost impossible to grasp with chopsticks. Ma Hongjun shared their sentiments and, in fact, harbored the greatest grievance among them, feeling it was unreasonable for the academy to skimp on food on the first day for new students. As they finished their meal, the group grew more familiar with one another, and the image of Dean Flanders became synonymous with parsimony in the eyes of Dai Mubai and Oscar. On the following morning, the academy's bell rang. Ma Hongjun reluctantly bid farewell to the daughter of the Dream Lord and awoke, performing a quick wash-up before slowly making his way to the small square in front of the teaching building. When he arrived, He noticed that all eyes in the square were fixed upon him, clearly waiting for his arrival. He was the last to show up. "Good morning, everyone." "Haha. I apologize for being late." Ma Hongjun, devoid of any sincerity, uttered a brief remark before positioning himself beside Fat Tiger, awaiting the director's admonition. "Why are you so late? What were you up to last night? Has your martial soul begun to misbehave again?" Flandre inquired, his tone tinged with reproach, yet lacking any intention of punishing Ma Hongjun for his tardiness, clearly providing him with an excuse. The daughter of the Duke of Zhou wouldn't let me leave. I'll just make a trip to Soto City after today's training. I'm quite accustomed to it," Ma Hongjun replied, not attempting to conceal his intentions. Although he refrained from being explicit, he merely mentioned his plan to visit Soto City. Nonetheless, some individuals could not suppress their mischievous thoughts, such as a certain fellow with alluring peach blossom eyes. Chapter 29. Laughing at the poor, not at the courtesan. What? Martial soul? Misbehaving? Could it be akin to mine? Or perhaps even more lewd? Oscar mused inwardly, casting a glance at Ma Hongjun, his eyes reflecting a newfound camaraderie. Having dined the previous evening, Oscar had received special permission from Director Flandre to join Shrek Academy, being the only innate full soul power food system soul master in recent years. His talent was nothing short of extraordinary. In Flandre's eyes, only Ma Hongjun could surpass him, for Flandre regarded Ma Hongjun as possessing the potential for a title. As he would put it, "My disciple Ma Hongjun has the potential for a title." In fact, had there not been a lack of divine revelations in the past century, he would have believed his disciple Ma Hongjun was destined for godhood. "All right, everyone, stand properly. Ahem. Today marks the first day of the academic year 2641 in the Douluo calendar here at Shrek Academy. I shall refrain from excessive chatter. Hongjun and the others have likely provided you with a brief overview of the Academy's regulations. Compared to the rigid rules of other academies, Shrek Academy is far simpler. As long as you can maintain unity among students and refrain from murder and arson, no one will concern themselves with your actions," Flandre stated with an earnest demeanor, his slightly raspy voice compelling one to listen attentively. "What subject should we study?" "It must differ from the Junior Soul Master Academy." Oscar, evidently someone who had attended the Junior Soul Master Academy, was the first to inquire. "The specific course arrangements have yet to be finalized. However, practical combat classes are of utmost importance in our academy. Therefore, you will be dedicating half of your daily time to practical training. Now, apart from Ma Hongjun, all of you should proceed to the Academic Affairs Office to pay your tuition for this semester, totaling 100 gold soul coins." Flandre's gaze casually swept over the crowd, yet his words revealed his avaricious nature in just a couple of sentences. Ma Hongjun gazed enviously at his three companions and waved his hand, indicating, "Ahem. You need not look at me with envy. This is a privilege that belongs solely to me, one that you cannot attain." Initially, it was anticipated that Ma Hongjun might offer some words of consolation or provide an explanation to his companions, but to their astonishment, his words were rather irksome. Alas, there was no remedy. The esteemed dean held a profound affection for little Ma, rendering their envy futile. It was best not to compare themselves to him. They should hasten to pay their tuition fees instead. Fat Tiger, however, had grown accustomed to such dynamics, having entered the academy 4 years prior. He took the lead to the administration office to settle the fees, and upon their return to the playground, Flandre finally spoke again. His tone considerably softened and no longer so stern. "From this moment on, your daily regimen will consist of running 10 round trips from Shrek Academy to Soto City, without the use of soul power. Failure to complete this task will result in forfeiting your meals," Flandre declared in his characteristic gravelly voice. Upon hearing that they were only required to run 10 round trips, Oscar and Dai Mubai initially seemed unfazed. However, when they learned that they could not utilize their soul power, their expressions grew grave, particularly Oscar, who appeared utterly despondent. Dai Mubai fared somewhat better, being a powerful attack-type beast spirit master, but Oscar was in dire straits, as the physical constitution of support-type spirit masters was the weakest among all. The possibility of using soul power to activate their martial spirits presented some challenge. Yet it remained achievable. However, the prohibition against using soul power was tantamount to a death sentence for Oscar. Ahem. Considering that you have just paid your tuition and are still acclimatizing to the academy's environment, I shall reduce the 10 laps to 5, Flandre said nonchalantly before departing, his direction unmistakably towards the administration office. Is the dean truly departing just like that? Does he not fear that we might resort to using soul power or slack off and fail to complete the 5 laps? Dai Mubai queried incredulously, glancing at Ma Hongjun. This seemed excessively lenient. You ought to pose that question to Fat Tiger. He has the experience, right, Fat Tiger? Ma Hongjun recalled the incident when Fat Tiger attempted to cut corners and was subsequently caught and soundly beaten by Zhao Wujieth. And he could not help but chuckle at the thought of the seemingly simple-minded Fat Tiger, who was, in fact, quite cunning. Hee, boss, please do not mock me. In the past, I was too young, but now I would never stoop to such underhanded tactics, Fat Tiger replied, somewhat sheepishly scratching his head. I believe it is not that you cannot, but rather that you dare not. Cultivation is our own responsibility. Even when teacher Zhao Wujie is no longer supervising us, we must persist in fulfilling our training tasks. Never underestimate running. It is an essential skill for survival when we encounter spirit masters with soul rings superior to ours. Ma Hongjun remarked, casting a serious glance at Fat Tiger. Yes, boss, Fat Tiger replied earnestly, standing up straight. Whenever Ma Hongjun lectured, he became exceedingly obedient and compliant. Oh, and there is still a teacher supervising us. I thought we could secretly use soul power and make things easier, Fat Tiger added. Upon hearing that a teacher was supervising, Oscar felt compelled to abandon his lazy thoughts, especially after listening to Ma Hongjun's admonishing words. Indeed, you may have heard the saying, with many rings comes many bones. With skill comes a surge, with few rings come few bones, and one simply flees. Thus, running training is of paramount importance for soul masters. Let us hasten our pace, Ma Hongjun declared as he took the lead towards Soto City. The three exchanged glances, each determined not to concede easily, their youthful exuberance evident. Even Fat Tiger, who held Ma Hongjun in high regard, secretly regarded him as a target to chase. After completing a lap, Ma Hongjun turned to Oscar, whose complexion had paled. Oscar, run behind me. It should be easier for you that way. Huh? Why is that? Oscar asked, perplexed and staring at Ma Hongjun with confusion. The wind creates resistance, and its force acts upon you, requiring you to expend more energy to counteract it. However, if you run behind me, that resistance will diminish significantly. Do you understand? Ma Hongjun explained, turning to look at Oscar. I still don't get it. Oscar remained puzzled, despite his intelligence. He struggled to grasp this scientifically validated concept immediately. Daimo Bai also wore a look of confusion, while only Fat Tiger joyfully trailed behind Ma Hongjun. Ultimately, Oscar, treating the advice as a last resort, decided to follow Ma Hongjun's guidance, thus managing to complete the task assigned by Flander with considerable difficulty. Soto City, Rose Hotel. Ma Hongjun sat at a lavish dining table, swiftly indulging in a feast as if a tempest had swept through. Before long, a piece of meat from a massive ice attribute soul beast found its way into his stomach. Beside him, May Anna, with a blissful expression, sat attentively, serving him dishes and offering water, quietly observing his voracious consumption. Why do you always enjoy watching me eat? I admit, I do look quite handsome while dining. But your gaze makes me feel bashful, Ma Hongjun inquired, casting a puzzled glance at May Anna after letting out a hearty burp. Ah, how vain. I don't always watch you. It's merely occasional. Well, it's just that I've grown accustomed to observing you during meals. Is that so wrong? Watching you eat makes me particularly hungry when it's my turn. May Anna initially attempted to argue but, upon reflection, conceded the truth of her statement and quickly devised another excuse. For the past 4 years, she had been by his side at every meal, much like a devoted young wife attending to her husband. This thought made May Anna's cheeks flush with warmth, her beauty radiating even more. However, Ma Hongjun seemed oblivious to her change in demeanor, his attention firmly fixed on the enticing dishes before him. Well, if you enjoy watching, then by all means, indulge yourself. After all, I'm eating your provisions, he remarked, unaware of May Anna's subtle embarrassment, reminding himself of the adage that one cannot bite the hand that feeds. Seeing that Ma Hongjun paid her no heed and continued to feast, May Anna felt a twinge of frustration. Yet, she reminded herself that while his desires might be tenfold that of an ordinary person, he was somewhat emotionally oblivious, and perhaps her expectations were overly ambitious. I suppose I won't need to consume as much ice attribute soul beast meat to temper the little evil fire anymore, so you need not prepare so much, Sister Anna. Otherwise, it would go to waste, Ma Hongjun lamented, casting a reluctant glance at the last piece of ice attribute soul beast meat he had devoured, his words lacking conviction. After all, over the past 4 years, he had consumed soul beast meat worth tens of thousands of gold soul coins, not accounting for interest. May Anna's expression darkened momentarily. But then an idea struck her, and she shyly asked, I heard from the dean that your martial soul can be resolved in another way besides eating. Will you be using that method in the future? No, Ma Hongjun answered, fully aware of her insinuation but preferring to keep the conversation light. Responding with a hint of indifference. Such topics were not suitable to discuss with a young woman, even if May Anna was approaching her 20th year. Still unmarried and without a boyfriend, remaining a vibrant young lady. That's a relief. You must remember to never harm innocent girls, nor venture into disreputable places, understood? May Anna warned him with a serious countenance. Yes, yes. Don't worry, sister. Although we live in an age of laughing at poverty while disregarding immorality, I, Ma Hongjun, am not that sort of person. I would never stoop to such actions. You can rest easy, he assured her with a playful grin. Ma Hongjun noticed the serious expression on May Anna's face and hurriedly approached her from behind, playfully patting her back while wearing a flattering smile. After all, she was his creditor, and he naturally had to appease her thoroughly. If it were anyone else, they would have been revered like ancestors. After all, who wouldn't find a wealthy woman enticing? In his youth, he was oblivious to the allure of affluent women, mistakenly valuing youthful girls instead. He was unaware of the advantages of relying on such women, thinking he could reverse his fortunes later. Yet when he sought the wealthy women again, they had already vanished. Wealthy women are like a ray of light in the darkness. Had he been able to turn back time, his descendants would have lived without worry. Securing the affections of a wealthy woman would have brought him ample riches. Ugh, with such silver-tongued eloquence, where would I find 120 hearts? With your way with words. Who knows how many young ladies you will captivate in the future? May Anna lightly scoffed, her tone noticeably more relaxed. Her melodious voice resonating beautifully in Ma Hongjun's ears. Chapter 30, The Starry Forest, Part 1. Currently, Ma Hongjun had begun to contemplate the ice and fire duality eye. But before that, he needed to make some preparations. Upon acquiring the phosphorescent flame poison and gaining the breath of flame, as he consumed the phosphorescent snake poison, a bold idea had already taken root in his mind. After years of diligent practice in mastering the breath of flame, he had become adept at utilizing its powers with precision. The breath of flame allows one to incinerate and absorb toxins, transforming them into soul power. Although the amount of soul power converted was not substantial, it sufficed for several days of cultivation and also served as an antidote, particularly effective against the phosphorescent snake poison, a subject in which Ma Hongjun had considerable experience. Thus, like any ordinary person, he could not resist the temptation of the poisoned Douluo's ice and fire duality eye. And he was no exception. Although Ma Hongjun's martial spirit may seem rather frivolous, he himself is a person of considerable integrity, remaining chaste and pure to this day. Hee. This is merely an exaggeration. Don't take it so literally. I have grown up without even having held a girl's hand, let alone capturing a girl's heart. Ma Hongjun spoke with his eyes wide open, fabricating tales while massaging the shoulder of a stunning beauty, all the while claiming to have never touched a girl's hand, displaying an audacious demeanor. Am I not a girl? Rosanna couldn't help but murmur in mild complaint, as he was the one who, apart from Ma Hongjun, had not interacted with any other man. In contrast to Ma Hongjun, who has a sister Ma Shoudai, she finds herself solely in harmony with him. Previously, she could treat Ma Hongjun as a child, yet now even Flinder no longer perceives him as such. After all, Ma Hongjun possesses an abundance of knowledge. Although he may be somewhat oblivious in matters of the heart, his affection for women is unparalleled, evoking admiration from all men, with desires that surpass those of ordinary individuals tenfold. It is uncertain whether he would have succumbed to the overwhelming burden of his own body had he not mastered the breath of demonic destruction. This technique endows him with the physical prowess of a soul master at double the standard level. The breath of demonic destruction has profoundly impacted Ma Hongjun. The enhancement of physical attributes from the breath of the sun, the increased offensive capabilities from the breath of flames, and the ability to detoxify all contribute to his formidable presence. Furthermore, should fate allow, he might even develop additional breathing techniques in the future. Ma Hongjun could not help but be filled with anticipation regarding the second hidden soul ring. Whether it was a treasure of extraordinary nature, a miraculous cultivation technique, or perhaps even a special ability, all possibilities were enticing. Sister Anna, what do you think of me? I am rather weary of striving. Would you consider supporting me? Ma Hongjun said, his gaze lingering on the enchanting visage of the lady before him, his words tinged with a hint of infatuation. How absurd. You are still so young, and everything you consume is provided by me. What more do you desire? May Anna replied, casting a shy glance at Ma Hongjun before hesitantly adding, half in jest, however, if you wish for me to be your woman, that could be arranged. Age is but a number in my eyes. But if you were to have me, you must forsake all others. So, do you still wish to be my man? Though her tone seemed playful, deep within her heart, she harbored a glimmer of hope for Ma Hongjun's response. Alas, I cannot do that. I refuse to sacrifice an entire forest for a single tree. I, Ma Hongjun, am destined to be a man of divine stature. How could I possibly hang my fate on one solitary tree? He lamented, oblivious to the feelings of the young woman. Over the years, Mayana had treated all men with indifference, yet she regarded Ma Hongjun with a unique fondness. In their youth, it was his talent and her compassion that drew her to him. But as he matured, her sentiments began to shift, a change she herself was yet to recognize. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Mayana felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Rising from her seat without casting a glance at him, she retreated to her bedroom. What has transpired? Women truly are a riddle, perplexing beyond measure. Ma Hongjun found himself somewhat bewildered by Mayana's reaction. After all, it was merely a jest. Could it be that she interpreted his words as a reflection of his own lack of charm, leading to her displeasure? Yet, that seemed implausible. Sister Anna was not one to be so petty. Ma Hongjun's thoughts raced, but he still failed to arrive at the crux of the matter. Ultimately, it boiled down to the age-old truth. Women are indeed enigmatic, as the ancients have rightly observed. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the vast ocean, and even when one manages to grasp it, it may still inflict pain. 3 days later, at Shrek Academy, early in the morning, in the small square in front of the teaching building. I have an important announcement to make, Flanders said, adjusting his glasses and gazing calmly at the crowd. For the next month, there will be no classes. So you will not need to engage in any running exercises during this time. Yay, this is wonderful. Finally, no more running. Dean, I truly adore you. Oscar could no longer contain his excitement and leapt joyfully in place, embracing Fat Tiger as they both bounced with elation. Ma Hongjun cast a sidelong glance at Oscar, reluctant to dampen his spirits. Yesterday, he had already informed the dean of his intention to venture into the Douluo forest in search of his second martial soul's spirit ring. He was acutely aware of the underlying reasons for Flandre's words and sensed that there was more to come, prompting him to turn his gaze towards Flandre. Damubai, too, refrained from unnecessary commentary. Although their training regimen had intensified to encompass daily treks between Shrek Academy and Soto City, he could still feel a discernible enhancement in his physical prowess. His ability to barely meet the demands of their training did not imply that Oscar could do the same. Oscar was often left utterly exhausted, relying heavily on the assistance of Ma Hongjun and others to complete the tasks. Thus, upon hearing the dean's words, he was naturally elated, oblivious to the true intent behind Flandre's statement. Such an extreme training regimen, devoid of soul power, prohibiting rest, and lacking saline solutions to replenish energy, posed considerable challenges even for a beast martial soul battle master like Ma Hongjun, let alone for an auxiliary soul master like Oscar. Ma Hongjun measured the distance midway. A round trip was approximately 10 kilometers, and 10 round trips amounted to 100 kilometers, which translates to about 200 miles. However, it is quite challenging for these ordinary soul masters to refrain from using their soul power at the great soul master level. Do not rejoice too soon. We are likely to spend the next month in the Douluo forest, as we are set to acquire not just one, but multiple soul rings from there. The dangers of the Douluo forest need not be elaborated upon. Even with the protection of our teachers, you must remain ever vigilant. Now, I would like to introduce 2 sisters to you. Flanders seemed oblivious to Oscar's exuberance and spoke without mercy. Yet, upon hearing that Flandre intended to introduce them to his sisters, the 4 male students, save for Ma Hongjun, were filled with eager anticipation. Their attention fixated on Flanders' forthcoming words. Ahem, you may come out now. There's no need to hide. We are bound to go there eventually. So let us embark on this journey to the Douluo forest together. Flandre lightly cleared his throat and called out towards the teaching building behind him with a hint of exasperation. As if on cue, 2 graceful and elegant young women emerged from behind one of the buildings, each possessing distinct charm. One donned a green outfit, her features marked by a subtle air of heroism, embodying a youthful beauty. The other wore a rose-colored qipao, exuding a noble and elegant demeanor, her flawless complexion radiating a regal allure. Instantly, the 4 single men from Shrek Academy, aside from Ma Hongjun, displayed expressions akin to that of infatuated swine. Sisters, how come it's you 2? Why didn't you inform me of your arrival at the academy? I could have welcomed you earlier. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in surprise, followed by a hint of grievance. Humph. Rosanna turned her head away, clearly still upset about an incident from 3 days prior. Xiaohong, you've changed so much. After a year, you've outgrown even your sister. The woman in green approached with an unexpectedly cheerful demeanor, playfully touching Ma Hongjun here and there, reminiscing with a hint of nostalgia. This casual touch had an unforeseen effect, as Ma Hongjun felt the burning gaze of jealousy and envy from his three companions, who seemed ready to crush him with their eyes. Ma Hongjun, feeling a bit shy and oblivious to his surroundings, said with a grin, "Hee, you've grown so quickly. Sister Xiaodai, have you reached the soul sage level in your cultivation?" Ma Hongjun scrutinized Ma Xiaodai and soon inquired with a hint of certainty. For the last time he had seen her, she was already a level 28 soul master. "Yes, I recently advanced to level 30. So my grandfather requested Dean Flinder's assistance in acquiring my third soul ring, which is why I came to Shrek Academy." Ma Xiaodai elucidated the reason for her presence here, before seamlessly integrating with Mei Anna. Has grandfather not come? Ma Hongjun pondered, having not seen the village chief of Debong for a year, and felt a tinge of nostalgia in his voice. No, grandfather is quite old now and finds long journeys inconvenient, and the affairs of the village also require his attention. Ma Xiaodai gently ruffled Ma Hongjun's hair, her height being only slightly less than his, making her quite statuesque. Oh, as Ma Hongjun contemplated, being adults, he refrained from uttering any overly sentimental remarks. Ultimately, he introduced several of his companions from Shrek to the two ladies. As female soul masters are quite esteemed on the Douluo continent, Oscar and his companions exhibited remarkable enthusiasm. For young men of their age often relish the opportunity to impress beautiful women. A few days later, en route to the Stardow Forest, Ma Xiaodai and Mei Anna became inseparable confidants, and it must be said that the pace at which female friendships flourish far surpasses that of male camaraderie. However, anyone who overheard their conversations would undoubtedly envy our protagonist, Ma Hongjun, as the majority of their discussions revolved around him. To alleviate the tedium of the journey, Ma Hongjun entertained the Shrek group and the two ladies with tales from the mythological narrative journey to the west. At this point, he had recounted the episode of Tang San passing through the kingdom of women. The group, particularly the two ladies, were utterly astonished, as if they had glimpsed a far broader world, igniting their curiosity, even prompting the ever-watchful Flinder to lean in and eavesdrop. The queen of the kingdom of women gazed intently at Tang San, who was preparing to depart on his white dragon steed, her tone laden with sorrow as she implored, "Will you marry me or not? If you are determined to leave, I shall not impede you." What do you suppose Tang San's response was? Ma Hongjun teased, deliberately leaving his audience in suspense. I would wager that Tang San continued his pilgrimage to the Western Paradise, for as a monk, he could not take a wife. His engagement to the queen was purely out of necessity, and one must pity her unrequited love, speculated Mei Anna with a furrowed brow, expressing a hint of sympathy. Incorrect. Or rather, only partially correct. Sister Xiaodai, why don't you take a guess? Ma Hongjun, opting to ignore the eager Oscar and others, turned his attention to the equally curious Ma Xiaodai. I surmise that Tang San was moved by the queen's deep affection and ultimately chose to remain in the kingdom of women. Sending his disciples to the west to seek the true scriptures, Ma Xiaodai proposed, embodying an idealistic perspective, believing all would turn out well. Sister Xiaodai, you are truly beautiful. But your thoughts are even more enchanting. Did I not mention that seeking the scriptures is fraught with challenges? One must endure 81 tribulations to obtain the true texts. If it were that simple, wouldn't the monkey simply perform a few somersaults to retrieve the scriptures? Ma Hongjun's words were laced with mischief, provoking irritation. Had they not feared his strength, the group might have pounced on Ma Hongjun for a good thrashing, including even the closest to him, Ma Xiaodai and Mei Anna. For his penchant for suspense was exasperating. Noticing the murderous glint in their eyes, Ma Hongjun hastily continued, in truth, Tang San's answer was yes, yet ultimately, the queen allowed him to depart, remaining alone for the rest of her days, waiting for the scripture seeker to return and cast a glance upon her once more. Ma Hongjun did not finish his statement in one go. Instead, he spoke only halfway, leaving the audience in suspense, utterly oblivious to how infuriating this was. Why? One might wonder, did Tang San, despite his desire to marry the king of the kingdom of women, still permit him to journey to the west in search of scriptures? Beside him, the ever-perceptive Oscar, too, was puzzled by this conundrum and curiously leaned in to inquire. The words of Ma Hongjun are evidently fraught with contradictions. If he truly desires to marry, then Tang San should no longer embark on the journey to the west. Such a scenario aligns with the logical progression of events. Ahem. While he spoke of marriage, his steed, the white dragon horse, misinterpreted his words as a command to depart, swiftly whisking Tang San away, leaving behind only the sorrowful gaze of the weeping queen of the daughter kingdom. This parting was destined to be eternal. Ma Hongjun sighed, recounting a whimsical retelling of Journey to the West that he had stumbled upon online. The carefree fat tiger was the first to succumb to laughter. Yet the expressions of the two ladies fell into despondence. No. This ending is unsatisfactory. I dislike it. Choose another, or I shall forsake you henceforth. Ma Xiaodai, immersed in the narrative, suddenly pouted in mild reproach, playfully demanding a change. Well, the story unfolds as it does. How can I alter it? It is precisely the imperfections that render it more poignant. The purpose of sharing this tale is to impart the wisdom that one cannot unyieldingly pursue both fish and bear's paw. Just like the story of Tang San saying, how can one achieve a perfect resolution in this world without disappointing both the Buddha and the beloved? Ma Hongjun replied, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Surprised by the depth of their immersion, he glanced at Mayana, who seemed equally compelled to alter the narrative. We understand your sentiment, but we are currently discussing the tale of Journey to the West. My friend, do consider making the changes. Otherwise, the two sisters may not let you off lightly. Daimubai advised, patting Ma Hongjun's shoulder with a look of concern. Ma Hongjun gazed at Daimubai, confusion etched on his face. Why did this elder seem so effeminate? Surely, he too felt discomfort, prompting him to suggest a change. No, I shall not alter my ways. I will speak as I please, indifferent to whether others choose to listen. Thus, Ma Hongjun boldly cast aside his burdens, resolute in his refusal to change. In his previous life, he had exhibited a stubborn disposition, whether in storytelling or novel writing, often disregarding the opinions of others. He had written a novel that garnered little support, resolutely clinging to his beliefs, only willing to embellish them rather than revise them entirely. Ignoring the discontented glances of those around him, Ma Hongjun approached Flander, curiosity evident in his voice. Teacher, how much longer until we reach the Stardew forest? 3 days. I suppose. You truly are a handful. If you wish to tell stories, then tell them. Yet, you tease us with suspense. If you were not my disciple, I would ensure you understand the reason behind the blooming flowers. Later, recount the continuation to me alone, Flander replied casually, before lowering his voice to speak to Ma Hongjun. Very well. Ma Hongjun felt quite astonished, realizing that the allure of Journey to the West held such sway, even in the Douluo continent. In the spirit of promoting traditional culture, he resolved to share more tales of spirit beasts, the three kingdoms, and the rise of heroes in the future. Chapter 32, The Stardew Forest, Part 3, Mandarin ducks pair, butterflies flit, the garden blooms, intoxicating the senses. I quietly inquire of the holy monk, is the maiden fair? What of royal power and wealth? Why fear the constraints of rules when love abounds? Ma Hongjun led the way, singing a song of romantic longing while summoning clovers, channeling his soul power to produce melodious sounds. The two young women gazed at their brother with admiration, no longer mentioning the notion of altering his tale's conclusion. In that moment, the group deemed Ma Hongjun a prodigy, even Flander acknowledging his remarkable artistic talent. Not only could he weave stories, but he could also compose songs inspired by them. As they listened to his enchanting melodies, his raspy, yet magnetic voice compelled them to join in the heartfelt refrain. In his youth, he had been fortunate like Tang San, evading calamity. Yet, as he matured, he realized he had missed a lifetime. The more emotion Ma Hongjun infused into his singing, the deeper his feelings resonated. Suddenly, he experienced an unexpected shift within as the breath of the sun stirred anew. His soul power, entwined with that exquisite melody, underwent a miraculous transformation. As if imbued with a wondrous thunderous resonance, though outwardly he appeared unchanged. Only Flander caught a glimpse of Ma Hongjun, perceiving subtle fluctuations in his soul power. Yet he refrained from questioning, aware that Ma Hongjun harbored secrets he preferred to keep undisclosed. Was this the breath of sound? In the depths of his thoughts, Ma Hongjun speculated that, based on the variations in the abilities conferred by the breath of flame, the breath of sound would undoubtedly not mirror those of the Demon Slayer world. However, he found himself at a loss regarding the potential applications of the modified breath of sound, pondering whether it might merely be a regrettable indulgence, akin to a tasteless chicken wing. Surely, its sole merit could not be limited to the beauty of its melody? Yet, he concluded that even if that were the case, it would still hold value, considering that the evolution of the breath of the sun into other forms seemed to be effortlessly achieved. He resolved to dedicate time to earnestly explore its intricacies. Nonetheless, a lingering sense of possibility stirred within him, as he felt that the breath of sound might offer additional, yet undiscovered, utilities, though he could not quite discern what they might be. In the depths of Ma Hongjun's consciousness, A new skill named sound breathing appeared in the panel of his martial soul alongside flame breathing, yet neither provided a detailed description of their abilities, suggesting that one must embark on a journey of discovery. Martial soul, lucky clover, 3-leaf clover, innate level, level 3 function, traversal, not yet activated, hidden soul rings, activated, special ability, skill demon slayer breathing techniques, sun breathing, flame breathing, sound breathing, secondary martial soul, evil fire phoenix, innate level, innate full soul power function, amplifies desire tenfold. Tenfold desire? What purpose does this serve? If it merely hinders the cultivation of soul power? Ma Hongjun regarded the function of his martial soul with disdain. Can desire lead one to divinity? It seemed plausible, as the thought of the god of desire suddenly surfaced in his mind. However, before he could ponder further, complaints from the two women behind him interrupted. Why did you suddenly stop singing so abruptly? Can't you be a bit more consistent? The melodious voice of Mei Anna rang in his ears, causing Ma Hongjun, who was engrossed in examining the panel's information, to twitch at the corners of his mouth. My throat hurts. I don't wish to sing any longer. If you enjoy it, I shall teach you when I have time, he replied, not yielding to Mei Anna simply because of her affluent status, embodying his straightforward nature. All right, but you mustn't forget. By the way, how come you've never mentioned that you can sing? Mei Anna's eyes sparkled, and she ceased her insistence, acquiescing to Ma Hongjun's decision. She had long grown accustomed to his demeanor, neither too close nor too distant, striking a balance that neither invited intimacy nor fostered alienation. I want to learn too. Ma Shout-I chimed in, looking at Ma Hongjun with hopeful eyes. Very well, we shall teach you together later. The same goes for you all. Once we return to Shrek Academy, I will share it with you. Ma Hongjun turned to look at Daimubai and the others, who also seemed eager to learn but were too shy to speak up, while others might wish to learn for the sake of melodiousness. These three men likely sought to employ their newfound skills in courtship. Yet, little did they realize the cunning intentions behind Ma Hongjun's sudden benevolence. Music is a curious thing. Some can sing the same melody beautifully, while others sound like a cacophony of wailing. He intended to use these three gentlemen to enhance his own singing, for with the mastery of sound breathing, he would undoubtedly surpass their abilities. Only through comparison can one experience pain. Only through pain can one inspire envy. The thought of the beautiful companions Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiaowu arriving, while the four men sang a heartfelt duet, filled him with excitement as he envisioned their admiration. Meanwhile, Oscar and the others remained blissfully unaware of Ma Hongjun's ulterior motives, gazing at him with heartfelt appreciation. It is not surprising that Ma Hongjun harbors such fanciful thoughts. After all, in his previous life, he was merely an inconspicuous individual. He genuinely admires the personas of Zhu Shiqing and the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters, yet this admiration is merely from the perspective of an observer. Ma Hongjun understood that what he felt was not love, but rather a form of admiration akin to idol worship. He shared a commonality with Xiao Ye in this regard. While they could indulge in their admiration, they would never act irrationally or engage in foolish behaviors such as excessive flattery. Nonetheless, this did not deter him from indulging in his daydreams. The Stardo Great Forest, one of the most renowned gathering places for the three great soul beasts of Douluo continent, sprawls over a vast expanse, straddling the borders of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. 3/5 of its area lies within the Star Luo Empire, while the remaining 2/5 fall within the Heaven Do Empire. This immense expanse is a primeval forest characterized by its intricate terrain, consisting of sandy areas, marshes, wetlands, and more. As one ventures closer to the center, the soul beasts grow increasingly formidable, with numerous beings of over 100,000 years of age dwelling within. Ma Hongjun was even aware of the presence of several formidable beasts in the most central region, among which the most powerful was the beast god Emperor Tian, undoubtedly one of the mightiest beings beneath the divine. Although this place is fraught with peril, it remains the most coveted destination for soul masters. For arriving at the Star Do Forest signifies their advancement. The Star Do Forest is divided into 5 sections. We currently stand at the periphery, and deeper within lies our targeted outer circle. The remaining 3 sections comprise the more treacherous mixed circle, the core circle, and the legendary land of Great Calamity. Seeing the curiosity etched on the faces of the group, Flander took it upon himself to elucidate. The land of Great Calamity? Isn't the core circle the very heart of the Star Do Forest? What then is the land of Great Calamity? Even Daimubai cast a puzzled glance at Flander, seeking clarity. I do not know. I came across this in an ancient tome. To most soul masters, the core circle indeed represents the essence of the Star Do Forest. and you are correct in your assertion. However, you are still too weak to concern yourselves with such matters. Let us proceed quickly, Flander replied, his tone indifferent, clearly reluctant to delve further into the topic of the land of great calamity. This is already the outer circle, characterized by its complex terrain and multitude of soul beasts. I will not intervene unless you encounter a soul beast beyond your capabilities. From now on, you must operate as a cohesive unit. Do you understand? Flander warned, his expression grave as he regarded the students behind him. On their journey, the group had already learned the purpose of their expedition to the Stardow Forest. After they all vowed not to disclose Ma Hongjun's martial soul secret, Flander finally divulged the particulars of Ma Hongjun's second martial soul. He merely informed them that Ma Hongjun possessed a twin martial soul and was now seeking to obtain a soul ring for his second martial soul. As due to special circumstances, his first martial soul could only accommodate one additional soul ring. He refrained from mentioning the hidden soul ring, as even he had only a partial understanding of it. At times, one must indeed maintain their own secrets. Water that is too clear harbors no fish. A person who scrutinizes too closely attracts no companions. When the water is excessively clear, fish cannot thrive. Similarly, if one demands too much from others, they will find themselves alone. Regarding the secret of concealed soul rings, Ma Hongjun believes that, until he has matured, even his companions must remain in the dark. As for the soul skill employed in his battle against Dai Mubai, he attributes it to an innate ability of his martial soul. The others, already lacking comprehensive understanding, were easily persuaded by Flinder's rhetoric. They were even sworn to secrecy, thus alleviating any concerns about the revelation of their secrets. A martial soul capable of temporarily harnessing only 3 soul rings is inherently extraordinary. It is unprecedented, and differences are to be expected. The group possesses limited knowledge, rendering them less likely to scrutinize the matter deeply. Should he acquire additional soul rings in the future, he could simply claim it as a second awakening of his martial soul. It is not a matter of distrust, rather. The concealment of his soul rings represents his greatest secret. If his soul skills were to be exposed, others might perceive them as mere ordinary abilities. But the revelation of techniques such as the Demon Slayer breathing method or other treasures acquired through hidden soul rings would undoubtedly incite chaos across the Douluo continent. While others may not attain his martial soul, the lucky clover, they could still imprison him, threatening his loved ones to extract the secrets of the Demon Slayer breathing method. Although he possesses few close relatives, aside from his grandfather, Damar, and his sister, Xiao Dai, his teachers from Shrek Academy, and those 2 beautiful sisters hold significant importance for him. Nevertheless, if malevolent individuals were to leverage these connections against him, he might indeed relent. His perceived weakness stems not from frailty, but from deep emotional ties. He is not one to retaliate against an entire family for the sake of one life. The lives of 100 outsiders do not equate to the worth of a single finger belonging to his family. In essence, his nature can be summarized as prioritizing kin over righteousness. He cannot enact the principle of sacrificing family for greater good, unless those relatives are steeped in heinous crimes. In this world, aside from his grandfather and sister, only his teacher, Flinder, can be considered a kindred spirit. However, should someone cross him gravely, he understands the necessity of eradicating threats entirely. He knows when to show mercy and when to be ruthless. The urgency behind Ma Hongjun's quest for a second soul ring is compounded by the sluggish cultivation speed of his clover martial soul. Despite possessing the sun-breathing cultivation method, his progress, though commendable compared to Fat Tiger, pales in comparison to prodigies like Tang San and Xianrenshua. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, he resolves to pursue the cultivation of a second martial soul, for even if he refrains from this path, his clover martial soul can only harness a soul ring at the soul respect level, excluding the hidden soul rings. As it stands, suitable soul beasts appear elusive today. Having traveled tirelessly, it is likely that everyone is fatigued. Let us first find an appropriate place to camp and rest. Hongjun, Fatty, remain vigilant of our surroundings, while the others focus on setting up camp. As the sky darkened, Flander, observing the surroundings from above, suddenly halted and addressed the 6 individuals hastening behind him. Upon noticing this, the group promptly stopped, seeking a clear area to unfurl a large tent they had prepared, initiating their camping arrangements. Finally a moment to rest. I am utterly exhausted. If it weren't for Brother Xiaoma's stories along the way, this would have been even more tiring than my morning runs. Oscar exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground and expressing a sense of relief. Enough with the complaints. Rise quickly to set up camp. Do you wish for the 2 sisters to do it instead? Daimubai comforted him as he retrieved the ready tent from the soul guide device and began the setup. The two women, noticing his efforts, hastened to assist, and soon the tent was erected. It was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 7 or 8 individuals. Given that Oscar was a support-type soul master, Flanders suggested that he would keep watch throughout the night, allowing everyone to rest together within the large tent. As this arrangement would make it easier for him to ensure their safety, he glanced at the two women, seeking their opinions. For it was only courteous to consider their thoughts. That is perfectly fine. Safety is paramount in the Douluo forest. Let Brother Hongjun sleep in the center for protection. Ma Xiaodai remarked, showing little hesitation. In her eyes, although Ma Hongjun was not her biological brother, she had watched him grow up, making him akin to a true sibling. Beside her, Mei Anna nodded slightly, a hint of a blush gracing her cheeks as she cast a glance at Ma Hongjun, seemingly lost in thought. Upon witnessing this, Ma Hongjun hastily waved his hand and assured, "Dear sisters, fret not. My little flame of mischief shall not erupt in the coming days. And look, there are so many others present, so there shall be no issues." "Humph. You little lecher, consider yourself fortunate. Behave yourself while you sleep tonight," Mei Anna retorted. Attempting to veil her concern, she would never confess to Ma Hongjun that it was precisely his little flame of mischief that troubled her. Ever since the incident a year ago when his mischievous flame flared uncontrollably, nearly overwhelming her, a shadow had settled in her heart. It was the first time she had harbored an unusual sentiment towards a man, or rather, towards Ma Hongjun, while it could scarcely be termed love. She found herself beset by inexplicable thoughts, rendering it impossible to regard him merely as a younger brother. "Well, I'm fine. I am the demon of desire, beware. For I might devour you both tonight," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, bewildered, his expression one of exasperation. He felt helpless in this regard. However, he took solace in the fact that Mei Anna's mistrust lay not in his character, but rather in his phoenix of chaos martial spirit. It was understandable. Anyone who knew the narrative of reincarnation into the guise of the rather plump Ma Hongjun would not fare worse than him, unless they were excessively reckless. Cultivate prudently and refrain from indulgence was Ma Hongjun's guiding principle. As long as he remained diligent, with his current aptitude, he could aspire to attain the rank of a fire god. Should he succumb to recklessness, he risked a calamitous fate, potentially falling short of even the original Ma Hongjun, which would be utterly disgraceful. Both women cast him a disapproving glance and fell silent as everyone entered the tent. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, Mei Anna disdainfully gazed at Ma Hongjun and warned, "Should you entertain any improper thoughts, I shall not hesitate to take action." And with that, she mimed a fierce gesture. Ma Hongjun suddenly felt a chill in his lower body and quickly shook his head, indicating his refusal. In his heart, he mused that Sister Xiaodai was truly the better choice, gentle as a flowing stream, never angering him. Upon entering the tent, Oscar looked at Ma Hongjun with envy and remarked mischievously, "How about we switch beds, Brother Ma? I believe my self-control far exceeds yours." "Sure, but you should first consult their opinions. Otherwise, if you wake up missing a few body parts tomorrow, don't blame me for not warning you," Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. Following Ma Hongjun's gaze, Oscar soon spotted the fierce expression on Mei Anna's face, her eyes scanning the area beneath them. "Oh, no, my brother. I trust you can control yourself. I will stick with Fatty. I fear the cold at night, and he is much warmer." Oscar quickly retreated to his own bed. Clearly a typical case of having the intention, but lacking the courage. Humph. Mei Anna finally returned to her own bed. The beds were spaced half a meter apart. A relatively safe distance, with 6 beds arranged in a row, perfectly occupying the tent. The space in front of the beds was taken up by a raised campfire, providing illumination. Thanks to the tent's cover, there was little fear of attracting soul beasts. However, nothing in this world is absolute. Should a soul beast happen to wander by, one could only count themselves unfortunate. Yet, with the luck of the 4-leaf clover, Ma Hongjun was no longer the wretched child from the original story. Misfortune seemed unlikely to befall him. As night deepened, the Douluo forest was enveloped in an eerie silence, occasionally interrupted by the faint sounds of small creatures foraging. After consuming a bit of dry rations, the group within the tent soon fell asleep. Observing the already slumbering Ma Xiaodai and Mei Anna beside him, Ma Hongjun felt no illicit thoughts arise. Instead, he pondered how to acquire the celestial herbs from Douluo's medicinal garden ahead of time. He believed it unnecessary to bear Tang San's favor, and his martial spirit urged him onward. The celestial herbs were unclaimed, and he naturally wished to possess them for himself. Chapter 34. The Earth King, Part 2, Roar. Bang. A terrifying roar suddenly erupted, and before Ma Hongjun could react, the sounds of battle ensued. Ma Hongjun immediately rose and stepped out of the tent, awakening his companions in the process. Upon exiting, he discovered that Flinder was engaged in combat with an enormous scorpion. This scorpion was entirely snow-white, exuding an intense aura of malevolence from its bony joints. Its tail, composed of 9 segmented bones, arched high, adorned with a fiery red stinger. Rather than a fair fight, it resembled a one-sided suppression. Flinder had not even summoned his martial spirit's true form, yet he was effortlessly overpowering the seemingly ferocious creature, which offered no resistance. What kind of soul beast is this, radiating such a fierce aura of slaughter? Dai Mubai inquired, stepping forward with a puzzled expression as he observed the ongoing battle. The Earth King. Perfect for my first spirit ring. It seems to have passed through here, attempting to ambush us, but was thwarted by our teacher. Do not underestimate its apparent weakness under Flinder's control. The very title of king signifies its formidable power. We are likely far from its match, which is why our teacher has taken matters into his own hands, Ma Hongjun explained, shaking his head slightly as he observed his slowly emerging companions. He secretly lamented their lack of vigilance, realizing that had he ventured alone into the Douluo forest, he would have been courting death. Perhaps their sense of security stemmed from Flinder's presence, leading them to unconsciously lower their guard. The scorpion's soul power was a deep purple, indicating it was a millennium-level Earth King. It was rumored that the Earth King's partner, the Pink Lady, was equally formidable, with extraordinarily unique abilities that even a soul sage would have to treat with utmost seriousness. This is a rare fire attribute soul beast, Hongjun. Do you have the confidence to absorb it? Mei Anna, who had been drowsy, was now fully awake, seemingly familiar with the Earth King and eager to contribute further information. As the group conversed, Flinder successfully dispatched the Earth King using his martial spirit's true form, as anticipated. All right, we're done. Hongjun, come take a look at the soul beast. You should be able to absorb it. It's around 4,000 years old, a prime specimen among fire attribute soul beasts. Paired with your grass phoenix martial spirit, it should serve you well, Flinder remarked, dusting off non-existent debris from his clothes and glancing at the awestruck students with calm composure. Understanding Flinder's expectations, Ma Hongjun knew he needed to play along to earn his approval. Otherwise, acquiring future soul rings might require greater effort on his part. Ah, teacher, you are truly incredible. Such a powerful Earth King could not withstand even a few of your moves. It's astonishing how fearsome a soul sage can be. Ma Hongjun exclaimed with exaggerated admiration, disregarding any notions of modesty. Cough, cough. Maintain a low profile. One must be humble, understand? Enough chatter, if you can absorb it. Do so quickly. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can leave the Douluo forest, Flinder urged, redirecting the focus back to the task at hand. Although Flinder wore an impatient expression, his heart was brimming with joy. This was one of the reasons he was so fond of Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun possessed an extraordinary knack for ingratiation. Consequently, whenever Ma Hongjun had a request, Flinder would go to great lengths to accommodate him, treating him as if he were his own son. Of course, as long as Ma Hongjun refrained from coveting his spatial soul guide, he could indulge Ma Hongjun in all matters. It must be noted that within his spatial soul guide lay the accumulation of his life's work. The sum of gold soul coins was not particularly substantial, amounting to merely around 100,000, most of which had been sponsored by the Mei family. All right, teacher. It appears there should be no significant issues. This is a king of the earth, approximately 4,500 years old. The king of the earth is categorized into 3 colors. Those with a cultivation of 1,000 years are red, while those that have cultivated for a millennium display a snow-white hue, and upon reaching 10,000 years, they turn deep blue. Every 500 years, its tailbone grows an additional segment. Ma Hongjun did not hasten to absorb the soul ring. Instead, he turned to the others to provide an introduction. His knowledge of soul beasts stemmed partly from the original work and partly from his studies over the years. Even if his understanding of soul master lore did not surpass Tang San's, it was certainly not far behind, and he elaborated in great detail for everyone's benefit. Ah, I see. I did not realize, my brother, that your prowess in practical combat was matched by such a profound understanding of soul beasts. Truly, you are worthy of being Flinder Academy's disciple. Your knowledge far surpasses ours. In the future, we need not fear encountering unfamiliar soul beasts, for you will serve as our encyclopedia, laughed Dai Mubai, his expression one of genuine admiration. Look at its tailbone. It has precisely 9 segments, indicating a cultivation level between 4,500 and 5,000 years. While it may be somewhat challenging to use it as my second martial soul's first soul ring, it should pose no major problems, Ma Hongjun stated slowly, pointing at the tailbone of the King of the Earth. He felt that this King of the Earth might very well be the same one encountered by Ma Hongjun in the original story. Although that encounter had taken place in the Sunset Forest, the possibility remained, whether it was fate's design or mere coincidence. The transition from a fourth soul ring to a first soul ring, if indeed it was fate, would no longer belong to the narrative of the original Ma Hongjun, but rather to his own destiny. He was Ma Hongjun, a brand new Ma Hongjun. The others looked as instructed, and indeed, as Ma Hongjun had said, the creature possessed a 9-segmented tailbone. After Ma Hongjun completed his introduction, he drew his dagger and decisively dealt with the Earth King. Had it been another benevolent spirit beast, he might have shown mercy. However, the Earth King was evidently no ordinary foe. In its final moments, the creature cast a gaze filled with intense resentment towards Ma Hongjun, perhaps exacerbated by the fact that Ma Hongjun, in a bid for assurance, had thrust the blade multiple times, fearing that it might not be entirely vanquished. As Ma Hongjun executed his move with effortless composure, a deep purple, radiant halo suddenly emerged, suspended above the lifeless body of the Earth King. As his dagger pierced through the crown of the fallen foe, Ma Hongjun, no longer hesitating, swiftly assumed a cross-legged position and activated the sun-breathing technique of the Demon Slayer, channeling his soul power with remarkable speed while simultaneously summoning his second martial soul, the Evil Fire Phoenix. As the technique unfolded, his soul power drew the energy from the soul rings into his body, subsequently transmitting it to the vicinity of the Evil Fire Phoenix. The sensation of absorbing soul power began gently, akin to a warm current flowing through his heart. However, as the absorption of soul ring energy progressed, it was replaced by excruciating pain. Ma Hongjun's complexion turned as pale as parchment, devoid of any color. This is untenable. It seems I have somewhat overestimated my physical resilience, he thought, recognizing that while the acquisition of hidden soul rings significantly enhanced the purity of his soul power, the increase in physical strength was not as pronounced as that obtained from regular soul rings. He realized that he still needed to employ the characteristics of the sun-breathing technique. A jolt of determination surged within him as he absorbed the soul rings, and he reluctantly acknowledged the need to refrain from further testing the limits of his physical foundation. He quickly activated the unique attributes of the sun-breathing technique, resulting in an instantaneous doubling of his physical capabilities. Indeed, in that moment, Ma Hongjun had not utilized the dual enhancement feature of the sun-breathing technique. With his growing familiarity and comprehension of the altered Demon Slayer breathing method, he had acquired the choice to either activate or refrain from using its powers. When not in use, the Demon Slayer breathing technique resembled the internal cultivation methods akin to Tang San Shintian skill. While activating its powers conferred a significant enhancement to his physical attributes, Ma Hongjun could not help but exclaim how wonderful it would be to possess a technique for cultivating the physical body. Just imagine the enhancement of one's physical attributes being doubled. If the baseline physical quality is 100 without any cultivation, then the enhancement would yield 200. While this is indeed formidable, should one practice a physical cultivation technique, their inherent physical quality could reach 500, potentially doubling or even quadrupling. How could he not yearn for the mastery of such a physical technique? With a robust physique, as long as he could address the issue of soul oscillation, the limits of his abilities would ascend to unprecedented heights. Ma Hongjun epitomizes the notion that a well-fed individual often lacks the empathy for one who is hungry. Granted with a remarkable enhancement of physical prowess, he yearns for further mastery of corporeal cultivation techniques, aspiring for even greater elevation. With the unique attributes of the Demon Slayer breathing technique amplifying his already doubled physical capabilities, the pallor of his complexion gradually began to regain its vitality. As he absorbed the final vestiges of soul ring energy, a resplendent circle of violet soul rings manifested around him. Yet, a quarter of an hour elapsed, then an hour. And soon 2 hours had passed. Ma Hongjun remained seated in a meditative posture, still not having awakened. The onlookers, including Flender, encircled him with expressions of deep concern. Notably, Flender's aged face bore traces of tears, indicating that he had wept in silence. Chapter 35, The External Soul Bone. Earth Whip, Part 1. As the strands of blood mist energy gradually coalesced around Ma Hongjun, his complexion grew increasingly pale. Having successfully absorbed the energy from the soul ring, he remained in a state of unconsciousness. At that moment, Ma Hongjun was exerting all his strength to absorb a peculiar energy that had manifested following the soul ring energy. This extraordinary essence emanated from the Earth King beside him, infused with an exceptionally pure form of resentment. This resentment was chiefly responsible for the pallor of Ma Hongjun's face. However, as he employed the ghostly annihilation breathing technique and the characteristics of the sun breathing, the resentment was gradually eroded and absorbed by his technique. With approximately one-third of the resentment still lingering, Ma Hongjun opted not to continue the gradual absorption process. Gritting his teeth, he altered the flow of his internal sun breathing, transforming it into the path of flame breathing. An immense pain surged through his nerves, and the enhanced physical attributes of the sun breathing dissipated, causing the pain he had to endure to multiply. Yet, as Ma Hongjun had anticipated, the flame breathing possessed the ability to purify and consume. After he initiated the flame breathing, the resentment was steadily incinerated and devoured by the scorching soul power he wielded, ultimately transforming into energy and being assimilated as sustenance. Finally, after the passage of the third hour, Ma Hongjun's complexion began to return to normal, and those around him gradually relaxed. At that moment, he regained consciousness. Why does everyone look at me so strangely? Sister Anna, Sister Xiaodai, is there something on my face? Ma Hongjun inquired, rising to his feet with a puzzled expression, particularly directing his question at Mei Anna and Ma Xiaodai. Brother, do you feel that the wind is a bit strong today? Isn't it cold? This might have some adverse effects, haha, Dai Mubai remarked, his face displaying an unusual expression as he blinked at Ma Hongjun. As Ma Hongjun cast his gaze towards the two women, he noticed that they had covered their eyes, and in an instant, a cool breeze swept past him, evoking an amusing sensation akin to a gentle caress. Looking down, he was startled to discover that his garments had mysteriously vanished, leaving him completely bare, devoid of even a modest covering, obliterated by the fluctuations of soul power. His pale complexion flushed a vivid crimson, wishing fervently that he could conjure a garment from the surrounding wild grasses. In a swift motion, he turned and darted into the nearby thicket, crouching down to reveal only his head. He then glanced at Pang Hu, sheepishly imploring, Pang Hu, could you kindly lend me a piece of clothing? I have no spare attire. With a chuckle, Pang Hu, embodying the essence of joviality, responded, whether in genuine innocence or playful jest remained ambiguous. Given the group's familiarity with him, the latter seemed more plausible. After finishing his remark, Pang Hu retrieved an unworn garment from his spatial soul guide and tossed it to Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun naturally understood that Fat Tiger was not to be trusted. However, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Among the group, only Fat Tiger's clothing could be somewhat fitted to him. Fat Tiger stood at approximately 1.7 meters tall, which was considered remarkably tall for someone of his age. In contrast, Ma Hongjun measured around 1.78 meters. Although Dai Mubai was taller, his slender physique was evidently unsuitable for wearing Fat Tiger's attire. It is not to suggest that Dai Mubai was frail, rather, it depended on whom he was compared with. When juxtaposed with Ma Hongjun, he appeared lean. Nevertheless, Dai Mubai's physique was robust when compared to an average person, as he was a powerful assault-type spirit master, and a strong constitution was merely a prerequisite. In this regard, Ma Hongjun was evidently exceptional. As Ma Hongjun donned his attire, he noticed that both Ma Xiaodai and Mei Anna were either deliberately or inadvertently stealing glances at him. At times, when women become enamored, they are entirely oblivious to the presence of men, especially when it comes to a man like Ma Hongjun, whose physique is extraordinarily captivating, drawing the attention of women effortlessly. Although Ma Hongjun's appearance, due to the overly developed muscles on his face, may not rival the handsome Oscar, he possesses a charm that is undeniably pleasing to the eye. In fact, his innate good looks render him quite attractive. Were the muscles on his face to vanish, he would undoubtedly be a strikingly handsome man. Well, the dawn is nearly upon us, so let us continue our quest for the next soul ring, Ma Hongjun casually remarked as he stepped forward, feigning nonchalance. Among the group, if anyone were to be deemed in dire need of soul coins, it would certainly be Ma Hongjun. Despite receiving a monthly stipend of 10 gold soul coins for over a year, the expenses for a single meal often exceeded 100, rendering such assistance rather meager. Each member possessed their own space soul tool, while he did not. A rather sorrowful tale indeed. It appears that once I acquire a soul ring, I must begin to earn gold soul coins with the advanced knowledge at my disposal. It would be quite disgraceful for a traveler of my caliber to be short on funds, Ma Hongjun mused silently. It is not that he could not ask Mei Anna for assistance, but rather that he wished to avoid incurring any debts of gratitude. Though Flanders is somewhat stingy, he had inquired whether Ma Hongjun needed a space soul tool. However, Ma Hongjun had dismissed the notion, stating that he did not desire an ordinary space soul tool. Consequently, he found himself without one, and considering that even a basic space soul tool represents a significant fortune for Flanders, it is understandable. Ah, young lad. It is good to see you well. You nearly gave me a fright. If you had simply vanished, I would have been at a loss in explaining it to the village chief. Now, do share with me what soul abilities you have acquired and why you took so long to awaken. Is it perhaps due to the dual martial souls? Flanders, relieved to see Ma Hongjun in good spirits, approached him with a light-hearted pat on the shoulder, teasingly inquiring about his recent experiences. Ma Hongjun cast a glance at Flander and noticed that his eyes were distinctly reddened. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion as he remarked, "Let me see. It appears that in addition to my soul skills, I have also acquired something even more precious." Ma Hongjun glanced at the information regarding his martial soul abilities. Feeling a slight itch at his tail, and an expression of anticipation crept onto his face. His first soul skill, the Phoenix Sky Strike, possessed formidable explosive power, serving as a trump card of considerable magnitude. Although it could not lock onto an opponent, within a 5-meter radius, adversaries would be stunned and scorched by the erupting magma. A barely concealed delight graced Ma Hongjun's countenance. His first soul ring was a Millennium Soul Ring, aged 4,500 years, nearing the upper limit typical for ordinary soul masters' fourth soul rings. While the skill itself could not be deemed extraordinary, its explosive potential was remarkably powerful. When combined with the breath of flame, it could potentially amplify the explosive force exponentially. This was his inaugural soul skill, and with it, Ma Hongjun felt confident in confronting the fourth soul skills of average soul masters, though merely in defense. He realized that, with his current soul power, he could only employ this skill once, as his soul power, akin to that of a soul master, would be entirely depleted. Ah, excellent, he thought. This first soul ring is an ultra-limit soul ring of 4,500 years. In the future, if I form a battle team, I could serve as a sharp blade within the squad. Flinder nodded with satisfaction, expressing his contentment. Chapter 36, External Soulbone Earth Whip, Part 2. The others looked at Ma Hongjun with envious gazes, yet chose not to voice their thoughts. The fact that he could articulate the effects of his soul skills before them fostered a sense of trust, thereby quelling any further inquiries. Alas, the consumption of soul power may be somewhat excessive. Based on my estimation, at my current level of 26, as a great soul master, I can only utilize this soul skill once, rendering the others unusable, Ma Hongjun remarked, somewhat dissatisfied. Be content, Flinder retorted, casting a reproachful glance at Ma Hongjun. While there may be limitations in the early stages, once you advance to the Soul Master rank, these constraints will vanish, and your combat prowess will multiply. Ma Hongjun's insatiable nature was evident, as he seemed to overlook the fact that others were still striving between the white and yellow ranks for their first soul rings, while he had effortlessly bypassed the limitations of the first 3 rings. Furthermore, his martial soul was an exceptionally rare dual beast martial soul, which could incite envy among his companions. My brother, one of them interjected, this seems a bit excessive. What do you mean by too bad? Even if you were to exchange all your skills for these high-consumption yet explosively powerful abilities, I would have no objections whatsoever. Beside him, Oscar could no longer contain his envy and remarked with a look of admiration, casting glances at others that reflected his longing, as if he wished to devour his very being. Ma Hongjun felt a tinge of guilt for his actions, yet he resolved to push the boundaries further. Channeling his spirit energy to the base of his spine, he took a deep breath and concentrated his will. Suddenly, a tail, pure and glistening like jade, erupted from the base of his spine with astonishing speed. The tip of the tail bore a vivid crimson hook, appearing exceedingly sharp and exuding a faint glimmer of cold light. In an instant, his freshly donned trousers were marred by a small tear. Ma Hongjun struggled to manage the newfound tail, casting a sheepish glance at the others as he spoke. Ahem, I apologize. I seem to have lost control a bit. It's simply too itchy. In truth, this is the greatest boon I acquired from my recent hunt for a spirit ring. Sweat beads formed on Ma Hongjun's brow as he strained to maintain control over the power of his newly acquired external spirit bone, preventing it from spiraling out of control. The external spirit bone resembled the description of Tang San's, both composed of resilient bone material. However, Ma Hongjun's tail bore a striking resemblance to that of a cat, arching elegantly upwards. Due to his formidable physique, Ma Hongjun found it relatively easier to control the external spirit bone, unlike Tang San, who possessed 8 appendages. However, Even with his status as a great soul master, mastering it remained a considerable challenge, allowing him only to stand precariously without causing harm to others. What? This is the external spirit bone of the Earth King. Quickly stow it away. Fool! Flander exclaimed, casting a vigilant glance around before admonishing Ma Hongjun. There's no one else here. Why the urgency? I just want to familiarize myself with this thing. It appears rather difficult to retract, Ma Hongjun muttered, expressing his mild discontent. He understood Flander's concern for his well-being, yet he had not intended to reveal it. The sensation of itchiness on his back compelled him to release it involuntarily. The individuals present were all trustworthy allies, a fact that Flander recognized. His worry stemmed from the possibility of a powerful passerby, whose jealousy could lead to Ma Hongjun being abducted for research, and the heinous act of murder to seize the bone was not beyond the realm of possibility. The value of external spirit bones is comparable to that of 100,000-year spirit rings. The spirit hall has been known to instigate great upheaval for a single 100,000-year spirit ring. Disregarding the reputation of the world-renowned Houghton sect, which attests to the rarity of external spirit bones. Moreover, external spirit bones are not entirely immune to loss, especially shortly after acquisition, when one lacks full integration. Certain nefarious methods could indeed lead to the theft of such bones. However, once fully assimilated and harmonized with the body, the risk of loss diminishes, and one need not fear the threat of others attempting to seize them. The appearance of Ma Hongjun evidently suggested that he had yet to fully master his abilities, let alone achieve a profound understanding. The onlookers gazed at the master and disciple with expressions of utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend the peculiar antics they were engaged in, nor recognizing the sudden emergence of the entity behind Ma Hongjun. Only Dai Mubai, with a hint of perplexity, stroked his chin thoughtfully and inquired of the vigilant Flander, Dean. Seeing your evident anxiety, could it be that the entity appearing behind Hongjun is the soul bone of the Earth King? Soul bone? The crowd gasped in astonishment, subsequently casting envious glances at Ma Hongjun, who was striving to control the external soul bone. Indeed, it was a soul bone, yet it was no ordinary one. As you may be aware, soul bones are derived from soul beasts and are distinct from soul rings. Their occurrence is exceedingly rare, with a probability of less than 1 in 1,000. Thus, soul bones have become incredibly precious and scarce, and the one that Hongjun had obtained was even more extraordinary, surpassing the 6 primary soul bones. Its value lay in its potential for growth, as its quality could enhance with the elevation of the Soul Master's rank. Flander meticulously sensed the vicinity within a kilometer, and, finding no presence of outsiders or soul beasts, he finally felt reassured. He then slowly conveyed his thoughts to the gathered individuals, evoking a sense of wonder among them. With a deep breath, Ma Hongjun subtly activated the characteristics of the breath of the sun, instantly doubling his physical prowess. He felt capable of effortlessly controlling the entrance and exit of the external soul bone. After retracting the external soul bone, he excitedly turned to the others, approaching Dai Mubai with a teasing tone. Brother Dai, aren't you envious of my good fortune? Fear not, you shan't attain it in the future. So there is no need for envy. Dai Mubai's expression darkened with each word Ma Hongjun uttered. He had not anticipated such a provocative side of him. Had he been confident of victory, he would have insisted on a contest with Ma Hongjun. Who can predict what the future holds? Little Ao, wouldn't you agree? Dai Mubai retorted with a forced smile, pulling the equally envious Oscar into the conversation. Indeed. Perhaps one day I, Little Ao, shall also acquire my own external soul bone. After all, anything is possible, Oscar remarked, his voice tinged with envy. Do you all believe that external soul bones are as common as cabbages? Even ordinary soul bones are not easily obtained, let alone external ones. Diligent cultivation is far more crucial, Flander interjected, unable to restrain himself from delivering a dose of reality. All right, I shall cease the jesting. Who among you possesses the gift of naming? Come forth and bestow a magnificent name upon my external soul bone. Ma Hongjun was well aware that the others would not be able to acquire external soul bones in the future, yet he refrained from dampening their spirits. A touch of humor could indeed strengthen their bonds, but excessive jesting might foster feelings of jealousy. Fortunately, the group was not predisposed to envy, which was why Ma Hongjun was able to integrate with them so swiftly, particularly due to Dai Mubai's strong sense of loyalty. The tale of the earth. How does that sound? Does it not perfectly align with your external soul bone? Oscar was the first to speak, his enthusiasm evident. That sounds dreadful. What kind of tale is that? It would be far more straightforward to call it the Imperial Whip, Dai Mubai interjected, offering his own perspective. The Imperial Whip seems a tad ostentatious. After all, Brother Hongjun is no emperor, nor does he possess such a domineering nature. I believe Brother Hongjun's external soul bone resembles the tail of the Earth King, yet it appears more akin to a long whip, derived from the Earth King itself. Why not combine the two and name it the Earth Whip? Proposed Ma Anna from the side, clearly exhibiting greater reliability than the two men. Very well. Let us call it the Earth Whip, Ma Hongjun quickly agreed, feeling utterly exasperated, fearing they might conjure something even more absurd. Indeed, when it came to naming, men seemed to lack talent. Imperial Whip sounds utterly bizarre, with an odd connotation, while Tail of the Earth is foolish. I am no monkey. In contrast, the Earth Whip sounded infinitely better. At least it resembled the name of a weapon and did not evoke any unpleasant associations. Chapter 37. Heavendo City. Well then, since we have settled on a name, let us proceed and search for the next soul ring. Flander clapped his hands, retracted the tent, and calmly addressed the crowd. Despite having gone without rest throughout the night, he remained remarkably energetic. Although a soul sage cannot forego sleep for extended periods, a mere day or two without slumber poses little issue. Flander's knowledge regarding external soul bones is limited, primarily acquired from the Master. 3 years prior, he personally journeyed to Notting City to seek the Master, who subsequently visited Shrek Academy once. They agreed that the Master would come to teach at Shrek Academy when Tang San turned 32, a prospect that met with no objections from Ma Hongjun. Though Yu Xiaojing's character leaves much to be desired, he possesses unique insights into soul knowledge that prove beneficial for lower-tier soul masters, making him an apt instructor for the students. However, the true allure lies not in his teachings, but rather in the formidable background of the Yu family. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. To put it bluntly, like many others, Ma Hongjun values Yu Xiaojing's connections, believing that should Yu Xiaojing choose to teach at Shrek Academy, he would become a significant asset in establishing his own influence. In his past life, Ma Hongjun found Yu Xiaojing unappealing, yet he harbored a favorable disposition towards the money-minded Flander, thus refraining from overly venerating Yu Xiaojing, viewing him more as a means to an end. With Tang San's prodigious talent, as long as his instructor is not a complete fool, his future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. Potentially ascending to godhood, a matter that holds no concern for Ma Hongjun, despite the Master's martial soul being a rather unremarkable pig. Ma Hongjun holds a deep-seated disdain for Yu Xiaojing's treatment of both his father and his romantic entanglements. Nevertheless, in the pursuit of success from a position of nothingness, one must learn to speak the language of the people and the spirits, avoiding nonsensical discourse. 10 days later, through the collaborative efforts of the group, and with Flander's assistance, they successfully acquired the soul rings of Mei and Na and Ma Xiaodai. Both young women attained their third 1,000-year soul rings. While neither possesses exceptional talent, they are nonetheless of respectable caliber, having reached the rank of Soul Master at the age of 20. With the potential aid of immortal herbs in the future, Ma Hongjun cannot guarantee whether they will ascend to greatness, but he is confident they can achieve the rank of title Douluo. Of course, the matter of the immortal herb requires careful planning, and Ma Hongjun must strategize step by step. If he can obtain the herb from the ice and fire yin-yang before Tang San, it will be his to distribute as he pleases. Others who benefit will owe him a debt of gratitude. Yet, Ma Hongjun harbors a tinge of selfishness, contemplating whether he would share the herb with his future companions. The answer is a resounding no for what he can utilize himself. However, for what he cannot use, he might consider employing it to enhance the strength of his allies, thereby fostering goodwill. He suspects that Tang San in the original narrative is not as selfless as he appears, likely harboring similar thoughts. After all, in the original story, characters such as Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong are backed by formidable forces. Even Ma Hongjun, who comes from humble beginnings, has Oscar as a mentor within the academy. This dynamic presents infinite benefits for the construction of his Tang sect, especially as both Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai play pivotal roles in its early development. Despite Ma Hongjun and Tang San sharing a focus on relationships, Ma Hongjun lacks Tang San's naivety and coldness towards human nature. The fortunes of the Shrek crew appear exceptionally favorable as just 3 days later, the 3 soul rings were finally gathered. At this moment, Ma Hongjun successfully absorbed his second soul ring, an 8,000-year fire attribute soul beast, the Flame Phoenix, which was strikingly close to the limit of soul ring years for his physique. His second soul skill, Solar Lance, enables him to unleash a formidable fire cone attack that possesses an automatic targeting capability, ensuring a guaranteed hit against his adversaries. The opponents are left with no choice but to withstand it using their own soul skills, rendering it a rather domineering single-target assault. The consumption of soul power for this skill can be adjusted significantly, allowing Ma Hongjun to maintain complete control, which brings him considerable satisfaction. Unlike his first soul skill, which could only be released once, this enhancement greatly augments Ma Hongjun's endurance. The group returned to Shrek Academy safely, experiencing a tranquil journey. Even Flinder had to admire their good fortune, as they encountered no perils along the way, oblivious to the fact that this was intricately linked to Ma Hongjun's luck, grass martial soul. As long as Ma Hongjun did not cross paths with individuals possessing an innate villainous allure, danger would be unlikely to find them. Fortunately, none among the group bore such abilities, alleviating concerns of being embroiled in any trouble. However, Ma Hongjun remained unaware of these nuances. When it comes to luck, it is unpredictable. It may very well accompany crises, as opportunities and dangers have always been intertwined. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun had already mastered the art of effortlessly summoning and retracting his external soul bones. Yet, to achieve true harmony and integration would require both time and fortunate circumstances. Ma Hongjun, unable to resolve the second hidden spirit ring of his three-leaf clover spirit in a short span of time, turned his attention to the celestial herb. One day, after the training session at Shrek Academy concluded, rather than returning with the others to cultivate his spirit power, Ma Hongjun directly sought out Master Flinder. Master, I have discovered a solution to the shortcomings of my phoenix spirit. Would you accompany me to Heaven-Do City? I believe I can address the issues related to my spirit there. He stated straightforwardly to Flinder, who was counting gold spirit coins at his desk. Oh, what method requires a trip to Heaven-Do City? If it's too costly, you might as well find a girlfriend in Soto City. After all, even though you are only 11, your physique is quite robust, not inferior to Zhao Wujia's. I think Mei Anna would be a fine choice. Perhaps you should seriously consider it. Flinder casually replied, seemingly unfazed, while swiftly stowing the gold coins into his spatial soul guide. Master, I'm not jesting. I genuinely found a way to resolve the shortcomings of my spirit. I need you to leverage your connections and ask for assistance from Lu Erlong, the Dean of Lambo Academy. Her help is essential for this matter, Ma Hongjun explained, carefully organizing his thoughts and speaking persuasively. Erlong, you clever lad. You've even investigated your teacher's background. Tell me, how can I assist you? It just so happens I wish to meet Erlong as well, Flinder inquired. Unfazed by the revelation, as Ma Hongjun had previously mentioned Lu Erlong's role as the Dean of Lamba Academy. I require the introduction from the teacher's wife to become acquainted with Yu Tianhing of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. This matter necessitates his assistance. But I cannot divulge the specifics at this moment. You will understand in due time. Ma Hongjun emphasized the term teacher's wife, gazing earnestly at Flinder. Cough, cough. Do not speak nonsense. She is not your teacher's wife. Alas, I once harbored feelings for the moon, yet the moon merely illuminated the gutter. Flinder lamented with a hint of melancholy. Nevertheless, the slight upward curve of his lips prompted Ma Hongjun to roll his eyes. Flinder was blatantly borrowing his words, professing denial while his heart reveled in delight, utterly devoid of shame. Flinder had always been reluctant to refuse Ma Hongjun's requests, and given the matter concerning the spirit, it was even more unlikely he would decline. After entrusting the Academy's affairs to Zhao Wujie, he swiftly set off for Heaven-Do City with Ma Hongjun. In the depths of his heart, Ma Hongjun quietly scoffed, recognizing that his eagerness to resolve the shortcomings of his martial soul was not the true motivation behind his impatience to meet Lu Erlong. Notably, due to Ma Hongjun's proposal, Ma Xiaodai and Mei Anna were granted permission by Flanders to join Shrek Academy as instructors, a position Ma Hongjun had ingeniously conceived, straddling the realms of teacher and student. This arrangement was, of course, intended to provide the two women with an opportunity to study at Shrek Academy, though it was not solely for the institution's benefit. His affection for his two elder sisters played a significant role as well. 10 days later, Flanders finally escorted Ma Hongjun to the city of Tiando. Chapter 38. Blue Tyrant Academy. Tiando City, the capital of the Tiando Empire, boasts formidable and towering walls, particularly the Tiando Royal Palace, which stands as the tallest edifice across the entire Douluo continent. Although the military prowess of Tiando City does not rival that of the Xinglua Empire, its longevity and resilience can be attributed to several factors: the balance of power maintained by the Spirit Hall between the two great empires, the support of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, and the city's robust fortifications, making it both defensible and challenging to besiege. The landmark of Tiando City is the Tiando Royal Palace, where legends speak of a swirling white mist seen hovering above its grandeur. It is said that this phenomenon is the gateway to divine miracles, bestowing the sided with the legacy of the gods. The inhabitants of Tiando City take immense pride in their capital. However, to Ma Hongjun, these tales seemed merely the machinations of the elite, possessing a credibility less than a minuscule fraction of 1%. As Ma Hongjun gazed upon a city that dwarfed any he had ever encountered, he was acutely aware of his own insignificance. It became evident that only by attaining the formidable rank of a limit Douluo could one traverse the continent with unrestrained audacity. Otherwise, confronting a powerful faction with mere personal strength would be tantamount to courting death. Were it not for Tang San's allies and the support of other sects, he would have been utterly incapable of vanquishing the formidable Spirit Hall. The soldiers atop the city walls, clad in full armor, vigilantly surveyed the surroundings for any signs of disturbance, imparting an air of foreboding. Flinder guided Ma Hongjun through the towering city gates. Entering the grand expanse of Heaven-Do City, Ma Hongjun experienced an overwhelming sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of an ancient era, as he beheld the imposing and dignified architecture that echoed the grandeur of the Forbidden City from his previous life. They entered through a side gate, as the main gate remained steadfastly closed, rarely opened. After taking only a few steps, they spotted a grand announcement affixed to the city wall. The Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy was earnestly seeking 10 soul masters of level 40 or above, with preference given to those possessing higher soul power, and promising excellent benefits upon acceptance. Upon reading this notice, both paused, and Ma Hongjun couldn't help but reflect on the evident shortage of teaching staff at the Blue Tyrant Academy. Flinder, equally moved, felt a surge of excitement. From its name alone, he could discern the Academy's deep ties to Lu Erlong. After all, it was only Lu Erlong, the illegitimate daughter of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, who could find refuge in Heaven-Do City, given that the clan's territory lay within the Star Luo Empire, where academies were established. This place was far more magnificent than Shrek Academy, if it could be transformed into a branch of Shrek Academy in Heaven-Do City. It would be a boon indeed. The prosperity of Heaven-Do City rivaled that of the first-tier cities Ma Hongjun had visited in his past life, with shops aplenty, streets clean and spacious, and an impressive organization. They first sought a clothing store, where Ma Hongjun meticulously selected a formal suit for Flinder, seizing the opportunity to procure a fine new garment for himself as well. Soon, the two, now outfitted in their new attire, arrived at the grand entrance of the Blue Tyrant Academy. The academy appeared to be nestled within a forest, sprawling over an area at least 10 times larger than Shrek Academy, surrounded by verdant trees. To possess such a campus in the bustling Heaven-Do City was undoubtedly an expense beyond Shrek Academy's imagination. Is this truly Erlong's academy? It surpasses our Shrek Academy by a considerable margin. Flinder felt a twinge of inadequacy, his tone tinged with embarrassment, as if contemplating retreat. Teacher, now that we are here, you wouldn't be afraid, would you? I've heard all about your situation. Although Aunt Erlong harbors feelings for the master, they are siblings, fated never to be together. For the sake of Aunt Erlong's happiness in her later years, you must not falter. Ma Hongjun had fervently encouraged Flinder along the way. Otherwise, given Flinder's temperament, he would only silently wish for the happiness of the one he cherished. All right, let us proceed inside. Flinder exhaled deeply, resolving within, my apologies, Xiao Gang. I shall make amends in other ways. I will take care of Erlong. Ma Hongjun did not deliberately seek to incite any discord between Flanders and Yu Xiaojiang. Rather, he merely expressed his disdain for the feelings that could arise between close kin. Such matters might often go unnoticed if no one feels aversion, as they bear no relevance to them. However, when someone vocalizes their disapproval, it tends to incite a wave of others to follow suit, scoffing at the situation. While one might eloquently claim indifference to societal judgment, a more candid interpretation would suggest a lack of moral integrity, driven by base instincts. Nevertheless, it was evident to Ma Hongjun that Lu Erlong was not of such ilk. She was merely a misguided young woman ensnared in the throes of love. His aspiration was to rescue this wayward soul, and with his connection to Flanders, his determination only intensified. He had already concocted numerous strategies for wooing, or rather, rescuing the lost maiden. Stop. Who are you? And what business do you have at our Blue Tyrant Academy? Unauthorized individuals are not permitted entry. The gatekeeper stated sternly as he intercepted the two approaching the academy's entrance. Good sir, we are here to see Dean Lu Erlong. This gentleman is the illustrious Flying Corner from the renowned Golden Iron Triangle, an old acquaintance of your dean, Ma Hongjun interjected, courteously explaining, having previously devised a plan with Flanders on the way. Once Lu Erlong was secured, Ma Hongjun intended to leverage her to find Yu Tianhing, thereby establishing contact with Dugu Yin. Given Dugu Bo's character of reciprocity, Curing both Dugu Bo and Dugu Yin would surely lead to the coveted celestial herb from the ice and fire yin yang well. Flying corner? Are you referring to the same flying corner that is part of the Dean's ensemble? Do you possess any proof? The gatekeeper's demeanor had softened considerably. Yet he remained firm in his refusal to grant entry without evidence. This is, teacher, summon your martial soul. Ma Hongjun was taken aback by the gatekeeper's obstinacy. However, he acknowledged the validity of the man's stance and turned to Flanders for assistance. Very well, Flanders replied with a dignified nod, speaking with measured calmness. The first lesson imparted by Ma Hongjun was to exude authority, akin to the formidable demeanor of Yu Shaojiang, with a resolute attitude, eschewing any semblance of servility. A towering owl's spirit materialized behind Flander, its soul rings illuminating sequentially as it approached the gatekeeper with an imposing presence, articulating, "Does this suffice to validate my identity?" The martial spirit serves as the most compelling testament of a soul master's identity, particularly when it is an aberrant variant, devoid of familial lineage. Making its distinction all the more pronounced, while the martial spirit may be feigned, the soul rings are irrefutable. Soul Sage. Honorable Soul Sage, please enter. I shall notify the esteemed dean forthwith, the gatekeeper exclaimed, visibly shaken and somewhat apprehensive, bowing in deference upon observing Flander's lack of reproach. Ahem, yes. Please lead the way, Flander coughed lightly, revealing his discomfort. Despite his elevated status as a formidable soul sage, he was seldom in the presence of others, rarely receiving such respectful acknowledgement. Ma Hongjun uttered with a peculiar tone, his gaze directed at Flander, urging him to maintain his authoritative stance. Flander promptly adopted a serious demeanor, embodying the role of a leader on inspection as they proceeded into the Blue Tyrant Academy. Under the guidance of the gatekeeper, the duo arrived at the rear mountains of the academy, where the scenery starkly contrasted with the opulence of the front buildings, evoking a pastoral charm reminiscent of the Shrek Academy in Soto City. It seems Aunt Erlong also favors this tranquil lifestyle. You share commonalities. Remember, under no circumstances should you exhibit servility. Maintain your seriousness, understood? Ma Hongjun whispered encouragingly in Flander's ear, deliberately refraining from undermining Flander's enthusiasm. Aware that any insinuation of Flander's poverty, which necessitated establishing the Shrek Academy in the countryside, would potentially offend Lu Erlong and jeopardize his herbal endeavors. Yes, I understand. Keep your voice down. We must not be overheard. If this venture fails, you will owe me the full amount of those gold soul coins. Although I shall waive the interest, Flander cautioned in hushed tones, noting that the gatekeeper ahead seemed oblivious to their conversation. Ma Hongjun was utterly speechless. Flander had repeatedly insisted that he refrain from repaying debts, yet whenever a matter arose, he would inevitably bring up his golden soul coins. Though Ma Hongjun understood Flander's fixation on wealth, he was astonished that, in such moments, Flander could still think of those coins. It left him at a loss for words. For a moment, Ma Hongjun began to question whether assisting him was truly the right course of action. He pondered the implications of Lu Erlong being involved with such a miserly individual. Surely, there would be complications. The gatekeeper halted outside a courtyard, calling out, Dean, there is a soul saint who claims to be the Golden Iron Triangle's flying corner seeking your audience. Would you care to meet with him? After a brief silence, a voice, tinged with delight, finally echoed from within the room. Flinder, how did you know I was here? Did you come specifically to find me at the Blue Tyrant Academy? A beautiful woman, clad in a simple blue linen dress, emerged from the wooden house in the courtyard, her face lighting up with surprise as she gazed at Flinder. She gathered a strand of her silky hair with a cloth, revealing traces of moisture. Her slightly flushed complexion showcased her exquisite features, with delicate and captivating attributes. Her large, dark eyes shimmered with nostalgia and warmth, devoid of any romantic sentiment. Beneath her robe lay a figure of astonishing allure, a physique that surpassed that of ordinary young women. Ma Hongjun was nearly mesmerized, inwardly reflecting, this must be Lu Erlong. Likely just having bathed. What a fortunate encounter. Brother Flander, it has been a while since we last met. Your attire today is indeed quite spirited and dashing. The beautiful woman, Lu Erlong, remarked with a relaxed tone as she gazed at Flander. Chapter 39, Lu Erlong's Secret to Maintenance Ahem. It's passable, Flander replied. The reason for my visit is not merely a social call. I have an important matter for which I require your assistance. Just as a smile had begun to grace his face, he noticed Ma Hongjun's dry cough and instantly adopted a serious demeanor. Oh, what matter could warrant Brother Flanders seeking my help? Rest assured, I shall never decline any task within my capability. Let us retreat indoors and discuss our affairs at leisure. Lu Erlong said, smoothing her slightly damp hair while casting a curious glance at Flander. Flander murmured softly. Esteemed principal, I shall take my leave. The gatekeeper said, understanding that his presence was the reason for the interruption, and promptly excused himself. Lu Erlong acknowledged with a faint response, showing no sign of reproaching him for bringing someone to see her. This gatekeeper was indeed a capable soul master, dispatched by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The gatekeeper was astute and dedicated, exhibiting a commendable sense of duty. He seemed quite impressive and would serve as an excellent guardian. Ma Hongjun, observing the gatekeeper's retreating figure, contemplated that when he eventually established his own faction, he would seek out individuals of similar caliber for his own guards. One must occasionally concede that the higher one ascends in social strata, the more refined individuals become, their dedication to their work intensifies. And those who attain wealth often possess various commendable traits. Of course, this is merely a relative observation, as the wealthy are not devoid of unscrupulous individuals. While it is often said that impoverished regions give rise to cunning folk, the lack of civility among such individuals is not inherently tied to the goodness or malice of the human heart, but rather to the education they receive. Within the wooden cabin, Flander conveyed their intentions to Lu Erlong. Sister Erlong, you are aware of my situation within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Although I am Tianhing's aunt, I am not particularly well acquainted with him. I cannot guarantee that he will introduce you, but fret not, as a last resort. I shall plead with that old fellow on your behalf. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong cast a surprised glance at Ma Hongjun, then spoke with unwavering conviction. Thank you. Sister Erlong, you are truly stunning. No wonder our teacher constantly speaks of you at the academy. Ma Hongjun expressed his gratitude exuberantly. Her lips were as sweet as if they had been touched by honey, and she did not forget to mention how much Flander yearned for her. Flander was taken aback. When had he ever shown such vulnerability before these youngsters? He silently mused that this lad certainly had a knack for nonsense. Yet thinking of his plan to rescue the wayward girl, he restrained himself and feigned ignorance. Your words are truly delightful. Hearing you call me sister brings me such joy. However, you ought to address me as aunt, for I can hardly believe you are already a level 27 soul master. You hardly appear to be 11 years of age. If you told me you were 15, I would readily believe you, Lu Erlong remarked with a bright smile, seemingly avoiding Flander's inquiry. This was merely the subconscious whims of a woman. It did not imply that Flander was devoid of opportunities, as Lu Erlong's only love was her cousin, a blood relative of the same lineage. Does Aunt Erlong wish to have a child endowed with talents like mine? The teacher has long desired offspring. Yet he often claims that his heart is set on a particular woman, which is why he refrains from marrying and starting a family. Ma Hongjun began to chatter, leveraging his status as a junior to stir Lu Erlong's emotions. Cough, cough, enough of that. Erlong, it has been several years since we last met. Let us take a stroll outside and share a meal. It is on me, Flander interjected, deliberately shifting the topic. Following Ma Hongjun's earlier strategy, he aimed to demonstrate his newfound generosity in front of Lu Erlong. In truth, being miserly is indeed a significant faux pas in the presence of women, and Ma Hongjun suspected this was part of the reason Lu Erlong looked down upon Flander. After all, it was illogical that the trio, forming a golden triangle of adventure, saw the knowledgeable yet weaker master garnering Lu Erlong's affection. One must recognize that Flander's knowledge was not lacking, especially in the Douluo continent, where strength is a man's most commendable attribute. Flander's talent paled in comparison to that of the master. Of course, Ma Hongjun also harbored intentions of swindling a substantial sum from Flander. In his words, it was a matter of killing two birds with one stone. Why not seize the opportunity? Had it been anyone else, perhaps Flander would not have been so easily deceived. But this was Ma Hongjun, who willingly accepted being duped, and along the way, he was also moved by Ma Hongjun's silver tongue. The theories on women's psychology left him in a daze, and he found himself in complete agreement. However, Flander remained unaware that Ma Hongjun's insights were merely superficial, as he himself was an outsider. As an observer, he spoke with confidence. Yet he knew that had he been in the same position, his understanding would not have been significantly better. Hey, old Flander, it seems you've struck gold. It is the first time I've seen you so generous. Come, let us head to the Drunken Spring Tower. Today, I intend to exact a hefty sum from you. Lu Erlong was evidently reluctant to dwell on the matter at hand. Upon hearing that Flander intended to treat, her interest was piqued, and a long-lost smile graced her face. Ahem, Though I have not struck it rich, I assure you I shall not be stingy towards you. Erlong, Flander remarked with a characteristic cough, feigning nonchalance. He could not help but believe Ma Hongjun's words. After all, Lu Erlong seldom smiled at him, reserving her warmth for her former master. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us be on our way. Though affluent, Lu Erlong refrained from asserting her dominance by suggesting she would cover the expenses, recognizing Flander's goodwill. Whenever she was in his presence, he was always filled with a sense of inadequacy, and she could not bear to decline his heartfelt gesture. Apart from Yu Xiaojiang, Flander was undoubtedly her closest friend. Deep within her heart, she felt a lingering sense of guilt towards Flander. He had once held a significant place in her life. Yet she had chosen her master over him. While she understood Flander's intentions, she had never anticipated his current boldness. Although her exterior remained composed, her heart raced uncontrollably. Flander's words were rather explicit, almost too direct. She could only feign ignorance, hoping to brush it aside, silently wishing he would not confess his feelings or make her choose. Even a mature woman, untouched by such experiences, would react like any ordinary girl. This included someone as formidable as Lu Erlong. Why are these cucumbers all sliced? Ma Hongjun pondered, glancing at the pile of cucumber slices on the table, before turning to Lu Erlong, who was preparing to lead the way. Aunt Erlong, your skin looks so well maintained. Could it be due to these cucumbers? What? You two use cucumbers? No wonder you, with your robust build, have such fair and delicate skin. Lu Erlong retorted, casting a glance back at Ma Hongjun. Hey, I don't need cucumbers. My skin is likely a result of my martial soul, it's natural. Ma Hongjun replied honestly, feeling the question was somewhat odd. Indeed, cucumbers possess beautifying properties, but these are no ordinary cucumbers. They are cultivated by me, infused with spiritual essence, capable of preventing skin aging and shielding against sun exposure. But you probably have no need for such knowledge. Lu Erlong exclaimed, casting an envious glance at Ma Hongjun's rosy complexion, feeling a twinge of bitterness as she reflected on her painstakingly grown cucumbers. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun silently mused, no wonder in my past life, while watching anime, Lu Erlong appeared so enchanting. It turns out she takes great care of herself. Compared to her, Flinder, who is of a similar age, seems like a young girl standing beside her father. Fortunately, before coming here, Ma Hongjun had advised Flinder to tidy up his attire and shave his face clean. Though he still cannot be deemed handsome, he certainly looks more presentable. Chapter 40, Effortless Gains. Well, it's nothing, he chuckled. I merely wanted to inquire on behalf of the teacher. It would do him well to take care of his skin. If he could attain even a fraction of Aunt Erlong's beauty, he would undoubtedly become much more attractive. Ma Hongjun laughed heartily, genuinely expressing his filial concern. His devotion had not waned. He sincerely believed that Yu Xiaojiang was unworthy of such a stunning beauty as Lu Erlong. Although Flinder might be somewhat of a stretch, who could deny that he is his teacher? What is more, Flinder is indeed the most suitable candidate. Him? Lu Erlong chuckled lightly. While Flinder may not be entirely squandered, his taste leaves much to be desired. His attire in his youth was hardly distinguishable from that of an old man. Aunt Erlong, you may not be aware, but the teacher has changed significantly. He has become much more generous and his taste has improved considerably, Ma Hongjun hinted suggestively. All right, you rascal, don't speak in riddles. If you have something to say it plainly, or else Annie might just teach you a lesson on how to converse properly. Lu Erlong's face flushed momentarily, her thoughts veering into unknown territories. However, as a formidable mother dragon, she would not be easily intimidated. She swiftly shifted her expression, casting a threatening glance at Ma Hongjun. Aunt Erlong, do not stoop to the level of a child. Hongjun speaks the truth. I have indeed changed. Some opportunities, once lost, cannot be regained. Hence we must cherish those present in our lives. Enough of this. Let us hasten our departure to Zue Chunlu tonight. We shall indulge without restraint. And I shall treat you all. Flinder spoke with a tone of seriousness, yet upon noticing Lu Erlong's sudden melancholic expression, he quickly lightened his tone, exuding a sense of joviality. All right, I didn't expect you, Flinder, to have such awareness. Tonight, I shall accompany you all until we are thoroughly inebriated. Lu Erlong found herself reminiscing about her past entanglement with a certain scoundrel. Were they not akin to this? They had missed their chance, never to return. She fervently wished that she and he were not bound by blood. The greatest anguish in the world is not the unrequited love of one for another, but rather the tragedy of two souls who are deeply in love, only to discover, when they come together, that they are siblings. What could be more tormenting than lovers destined to be mere brother and sister? The architecture of the Zhuai Chunlu was not of the Western European style predominant in the city, but rather a rare and ancient Chinese structure. Upon entering, Ma Hongjun was enveloped by a sense of nostalgia, questioning whether he had inadvertently traveled back to antiquity. Although it was not opulent by any means, it exuded an innate aura of noble elegance. Lu Erlong reserved a private room, number 888, at the front desk. On her way out of the academy, she instructed the doorman, Lanjio, to seek out Yu Tianheng at the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy and convey her invitation to gather at Zhuai Chunlu. After all, Lu Erlong was a formidable soul sage and his aunt. Even if he refused to introduce Du Guyan, he would certainly grant them an opportunity to meet. Thus, Lu Erlong saw this dinner as a perfect occasion to summon Yu Tianheng. Whether he would agree to introduce Du Guyan would be left to fate. After all, Ma Hongjun had refrained from disclosing the true reason for wanting to meet Du Guyan, as anyone would hesitate to recommend their girlfriend openly. To carelessly reveal his ability to cure her soul's poison would undoubtedly lead others to suspect ulterior motives or deem him foolish. How could he explain that he knew of Du Guyan's affliction without having met her, and that he traveled a great distance to assist her? This was, after all, a secret of the Dugu family. However, if they were to meet and recognize each other, the circumstances would change dramatically, particularly with Yu Tianheng's connection easing any awkwardness. Dining here would cost a fortune, easily exceeding 100 gold soul coins. What do you think, Flinder? Shall I take care of the bill? Lu Erlong teased, settling down and ordering the dishes with her characteristic carefree demeanor. Erlong, you underestimate me. Not only can I handle a few hundred gold soul coins, but even if the meal costs thousands, I wouldn't bat an eye, Flinder replied, his expression tinged with displeasure. Ah, teacher, since that is the case, Aunt Erlong has invited Yu Tianheng. Let us order a few more dishes. Ma Hongjun had been waiting for this cue from Flinder and quickly took the menu from Lu Erlong's hands. Let us continue ordering. We must not stop. Flinder's heart bled at the thought, seething inwardly, though he maintained a facade of calm, merely nodding in response. Ma Hongjun had privately assured him not to order recklessly. Yet this situation certainly felt like a betrayal. Bodhi Jade Restaurant? Is that the place with the legendary colorless fried rice? 10 gold soul coins a serving. Why don't they go rob a bank? Well, I suppose Aunt Erlong and I will each have a portion. Teacher, you don't care for rice, do you? Ma Hongjun turned to Flanders and inquired. Ah? Oh, indeed. I don't need anything. Please feel free to order whatever you desire. Do not mind me. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Flanders felt a jolt in his heart. My goodness. The cost of this meal surpasses mere rice. It is in gold soul coins. He hastily insisted he required nothing, resigning himself to the situation, grateful for any savings he could muster. Indeed, this Bodhi Jade Pavilion is quite remarkable, with flavors that are exquisite. It is said that the dishes are prepared in a 4-tiered steamer, each layer infused with distinct ingredients, first, scallions and garlic, followed by 7 precious spices and 7 rare vegetables, culminating in white rice. The cost alone exceeds 9 gold soul coins, rendering the fried rice particularly delectable. A signature dish of this establishment. Lu Erlong elucidated the composition of this dish to Ma Hongjun, imparting the wisdom that one gets what one pays for. A far cry from the unscrupulous merchants of his previous life. Pepper chicken, tofu fish, dragon soup, lucky shrimp, supreme tofu. Excellent. Let us have a portion of each. And add a roasted leg of a 10-year-old bull as well, Ma Hongjun declared without hesitation, seeing such a plethora of Chinese dishes. He ordered a staggering amount, amounting to dozens of gold soul coins, with the roasted bull leg alone valued at over 100. Soon after, Lu Erlong began reminiscing about amusing anecdotes from their youth, while the waiter brought forth fine wine and appetizers. As the dishes approached, and before they had even begun to eat, Lu Erlong, already slightly inebriated, began to slur his words. At that moment, a knock resounded from outside the private room. Duong. Bang bang. Lanjio, is that you? Aren't you supposed to be guarding the academy gates? Would you care to join us for a drink? Oh, by the way, didn't Ti ask you to find Tianheng? Did he not accompany you here? Lu Erlong said, his speech slightly muddled by the drink, lacking the earlier boisterous spirit. Ah, no, Director, young Master Tianheng has already arrived. I shall take my leave now, Lanjio responded, her forehead glistening with sweat. She quickly informed Yu Tianheng before exiting. Flanders and Lu Erlong, aware that she had matters on her mind, did not hinder her from drinking, instead joining her in moderation. Very well, you may leave, a handsome young man, taller than Ma Hongjun, remarked with a casual nod towards Lanjio. He then respectfully greeted Lu Erlong, saying, Tianheng pays his respects to his second aunt. These are my companions. We too have come to dine and thought it appropriate to pay our respects to you. As Ma Hongjun followed the gaze of the newcomer, his eyes brightened at the sight of 6 young men and women, evidently around his age, standing behind him. He couldn't help but speculate whether they were indeed the other members of the Tiando royal team. If so, it would be a stroke of fortune, eliminating the need for any cumbersome introductions. Chapter 41. The Royal Tiando Team. Hello, and Erlong. Hello, Uncle. The companions of Yu Tianheng respectfully greeted as they bowed. Ah, greetings. Tianheng, you've arrived. Are these your companions? Indeed, they are all quite remarkable, Aunt Erlong remarked, her demeanor instantly transforming as she cleared the remnants of alcohol from her system. This is also a young relative of mine, possessing great talent, albeit slightly younger than you. You should get to know one another. The rapid change in Lu Erlong's attitude left Ma Hongjun somewhat taken aback. He swiftly stood up and approached Yu Tianheng, extending his hand in a familiar manner, and courteously introduced himself. Greetings, I am Ma Hongjun, a level 27 Soul Master. I look forward to your guidance. Hello, I am Yu Tianheng, a level 37 Battle Spirit Sovereign. Since you are Aunt Erlong's relative, you shall be my friend. Do not hesitate to reach out to me for anything. Yu Tianheng replied with a smile, shaking Ma Hongjun's hand, reciprocating the politeness. Although Ma Hongjun appeared mature, he was merely in his early to mid-teens. Thus, Yu Tianheng instinctively categorized him among the younger siblings. However, Ma Hongjun did not take offense. Instead, he enthusiastically beckoned Yu Tianheng to take a seat in the vacant spot, exclaiming, Come, sit down, don't be shy, please, don't be shy. Today, my teacher is treating us. Aren't you all here to dine together? If it's not too much trouble, there is no need to search for another private room. This space is ample, and Aunt Erlong intended to treat you all to a meal. Do not refuse, let us enjoy a casual meal together. The words of Ma Hongjun effectively sealed off any retreat for Yu Tianheng, implying that not sitting down would be a sign of disrespect and disdain towards their elders. Yu Tianheng's expression stiffened. Who on earth was this person? Such courtesy upon their first meeting made him question whether this individual harbored some peculiar quirks. A melodious laugh pierced the air, and a girl with violet hair and emerald eyes stood at the same spot, amusedly observing Ma Hongjun and Yu Tianheng. Dear sister, do not stand on ceremony. Please, have a seat. The dishes have just been served, and Aunt Erlong and the teachers are quite amicable. You need not feel constrained. Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled with delight, and he eagerly turned to the others, offering similar warmth, even rising to assist them. Why decline a favor when it can be readily accepted? The group exchanged glances, hastily surrounding the large round table to sit, not wishing to be drawn into Ma Hongjun's enthusiastic invitation. Faced with a spread of delectable dishes, they felt no further reluctance and exchanged grateful glances with Ma Hongjun. Although, apart from the violet-haired girl, the others remained somewhat reserved. You are correct, there is no need for formality. Treat us as friends, Flanders gently echoed, having absorbed a bit of Ma Hongjun's modern outlook through their time together. Everyone nodded vigorously in agreement. They had heard from Lan Jiu on the way here about this unassuming middle-aged man and Yu Tianheng's aunt, Lu Erlong, both of whom were formidable soul saint-level powerhouses. Now, let us begin dining and savor the culinary skills of this establishment. The flavors are exquisite. How about we each have a portion of the signature dish? Ma Hongjun exclaimed after taking a bite of the Bodhi Jade dish, his taste buds nearly exploding with delight. I too would like a serving of this renowned signature dish. The Bodhi Jade dish, famous throughout Tiando City, the violet-haired girl stated without hesitation. Very well, then. One for each of us. And we shall order 8 more servings of the Bodhi Jade dish. Ma Hongjun called out to the waiter after exchanging a glance with Flanders. His display of generosity was striking, causing Flanders' heart to ache, yet Ma Hongjun's intention was not to be miserly but to reform Flanders' stingy nature. The waiter, elated, swiftly took note of the order, jotting down 8 portions of the Bodhi Jade dish, a dish worth 80 gold soul coins, from which he could earn 8 silver soul coins as commission. How could he not be thrilled? Dugu Yin found the robust young man, who seemed around her age, particularly likable. Thank you. I am Dugu Yin, Tianheng's girlfriend, and this is my dear friend Yi Lingling, our academy's renowned ice-cold beauty, who is still single. With a smile, Dugu Yin completed her introduction and gestured towards a coldly beautiful woman seated beside her, presenting her to Ma Hongjun. Dugu Yin was well aware that her dear friend often felt insecure. She believed Ma Hongjun to be quite remarkable, exuding an aura of safety and displaying an open-handed nature. This thought ignited within her a desire to play matchmaker. In her eyes, Ma Hongjun, being a junior of Lu Erlong, undoubtedly hailed from a respectable family. Although his precise age was unknown, his youthful, smooth visage suggested he could not be older than 16. Possessing a soul power of level 27 at such a tender age indicated a talent that was certainly comparable to their own. Having encountered two beautiful sisters, she remarked, "You both are exquisite. I am Ma Hongjun, a strong attack-type battle soul master, soon to be 11 years old." Ma Hongjun, by deliberately altering his voice to sound more youthful, evoked no feelings of aversion among the onlookers. The crowd, including Yu Tianheng, was taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief as if to say, "Are you jesting with us?" There is no need for surprise. Hongjun was not deceiving them. He was, after all, a prodigy with innate full soul power, and the urgency of his appearance could be attributed to the peculiar nature of his martial soul. Flander elucidated this to the group. For had he remained silent, the talented individuals would have likely dismissed Ma Hongjun's claims. "Oh, so that is the case. I did not realize, dear Hongjun, that your talent was so extraordinary. I initially intended to introduce Lingling to you. However, considering your tender age, perhaps it is best to refrain from doing so." De Guyen remarked, her expression one of sudden understanding. In this world, where martial souls are as diverse as they are wondrous, it was hardly conceivable that a soul sage would engage in the triviality of deceiving them. Even though their family held considerable power, it was unlikely that a soul sage would stoop to such depths. They were not inexperienced novices. They understood that this was a realm governed by the survival of the fittest, where respect for the strong was instinctual. Unlike certain young ladies who seldom ventured beyond their sex and relied solely on their familial influence to behave arrogantly and rudely, they possessed noble backgrounds and had seen enough of the world to maintain composure in the presence of a soul sage. They might feel slightly constrained, but were far from being flustered. "Wait, I am capable. Look at me. I hardly appear juvenile. Feel free to introduce me. My age is no hindrance. Ha ha ha." Ma Hongjun jestingly glanced at the strikingly aloof woman who had remained silent throughout the conversation. Ma Hongjun perceived that others might be somewhat restrained, yet this woman appeared to possess an innate aloofness. The enchanting lady, Yi Lingling, cast a glance at Ma Hongjun, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a subtle blush blooming on her fair complexion. Chapter 42, The Nine Hearts Begonia Martial Soul That Is Certainly Feasible. If you wish to win over our Lingling, simply invite us to dine at the Drunken Spring Pavilion a few times, suggested Du Guyen. Noticing that her companions were feeling somewhat awkward and eager to lighten the mood, her fearless disposition set her apart from the ladies of prominent sects. As she held no reservations towards the strong, yet managed to maintain a level of composure in their presence. Indeed, Yin Yin is absolutely correct," chimed in the two imposing figures, Sure Mo and Sure Mo, who sat to Ma Hongjun's right, enthusiastically nodding in agreement. Though they were physically impressive, their rugged features contrasted sharply with Ma Hongjun's fair skin, well-defined muscles, and overall appealing appearance. If one were to point out a flaw in Ma Hongjun's visage, it would be the overly developed muscles on his face, which detracted slightly from his overall aesthetic. Nevertheless, he remained quite charming, neither appearing overly simple-minded nor fierce, evoking a sense of fondness in others. "Certainly, that sounds agreeable. Once I find my footing, I shall treat you all. For now, let us refrain, as the dishes here are rather exorbitant. I can host a meal, but you must cover the expenses," Ma Hongjun readily acquiesced, albeit subtly hinting at his financial constraints, and then jestingly added a playful remark. Yu Lingling couldn't help but chuckle at Ma Hongjun's antics. She and Du Guyen sat to his left. "Brother Hongjun, you are truly amusing. We have not seen Lingling smile for days, yet you have managed to bring a smile to her face in no time." Du Guyen gazed at Ma Hongjun with keen interest. Meanwhile, seated across the table, Flinder and Lu Erlong were engaged in conversation with Yu Tianheng. Fortunately, the private room was quite spacious, accommodating a dozen individuals without a hint of crowding. Each person enjoyed a half-meter of personal space. However, Ma Hongjun was oblivious to these surroundings, his mind consumed with thoughts on how to cultivate a rapport with Du Guyen, ensuring she did not suspect his ulterior motives. His original plan involved befriending Lu Erlong to connect with Yu Tianheng, subsequently establishing a relationship with Du Guyen, ultimately gaining her trust to reveal his ability to discern and alleviate the poison of her martial spirit. This would provide a valid pretext for him to enter the ice and fire Yang in search of the coveted celestial herbs. Yet, the success of this scheme hinged on his knowledge of the harvesting methods. As of now, he had not encountered any information regarding the celestial herbs. If he could not find it, he would have to wait until Tang San arrived at Shrek Academy to extract the harvesting techniques. Nonetheless, prior to that, he could claim the celestial herbs for himself, for they did not belong to Tang San but were still the private property of the poisoned Douluo. If he could secure ownership of these herbs from Douluo, they would rightfully belong to him, rendering any attempts by Tang San to casually collect them mere folly. Attractive exteriors may abound, yet fascinating souls are rare gems. Individuals of my caliber not only possess the ability to amuse you, but also to protect you, Ma Hongjun mused, a playful smile gracing his lips. Attractive exteriors may be commonplace, but intriguing souls are one in a million, indeed, he remarked with a hint of mirth. Just then, Yi Lingling's melodious voice chimed in beside him, leaving Ma Hongjun utterly enchanted. Simultaneously, a wave of soul power radiated from her, as she unexpectedly advanced a small level in her cultivation, 2 days ahead of schedule. The brilliance of her soul power illuminated her entire being, and coupled with the genuine smile that emanated from her heart, even Dugu Yan, a fellow woman, could not help but be captivated by her presence. Ma Hongjun sat in a daze, captivated by the sight of the icy beauty before him melting away. Her delicate lips, slender willow-like brows, and a face as smooth as jade brought a sense of serenity to his heart. The trio of Yufeng, Osro, and the Shimo brothers, who were engaged in quiet conversation while savoring delicious food, turned their curious gazes towards her. They were perplexed as to why Yi Lingling, renowned for her frosty demeanor, was suddenly so loquacious and even laughed aloud consecutively. The sight of her in this moment left them all in a state of bewilderment. Unlike her previous laughter, the smile gracing Yi Lingling's face now emanated from the depths of her heart, enhanced by a faint glow of soul power that rendered her extraordinarily enchanting. Even Yu Tianheng, who was conversing with Lu Erlong, turned his head to look at Yi Lingling. Noticing the children's unusual reactions, Lu Erlong also cast her gaze towards Yi Lingling, secretly marveling at the perfection of this ice-cold beauty. Only Flanders remained oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere, his thoughts entirely consumed by Lu Erlong. Is this your teammate, Tianheng? Such an extraordinary presence, it seems she possesses remarkable talent, he mused, unable to resist stealing glances at her. To ease the tension, Lu Erlong inquired of the first to regain composure, Yu Tianheng. Indeed, Auntie, this is my teammate from the Tiando Royal Team, a support-type soul master. She is the bearer of the 9-heart begonia, one of the only 2 healing soul masters on the continent. It is no exaggeration to say that the 9-heart begonia is the most potent healing martial soul on this land. Yu Tianheng rose and approached Dugu Yan, gesturing earnestly to introduce her. The 9-heart begonia. It is indeed her, he thought, recalling how she had left a profound impression despite her limited appearances in the original work, the ice beauty etched in memory. A sudden shock coursed through Ma Hongjun, and a look of realization crossed his face as he silently mused. His gaze towards Yi Lingling subtly transformed, now imbued with a tinge of sympathy. The 9 Hearts Begonia martial soul is indeed the most formidable auxiliary soul in the continent, a fact even acknowledged by Ning Rongrong in the original narrative. Had it not been for the extreme rarity of the 9 Hearts Begonia martial soul, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, revered as the foremost auxiliary martial soul, might have faced a potential usurpation of its prestigious position. Based on Ma Hongjun's estimation, the quality of the 9 Hearts Begonia martial soul could very well rival that of Ning Rongrong post her ascension to the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, highlighting the extraordinary talent possessed by Yi Lingling. However, while the heavens bestowed unparalleled healing abilities upon the 9 Hearts Begonia soul masters, they also cursed the lineage with unending tribulations. The 9 Hearts Begonia martial soul is a cursed entity. The birth of one soul master of this lineage inevitably heralds the demise of another. Thus, upon Yi Lingling's arrival, the passing of an elder was a grim necessity. And it is only natural that she, raised under the weight of such a familial curse, developed an icy demeanor. Yet, with but a simple phrase, Ma Hongjun managed to ease the reclusive heart of Yi Lingling, unraveling a knot within her soul and facilitating her premature advancement in spirit power, which she would otherwise have to wait several more days to achieve. Chapter 43, Serendipity. Having met at Lu Erlong, I am Yi Lingling, a level 33 healing auxiliary soul master. Observing the situation, Yi Lingling promptly rose, shifting her gaze from Ma Hongjun, and respectfully offered her greetings to Lu Erlong as a junior. Ah, no need for excessive formalities. What do you think of my Hongjun? I have heard that by your age, The Nine Hearts Begonia clan typically begins the search for a husband of considerable talent. In hopes of breaking the curse of the Nine Hearts Begonia martial soul, Lu Erlong remarked, seemingly well acquainted with the intricacies of the Nine Hearts Begonia martial soul. Casting a meaningful glance at Yulingling. In truth, Lu Erlong's inquiry stemmed from her awareness of the drawbacks associated with Ma Hongjun's martial soul. And she did not presume that someone from the esteemed Nine Hearts Begonia lineage would take an interest in someone of humble origins at first sight. Yulingling, taken aback by Lu Erlong's directness, momentarily froze, but her inherently reserved nature compelled her to respond, I have not yet considered this matter. I am merely somewhat intrigued by him, devoid of any other feelings. Following her words, she furtively glanced at Ma Hongjun. Goodness, this lad is destined for romance. Flander, having experienced similar sentiments in his youth, observed Yulingling's evident interest in Ma Hongjun and reflected inwardly. Often, love begins with mere curiosity about another, gradually deepening from simple affection to profound devotion. Flander cast a deep glance at Lu Erlong, who sat beside him. Initially, he intended to bury his affection deep within his heart, never to reveal it. However, he ultimately succumbed to the persuasive counsel of Ma Hongjun. Now, he was prepared to pursue his feelings, for as Ma Hongjun had said, love must be fought for. If one does not make an attempt, they might find themselves alone in their old age, watching others pair off while they remain solitary, regretting their inaction far too late. Why are you all looking at me like that? Yulingling's voice returned to its serene and ethereal state. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint blush lingering on her delicate face. It was evident that she had not anticipated her words would lead to such misunderstandings. And despite her tranquil demeanor, the gaze of so many upon her induced a touch of shyness. There's a flower on your face. Ma Hongjun interjected playfully. Everyone, please continue your meal and refrain from asking such serious questions. It's just our first meeting. While I do acknowledge my own charm, Lingling is certainly not a superficial girl. Let us not tease her so. He took it upon himself to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, redirecting the focus onto himself. Strangely, upon realizing that the person before him was Yulingling, an instinctive desire to protect her surged within him. Indeed, upon hearing Ma Hongjun's self-indulgent remarks, the others shifted their gazes with expressions of disdain directed at him. Although Ma Hongjun was not unattractive, he certainly did not fit the mold of handsome. He was merely somewhat pleasing to the eye, with a sturdy physique. If there was any merit to Ma Hongjun's appearance, it lay in the fact that his muscular build was aesthetically pleasing, unlike the irregular bulk of the Shimo brothers, even through his thin clothing. The well-defined contours of his muscles were evident, a result of his advanced fitness regimen and homemade equipment, which contributed to a harmonious proportion throughout his physique. How old are you to be so conceited? Perhaps if you ate a bit less, you might actually become handsome in the future, Du Gaiyan remarked, casting a veiled jab at him. However, her intent was not to belittle Ma Hongjun, but rather to voice the sentiments shared by the group, speaking nothing but the truth. Facing their collective gaze, Ma Hongjun displayed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he looked at Du Gaiyan with unabashed pride, responding, Sister Yen, why do you speak such unvarnished truths? I find no fault in your words. You are indeed discerning. When I reach your age, I shall undoubtedly be a striking gentleman. Du Gaiyan, far from feeling displeased by his overt friendliness, found herself quite pleased. Uffed. Ha, Hongjun, you are simply delightful. If you ever encounter trouble in Tiendo City, do not hesitate to seek out your sister. I shall gladly accept you as my brother. She laughed heartily, relishing the joy of their conversation. For even the simplest of Ma Hongjun's remarks could bring her immense happiness. In a state of astonishment, Ma Hongjun pondered the absurdity of the low threshold for amusement. Coupled with the suddenness of happiness that seemed to have materialized out of thin air, it felt as though the plan, which had only just been set in motion, was already half accomplished. This was, in part, due to the fact that Ma Hongjun was not alone, for behind him stood the formidable soul saints, Lu Erlong and Flander. Lu Erlong, being of the same lineage as Yu Tianheng, naturally possessed the prerequisites for friendship, as they belonged to the same social circle. Had Ma Hongjun been an individual devoid of connections and background, no matter how intriguing he might be, such an amiable demeanor would not have been exhibited. Unbeknownst to all, there existed a subtle yet profound connection between this camaraderie and the hidden effects of Ma Hongjun's fortuitous soul spirit, the lucky clover. In essence, possessing the lucky clover indicated that he was favored by the goddess of fortune. However, this did not imply a life devoid of obstacles or challenges. Rather, it suggested that at times, his wishes might be fulfilled, leading to serendipitous opportunities. Following his acquisition of the external spirit bone, the earth whip, he had harbored vague suspicions. Yet he had not connected them to this particular matter. "All right, dear sister, I shall take your words to heart," Ma Hongjun exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Observing this, Yu Tianheng cast a deep glance at Ma Hongjun, his eyes devoid of jealousy, instead reflecting a hint of perplexity. Although the romantic relationship between him and Du Guyan remained unspoken, the trust they shared would not be easily shaken by trivial matters. He sensed that Ma Hongjun seemed to be deliberately drawing closer to Du Guyan, as if he had an ulterior motive. Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing any concerns, for he found himself inexplicably fond of this warm-hearted and affable youth, who was also a distant relative through his aunt, given their age difference. He regarded Ma Hongjun as a younger brother, and as long as the demands were not excessively unreasonable, he remained indifferent to the circumstances. Ma Hongjun was unaware that his approach would yield such remarkable results. Although it carried a hint of impropriety, he found the endeavor worthwhile. After all, to savor a beautiful woman for the sake of the celestial herb seemed a fair trade. In a rare display of generosity, Flander reserved an intimate private room, inviting Lu Erlong to share a drink and reminisce, leaving the spacious main room for Ma Hongjun and the students of the Tiando Royal Academy. The two of them often felt a sense of alienation in this setting, and before the youthful audience, both felt somewhat awkward, unable to broach any risky topics. Ultimately, Ma Hongjun took the initiative to enliven the atmosphere, gradually forging connections with the students, and their camaraderie flourished rapidly. Initially, Yilingling and Du Guyan claimed they had never partaken in alcohol and had a low tolerance, yet by the end of the gathering, everyone was inebriated. While the two ladies were merely slightly tipsy, prior to the festivities, it had been agreed that no soul power would be used to sober up, allowing everyone to drink to their heart's content. As the banquet drew to a close, Ma Hongjun restrained himself from revealing his true intentions, merely suggesting they convene again another day. Ma Hongjun was merely slightly intoxicated. However, upon witnessing the drinking prowess of the two women, he chose to retreat from the limelight and feign drunkenness. The other members of the Tiando Royal Academy's team, including the bulliest of them all, Brother Shimo, succumbed to the intoxicating influence of Du Guyan. Meanwhile, Yilingling sat beside Ma Hongjun, having poured most of the drinks he consumed. Yilingling herself partook in a quantity of alcohol that was hardly less than that of Ma Hongjun. This occasion marked a rare moment of relaxation for Yilingling, who had long been constrained by the curse of her family's martial soul, living in a state of oppression from a young age. With each sip, the weight of her burdens gradually dissipated, embodying the adage that a drink can alleviate 1,000 sorrows. Ultimately, Yilingling took the initiative to lift the seemingly inebriated Ma Hongjun from the table, secured a room, and laid him gently on the bed before quietly departing. As for Flandra, he had long since vanished with Lu Erlong, engrossed in reminiscing and utterly oblivious to the whereabouts of his prized disciple. Chapter 44. Honesty and Openness. Lying upon the soft mattress of the hotel, Ma Hongjun inhaled the lingering subtle fragrance that clung to him, and a smile unconsciously graced his lips. Have I stumbled upon a stroke of luck? He mused to himself, reveling in the unexpected smoothness of the day's events. His feelings toward Yilingling had evolved into something peculiar, though it scarcely approached the realm of affection. It was merely a man's appreciation for beauty. Yes, just appreciation. It seemed that the golden soul coins borrowed from Sister Anna would soon prove their worth. Once he obtained the celestial herb and established his own influence, he would repay this kindness. Prior to his arrival in Heaven-Do City, Anna had generously provided him with a substantial sum of 5,000 golden soul coins, ample enough for him to cultivate favorable relations with the members of the royal battle team. The matter of the celestial herb demanded his utmost diligence, for it pertained not only to the ascension of his primary martial soul but also served as the sole remedy for the shortcomings of his secondary martial soul. On the following morning, as Ma Hongjun retrieved the golden soul coins from a makeshift spatial soul tool at his waist to settle his accommodation bill, he was informed by the attendant at the front desk that a silver-haired maiden clad in a blue and white dress had already settled the account on his behalf. Leaving behind a letter for him, Ma Hongjun took the letter, opening it to reveal exquisitely delicate handwriting, faintly imbued with the sweet fragrance of a young girl. Thank you for your hospitality. You are quite an intriguing little man. Should you require anything, feel free to seek my sister Yin at the Royal Academy of Heavenly Duel. I often spend time with her, and I haven't felt this joy in a long while. Thank you. Every line subtly conveyed the girl's fondness for Ma Hongjun. In a moment of bewilderment, Ma Hongjun stood there, a foolish smile gracing his face. Was this truly love? The legendary affection arrived with such haste, akin to a fleeting moment. However, it became evident that Ma Hongjun was overthinking, as at that moment, Yi Lingling and Du Guyan had already returned to the Tiando Royal Academy. Within the confines of a classroom, Du Guyan and Yi Lingling were engaged in a hushed conversation. Lingling, what are your thoughts on Ma Hongjun from yesterday? Does he meet the standards for your family's marriage requirements? He is not yet 11. Yet his soul power has already reached the 27th level, surpassing my own by 4 levels at the same age, Du Guyan inquired earnestly, leaning closer to Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she softly replied, yes, his talent is indeed commendable, and he possesses a delightful personality. However, he is rather young, making him somewhat unsuitable for me. Alas, I too find him a tad young. Had he been a few years older, he might have met the Yi family's criteria for a son-in-law. Du Guyan concurred, her tone tinged with regret. Just after you've accepted him as a brother. You're already trying to set him up? Aren't you afraid Captain Tianhing might feel jealous? Yi Lingling shot a disapproving glance at Du Guyan, her tone slightly irked. Despite her usual icy demeanor towards outsiders, she shared a different rapport with Du Guyan, revealing her thoughts and feelings in a way she seldom did with others. In truth, only Du Guyan understood that her dear friend was a woman of contrasting natures, cold on the outside, yet gentle within. Rest assured, he would not be jealous over such trivial matters. You should rather reflect on your own situation. Aunt Yu has issued a stern ultimatum. You must find a son-in-law whose talent matches yours within 3 years. Otherwise, you will have to comply with the family's wishes and marry that detestable man, Du Guyan said with a confident smile, though a hint of concern crept into her voice. Yi Lingling's expression turned somber, the joviality fading from her face. Indeed, the Yi family's decisions were not solely dictated by the two of them. She could not allow her mother's efforts in securing these 3 years to be in vain. This was also a primary reason for Du Guyan's enthusiasm upon learning of Ma Hongjun's talent. Ma Hongjun remained blissfully unaware that he was merely being used as a shield. Yi Lingling's decision to leave a letter was largely due to the fervent insistence of Du Guyan, who wished to ascertain whether there was a possibility for Ma Hongjun to elevate his soul power to match theirs within 3 years, thus assisting Yi Lingling in overcoming her challenges. After all, Ma Hongjun was a rare prodigy in the continent, possessing innate full soul power. Du Guyan, through Yu Tianheng, had conducted an exhaustive investigation into Ma Hongjun's background, even uncovering details about his origins in Wudong village. What appeared to be secrets to him were rendered conspicuously transparent under the scrutiny of these formidable factions. However, the secret of Ma Hongjun's martial soul remained undisclosed. During his singular battle with Dai Mubai, no one was aware of his true identity. His information and some aspects of his talent could only be gleaned from the records of the Martial Soul Hall, which left even the equally gifted Yu Tianheng astounded. In the following days, the master and disciple duo of Ma Hongjun took refuge at the Lamba Academy. Flander was uncertain about what transpired that fateful night with Lu Erlong. As their relationship became somewhat ambiguous, Lu Erlong neither accepted nor rejected Flander's affections, and although there had been no significant progress in their relationship, it was not entirely fruitless. Flander, having secretly listened to the methods from Ma Hongjun's guide to wooing women, began to engage Lu Erlong in discussions about the principles of heavenly ethics, weaving intricate arguments. Initially, Lu Erlong resisted these notions vehemently, even resorting to physical confrontation with Flander. Yet, Flander maintained a demeanor of forbearance, never retaliating, and persistently continued his efforts. Over time, Lu Erlong inevitably began to ponder the righteousness of her actions, occasionally seeking Ma Hongjun's perspective. However, Ma Hongjun, being cunning, did not express himself as directly as Flander. He offered superficial comfort to Lu Erlong, while subtly implying that fate is capricious and one should not put all their hopes on a single tree. Gradually, Lu Erlong ceased her assaults on Flander and even began to view him in a more favorable light, had it not been for someone else. She might have genuinely developed feelings for him. Flander, unlike other sycophants, did not blindly acquiesce to Lu Erlong's whims. He spoke with conviction and, when faced with blows, showed no signs of retreat. One cannot allow him to retaliate. Even if Ma Hongjun were to permit it, he would not heed the call. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun frequently found himself visiting the Yi residence in Heavendo City and the prestigious Heavendo Royal Academy just outside the city. Gradually, the bond between Ma Hongjun and the two young ladies, Yi Lingling and Du Gongyin, strengthened. At long last, 3 months later, when Du Gongyin informed Ma Hongjun that their Heavendo Royal battle team would soon embark on a journey to various great soul arenas for training, He could no longer suppress the desire to initiate his elixir plan. He confided in Du Gongyin about the peril of her purple hair and azure eyes being a manifestation of the poison from her martial soul, the phosphor serpent, and revealed that he possessed a remedy. Initially, Du Gongyin was skeptical, dismissing Ma Hongjun's words as mere jest. However, upon witnessing his earnest expression and later consulting her grandfather, the poisoned Douluo Dugubo, she found herself compelled to believe him. Concerned for Ma Hongjun's safety, Du Gongyin refrained from disclosing how she had acquired this knowledge and ventured alone to the Blue Tyrant Academy, seeking Ma Hongjun to remedy her affliction first. Your grandfather, the esteemed poisoned Douluo, may very well be afflicted by the same toxin from the phosphor serpent, potentially even more severely than you, dear sister. Although his formidable soul power allows him to manage the symptoms, on rainy days, he suffers unbearable pain in his ribs. Over time, this could pose a grave threat to his life. While the toxin from the phosphor serpent is indeed powerful, it is also prone to backlash. Without the aid of some rare herbs, I can only offer a temporary reprieve, Ma Hongjun elaborated. A slight smile gracing his lips as he meticulously outlined the drawbacks of the phosphor serpent martial soul. Please, begin my treatment. I trust you. Yet I hesitate to introduce you to my grandfather directly. Although he cares for me, his prideful and eccentric nature could provoke a violent reaction upon hearing you speak thus. I fear I may not be able to intervene in time. If you can alleviate the toxin within me, I shall personally escort you to meet my grandfather. And you may make any request you wish at that time, Du Gongyin conceded with a nod, now more inclined to believe in Ma Hongjun's sincerity. She had begun to sense that Ma Hongjun sought something from her grandfather, which explained his fervent demeanor during their initial encounter. Yet, she harbored no resentment. As she too had intentions of drawing closer to Ma Hongjun, both were driven by their ulterior motives, a mutual understanding that often goes unspoken. Moreover, if Ma Hongjun could indeed rectify the martial soul afflictions plaguing her and her grandfather, she would willingly accept being used. For Du Gongyin had privately learned from Dugubo that her parents had perished due to the backlash of the phosphor serpent martial soul upon her birth. She wished to avoid repeating their tragic fate with her beloved and desperately hoped for her grandfather's safety. Dear Sister Yin, you need not be so formal. It is evident that you have perceived my intentions. I shall be blunt. I possess a method to counteract the phosphor serpent's poison, albeit it requires rare medicinal ingredients. My sole aim is to procure some of these precious herbs from the poisoned Douluo. Allow me to commence your treatment, Ma Hongjun declared. Ma Hongjun displayed a facade of candor, expressing himself with utmost sincerity. Were it not for the unknowing bystanders witnessing his earnest demeanor, they would undoubtedly exclaim in disbelief. I can't believe you for a moment, you mischievous child. Can the term peerless celestial artifact truly be encapsulated by the phrase rare medicinal herbs? Where has the promised honesty vanished? Perhaps it was devoured by a dog? What must I do? Asked Du Gongyin, her heart aflutter of apprehension. Fear not. There is no need to disrobe, lest Brother Tianheng seeks retribution upon me, Ma Hongjun jested. Humph. He wouldn't dare. I am not yet his girlfriend. Ah. Do not misconstrue my words. I harbor no feelings for you. You are far too young, 3 years junior to Lingling, no less, and even more so in relation to me. Du Gongyin retorted with an instinctive air of pride. However, upon catching Ma Hongjun's peculiar gaze, she hastily clarified her stance. Yi Lingling, the youngest member of the Tiando Royal Battle Team, is merely 14 years of age, while Du Gongyin has already reached the age of 16. Ma Hongjun found himself at a loss for words, having grown accustomed to being referred to as small by others. The irony lay in the fact that, in every conceivable way, he was anything but diminutive. Taking into account the time from his previous life, he was now well into his 30s. Chapter 45, Devouring the Poison of the Azure Phosphor Serpent. I assure you, I have not misunderstood. Sister Yin, what thoughts occupy your mind? Let us hasten indoors. Ma Hongjun remarked with a hint of amusement before guiding Du Gongyin into his independent dormitory nestled in the rear mountains of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Ma Hongjun held a deep affection for the surroundings here. Apart from Lu Erlong's residence, there were several other vacant rooms on the back mountain of Blue Tyrant Academy. Thus, the master and disciple shamelessly chose a room each to settle in. Although Lu Erlong had a fiery temperament, he would not dismiss them without regard for their feelings. Moreover, Lu Erlong had managed to maintain his composure in front of Flander. After Ma Hongjun entered the room, he began to disrobe, revealing a physique adorned with robust and muscular contours, surpassing even the champions of bodybuilding from his previous life, though his build was akin to that of Zhao Wujia. The aesthetic appeal was undeniably elevated, particularly evident once he shed his garments. Ah, what do you intend to do? Did you not say you wouldn't undress? Duguyen exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Her beautiful eyes could not resist casting furtive glances at Ma Hongjun's form. I merely suggested you need not undress, however. Should you choose to do so, the effect would indeed be enhanced. Yet, to avoid any misunderstandings, perhaps it's best if you remain clothed. I can exert a bit more effort. Besides, if you wish to look, do so openly, without any surreptitious glances, Ma Hongjun replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Bah! I was looking. Since the effect is better, perhaps I shall just remove my outer garment. Today's events must remain confidential, Duguyen hesitated, contemplating whether to prevent Ma Hongjun from seeing her, yet realizing that avoiding it would be futile. With a feigned ferocity, she continued, originally possessing a bold nature. Duguyen at that moment transformed into a bashful maiden. Having learned from the tales circulating throughout the continent, she understood that sometimes the removal of clothing was indeed essential for effective detoxification. Thus, she refrained from hurling accusations of indecency at Ma Hongjun, suppressing her embarrassment as she slowly peeled off her fitted attire, leaving only a white garment that modestly covered her most vital areas. The sight of her bashful demeanor and mature figure stirred an unexpected emotion within Ma Hongjun, an undeniable challenge to maintain composure in such circumstances. Yet, for the sake of the celestial herb and his aspiration to establish power, he resolved to remain steadfast, ensuring no unforeseen incidents would arise. At that moment, Duguyen's gaze remained unwavering. If he could alleviate even a fraction of the toxins within Duguyen, her trust would be bestowed upon him, and he would gain the opportunity to procure the ice and fire in Yang's celestial herb. This certainty fueled his determination. What Tang San could achieve, he too could accomplish, albeit with careful planning. This was his leverage to surpass Tang San. He would not permit the future Tang San to eclipse him. His feelings towards Tang San were not rooted in animosity. In fact, in his past life, he held a fondness for Tang San and Xiaowu as depicted in the first part of Douluo. However, after barely finishing the second part, Shinjian Tang Min, his admiration for Tang San waned, evolving into a lingering regret. A 10-year infatuation turned bittersweet memory. Though he could not replicate Tang San's devotion to Xiaowu, he was far from being a frivolous individual. In his previous life, he found the fusion techniques Tang San employed utterly repulsive, wishing to strike Tang San in disdain. Human endeavors he deemed beneath him, cloaked in the guise of infatuation. What a farce. In his thoughts, Ma Hongjun reflected on the fact that at merely 10.5 years of age, he had already reached the soul power level he had encountered when meeting Tang San, on the verge of breaking through to the rank of a 28th level soul master. Tang San had likely been under 12 at that time, which meant that in a little over a year, he would find himself in the same situation as Tang San. Although he was confident in his ability to ascend to soul master rank and surpass Tang San's soul power during this period, he couldn't help but feel slightly overshadowed by Tang San's seemingly miraculous progress later on. Without the aid of divine herbs, relying solely on the ghostly breathing technique to compete with Tang San seemed a daunting task. Hey, were you even listening to me? You must not disclose anything about my treatment for poison and injuries today. Duguyen, noticing Ma Hongjun's indifference, puffed up her adorable cheeks in frustration and reiterated her point. Although Yu Tianheng had been pursuing her and she harbored feelings for him as well, the final barrier of unspoken affection had yet to be breached, meaning that even Yu Tianheng had never seen her in such revealing attire. Oh, my apologies. What did you say? I was lost in thought and didn't catch what you were saying. Ma Hongjun quickly snapped back to reality, a hint of remorse in his voice. Duguyen, feeling exasperated, could not help but feel her pride wounded by his disregard, even though she had feelings for Yu Tianheng. Am I truly that unappealing? I am, after all, a stunning beauty. What kind of man are you? This sentiment encapsulated Duguyen's inner turmoil, a reflection of how many women feel when she sought attention. It was perceived as flirtation. When ignored, her self-esteem took a hit, leading her to question masculinity. Let us get started already. What do you need me to do? Duguyen huffed, choosing not to dwell further on the matter, recognizing that Ma Hongjun likely wouldn't take it to heart regardless of her words. While Ma Hongjun did find Duguyen's attire a tad revealing, he also acknowledged her allure, yet he viewed it as merely that, an attractive appearance. Noting that many women on the streets wore revealing clothing, though few possessed her striking beauty. Let us move to the bed. We can discuss the rest later. Ma Hongjun stated as he turned towards the edge of the bed, removing his shoes with a calm demeanor, his gaze steady and respectful. Oh, Duguyen felt her cheeks flush at Ma Hongjun's words, silently cursing his lack of decorum that often led her thoughts astray. Once seated cross-legged on the bed, Ma Hongjun extended his arms, showcasing his well-defined muscles, signaling Douluo to do the same. The two sat facing each other, palms aligned. Ma Hongjun's soul power began to intensify as it circulated through the designated pathways, transforming the ghostly breathing technique into the infernal breathing technique. Ma Hongjun's approach involves harnessing the unique properties of the breath of flame to consume the venom of the green phosphor serpent that has invaded Douluo's body. This method will not harm Douluo's martial soul abilities, yet it merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. It is not that Ma Hongjun is unwilling to provide direct treatment. Rather, he is currently unable to do so. To fully resolve the issue, he must impart the breath of flame to Douluo. This technique is his very foundation for survival, making it improbable that he would easily share it. He has resolved to establish his own power after successfully negotiating with Douluo. Once a certain level of trust is achieved between the three of them, it may then be feasible to share the breath of flame with both Douluo and Douluo. Otherwise, he would only be able to temporarily alleviate the toxin afflicting them, exchanging this for immortal herbs, until the toxin accumulates to a significant degree once more, at which point he would again assist in expelling it from their bodies. Lacking Tang San's expertise in toxin creation and healing arts, employing the methods from the original narrative carries inherent risks. Without medicinal aids to assist in the absorption of toxins via the soul bone, the outcome remains uncertain. Nevertheless, he possesses his own strategies, which he believes to be superior to Tang San's. With Douluo's support, he is confident that Douluo would not refuse his requests. Briefly explaining his method to Douluo, he refrained from revealing the breath of flame at this juncture, instead describing it as a product of the synergy between the green phosphor serpent's spirit ring and a mutated martial soul. Are you ready? I am about to begin. It may feel a bit warm at first, but just hold on, Ma Hongjun cautioned Douluo earnestly. I am ready. Please proceed, Douluo responded, her cheeks flushed. After all, allowing a man's soul power to enter her body was undeniably a disconcerting experience. Upon witnessing the situation, Ma Hongjun hesitated no longer. The fiery energy of his soul began to flow through the meridians of his hands and entered Douluo's body. 10 minutes later, she gasped, "It's so hot." "Are you done? How much longer? I feel so warm." Douluo, in a state of agitation, spoke with a hint of urgency. As Ma Hongjun's soul energy permeated her, she gradually felt an unbearable heat enveloping her, and her thin garment became drenched in perspiration. "Just a moment longer, it's almost done." Ma Hongjun's complexion began to flush, as he had not anticipated the vast difference between theory and practice. The demands on soul energy for such an endeavor were exceedingly high. He found himself too preoccupied to admire the beauty of the woman before him, whose figure was now glistening with sweat. He meticulously focused on the pathways of Douluo's meridians, gradually absorbing the toxins within her body, consciously avoiding special areas. Although their relationship was amicable, a degree of caution was necessary, especially for the sake of the celestial herb. Finally, after another 10 minutes, Ma Hongjun withdrew his soul energy, along with the toxins from Douluo's body, transforming them back into his own essence. He could have left the soul energy within her without adverse effects, as he could replenish it in 2 days, but since she did not practice the flame-breathing technique, it would hold no benefit for her. Instead, by reclaiming it, he could enhance his own cultivation for a few more days. As his soul energy returned, Ma Hongjun began to circulate it according to the meditative path of his technique, wholly unconcerned about Douluo, who had already scurried into the bathroom. After a brief period of practicing the characteristics of the flame-breathing technique, a layer of boundary within him shattered, accompanied by a surge of intense soul energy. Ma Hongjun's rank ascended to the level of a 28th rank Great Soul Master. In just over 3 months, he had advanced a level within the Great Soul Master realm, proving that the cultivation speed of the evil fire phoenix martial soul was indeed unparalleled compared to that of the 3-leaf clover. Nevertheless, the 3-leaf clover martial soul was the foundation upon which he established himself in the Douluo world, enabling him to create miracles. As he sensed the considerable surge in his soul energy, he could not help but silently marvel at his progress. Even without the toxins absorbed from Douluo serving as nourishment, he felt confident that he would naturally break through in the coming days. Such an accelerated pace of cultivation was indeed a source of great joy for him. Chapter 46. The Poison Douluo. Douluo as Ma Hongjun reveled in the significant enhancement of his cultivation speed. A stunning beauty with ebony hair and azure eyes emerged from the adjacent bathing chamber. Although her hair had been dried by her soul power, the softness and freshness that accompanied a recent wash rendered the young maiden even more captivating. Her delicate willow-like brows, Slightly flushed cheeks from the bath, cascading silky locks, and her alluringly tall and curvaceous figure all exuded the essence of youthful vitality. Am I beautiful? She giggled. Thank you. My purple hair has vanished, transforming into these lovely black tresses. Du Guiyan beamed at the now upright Ma Hongjun, who, had he not been bare-chested at that moment, might have found her overwhelming gratitude manifesting in an embrace. Indeed, the black hair is far more appealing, Ma Hongjun candidly remarked, revealing his straightforward taste as a man. He naturally preferred the elegance of long, straight black hair. To him, the purple hair and blue eyes seemed unconventional, and despite their beauty, he felt no attraction toward them. Nevertheless, the instinct of desire lingered, for sexual interest and aesthetic appreciation are distinct realms. I share your sentiment. Now, hurry and dress. We must seek out grandfather, who should still be at the estate, Du Guiyan urged, her excitement palpable as she yearned for Ma Hongjun to assist her grandfather with the antidote. Ma Hongjun retrieved a brand new black shirt from the temporary spatial soul guide gifted by Mayana, donning it with effortless grace. After conveying a brief farewell to Lu Erlong and Flinder, he departed the rear mountain of the Blue Tyrant Academy with Du Guiyan, making their way to the Du Gohan estate in the city of Tiando. The Du Gohan estate, while not overly large, possessed a certain charm, its architecture exuding a vintage allure rather than ostentation. Du Gohan was renowned across the continent as one of the most formidable rogue cultivators, infamous for his tenacity and hailed as the world's foremost poison soul master. Yet, his family's power was modest, comprising only himself, his beloved granddaughter, and a few servants, a humble origin that resonated with Ma Hongjun. However, Du Gohan's character, a blend of righteousness and cunning, often led him to act solely based on his whims, which instilled a sense of caution in Ma Hongjun regarding direct encounters. Yet, with the esteemed granddaughter, Du Guiyan by his side, those reservations dissipated. Upon entering, Du Guiyan chose not to summon a servant, but confidently led Ma Hongjun to her grandfather's study. They paused before a door steeped in antiquity. Knock, knock. Du Guiyan energetically approached, tapping twice on the door without waiting for a response, and swiftly pushed open the wooden door. With a creaking sound, she stepped inside. Ma Hongjun did not follow her inside. Instead, he remained outside the door, patiently awaiting her return. Within the room, a voice of resignation echoed, Yin Yin, why do you always come in such a flurry? If you have something to discuss with your grandfather, simply state it. Humph. Does my grandfather mean to say that I cannot seek you out if there is nothing amiss? I have come to share splendid news. Look at the color of my hair. Du Guiyan, with a huff of mild displeasure, approached the figure standing before her and, unable to contain her excitement, spun around to showcase her transformation. The figure, with hair and beard of deep green, had a tall, slender stature reminiscent of a javelin. Your hair. Yin Yin, how has it turned black? Could it be? Du Gubo, upon hearing her voice, lifted his gaze and, upon beholding Du Guiyan's sleek, shoulder-length black tresses, was taken aback, rising to his feet in astonishment. How do I look, grandfather? Have I become much more beautiful? Du Guiyan beamed with a sweet smile, choosing not to respond to the title bestowed upon her by her grandfather. The title Douluo Du Gubo. Indeed, indeed. My dear Yin Yin is always enchanting, forever my most beautiful and adorable little princess. Do not keep me in suspense. Pray tell, what has transpired? Du Gubo approached Du Guiyan, affectionately ruffling her pristine little head, his curiosity piqued. However, with his formidable abilities, he had already discreetly sensed that the backlash toxins within his granddaughter had diminished significantly. Hiki, yesterday you mentioned the fatal flaw of our family's martial spirit, the Emerald Serpent. Did you not? I have managed to resolve most of it. Oh, I nearly forgot. I have not introduced a guest to you yet. Hongjun, do come in quickly. Let him explain the details. He was the one who helped me eliminate most of the Emerald Serpent's toxins from my body. Du Guiyan relayed the information to her grandfather Du Gubo, only then recalling that Ma Hongjun was still waiting outside, and turned to call out to him. As Ma Hongjun finally stepped into the room, he acknowledged the need for the requisite respect due to a title Douluo. Understanding that he could not afford to be as disrespectful to the poisoned Douluo as Du Guiyan had been. Upon entering, he did not take the time to survey his surroundings. Instead, he paused behind Du Guiyan and, with utmost reverence, saluted the poisoned Douluo, saying, I am Ma Hongjun, the younger brother recognized by Sister Yin. I have come to consult with your excellency, the poisoned Douluo, regarding a matter of importance. The poisoned Douluo, with eyes gleaming like emeralds, responded in a flat tone devoid of any expression. What is it? Speak, and for Yin Yan's sake. As long as it is not overly excessive, I shall grant you your request. The warmth he had displayed towards Du Yin had vanished entirely, leaving him with an air of frigid indifference. Ma Hongjun felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation merely from the poisoned Douluo's presence. He silently mused that it was no wonder this individual was a tidal Douluo-level powerhouse. He was fortunate not to have recklessly sought out the poisoned Douluo. For unlike Tang San, who was blessed with extraordinary fortune, he knew he did not possess such luck, even with a four-leaf clover. "Grandfather, this is my brother, the one who helped me purge the toxins from my body. Why do you persist in wearing such a stern expression? You might frighten Brother Hongjun." Before Ma Hongjun could gather his thoughts, Du Yin, dissatisfied, cast a discontented glance at the poisoned Douluo and complained in a playful tone. Very well. I shall not maintain my stern demeanor. Young man, what brings you to me? I, Douluo, am a man who believes in repaying kindness. Since you have assisted my granddaughter in alleviating some of her toxins, I shall grant you one request that does not contravene my principles. Speak freely. The poisoned Douluo's tone softened noticeably, the previously oppressive atmosphere dissipating. I have not come to seek favor in return. Rather, I am here to treat your excellency. The poisoned Douluo, Ma Hongjun, emboldened by the change in demeanor, replied earnestly. As soon as Ma Hongjun's words fell, a formidable force of soul power surged throughout the study. The poisoned Douluo, with his dark green hair, stirred as if caught by an unseen wind, and a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Ma Hongjun, with keen perception, distinctly sensed the fleeting aura of lethal intent emanating from the poisoned Douluo. Chapter 47. The plan succeeds. Do not panic, Elder Douluo. I harbor no ulterior motives. My intentions are inferred solely from Yin Yan's martial soul, Ma Hongjun stammered, his legs trembling, almost unable to support his weight. He hastily activated the property of the sun's breath, doubling his physical prowess, and instantly felt an overwhelming sense of relief, all the while maintaining an appearance of feigned weakness. Fortunately, Douluo merely released a soul master-level pressure, devoid of any intention to take his life. Indeed, such power at such a young age suggests extraordinary capabilities. No wonder you were able to assist Yin Yin in purging the toxins from her body. Your name is Ma Hongjun, is it not? Speak, what conditions do you desire? My previous words still stand, Douluo remarked, casting a discerning glance at Ma Hongjun, easing the soul power pressure as he spoke. Beside them, Du Yin released a breath of relief. Had her grandfather intended to harm Ma Hongjun, she would have intervened without hesitation, a principle deeply ingrained in her upbringing. A treasure cannot be entrusted to an unworthy heir. A talent should not be bestowed upon the ungrateful. Douluo had instilled in her the importance of repaying kindness from a young age. I have stated that I seek no recompense for treating Sister Yin Yin. My purpose here is solely to rid you of toxins. Ma Hongjun's defiance surged forth, undeterred by the circumstances. Interesting. Do you comprehend that the toxins within me are 100-fold, even 1,000-fold, more severe than those within Yin Yin? Do you truly believe that your ability to assist her means you can aid me as well? Such naivety, the poisoned Douluo replied, his demeanor calm, rather than angry. As he patiently elucidated the situation, he held a particular admiration for those with deep emotional ties. It was clear to him that Ma Hongjun sought something in return. The young man's willingness to risk his life for the sake of treatment endeared him to Douluo, who, despite understanding Ma Hongjun's ulterior motives, could not help but feel a fondness for this talented youth before him. Ma Hongjun had uncovered his secret, though he had once contemplated murder. He chose instead to purge the majority of the toxins from his body, sparing his granddaughter from enduring such suffering, even the heart-wrenching experience of burying a child. Douluo was not the kind of man to be ungrateful. He valued promises above all and would never stoop to such disgraceful acts. Do you not find that on gloomy, rainy days, an itch develops in your ribs, intensifying gradually and lasting for over an hour, occurring once at noon and once at midnight, and during the deep hours of the night, around the third watch? Do you not feel a prickling pain at the crown of your head and the soles of your feet, accompanied by spasms throughout your body for at least half an hour? Drawing upon memories from his past life, Ma Hongjun recited Tang San's words to deceive Douluo, asserting with unwavering confidence, How do you know this? Could it be that you possess the legendary art of Qi Wang? The poisoned Douluo gazed at Ma Hongjun in astonishment. I have a slight understanding, Ma Hongjun admitted, not modestly, for he truly only grasped the surface of the matter. However, in the eyes of Douluo and Du Yin, it sounded like humble words. Yin Yin, please wait outside and guard the door. I have matters to discuss with this young brother, Douluo instructed gravely, turning his gaze toward his granddaughter. All right, Grandpa, but you must not harm Brother Hongjun. Otherwise I shall never speak to you again, Du Yin said. her eyes fixed intently on Du Gongbo, her tone exceedingly serious. Very well, I promise you. Rest assured, Du Gongbo replied earnestly, a thought stirring within him that a girl should not be kept too long. Please, senior, speak your mind. There are no outsiders present now, Ma Hongjun said, feeling a sense of relief wash over him as he spoke calmly. Did you deliberately approach Yin Yin knowing of the toxin in her martial soul? Or did you only discover it upon meeting her? Du Gongbo suddenly posed a question that caught Ma Hongjun off guard. Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback, then without hesitation, he fabricated a response. I am not a deity, nor do I possess any formidable backing. How could I possibly know such things? If you do not believe me, senior, you may investigate afterward to ascertain the truth. Without any influence? How old are you, young man? Your soul power must be at the soul master level, right? Du Gongbo inquired, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, I have none. I am nearly 11 years old, with a soul power of level 28, and by around 11, I should be able to advance to level 30, the soul sovereign realm, Ma Hongjun replied candidly. This was also a strategic point in their negotiation, as a soul master's innate talent signified future accomplishments. 11 years old. Remarkable. I did not anticipate your talent to be so extraordinary. If I am not mistaken, your martial spirit must possess exceptional quality, with innate soul power at least above level 9, correct? Du Gongbo gasped, his tone a mixture of astonishment and certainty. Indeed. My martial spirit is the Phoenix, a top-tier beast martial spirit, with innate full soul power, Ma Hongjun stated nonchalantly, though internally he was elated. To astonish a titled Douluo like Du Gongbo filled him with immense pride, even as he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. Little monster, what do you think of my daughter? Yin Yin? I have intentions, Du Gongbo began, but was interrupted by Ma Hongjun. I have no such intentions. I regard Sister Yin Yin merely as an older sister. She is over 5 years my senior and already has someone she cares for, Ma Hongjun replied directly and resolutely. Ah, if that is the case, we shall set it aside for now. Can you truly cure the toxins within me? State your demands, as long as you can resolve my martial spirit's issues. I can agree to 3 of your conditions, Du Gongbo sighed, a hint of regret in his voice, before hesitantly asking. I have a 50% certainty. But if I have access to rare medicinal herbs, I can raise the probability to over 90%. Ma Hongjun finally revealed his true intentions, striving to maintain a calm tone. Rare medicinal herbs? I have an abundance of those. While other matters may pose challenges when it comes to medicinal herbs, I dare say I am unrivaled on this continent. Come, I shall take you to a splendid place, Du Gongbo declared, exhibiting no doubt. He seized Ma Hongjun, whose excitement surged like ocean waves, and departed from the study. After briefly informing Du Gongbo's daughter, he hastily escorted Ma Hongjun out of Tiando City. They headed towards the Sunset Forest, located 10 kilometers outside the city. With Du Gongbo guiding the way, the two flew swiftly, arriving at the heart of the Sunset Forest just before noon. The Sunset Forest is an even more formidable primordial forest than the Hunting Soul Forest, where even 10,000-year soul beasts are not uncommon, rendering it extremely perilous. However, these powerful soul beasts were inconsequential to Du Gongbo, who soon led Ma Hongjun to the center of the Sunset Forest. Ma Hongjun gazed at the ever-changing scenery around him and the resounding calls of formidable soul beasts, a surge of unprecedented emotion rising within him. He yearned to become a titled Douluo, to ascend as a supreme entity free to traverse the continent at will. Chapter 48, The Eye of Ice and Fire Part 1. Du Gongbo led Ma Hongjun to a cliff teeming with rich spiritual energy, where he paused, a hint of pride in his voice as he remarked, Have you sensed the potency of the poisonous mist outside? It is a carefully crafted formation that I have meticulously arranged. Even a titled Douluo would think twice before daring to enter this realm. Prior to their arrival, Du Gongbo had administered a special detoxifying pill to Ma Hongjun, while he himself required none, enveloping his own being in soul power to enter. This was a testament to his pride as the world's foremost poison master. Ma Hongjun was surveying his surroundings and realized that the two of them were atop a small hill rising over 500 meters high, with a sheer cliff face looming before them. Upon hearing the triumphant words of Du Gongbo, he quickly snapped back to attention. Remarkable. Indeed. It is no surprise that the esteemed title of the world's foremost poison master is well-deserved by Douluo. In the realm of toxicology, I find myself utterly humbled. However, given the stringent protection imposed by Senior Du Gongbo, it is reasonable to assume that a remarkable secret lies within this place. Ma Hongjun remarked, echoing Du Gongbo's tone, expressing his candid thoughts. When it comes to the study of poisons, Du Gongbo undoubtedly surpasses Tang San. Nonetheless, Tang San's understanding of toxins primarily stems from the legacy of the Tang sect in his previous life, a culmination of its entire essence. Whereas Douluo's knowledge is derived from his own research. This unique perspective enabled Tang San to discern the hidden ailments afflicting Douluo through the method of observation, inquiry, and diagnosis. Ma Hongjun was uncertain whether Douluo possessed any methods to obtain celestial herbs. However, even if he did, it was likely that his knowledge would only slightly resemble that of Tang San, who hailed from the Tang sect and undoubtedly had a more profound understanding. While it was feasible to forcibly acquire the herbs through Douluo's prowess, it would inevitably lead to a loss of potency, rendering the endeavor somewhat unworthy. "Just call me Old Poison," he said, dismissing formalities. "I have little fondness for such trivialities. You, little monster, are quite astute. I presume you have already discerned the purpose of my bringing you here." Douluo's tone towards Ma Hongjun had grown considerably more affable. "Well, that lad has been rather rude. Old Poison, this place is suffused with spiritual energy, making it exceptionally suitable for the growth of spiritual entities. I can only imagine the abundance of rare herbs flourishing here," Ma Hongjun speculated, feigning ignorance. "Indeed, this locale is blessed with numerous rare herbs. It is a true sanctuary for me. My ascension to the rank of titled Douluo as a rogue cultivator is inextricably linked to this place. You must understand that a soul master with the emerald phosphor serpent spirit, while possessing formidable toxic abilities, is also highly susceptible to toxic backlash. I have already endured the agony of losing my black-haired youth to this affliction. Thus, I am immensely grateful for your ability to alleviate the toxins within Yenner, which is why I brought you here," Douluo explained with measured seriousness. Though inherently eccentric, he was remarkably loyal and believed in repaying kindness. Standing there, Ma Hongjun felt enveloped by a warm sensation as tendrils of heat ascended gradually from beneath the precipice. I must extend my gratitude for your trust, Old Poison. Rest assured, with the right herbs at my disposal, I am at least 90% confident in curing the backlash toxins within you." Ma Hongjun gradually opened up before Douluo, as he was not one to be overly concerned with empty formalities. Since Douluo had invited him to call him Old Poison, he felt no need for pretense. "Well, I find myself believing you to some extent now. Follow me," Douluo declared, unexpectedly leaping down the cliff. Ma Hongjun found himself momentarily taken aback. This approach mirrored that of his original narrative towards Tang San. Perhaps an attempt to gauge his own prowess and audacity. Had he not disclosed his identity as a Phoenix martial soul? As he blinked, he noticed that Douluo had vanished from sight. Dismissing any lingering thoughts, he resolutely summoned the embodiment of his Phoenix martial soul. Yet, a flicker of unease remained within him, prompting the release of the dual-enhanced physical attributes of the breath of the sun. In an instant, a pair of fiery crimson wings manifested from his back, while the innate characteristics of the breath of the sun activated quietly within him, propelling him toward the precipice below. "Ah, how remarkable! I had nearly forgotten that you are a formidable assault-type martial soul, a phoenix capable of flight. Your strength is commendable. How well do you find yourself adapting to this environment?" Douluo remarked in astonishment as Ma Hongjun effortlessly landed beside him. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but roll his eyes, secretly acknowledging that they indeed wished to assess his capabilities. Although they professed trust in him, deep down, they harbored doubts about his strength and sought to gauge his true power. Truly, none of these old monsters were benevolent. Fortunately, he possessed a plethora of skills. Even without invoking the Phoenix martial soul, he could safely descend along the cliff using his external spirit bone. However, he had no intention of revealing this, as he had yet to fully integrate with his external spirit bone, the earth whip. It wasn't too bad. Although he experienced some discomfort in his breathing, he could still manage to survive in this harsh environment. Ma Hongjun casually remarked, seemingly indifferent, while inwardly expressing gratitude for having activated the double physical attributes of the sun's breath in advance. Otherwise, he would have truly struggled to acclimatize to such an inhospitable atmosphere. Typically, Ma Hongjun refrained from utilizing the attributes of sun's breath. Though he could maintain double the physical prowess, it was not his inherent strength, and he was reluctant to lose himself in overwhelming power while still in a state of vulnerability. Wasn't it more enjoyable to feign weakness while concealing one's true strength? Indeed, the environment here was merciless. Any ordinary individual or creature that ventured into this realm would likely perish due to their inability to adapt. Even a typical soul master would feel discomfort. Your steady demeanor suggests that your physical resilience has likely reached the realm of a soul master, observed Douluo, gazing intently at Ma Hongjun with a tone of certainty. Yes, I have placed great emphasis on the cultivation of my physical body since childhood. thus granting me significant strength compared to my peers of the same rank, Ma Hongjun replied dismissively, his eyes already scanning the surroundings of the valley. The first thing to capture his attention was a peculiar hot spring located at the center of the valley, modest in size yet divided into two distinct sections. Resembling the yin-yang symbol, albeit missing 2 points, one red and one blue, representing the intertwining of fire and ice. The two elements were clearly delineated, each respecting the other's domain, with steam billowing upwards from this very source. In the depths of his heart, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of excitement. Could this truly be the legendary Eye of Ice and Fire? Remarkably, he had arrived here even before Tang San, and there was a significant possibility that he could possess the celestial herbs found in this extraordinary place. After all, Douluo was unfamiliar with these herbs and unaware of their immense value. The Eye of Ice and Fire, a rare and wondrous sight formed over millennia, was a treasure trove unlike any other. This was Tang San's greatest opportunity, and if Ma Hongjun could learn the method of harvesting, everything would rightfully belong to him. How could he not be exhilarated? Chapter 49, The Eye of Ice and Fire, Part 2, What's wrong? Little monster, do you perhaps recognize that hot spring ahead? You seem awfully excited. Do not approach that peculiar spring, lest the powerful energies of ice and fire lead to your demise. Douluo cautioned as he noticed Ma Hongjun's unwavering gaze fixated on the spring. Indeed, I am aware of it. Fear not, I shall not recklessly touch it. I possess a deeper understanding of this place than you might imagine. This spring is known as the Eye of Ice and Fire, celebrated as one of the 3 great treasures of the world, highly conducive to the growth of spiritual herbs. It is a paradise for plant-type soul beasts. With the herbs found here, I am confident I can cure the toxins ravaging your body. Ma Hongjun refrained from disclosing the true reason for the toxins, despite Douluo's attitude being significantly more favorable than that in the original tale. Certain truths must remain concealed, after all. One could never be certain if he could withstand the allure of unparalleled celestial treasures. All my medicinal supplies are cultivated here, including various poisons and restorative herbs. Feel free to take what you need. How else may I assist you? Douluo, upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, became impatient, his tone tinged with excitement. If Ma Hongjun could heal him, he would undoubtedly be able to cure his granddaughter as well. The thought of enduring the deepening pain, a torment that could strike him down at any moment, was unbearable. Patience, let me first examine the available herbs. Do you think I am a deity? The toxins within your body cannot be resolved in an instant. Ma Hongjun, now possessing leverage, spoke with newfound confidence, albeit with a hint of dissatisfaction. You, young man, seem to be aware of divine beings. Have you perhaps received the legacy of a certain deity? Douluo inquired, his expression shifting to one of curiosity and suspicion. Initially, he had not paid heed to Ma Hongjun's words, but upon closer reflection, he realized that Ma Hongjun genuinely acknowledged the existence of deities. The knowledge of divine legacies was rare, even among the most powerful factions. By chance, he had come across this information in a book located within an ancient ruin, which revealed that beyond the title Douluo, there existed the realm of the divine. As Ma Hongjun's thoughts raced, he pondered over Douluo's intentions. However, recalling his own aspirations, he resolved to take a gamble, believing that perhaps this opportunity could enable him to establish his own power. What if not? Will you truly take action against me, old poison? He inquired tentatively, glancing at the poisoned Douluo. Have you underestimated me, old man? Even if you were to inherit the divine legacy, I could not seize it from you. I still rely on you to help my granddaughter and me eliminate the toxic backlash within us. Besides, how could a divine inheritor be easily slain? If you truly are a divine inheritor, I would wish to curry favor with you rather than harm you, the poisoned Douluo replied earnestly. He bore no grudge against Ma Hongjun. Only a fool would recklessly offend a divine inheritor. I have obtained the fire goddess position, which does not align with your martial spirit. Even if you press me for information, you cannot inherit the fire goddess status, as you are not a fire attribute soul master. Moreover, the position of a divine inheritor must remain undisclosed to outsiders. Ma Hongjun began to weave his web of persuasion, attempting to deceive the poisoned Douluo. That explains why you can dispel the martial spirit backlash that even I am powerless against. You truly are a remarkable little monster. Should you ascend to godhood, do not forget about me, Douluo remarked, half-jokingly, his tone growing more congenial. This was the reality. Regardless of the gratitude Ma Hongjun felt, Douluo would not acquiesce to overly audacious demands. Yet, upon learning of Ma Hongjun's talents, his attitude had undeniably shifted. Rest assured, I am destined to inherit the fire goddess position. But have you never considered ascending to divinity yourself, old poison? Ma Hongjun's words dripped with confidence as he revealed his ulterior motives, gazing enticingly at Douluo. How could I not desire it? However, achieving the pinnacle of title Douluo is already a fulfillment for me. Becoming a god seems rather unrealistic, the poisoned Douluo admitted, speaking a truth that resonated. For even title Douluo, the notion of godhood felt far-fetched. What if I told you I possess a method to help you attain divine inheritance? Ma Hongjun did not speak falsely. This notion lingered in his mind, though it would only materialize after his own ascension. What, little monster? Do you truly have a means to help me become a god? You nearly ensnared me in your plot. Speak, what conditions must I fulfill? If they are too excessive, I shall not agree. Moreover, you must prove that you have genuinely received the divine inheritance for me to fully trust you. The poisoned Douluo responded, intrigued yet cautious. The poisoned Douluo instinctively felt a surge of excitement, yet he soon recognized something was amiss. He exhaled deeply, turning to regard Ma Hongjun with a calm demeanor. Despite their deepening relationship, they lacked any blood ties, and it was evident that they had not reached such an intimate level. Moreover, as a renowned title Douluo on the continent, he was not easily deceived. Unless Ma Hongjun presented evidence to substantiate his claims, he would certainly not acquiesce. Therefore, it would be prudent to set this matter aside for the moment. For now, I shall focus on alleviating your poison. After all, you have promised me that. Provided I can cure you, you would agree to my 3 conditions. Ma Hongjun chose not to dwell further on this topic. His intention was merely to plant a seed in Douluo's mind, so that when the time was ripe, he could establish his own influence. I now find myself inclined to believe that you can indeed cure my affliction. Perhaps you might share your conditions. If they are excessively unreasonable, I would rather forego your treatment than concede to your demands. Douluo pondered for a moment, his tone serious and weighty. Due to Ma Hongjun's successful treatment of much of the backlash poison within his granddaughter, Douluo's attitude toward this exceptionally talented youth was notably favorable. Ma Hongjun was evidently taken aback by Douluo's sudden proposition, and he couldn't help but harbor a quiet admiration for the toxic Douluo's character. Rest assured, my request is by no means excessive. Since you are eager to understand my intentions, I shall be forthright. My first condition is that I require some restorative elixirs for cultivating my soul power. Thus, I seek the right to freely harvest the spiritual herbs from this apothecary at any time. Ma Hongjun, wary of complicating matters further, initially presented a condition that Douluo would hardly regard as a stipulation. In truth, this was merely a clever ruse by Ma Hongjun. For this request concealed his true objective. Very well, that poses no issue. As I mentioned earlier, you may utilize them freely, provided you do not wreak havoc here. You may return whenever you wish. Inside this vial are 10 detoxification pills. Simply hold one in your mouth. And you need not fear the toxic mist of the surrounding forest. They can be reused. The toxic Douluo readily tossed Ma Hongjun a jade vial, showing no concern that he might neglect to seek treatment from him. Ma Hongjun did not hesitate to extend his hand and take the item, placing it into his rather rudimentary spatial soul guide. As for the second condition, he chuckled, indicating that he required the old monster's assistance in establishing a faction. You need not worry about finances. I have my own means. Once established, I would require you to serve as a guest elder for 5 years. When the time comes, whether you choose to stay or leave is entirely at your discretion. Should you decide to remain, upon my ascension to divinity, I shall aid you in achieving your own divine status. Ma Hongjun grinned, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. Ah, you clever boy. So you have been waiting for me here. Very well, I accept your terms. However, I have always valued my freedom. If there are tasks I do not wish to undertake, you cannot compel me, even if you are my benefactor, the poisoned Douluo said, casting a disapproving glance at Ma Hongjun. As for the third condition, should I ever find myself in trouble, you must assist me without refusal. Ma Hongjun swiftly articulated his stipulations, each one intricately linked to the next. Though these matters may seem trivial at first glance, they were, in truth, fraught with snares. Once Douluo invested his emotions into the establishment of this faction, would he truly abandon it after 5 years in pursuit of divinity? It would effectively bind him to a lifetime of servitude for Ma Hongjun. The coveted celestial herb within the ice and fire yin-yang eyes was an even greater loss for Douluo, akin to a calamitous sacrifice. The final condition, though slightly more favorable, still held uncertainties, potentially placing him at odds with the formidable Spirit Hall. Well, even without you stating it, I would not turn a blind eye should you encounter difficulties. I observe that the quality of your spatial soul guide is rather lacking. I possess a superior item, known as the Rui Bao Bao pouch, which boasts ample space. Since you require medicinal herbs, I shall gift it to you. It can store various herbs and has the ability to maintain their freshness, even accommodating living entities. The poison Douluo perceived that among Ma Hongjun's 3 conditions, the second posed a significant challenge, while the others appeared quite manageable. Feeling somewhat guilty, he produced a finely crafted blue leather pouch from his robe, presenting it to Ma Hongjun. It was no larger than 2 adult palms and designed to be hung from a belt, although considerably larger than a typical sachet. It could only accommodate a single hand's worth of items. Very well, I shall accept your generosity without reservation. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to heal both you and Sister Yen Yen. This time, it was Ma Hongjun who felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, his audacity would not allow him to decline, and he accepted Douluo's gift. Taking the Rui Baobao pouch, Ma Hongjun spoke with unwavering conviction, promising to fulfill his commitments. As he was not one to betray trust, do not feel overly burdened. Even if I remain unhealed, I shall not hold you accountable. As long as my granddaughter's health is restored, Douluo remarked, momentarily touched. In my heart, I secretly pondered, if only this young man were a few years older. Perhaps I could play matchmaker and unite my granddaughter with Ma Hongjun. I can only imagine the delightful outcome. Ma Hongjun was blissfully unaware of the internal turmoil that plagued Douluo. Overcome with emotion, he hastily discarded his outer garment and solemnly declared, rest assured, I will surely cure you. For now, let me attend to your ailment, for I feel a sense of guilt having accepted so much from you. Must I also remove my attire? Douluo inquired, his face flushing with surprise. What are you afraid of? We are both men. It is but the removal of a shirt. No need to be so bashful, Ma Hongjun retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Very well. Douluo hesitantly shed his garment, revealing his frail physique. In stark contrast to Ma Hongjun's robust form, he appeared almost ethereal. Yet, Ma Hongjun sensed that he might not withstand even a mere finger of Douluo's strength. Nevertheless, this did not imply that Ma Hongjun was merely a fade. Compared to soul masters of his rank, he was confident that none could surpass him. Quit staring. Do not be deceived by my physique, despite its lack of apparent strength. My physical resilience and overall condition far exceed yours, Silver Spear Waxhead. Douluo grumbled, his expression darkening with indignation. Indeed. Hee. I must channel my soul power into your body to investigate the toxins, then gradually absorb them, as the poison within you has permeated to the very marrow. Given the vast disparity between our soul powers, this will not be accomplished in just 1 or 2 attempts, Ma Hongjun succinctly explained his method. Douluo nodded in agreement. Not surprised. If he himself was at a loss against the retaliatory poison, how could a mere child of less than 11 years resolve it effortlessly? Such complications were to be expected. However, even if you succeed in your treatment, won't the toxins from my martial spirit continue to erode me? Douluo, a titled Douluo well-versed in poison, astutely identified the crux of the issue. This matter does not warrant concern. At that point, you will merely need a soul bone within you to absorb the toxins that your martial spirit has just retaliated with, Ma Hongjun replied with calm assurance. Having already devised a strategy. How could I have overlooked this? Had I known to utilize a soul bone to absorb the venom of the emerald phosphor snake, I would have spared myself this torment of retaliatory poison. Douluo exclaimed, realization dawning upon him as he slapped his thigh in frustration. Old poisonous one, you have fallen into a misconception. Otherwise, with your extensive knowledge of toxins, how could you not conceive of such a simple solution? Ma Hongjun, somewhat unconvinced, offered words of comfort. He was aware of the narrative and understood that the poison Douluo had not initially considered this point. It was only after Tang San's reminder that he came to comprehend it. In the original work, he was cured of the backlash poison through the effects of the ghostly orchid tulip and 2 other celestial herbs, in conjunction with various other medicinal solutions. It was then that he realized the possibility of utilizing soul bones to absorb toxins. Furthermore, all his energy had been directed towards dispelling the backlash poison within himself, leaving no room for contemplation on absorbing new backlash toxins with soul bones. Additionally, soul bones are not easily acquired. They are exceedingly precious. Even the poison Douluo had procured a remarkably high-quality wisdom soul bone purely by chance. Prior to obtaining this soul bone, he had already been deeply afflicted by the backlash poison of his martial spirit, which precluded him from considering this avenue, as the toxins within would gradually intensify their invasion of the bone marrow if left untreated. However, once the internal toxins were expelled, he could employ the soul bone for absorption without the fear of being subjected to the backlash of his martial spirit once more. The poison Douluo sat cross-legged before Ma Hongjun, and the two faced each other, their positions somewhat awkward. Drawing upon his previous experiences, Ma Hongjun's soul power began to infiltrate Douluo's body, gradually consuming the backlash poison within the poison Douluo. Ma Hongjun possessed a formidable resistance to the biphosphor snake's venom, as his first soul ring was derived from the biphosphor snake. Otherwise, even with the devouring characteristic of his flame-breathing ability, he would have been unable to withstand the backlash poison within the poison Douluo. In merely 5 minutes, Ma Hongjun was drenched in sweat, his soul power having been depleted by more than half. Nevertheless, he persevered, only retracting the absorbed toxins from the poison Douluo when his soul power was nearly exhausted, before commencing to meditate and cultivate. The poison Douluo, however, did not exhibit the same distress as Ma Hongjun. Instead, he stood up feeling refreshed, his back no longer pained, and his legs no longer weary, invigorated overall. He donned his attire, revealing a satisfied smile upon his face. Ahem. The poison Douluo felt the backlash toxin within him and noted a reduction of nearly 1/10 compared to before. As he circulated his soul power, he discovered that the sensation of stagnation caused by suppressing the backlash toxin had diminished significantly. If he could completely eliminate the toxins from his body, his long-stagnant strength could advance further. His mastery of poison resided entirely within his martial soul and the poisonous core within him. The backlash toxins lingering throughout his body were merely residual toxins, devoid of any utility. Instead, they had gradually permeated into his marrow over time, rendering even him powerless to combat them. He was taken aback to realize that Ma Hongjun could simply use his scorching soul power to navigate through those areas and devour the green phosphor snake poison within him. In that moment, he was utterly convinced of Ma Hongjun's identity as the inheritor of the fire god. As 3 hours passed, the sky gradually darkened, and Ma Hongjun finally emerged from his cultivation, a look of exhilaration gracing his face. Having absorbed less than 1/10 of the toxins from Douluo, he felt a noticeable enhancement in his soul power. Although he had not yet reached the realm of a rank 29 soul master, he was not far from it. With just 2 or 3 more sessions, a breakthrough was within reach. What do you think? Is there an issue? I believe your method is feasible. If all is well, let us continue tomorrow. The day is getting late. We should leave to avoid worrying Yin. Shall we return here tomorrow to continue detoxifying? The poison Douluo could see that Ma Hongjun was not significantly harmed. Rather, his eyes sparkled with evident benefits gained. However, he refrained from commenting and instead looked at Ma Hongjun inquiringly. Very well, we shall return another day. The vitality here is rich, making it exceptionally conducive for the recovery of soul power, and we need not fear interference from outsiders. We will come back tomorrow. Ma Hongjun, seeing the situation, suppressed his desire to immediately harvest the immortal herb and nodded in agreement. After all, even if he were to encounter an unparalleled celestial treasure now, he could only gaze upon it without the means to harvest it, leaving him yearning. The harvesting of immortal herbs requires both method and skill. Even if Douluo lacked the knowledge of proper harvesting and preservation techniques, he could inadvertently cause a loss of medicinal potency, or worse, jeopardize his life, making the endeavor counterproductive. Ma Hongjun surmised that Douluo had likely recklessly consumed celestial treasures in the past, and with a stroke of fortune, managed to acquire them. However, the efficacy of such elixirs was evidently not fully realized, resulting in his mere ascension to the rank of title Douluo. Yet he remained ensnared at the threshold of the 91st level. Over the following fortnight, the two would frequent the Eye of Ice and Fire almost daily. 3 days prior, Ma Hongjun successfully advanced to the 29th level Great Soul Master after absorbing the backlash poison from Douluo's body. During this time, Douluo also visited the Eye of Ice and Fire, and Ma Hongjun was treated to a splendid sight as he completely eradicated the toxins within her. Nevertheless, since Douluo lacked a soul bone, it was highly probable that she would eventually seek Ma Hongjun's assistance in purging the toxins from her body again over time. As for the old monster Douluo, he seemed to have lost his sense of decorum, unlike the original narrative. He did not seek the Tiando royal family for a soul bone, but instead took on a rather presumptuous demeanor, entrusting Ma Hongjun with the task of detoxifying Douluo henceforth. Ma Hongjun nearly choked on a mouthful of blood. Although he considered himself to possess remarkable self-discipline, he could not deny that constant temptation could inevitably lead to unforeseen mishaps. He resolved to accelerate his cultivation to acquire the strength for self-preservation, hastening the day when he could win over the poisoned Douluo and subsequently recruit Douluo into his ranks, imparting to her the art of flame breathing. Despite the formidable challenge that the practice of flame breathing presented, Ma Hongjun was confident in his ability to teach Douluo Yin, for the essence of flame breathing was indelibly imprinted in his mind, akin to a brand. As the progenitor of this mutated form of flame breathing, he naturally possessed the assurance to make such a declaration. In this apothecary, Ma Hongjun discovered several plants reminiscent of celestial herbs. Yet he could only positively identify 5 of them. One was the star anise ice grass, which instilled a chilling sensation, freezing the central nervous system, and emanated a palpable coldness within a 10-meter radius. However, in the presence of this celestial herb, Ma Hongjun felt remarkably at ease. Even the evil energy within him was significantly quelled. This herb was one of the coveted treasures alongside the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. For Ma Hongjun believed that if combined with the adjacent deadly celestial herb, the fiery toxic flame amid, the disadvantages of his evil fire phoenix martial soul would be entirely resolved, potentially even leading to his second awakening of his martial soul. In the original text, these 2 celestial treasures were considered among the most precious, second only to the divine-grade amaranth red. Having fallen into his hands instead of Tang San's, its efficacy would undoubtedly rival that of a singular celestial pure yang restorative herb, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. Beyond these 4 celestial treasures, Ma Hongjun also recognized the wondrous celestial chrysanthemum. These 5 herbs exhibited distinct characteristics that he could discern. The others were merely speculative, as he could not ascertain their identities with certainty. The amaranth red resembled a peony, adorned with delicate crimson veins. Yet Ma Hongjun was confident this was the legendary amaranth red, due to the widely circulated tale associated with it. The wondrous celestial chrysanthemum, akin to a chrysanthemum flower, was a neutral celestial herb, enhancing vitality throughout the limbs and invigorating the blood vessels, capable of cultivating an indestructible body. Tang San had gifted it to Daimobai, aiding him in breaking through the 40th level bottleneck. In truth, Ma Hongjun was not entirely aware of the full capabilities of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. It not only replenished yang energy, but also significantly enhanced the quality of phoenix flames, rendering the evil fire more refined, freeing him from its torment. Additionally, it possessed the potential to augment certain aspects of his abilities, and if he were to grasp this, he would be torn between joy and sorrow. For even with his current prowess, he was not a typical female soul master. What would happen if he consumed the coxcomb phoenix sunflower? However, at present, Ma Hongjun could only observe these treasures without daring to touch them, as he was entirely ignorant of the harvesting methods. Little monster, I sense that the toxins within me have been entirely purged and consumed by you today. Shall we not return here tomorrow? Douluo, having spent countless days in close proximity to Ma Hongjun, spoke with an air of camaraderie, akin to that of close friends. Among the titled Douluo, only Douluo possessed such a carefree disposition, acting purely on preference regardless of status, which allowed Ma Hongjun to interact with him so informally. Indeed, however, I have an announcement to make. My faction is officially established today, and for the time being, it shall be called the Heavenly Net. In the future, I aspire to construct a city akin to Spirit City, the Net City, and establish a palace akin to the Pontiff's Palace, the Heavenly Net Hall. Ma Hongjun, with a solemn expression, earnestly spoke to Douluo. Youth is truly a blessing. The spirit of ambition is admirable, and I am fond of it. Therefore, I shall temporarily assume the role of an honorary elder of the Heavenly Net as per our agreement. Douluo did not intend to mock Ma Hongjun. After all, who has not experienced youth? Having ambition is indeed commendable, and he has always held great expectations for Ma Hongjun's potential. Chapter 51. Chapter explanation. The second chapter will be updated a bit later today. I was awake all night last night, and this morning I took a half-day leave from work to assist my cat in giving birth, resulting in 4 adorable kittens. To be honest, I cannot discern whether they are British or American Shorthairs, as the father is an American Shorthair tabby and the mother is a British Shorthair blue Scottish fold, and they are currently too small to tell. In any case, the update for the second chapter will be expedited after I return home from work this afternoon and have dinner. I hope everyone can offer their support through monthly votes, recommendations, or donations, allowing this struggling author to earn a little money for cat food. Writing novels barely covers the daily expenses for my cats, and the birth of these 4 kittens has further strained my already modest living situation. If we could crowdsource just 100 starting coins, and each person contributes a little love, the world would be filled with kindness, and we would all enjoy a brighter tomorrow. Let us keep pushing forward. Chapter 52. The Celestial Net, Part 1. Thank you, Old Poison. When I ascend to godhood in the future, I shall never forget the aid you've granted me today. Ma Hongjun spoke from the depths of his heart, then bowed deeply in a gesture of respect toward Douluo. Douluo swiftly sidestepped the courtesy, a faint trace of gratification crossing his features as he stroked his now blackened beard, a consequence of Ma Hongjun's devouring flames. In time, it shall be I who boast you. He chuckled. Though our faction consists of but 2 souls at present, with the title Douluo like myself presiding, recruits shall flock to our banner soon enough. Indeed, Ma Hongjun replied with quiet confidence. And swiftly, others shall join our ranks. This sect shall no longer remain a mere duo. His mind turned to his elder sister, Ma Hongjun, and his dear mentor, Ma Hongjun, both of whom he was certain would pledge themselves to their cause, or rather, to his dominion. Ma Hongjun, now fully aware of Ma Hongjun's prodigious talents, had begun consolidating her influence within the Ma clan. With her allegiance secured, financial concerns would vanish in an instant. As the foremost magnates of Suatua City, the Ma family's vast coffers could effortlessly sustain their fledgling faction in its infancy. With the illustrious title of Douluo, Douluo personally presides over matters, confident that the Ma family will not decline his invitation. After all, the Ma family's situation is far from optimistic. Over the years, they have been beleaguered by the Fei family, struggling to maintain their footing. Were it not for the repeated assistance from Flinder and Zhao Wujie, they might have been utterly annihilated by the Fei family. I shall remain in my position, and do not expect me to handle any other affairs. I will not relinquish my freedom merely because I find you somewhat agreeable, unless you are willing to become a couple with Yinner. Haha, at that point, you shall call me grandfather. Compared to that old poison master, I would much prefer you to address me as such. What say you? Douluo, undeterred, shifted his focus to his beautiful granddaughter. Not so fast. Your granddaughter is a full 7 years my senior. I regard her merely as an elder sister. Furthermore, she already has a boyfriend, the heir apparent of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, who is certainly not inferior to me. Why do you insist on pursuing me? Ma Hongjun lamented, feeling exasperated by Douluo's persistence in his ear. Cough, how shallow. I am not a vain man. I have taken a liking to you. Whether you are capable or not is of no consequence. When I find some free time, I shall concoct a potion for you, perhaps something like 1 stick of love. By then, the deed will be done, and she shall have no objections, will she? She will undoubtedly become utterly devoted to you. Although you are resistant to potent toxins, this potion is not strictly a poison, is it? I refuse to believe you will escape unscathed. Douluo, a man of considerable stature, was incensed by Ma Hongjun's repeated rejections, responding with surprising candor. Cough, old poison master, spare me. To be frank, most women cannot withstand my little wicked fire. Do you understand? You are pushing your granddaughter into a pit of flames. In the days that followed, Ma Hongjun would often engage Douluo in conversations about their pasts, which were not entirely secret since arriving in the Douluo continent. Over the course of half a month spent together, aside from treating toxins, they confided in each other about their less than glorious histories. Apart from the secret of his tricolor martial soul, Ma Hongjun shared nearly all his experiences, and Douluo was well aware of them. Conversely, Ma Hongjun learned much about the past of the poisoned Douluo, including details not mentioned in the original novel, leading him to marvel at the revelations as if he had discovered a new world. For instance, he was astonished to learn that the poisoned Douluo knew old Jack from Holy Spirit Village, who was not as simple as he appeared. However, the specifics were not disclosed by the poisoned Douluo. Although Ma Hongjun was curious at the time, he refrained from pressing the matter further. He secretly acknowledged that it was indeed impressive for someone to dare insult the Haoyan Douluo. What does it matter? In a few days, I shall request a noble title from the Snow Knight Emperor for you. It is quite customary for nobles to have multiple wives, Douluo remarked nonchalantly, waving his hand. He then regarded Ma Hongjun with a peculiar expression and continued, in my opinion, you need not worry about the issue of your evil fire. You are, quite frankly, oblivious to the blessings you possess. It is truly a pity to waste such exceptional talent. Well, enough of that. Let us return early. I intend to purchase a residence in Tiando City as a base for the Tianluo network. Since we are establishing our influence today, it is only fitting to have our own headquarters. Ma Hongjun shook his head in resignation, choosing not to respond further, but he spoke with a grave demeanor. Yes. Let us depart from here. I have an unoccupied courtyard in Tiando City, a generous gift from Prince Xuesheng some time ago. It is quite spacious, and since you require it, I shall bestow it upon you. Consider it a temporary headquarters for the Tianluo network. Douluo deftly sidestepped the topic, aware that despite the young man's profound respect for him, he would not easily acquiesce to such matters. He silently plotted to ensure that his granddaughter and Ma Hongjun would become inseparably linked, for only then could he feel secure in binding Ma Hongjun to their cause. Old Poison, do you know what I am thinking right now? Ma Hongjun's face instantly brightened with joy as he strode towards the exit of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Though his expression carried a peculiar twist when he turned to ask, "You must be moved by my generosity, no? Just a mansion, hardly a dent in my gold soul coins. For a titled Douluo like myself, such things are but dust beneath my feet." Douluo, equally amused, followed him out, replying with a smirk. Titled Douluo truly inspire awe. Poison Douluo is indeed Poison Douluo, grand in every way. From now on, this ice and fire yin-yang well shall serve as the private garden of our heavenly net. A benefactor? No. Senior Douluo, you surely have no objections? Ma Hongjun did not deny it, laying on the flattery so thickly that Douluo nearly floated with pride, though not one to indulge in sycophancy. Douluo had a particular weakness for Ma Hongjun's praise. In his heart, he had long since recognized Ma Hongjun as the heir to divinity, the future fire god. A deity in the making fawning over him? That was an entirely different pleasure from the usual. Double the delight, wouldn't you say? Humph. I have long stated that you may freely take the herbs here. Is there truly any distinction between this and the garden of the celestial net? Since I have given you my word, I shall naturally not go back on it. Poison Douluo let out a cold snort, not out of concern for his pharmacy, but rather in anger that Ma Hongjun dared to question his character. Chapter 53, The Heavenly Net, Part 2. I do not doubt you. However, in the future, when establishing a power, these herbs may be extensively utilized. Even between brothers, one must be clear about accounts. Besides, have you not withheld the ice and fire duality eye from me? If you were to directly hand over these materials to me, rather than using them indiscriminately, I would certainly refrain from uttering a single word of dissent. Ma Hongjun halted his advance and glanced at Douluo for clarification, as the two had already exited the valley, gazing at the lush surrounding forest, punctuated by the occasional roar of beasts. Ma Hongjun suddenly thought that if the ice and fire duality I can serve as the headquarters for Tianluodine, it would be exceedingly fitting. Humph. You have quite the imagination, though it is not entirely unfeasible. Just look at my granddaughter. She is quite stunning, Douluo retorted with a scoff. Shifting the conversation back to his granddaughter, Douluo. Stop. I do not wish to hear any more about Sister Yan. She is nearly half a decade older than I. And I certainly do not want to offend the future young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Matters of love should be left to others, Ma Hongjun replied, his expression stiff with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He was not particularly afraid of offending Yu Tianheng, as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family would not take offense at youthful rivalries, especially with the connection to Lu Erlong. However, he felt that such matters of unrequited love were rather overbearing and unreasonable. He understood that although Douluo and Yu Tianheng had not yet officially confirmed their relationship, their feelings for each other had long transcended those of ordinary friends. He had no desire to be cast as the villain in this affair. Humph. What is wrong with my granddaughter? Do you truly believe she is unworthy of you? Poison Douluo persisted, his tone feigning indifference. He had argued with Ma Hongjun about this matter no less than 10 times, yet he remained determined to orchestrate a union between his granddaughter and Ma Hongjun. I will not entertain this nonsense. You may pursue whomever you wish. I am leaving, Ma Hongjun declared, summoning his beast martial soul and hastening towards the city of Tiando. Although Ma Hongjun's beast spirit does not facilitate prolonged high-altitude flight, it allows for brief low-altitude soaring with minimal exertion. This capability is somewhat akin to that of the title Douluo, Douluo. In the realm of Douluo, the overall strength is relatively modest when not compared to the divine realm. Without a flight-type spirit, even formidable soul Douluo cannot manage low-altitude flight as Ma Hongjun does. Douluo, with a contemplative glint in his eyes, hastily followed Ma Hongjun out of the depths of the sunset forest, silently reprimanding himself for having displayed excessive eagerness. He reminded himself that patience was essential in this matter. In Tianshu City, before a grand estate, stood 2 figures, one elderly and one youthful. This is truly magnificent. Old Poison, you are incredibly generous. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. If it weren't for Sister Yan's existing relationship, I would surely offer myself an appreciation and become your in-law. Ma Hongjun expressed his heartfelt gratitude while gazing at the expansive estate. The size of this estate was immense. It could serve not only as a temporary base for the Heavenly Network, but also as a long-term residence within Tianshu City without any issues. Douluo remained silent, his expression stoic. Though he had set aside his dignity for his granddaughter's happiness, he understood the virtue of moderation. His deliberate aloofness seemed to provoke Ma Hongjun further. Come now, do not dwell in discontent. Once I ascend to godhood, I shall not forget you. What difference does it make whether I become your granddaughter's husband? Ma Hongjun, aware that he had repeatedly declined Douluo's generous intentions, sought to offer some comfort, recognizing the affront to Douluo's pride as a title to law. Humph. I hope your words ring true. Here's the key. From now on, this place belongs to you. This old man must return to the manor to check on Yan. Douluo let out a cold snort, tossed Ma Hongjun a key, and departed without another word. Ma Hongjun shook his head in resignation, produced a key, and opened the grand door to step inside. The architecture within diverged from the rich Western European style prevalent in Heavendoe City, instead resembling the vintage aesthetic of Douluo's residence. Ma Hongjun was unaware that the architecture surrounding him was a result of the considerable efforts expended by Prince Xuexing, who had commissioned the blacksmiths of the Yu family to craft these structures in the favored style of Douluo. It is often said that every individual has their own preferences, and although this retro architectural style may not appeal to many, the rarity of such craftsmanship is indeed a treasure in itself. Ma Hongjun was filled with joy, for he shared Douluo's fondness for this particular type of design. Especially in this otherworldly realm, such edifices evoked a sense of warmth and familiarity within him. Although the courtyard was spacious, it lacked any servants, as those sent by Prince Xuexing had been swiftly dismissed by Douluo, who, true to his character, preferred to avoid the scrutiny of others. After a brief inspection, Ma Hongjun chose not to linger and returned to the residence of the Blue Tyrant Academy. The relationship between Flander and Lu Erlong had made remarkable progress. Although Lu Erlong had not acquiesced to Flander's affections, she no longer resisted, seemingly having accepted his declarations. The principles of morality are fundamental to humanity. If one disregards these ethical standards, what distinguishes humans from beasts? Naturally, Flander, who articulated such sentiments, had not escaped Lu Erlong's wrath on numerous occasions. Yet he steadfastly upheld this belief. This brings to mind Ma Hongjun's exceptional ability to influence others. To not pursue a career in persuasion would be a grave misallocation of his talents. Early the next morning, Flander introduced the black and white chess game invented by Ma Hongjun to Lu Erlong as a means to cultivate their relationship. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that this so-called black and white chess was, in fact, the game of Gamoku from Ma Hongjun's previous life, which he had devised to pass the time. Lu Erlong took quite a liking to it, and Flander frequently sought her out for a game. Consequently, their bond deepened with each encounter. Flander, having mastered the game first and possessing a cunning and mature disposition, naturally excelled over Lu Erlong. Initially, he allowed her to win a few matches to spark her competitive spirit, but thereafter, he consistently lost. Of course, his defeats were not without merit. Each game was fiercely contested, and at critical junctures, Flander would intentionally yield, allowing Lu Erlong to claim victory. Initially, she remained oblivious to his subtle manipulations, but over time, it became apparent. As this pattern continued, Lu Erlong inevitably developed a unique sentiment towards Flander. How could she bear to outright reject a man who was so accommodating and indulgent towards her? Moreover, Flander's care for her extended far due to a moment of leisure. Ma Hongjun found himself at Lu Erlong's residence, serving as an unwitting observer while the two engaged in a game of chess. Chapter 54, untitled Feeling Somewhat Unwell Today. Likely due to a cold and a night of poor sleep, I shall pen just one chapter for now and continue with two tomorrow. Chapter 55, The Heavenly Web, Part 3. After Flander deliberately lost to Lu Erlong once again, she could no longer continue the game. With a hint of pride, she declared, "Humph, you let me win on purpose again. I shan't play with you any longer. Hongjun, come and play a few rounds with me." Their game of Gamoku did not adhere to the conventional rules of connecting 5 in a row to determine victory. Instead, it involved capturing pieces. And once neither player had any remaining, they would count their pieces. Whoever possessed the greater number would emerge victorious. This method bore resemblance to Go. Merely playing chess seemed rather mundane. Why not raise the stakes? Ma Hongjun's eyes brightened at this thought, for he was contemplating how to invite his teacher, Lu Erlong, and other educators from Shrek Academy to partake in the Heavenly Web, thereby expanding his influence. Although he was confident that his teacher, Flander, would not refuse, he remained uncertain of Lu Erlong's response. Isn't it fortuitous when one is drowsy and a pillow is offered? Although the more potent one's mental acuity, the easier it is to discern certain traps. However, those who have played Gamoku know that some positions contain deeper layers. Once ensnared in a trap, one may gradually find themselves at a disadvantage until ultimate defeat. Moreover, The integration of strategic formations into the game adds an additional layer of complexity that is difficult to anticipate. Although Lu Erlong possessed formidable mental strength, her understanding of Gamoku appeared to be quite rudimentary. In his previous life, Ma Hongjun was renowned among his peers as a prodigious player of chess. Whether it be Go or Gamoku, excelling in both and familiar with numerous famous positions. Very well, what shall we wager? However, if you lose to me, what might I require in return? Lu Erlong responded with enthusiasm, yet hesitated to ponder her own needs. It was evident that she could not think of anything she required from Ma Hongjun. If I lose, I shall be at your beck and call. How does that sound? Even if you request that I drive away the teacher, I will find a way to accomplish it, Ma Hongjun proposed, showcasing his most appealing trait, his talent. He further endeared himself to her by expressing, all right, it is settled. However, being at your beck and call is excessive. Although your talent is exceptional, until you have matured, I shall have no need for your assistance. Besides, even if your aunt were truly poisoned, I trust you would not merely stand by and do nothing. Therefore, I shall not require your unwavering obedience. However, driving away your teacher is certainly something we can consider. Lu Erlong's eyes brightened. She was well aware of the cunning nature of the young man before her, who possessed a multitude of clever ideas. Even Flanders regarded this lad's opinions with great respect. In recent days, even the poisoned Douluo had been led around in circles by this young fellow, nearly becoming as close as brothers. Impudent boy, it seems your head has swelled with pride these days, daring to meddle in my affairs. Upon returning, I shall have Zhao Wujia train you. Unless you comprehend why the flowers bloom so vividly, I shall not be called Flanders. Observing Lu Erlong's words, Flanders could no longer contain himself and, in a huff, turned to Ma Hongjun. Though he hesitated to strike Ma Hongjun, Zhao Wujia certainly would not. His favorite pastime was to impart real combat lessons to his students. Over the years, Ma Hongjun had endured considerable beatings at Zhao Wujia's hands, harboring deep resentment towards him. A fact he was well aware of. Ah, then I shall head to Shrek Academy tomorrow, since I am no longer needed here. Wouldn't you agree, teacher? Ma Hongjun said, his tone laced with veiled threats. Ahem, there is no rush, no rush. You all continue. I shall serve as the judge. Flanders understood that Ma Hongjun's underlying meaning was that he would no longer receive guidance in his romantic pursuits. After these days of experimentation, he held Ma Hongjun's romantic handbook in the highest regard, thus he was determined to keep him from leaving. And Erlong, I shall permit you to go first. Should you lose, you must promise me a condition, and there shall be no backing out. Ma Hongjun cleverly withheld the specifics of the condition, confident in her spiritual prowess. Lu Erlong believed she would not be outmatched by a junior, thus she refrained from inquiring further. Humph, you, a mere junior, dare to speak so boldly? Be wary that some rogue might use their strength to bully the weak, and when the time comes, deny the outcome. You go first. Lu Erlong scoffed, casting a scornful glance at Flanders, implying that he was clinging to her stubbornly, secretly chastising him for his shamelessness. Flanders quickly turned away, feigning ignorance of her insinuation. An hour later, as Lu Erlong was on the verge of defeat, she suddenly expressed her dismay. What peculiar tactics are these? Truly infuriating, utterly unfathomable. Here lies the long snake formation, the swallow formation, and the bagua formation, all intricately fused with the strategies of Go. The world is akin to a chessboard. The wise contemplate thrice, and you have lost. Ma Hongjun explained, placing his final piece on the board and capturing one of Lu Erlong's pieces once more. To her astonishment, such a seemingly simple game of chess encompassed so much depth. I concede. I accept my defeat. Speak. What is it that you require of me? Lu Erlong, not one to be easily deceived, had already discerned that Ma Hongjun sought something from her. Even if Ma Hongjun were to face defeat, she would not refuse his request unless it was excessively unreasonable. Together with Douluo, the poisoned Douluo, I have established a faction named the Heavenly Net. I wish to invite Aunt Erlong to assume the position of Chief Elder of the Earth Net. And I also propose that our teacher become the Chief Elder of the Heavenly Net. I hope this is acceptable to you. Rest assured, there is no need for you to worry about the affairs of the sect in the near future. It would merely be a nominal title. As our faction currently consists solely of Douluo and myself. A faint smile graced Ma Hongjun's lips as he revealed his intentions. Poison Douluo, could he be the sect master? Is the establishment of this faction intended to involve us in the power struggles of the continent? Flanders pondered in shock. However, a sense of unease crept into his thoughts. Surely, Poison Douluo is not merely drawn to Hongjun's talent, seeking to recruit him into his own faction. He was aware that Ma Hongjun had been spending time with Douluo recently. Initially concerned about potential mishaps, he felt reassured after Ma Hongjun explained that his martial soul could heal Douluo's hidden ailment. Yet now, he found himself confronted with the prospect of jointly creating a faction. Lu Erlong cast a worried glance at Ma Hongjun, apprehensive that he might be deceived by the cunning poison Douluo. What are you two thinking? This is my faction, and I was the one who invited Douluo to join the Heavenly Net. Rest assured, I am indeed the sect master. Ma Hongjun remarked with a roll of his eyes, feeling somewhat exasperated. Are you claiming to be the sect master? And that you have already invited a titled Douluo to join, now seeking to recruit us into your faction? Lu Erlong was the first to react, her astonishment evident as she gazed at Ma Hongjun. Is this truly just an 11-year-old child? I have endeavored to regard him as an adult. Yet his actions rival those of even the leaders of major factions. It is noteworthy that even the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, one of the top 3 sects, has only 2 titled Douluos, while Ma Hongjun has managed to secure one for his newly established faction. Indeed, this is one of the rewards for healing the internal backlash poison afflicting the poison Douluo. Alas, it is somewhat regrettable that he will not heed my commands but will instead remain at the sect to fend off external threats. Should I require his assistance? It will depend on his mood, Ma Hongjun lamented, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. Both Lu Erlong and Flanders exchanged glances, their expressions indicating a desire to reprimand Ma Hongjun. Could he be more audacious? Taking advantage and yet feigning innocence. Just as Lu Erlong contemplated whether to join, Flanders slammed the table suddenly, startling Ma Hongjun, who braced himself for a scolding. Instead, Flanders proclaimed with pride, "Look, Erlong, this is my disciple. At such a young age, he has accomplished so much. His future is undoubtedly bright, possessing the potential for title Douluo. Hongjun, I shall accept your invitation to join the Heavenly Net. What say you, Erlong?" Indeed. As expected of his esteemed mentor, Ma Hongjun gazed at Flanders with a sense of gratitude, astonished by Flanders' willingness to cooperate. Although I belong to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, I find myself distinct from the rest of my kin, akin to an external member. Joining the clan is not out of reach, yet one must first elucidate the nature of your faction and the path you intend to pursue. Lu Erlong, without casting a glance at Flanders, pondered momentarily before reluctantly stating, "We shall not tread the path of the Haotian sect, nor shall we follow the organizational style of the Spirit Hall. Our ambition lies in commerce and intelligence. My goal is to establish a commercial empire and weave a vast network of intelligence across the entire Douluo continent." Ma Hongjun, acutely aware of the significance of information and the adage that wealth can indeed move mountains, was resolute in his decision. However, the foundation of all this hinges upon a singular principle: strength. Are you truly focused on the intelligence business? With a toxic Douluo supervising, it may not pose a problem. Yet is it not rather hasty to delve into commerce? Bear in mind that business encompasses a myriad of industries, with numerous complexities that cannot be navigated solely through strength. Lu Erlong contemplated silently, her concern for Ma Hongjun's youth and inexperience palpable. I fully comprehend this. To cultivate the sect's commercial endeavors, it is imperative to possess specialized talent. At present, I have yet to find suitable candidates. Although Sister May is commendable, she is best suited as an assistant. Thus, I must personally take the reins and strategize. Ma Hongjun remarked, a confident smile gracing his lips. You, young man, I am not intending to undermine you, but do you possess any gold soul coins exceeding 4 digits? Flanders questioned incredulously, scrutinizing Ma Hongjun. Well, facts speak louder than words. You shall see in due time, Ma Hongjun responded, slightly embarrassed, aware that despite his knowledge of numerous business models and profit-making methods, he had never, in either his past or present life, amassed savings exceeding 4 digits. Chapter 56, The Vast Network, Part 4, Since you exude such confidence, I shall choose to believe in you this once and agree to become your elder of the ground network. Lu Erlong had initially wished to ascertain whether Ma Hongjun was merely a whimsical child or genuinely intent on establishing a faction. Despite being a woman of her word, she would not renege on her commitment to Ma Hongjun, especially since joining a faction devoid of constraints posed little difficulty for her. Furthermore, as Flanders' direct disciple, the faction Ma Hongjun sought to create was something she could not refuse. Her support was assured. As the chief elder of the ground network within the vast network, I plan to divide the organization into 2 segments, one internal and one external. The ground network will primarily oversee intelligence, while the vast network will focus on commerce. Ma Hongjun could not help but add, It seems that once the power has developed, being the chief elder is not an easy task after all. I'm accustomed to my freedom. If you cannot manage it, perhaps it is better for someone else to take on that role. I would be content to serve as a regular elder. Lu Erlong furrowed her delicate brows, expressing her reluctance. Aunt Erlong, you misunderstand. How could I possibly trouble you? As the chief elder, you merely need to oversee matters temporarily. Once our organization flourishes, we will undoubtedly find suitable candidates for the positions of Tianluo Hall Master and Diwang City Lord. At that point, both of you can retreat into the shadows and manage the overarching strategy, Ma Hongjun hastily reassured her. As long as Lu Erlong joined his faction in a significant role, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would not only support him, but at the very least would not oppose his endeavors. Moreover, Lu Erlong herself was a formidable soul sage. A rarity in this realm, although there were those who surpassed her in strength, they were indeed few and far between, making her an invaluable pillar for the future of Tianluo Diwang. What will you do if you delegate everything to us? Surely you don't intend to become a hands-off manager? Flandre questioned Ma Hongjun with a hint of skepticism, genuinely worried that he might follow the same path as before, as he had often left the affairs of Shrek to Zhao Wujie with impeccable ease. I would never do that. Did I not just mention my responsibilities? I will strategize, while temporarily overseeing the commercial aspects. Only with sufficient funds can our faction thrive. And Erlong, teacher, you wouldn't wish to burden me with all these responsibilities alone, would you? Furthermore, Senior Poison Douluo has already agreed to serve as the chief honorary elder of Tianluo Diwang. If I were to let him down, who knows what chaos he might unleash? Ma Hongjun feigned a pitiful expression as he looked at the two. All right, that sounds more reasonable. However, we have an agreement. When our faction is small, I will assist you with some tasks, but once it grows and becomes busy, I will have no inclination to manage those matters. I am even contemplating whether to hand over the management of the Blue Lightning Academy to old Flandre, Lu Erlong conceded, her heart softening. Though she appeared domineering and tough, her exterior belied a gentle heart, making her a quintessential example of strength tempered with softness. As Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled with excitement, he could not help but follow Lu Erlong's words, saying, "All right, and Erlong, you are truly wonderful. Thank you. If you no longer wish to manage the Blue Tyrant Academy, why not merge it with Shrek Academy, where our institution boasts numerous talents like myself? In that case, let the teacher manage it alone. I am certain he would never decline, as his dream is to elevate Shrek Academy to new heights. We can discuss this again when you become the teacher's wife. But for now, just a jest. Haha, a mere joke, Erlong. I apologize, please spare me. The child is still here. Show me some mercy." Flandre, who had been by Ma Hongjun's side for a long time, had developed a thick skin, now as impenetrable as a fortress. However, upon witnessing Lu Erlong's hands deftly rolling into a fist, a cold sweat broke out on his brow, and he tremulously corrected himself. "Humph. If you dare to speak nonsense again, do not blame me for being ungracious. Even though I have completely forgotten about Xiao Gang, that does not mean you can easily win my heart." In a rare departure from her usual demeanor, Lu Erlong refrained from delivering her usual harsh rebukes to Flandre. Indeed, Erlong, you remain as beautiful as in your youth. Even your anger appears so endearing. I fondly reminisce about the times we shared in our training, Flandre said nostalgically. This time, Lu Erlong chose not to say much further. In an instant, her martial spirit manifested, and a fire dragon swiftly entwined Flandre's body, constricting tightly, leaving him nearly half compressed. Upon perceiving an ominous change in the atmosphere, Ma Hongjun swiftly retreated. At that moment, the three individuals found themselves within the confines of Lu Erlong's courtyard, where the overwhelming pressure emanating from a martial spirit's true form was beyond Ma Hongjun's capacity to withstand. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to sense the impending danger, enabling him to withdraw a good 10 meters before Lu Erlong unleashed her martial spirit. Even so, the ferocious aura was still too formidable for Ma Hongjun to bear. Observing the antics of Flandre, who was being tossed about in midair by the maternal Tyrannosaurus, beads of cold sweat trickled down Ma Hongjun's brow as he inwardly lamented, "Alas, my teacher has ultimately succumbed to the role of a sycophant." This was a development he had anticipated. He was well aware that Flandre, who harbored deep affections for Lu Erlong, would inevitably find himself in such a predicament. However, he had not expected it to transpire so swiftly. Soon enough, Ma Hongjun realized that Lu Erlong's display was more bluster than substance, as she did not expend much soul power in her attacks. He found this somewhat relieving. Shaking his head in resignation, he reflected that his recent training within the Eye of Ice and Fire particularly around the octagonal Xianbing grass, had significantly subdued his malevolent fire. As a result, he believed that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, an eruption of his inner turmoil was unlikely in the immediate future. Consequently, he was not preoccupied with thoughts of a romantic partner. Had he been, witnessing the two of them together would surely have evoked memories of his girlfriend, and he would have struggled to contain the malevolent fire within him. Of course, he remained true to himself, devoid of a girlfriend, with such notions merely fanciful. Unlike the Ma Hongjun of the original tale, who sought refuge in establishments of ill repute to suppress his inner flames, he would rather face death than compromise his integrity. A week later, the progress of talent recruitment for the faction had been rather lackluster. The operation of the faction was not thriving, with only a few scattered rogue soul masters joining the ranks of the Heavenly Net. Ma Hongjun had no choice but to invite the poisoned Douluo to accompany him to Soto City, deciding to initiate their development from there. After several days of contemplation, Ma Hongjun resolved that the establishment of the Heavenly Net would commence in Soto City. The complexities of the influence in Tiando City, predominantly stemming from noble lineage, made it a challenging environment for growth. Even with the poisoned Douluo's presence, progress was stunted, and few were inclined to join their cause. Thus, Ma Hongjun determined that the core strength of the Heavenly Net would be relocated to Tiando City following the eventual merger of Shrek Academy and Lamba Academy. In the meantime, the affairs of the Heavenly Net within Tiando City would be entrusted to Lu Erlong. After all, there were merely a handful of members, so Lu Erlong did not hesitate to accept the responsibility. Chapter 57, The Mei Family Crisis Outside Tiando City. Upon a carriage, a discussion unfolded. Little monster, what is it about Soto City that makes it so special? Why start developing our influence there? Surely there are more prosperous cities than Soto City, inquired Douluo, his expression somewhat discontented. However, upon seeing the excitement radiating from Ma Hongjun, he could not suppress his curiosity. Senior Douluo, I am aware of the reason. Soto City is one of the two most significant cities in the Balak Kingdom, situated in the heart of the fertile Lima Plain, renowned as the Granary of Balak. The wealthiest family in the city, the Mei family, is a well-known commercial dynasty across the continent, though they have somewhat faded in recent years. The current head, Mei Jin, has no male heirs, only a daughter, who happens to be my elder sister. I presume Hongjun intends to invite the Mei family to join the Heavenly Net. Flander explained cautiously, surprised that Ma Hongjun had indeed managed to persuade the poisoned Douluo to journey to Soto City. Returning to Soto City, Ma Hongjun's spirits were high. Although he had not succeeded in winning Lu Erlong's affection, he had managed to shift her perspective. Moreover, Lu Erlong did not exhibit overt aversion to his pursuits. She did not actively dismiss him and occasionally sought his company for a game of chess. He had also heeded Ma Hongjun's second strategy for courting, which involved a delicate balance of proximity and distance. By allowing a woman to become accustomed to his presence before withdrawing, she would inevitably reminisce about his company during their separation, thereby increasing his chances of success upon their next encounter. Of course, this was contingent upon Lu Erlong's environment and personality. Should others attempt a similar approach, they might find themselves adorned with a crown of grass upon their return. Humph. I knew you looked down upon my yin-yin. Hey, so you have set your sights on a wealthy woman. Little monster, shouldn't you explain yourself? Douluo remarked, his brow furrowing at Flander's words, casting a sardonic glance at Ma Hongjun. Explain what? This seems to be a personal matter, does it not? Are you suggesting that you should oversee my friendships? Ma Hongjun retorted. Upon hearing Flander's words, Ma Hongjun realized that Douluo would pose such a question to him, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. To my knowledge, the young lady from the Mei family is 2 or 3 years older than Yin Yin. Did you not claim to dislike women significantly older than yourself? What is the meaning of this? Are you suggesting that I, Douluo, am inferior to her from the Mei family? Douluo narrowed his eyes, suddenly exuding a formidable aura. When did I declare my fondness for the Mei family as young lady? Old poison, do not forget our agreement. I am the sect leader. You are being quite disrespectful toward me and my teacher. When I ascend to divinity in the future, do not blame me for not extending a helping hand. HM? Naturally, Ma Hongjun understood Douluo's temperament and first expressed that he did not harbor feelings for Mei Anna, which alleviated some of Douluo's inner frustration. He then intensified his tone, coldly snorting as a form of veiled threat. Although Ma Hongjun usually presents himself with a jovial demeanor, he possesses a temper that should not be underestimated. He seldom allows it to surface, but when it does, even the formidable title Douluo would find themselves challenged. Before this visit, I had already issued a stern command to Yin Yin, forbidding any further association with the scion of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. If my granddaughter remains unmarried, you shall bear the consequences, the poisoned Douluo declared, his tone carrying a hint of insolence. Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes, harboring doubts about whether the poisoned Douluo had been enchanted by him, which would explain the relentless pursuit. However, upon further reflection, he could not recall any such actions on his part. Calm yourself, esteemed poisoned Douluo, Flander interjected. I shall privately counsel Hongjun to consider your esteemed granddaughter more thoughtfully. After all, he is still young. Let us not hold his youthful indiscretions against him. Flander, drenched in cold sweat moments prior, had been fearful of the poisoned Douluo's sudden wrath, knowing full well that he lacked the power to thwart such a formidable opponent. Yet, as he observed the poisoned Douluo retract his imposing aura, he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the legendary figure was not as daunting as he had once imagined. Seeing Flander's timely intervention, Douluo nodded in satisfaction, expressing his appreciation by patting Flander's shoulder affectionately. Dear Flander, your kindness is truly commendable. I shall rely on you in this matter moving forward. Should your Shrek Academy require assistance with soul rings for any teacher seeking advancement, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall not refuse. I am immensely grateful to you, Brother Douluo. I shall certainly encourage this young lad, Flander replied, quickly forging a brotherly bond with Douluo, their camaraderie blossoming in no time. Ma Hongjun could not help but roll his eyes. He settled into a cross-legged position within the carriage and began to meditate. For the time being, he need not fret over the issue of the malignant fire. Within the ice and fire duality, he possessed celestial treasures, and although he currently lacked the means to harvest and preserve them for consumption, he had gathered a considerable amount of top-tier ice attribute spirit herbs. Therefore, his wishful 100 treasures bag was well stocked. A single top-quality ice attribute spirit herb was sufficient to suppress the malignant fire for an entire month, although the efficacy would diminish with each additional herb consumed. It remained the best method available for managing the malignant fire at present. The wishful 100 treasures bag possessed an expansive space, approximately several hundred cubic meters, capable of preserving the medicinal properties of the herbs while also accommodating living creatures. This feature greatly pleased Ma Hongjun, who had even captured a few rare 10-year ice attribute soul beasts in the Sunset Forest to store within, along with the 25 top-tier ice attribute spirit herbs harvested from the ice and fire duality. He anticipated not having to worry about the malignant fire before the commencement of the prestigious Continental Soul Master competition, barring any unforeseen circumstances. In Soto City, within the Rose family estate, a multitude of soul masters had gathered, and even more surrounded the outer perimeter, including those clad in the insignia of the Spirit Hall. Rose Jean, if you agree to marry your daughter to my son, Fei Dong, we can conclude today's affair here. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our past connections and reducing your Rose family to ruins. A fierce-looking middle-aged man bellowed at the portly man leading the group inside the gates. This formidable figure was accompanied by a strikingly handsome yet pallid young man, none other than Fei Dong, whom Ma Hongjun had encountered during his martial spirit awakening. The fierce middle-aged man was none other than his father, Fei Long, who, if Flinder were present, would recognize as having ascended to the Soul Saint level after a month of arduous training and the Spirit Hall's resources. No longer intimidated by Flinder's influence, he had unleashed a more ruthless campaign against the Rose family, employing every tactic imaginable, assassination, framing, slander, and more, yet still found himself unable to subdue them. In a fit of rage, Fei Long invited a powerful cardinal from the Spirit Hall, unexpectedly succeeding in his endeavor. Consequently, upon the cardinal's arrival in Soto City, the Fei family disregarded the city's regulations and dispatched all personnel to pressure the Rose family into an arranged marriage, threatening to obliterate them if they refused. You shall not succeed. The Rose family would rather be shattered than compromised. The notion that you could eliminate us unscathed is nothing but a fool's dream. The corpulent middle-aged man's eyes shimmered with a wise glint, bearing an expression of unwavering determination to share both fortune and misfortune with the May family. At this moment, May-Anna fortuitously found herself at home, rather than at Shrek Academy, suggesting that something significant had transpired. Father, I have discreetly informed Vice Dean Zhao Wujie of the situation. You must devise a way to buy us some time. I shall not wed that silver-haired fool unless it is over my dead body. May-Anna whispered softly into the ear of the portly man. Rest assured, for the sake of your deceased mother, I would never push you into the flames of despair. Do you truly believe the Fei family seeks only your hand in marriage? You are gravely mistaken. Their intention from the very beginning has been to annex our May family. Their desire for you to marry into their ranks is merely a stratagem to effortlessly consume us. Esteemed elders, reinforcements are imminent. If we can hold the gates until they arrive, the Fei family's assault will collapse of its own accord. Ma Hongjun's declaration was not delivered in a hushed tone. Rather, he deliberately raised his voice, addressing the surrounding elders. What the family head asserts is indeed true. Although our Ma family has fallen into disarray, we are not a clan to be trifled with. Should they wish to seize our family, they must first step over my lifeless body. One elder, notably the most senior, stepped forward, his 6 soul rings glowing simultaneously. Behind him, 4 other elders stood, with only 2 illuminating 5 soul rings as they positioned themselves before the gates. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 elders, their minds racing, exchanged anxious glances before stepping forward. With a thud, they knelt before Fei Long outside the gates, declaring, "We are willing to surrender and assist the Fei family in managing the assets of the Ma family. We hope the head of the Fei family will overlook past grievances and accept us. We are ready to ally with the Fei family." Observing this scene, Ma Hongjun refrained from intervening, though a frown crossed his brow as he regarded the 2 traitorous elders. It came as no great surprise, while they bore the Ma surname. They were not direct descendants, but rather collateral branches of the family. Aha! Indeed, the 2 elders, Ma Lian and Ma Pai, are astute in their understanding of the times. Those who recognize the currents of the age are truly exceptional. There is no need for you to sacrifice yourselves for the Ma family. If you choose to surrender now, I assure you that not a single hair on your heads will be harmed. Fei Long, witnessing this, promptly assisted the 2 elders to their feet, laughing heartily as he spoke. Enough with the trivialities. If you wish to acquire the wealth amassed by the Ma family over generations, you must first step over my dead body, otherwise it shall remain unattainable. The elder at the forefront cast a glance at the 2 surrendering elders and said nothing further. Each person has their own aspirations. Suddenly, his 4th soul ring illuminated, and a martial spirit resembling a tulip began to bloom as he unleashed his 4th soul skill, releasing a wave of toxic mist that enveloped the courtyard entrance. Humph! To seek death amidst the swirling toxic mists, daring to obstruct my path. I unleash my 5th soul skill, the Black Tiger's Hurricane Blade. Fei Long let out a cold snort as the Black Tiger spirit enveloped him in an instant. Remarkably akin to Dai Mubai's White Tiger martial soul, the Black Tiger martial soul unleashed a fearsome roar as it released its soul skills, sending forth blades of wind that swept toward the Ma family. Chapter 58. Today, not even a title Douluo could save the Ma family. To enter the gates of my Ma family is no simple feat. Behold my 6th soul skill, the Tulip Web. The leading elder of the Ma family, named Ma Hongjun, is the uncle of the current head of the family, Ma Hongjun, and is the most formidable soul master within the Ma clan. He possesses a tulip martial soul, and upon the activation of his 6th soul skill, he conjured a wall of vegetation, a unique soul skill born from his own innovation. While its defensive capabilities may not be particularly strong, it successfully thwarted Fei Long's 5th soul skill. His 4th soul skill unleashed a pale purple toxic mist, serving as a formidable barrier at the entrance of the Ma family estate. However, despite the height of the Ma family's walls and the quality of their defensive soul tools, they could not withstand the onslaught of advanced soul masters. Old Ma, you truly embody the strength of the Ma family, demonstrating considerable prowess. Yet have you become too complacent? For me, capturing the Ma family is paramount. Whether I enter through the main gate or not is inconsequential. Bring forth those above the soul sect level to scale the walls. Be cautious of the defensive weaponry atop the walls, and once inside the Ma family, show no mercy. Fei Long was reluctant to expend soul power on this endeavor, although their side had the backing of the Spirit Hall. The elder from the Spirit Hall was not present here, but was instead at the City Lord's mansion. Soon enough, over 30 formidable soul masters of soul sect level and above scaled the walls, rendering the Ma family's defenses utterly impotent in the face of such advanced soul masters. A guard of the Ma family, armed with a bow and arrow, aimed at the Spirit Hall but was swiftly struck down by Fei Hu, who had been the first to breach the city wall, landing within the courtyard. The outer walls of the Ma family estate towered impressively, approximately 7 to 8 meters high, fortified with archers and crossbowmen. Yet, these defenses proved insufficient against low-ranking soul masters, and utterly futile against those of higher ranks, such as soul sects and above. In a fleeting moment, the Ma family suffered grievous losses, their cries of anguish echoing incessantly. Despite the valiant efforts of Ma Hongjun, the family patriarch, and several elders including Ma Hongjun, to fend off the attackers, their resistance was ultimately in vain, as they were no match for the assailants. Some of these formidable soul masters hailed from the Spirit Hall, while others were affiliates of the Fei family, merciless in their onslaught. intent on obliterating the Mei family. Unbeknownst to the outside world, the Fei family had expended immense resources to enlist the Spirit Hall's involvement in this operation. This predicament stemmed from the Mei family's lack of sufficient strength juxtaposed with their considerable wealth, resulting from prolonged commercial rivalry with the Fei family, which had also incurred significant losses. When an individual's or a faction's power is disproportionate to their wealth, they are invariably crushed by the harsh realities of the world. However, should a benefactor intervene, there exists the possibility of turning peril into safety, emerging from adversity like a butterfly from its chrysalis, and flourishing anew. In less than the span of an incense stick, the Mei family was retreating steadily. At this moment, Mei Na had exhausted her soul power and found herself cornered by Fei Dong. The other members of her family were too preoccupied with their own survival to concern themselves with her fate. As she beheld Fei Dong's lecherous grin drawing near, a bitter smile crossed her lips, and her mind wandered to that boy. She had no intention of evading him. Rather, she contemplated utilizing the unique ability of her martial soul to self-destruct, ensuring that she and this detestable man would perish together. Yet, the instinct to survive is inherent in all beings, and when faced with death, women often fantasize about a gallant prince arriving on a rainbow to rescue them. Mei Na was no exception. However, in her moment of impending doom, the first image that surfaced in her mind was not of an outsider, but rather that of a boy, Ma Hongjun, who was a full 9 years younger than her. Was he faring well? It has been half a year since I last laid eyes upon him, and I remain uncertain if he shall return to exact vengeance on my behalf. The delicate visage of Mei Na, pale as it is, flushed with a hint of crimson at the mere thought of Ma Hongjun. Although it seems an eternity has elapsed, it is, in truth, but a fleeting moment's reflection. Maiana's martial soul, though currently lacking in radiance, conceals within it a formidable energy of destruction. The rose may be exquisite, yet it inevitably bears thorns. At the center of the petals of her martial soul lies a golden stamen, adorned with pollen that releases an intoxicating fragrance. Suddenly, a glimmer of resolute determination flickered in Maiana's eyes as she summoned the last vestige of her soul power and grasped Fei Dong's hands firmly. Wretch, if you wish to perish, do so on your own accord, and do not drag me into your despair. Upon witnessing the scene, Fei Dong's expression changed dramatically as he attempted to break free from Maiana's grasp. However, it was already too late. The rose martial soul emitted a blinding radiance, undergoing a violent expansion akin to an inflating balloon, on the verge of exploding and leaving the two of them as nothing but remnants. Just at that critical juncture, a robust figure descended from the heavens behind her, channeling a pure soul force into Maiana from her back, which then transferred to the rose martial soul, temporarily suppressing the overwhelming energy within it. The shadowy figure was none other than Ma Hongjun, whose phoenix flames transformed into a formidable attack that struck Fei Dong's heart, subsequently intercepting Maiana's slender form and swiftly retreating her to a safe distance. The familiar warmth of the soul force caused Maiana's tightly shut eyes to flutter open, and upon recognizing the familiar figure before her, tears began to flow uncontrollably. As she laid her head on Ma Hongjun's chest, an unparalleled sense of security enveloped her. Ma Hongjun gently patted her shoulder, reassuringly saying, "Sister Anna, it's all right, it's me. I have arrived." Maiana, gazing at the suddenly appearing Ma Hongjun, momentarily fell into a daze, completely oblivious to her own injuries, simply resting quietly in his embrace and staring at his manly visage. There were no superfluous words exchanged. Merely the simple affirmation of his arrival, accompanied by a casual strike that caused those engaged in battle around them to halt and turn their attention. Meanwhile, Maiana's father, Mei Jin, who had been keenly observing his daughter's situation, quickly repelled his own opponent with a decisive strike. Finally able to relax, he exhaled a long breath of relief. Observing the two figures standing behind Ma Hongjun, he regained his confidence, shedding the earlier fervor of desperation. "Brother Zhao, you have come. This is truly wonderful. Quickly, use your soul power to help Anna stabilize the injuries to her martial soul. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. If we delay, the worst-case scenario could lead to a shattered martial soul or even her demise." Mei Jin hastened to Ma Hongjun's side, respectfully addressing the stout figure behind him with urgency. Zhao Wujie couldn't help but twitch his lips, hesitating to respond, and instead glanced at the imposing figure of Douluo standing nearby like a proud spear. "Nothing to worry about. I am merely here to observe. Little monster, hurry and hand over your beloved sister to me. Do you wish for her to perish?" Douluo remarked nonchalantly, casting a disapproving look at Ma Hongjun. "Please." With utmost solemnity, Ma Hongjun supported the delicate figure in his arms before Douluo. He was acutely aware of the explosive energy coursing through her, and a wave of relief washed over him. He was fortunate to have arrived in time. Had he not, the consequences would have been dire. Ma Jin was well aware of the formidable nature of her family's inherited martial soul, the rose, and once this forbidden technique was invoked, there would be no turning back, unless a soul sage or stronger intervened to stabilize the martial soul. Although the quality of the Ma family's martial soul was not the pinnacle, it harbored immense destructive energy. Should it self-destruct, even soul masters of a higher rank than the two of them would meet a tragic end through sheer negligence. How infuriating it was that they dared to disregard the Fei family. What could a soul sage do? Today, I shall ensure that you leave with no chance of return. Fei Long's countenance darkened upon the arrival of Zhao Wujin, and with a fierce demeanor, he produced a firework-like signal flare from his spatial soul guide and launched it into the sky. He had meticulously prepared for this day, foreseeing that the soul sages from Shrek Academy would come to aid the Ma family. The power of Shrek's instructors was no secret. With a little investigation, one could uncover their backgrounds, for one cannot hide a fire beneath paper. Fei Long harbored resentment, but refrained from immediate action, opting instead to prepare a contingency plan. He had not anticipated that just as he was on the cusp of successfully defeating the Ma family and seizing their vast wealth, an unexpected adversary would emerge. However, he did possess a backup plan, albeit one with a hefty cost. Yet he acted without hesitation, knowing full well that despite being a soul sage himself, he was no match for Zhao Wujing. In martial souls, he might not be significantly inferior to Zhao, but he was aware that in his youth, Zhao had been renowned across the continent as the fearsome and formidable immovable king, and now, as a high-ranking soul sage, he was at least 5 levels above him. He was certain he stood no chance. You wish for me to leave with no return? I shall see what allies you can summon today to ensure that I leave with no return, Zhao Wujin remarked, glancing at Douluo, who was tending to Mei Anna's martial soul injuries, and made no attempt to thwart the signal released by Fei Long. His speed was insufficient, and he had no concerns about Fei Long calling for reinforcements. With the poisoned Douluo by his side, he had no fear of such assistance. As to doubt the poisoned Douluo would be to underestimate him. He eagerly anticipated the intervention of the poisoned Douluo to decisively eliminate the audacious Fei family. This was not his first encounter with them. Although previous dealings had not escalated into life-and-death confrontations, there had been occasional frictions. He was well aware of the formidable entity behind the Fei family, a titled dual-level bishop of the Spirit Hall, which was the reason he refrained from directly annihilating them. After all, the empire upheld its own rules, and despite his strength, he lacked the power to trample upon them. However, the poisoned Douluo was a different matter altogether. Not only was he a force to be reckoned with within the Tiando Empire, but even the more powerful Spirit Hall would think twice before provoking such a formidable titled expert. Moreover, it was the Fei family that instigated the current conflict, presenting an opportune moment for their eradication. Zhao Wujie, do not become overly confident. The force behind me is not one you can provoke. He is a powerful cardinal, ranked just below the elders, and a soul Douluo of level 84. Even if a titled Douluo were to arrive today, they would be unable to save the Ma family, Fei Long asserted, feeling emboldened as he sensed a crimson flash approaching rapidly from afar. In an instant, the red light materialized before Fei Long. Do not forget your promise, Fei Long. Should I lend my hand, half of the Ma family's fortune shall belong to me. Even if most of it is to be submitted to His Holiness the Pope later, it shall be done in my name, with no ties to you the man. Shrouded in shadows, spoke with a hawkish nose and an air of self-satisfaction. Chapter 59. A call for recommendations. I am out of motivation and require a recharge. Chapter 60. No flash. Rest assured, Bishop Longlado, the Fei family will take nothing from the Ma family as wealth, half shall be yours, and the other half shall be offered to Elder Longdu Fei Long, having lost his earlier bravado, now gazed at the shadowy middle-aged man with a sycophantic demeanor. Since Elder Longdu has entrusted me to assist your Fei family, I shall ensure that matters are handled with utmost care, Longlado replied with a satisfied nod, then turned towards Zhao Wujie and the others with an air of arrogance. You are the teachers from Shrek Academy, correct? To stand against the Spirit Hall is a fool's errand. You would do well to take your own lives. I do not wish to engage in needless slaughter. As he spoke, 8 soul rings illuminated sequentially, 1 white, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, exuding an overwhelming pressure of soul power upon the crowd. Zhao Wujie remained silent, merely scoffing before respectfully addressing the venerable Douluo, who was attending to Ma Anna's soul injuries alongside Ma Hongjun. Elder Dugu, how should we deal with the Fei family and these spirit hall intruders? Shall we eradicate them entirely? You are the poisoned Douluo, Dugubo. Long Lado felt a sudden shock. There were few in the realm of soul masters who could be referred to as a senior by Zhao Wujia, especially someone bearing the surname Dugu. At first, he failed to recognize that the individual beside Zhao Wujia was Dugubo. Having been healed by Ma Hongjun, Dugubo had shed all traces of the backlash poison, and his appearance had transformed significantly, with his once distinctive green hair and emerald eyes now replaced by lustrous black locks. Long Lado, it has been quite some time, he said with a chuckle. Not long ago, I heard someone suggesting that we should take our own lives. What do you think should be done about that person? At that moment, Dugubo stepped forward, having quelled the explosive energy within Mei Anna's martial spirit, and spoke in a calm tone. Your Grace, I beg for mercy. I was unaware that Shrek Academy was under your influence. For the sake of Elder Ju, I implore you to spare me. I shall take my leave now. The Fei family is behind all this. I am merely a pawn in their scheme. I promise to avoid any further entanglements with Shrek Academy. Witnessing Dugubo's implied acknowledgement of his identity, Long Lado immediately fell to his knees, his earlier arrogance evaporating. Humph, begone. And remember to convey a message upon your return. Let the chrysanthemum of the spirit hall await me, and do not forget the pact established a year hence. When the time comes, I shall settle the score between us in one decisive stroke. Dong Gubo had no intention of directly harming the life of this cardinal. It was not out of fear of the spirit hall seeking retribution, but rather concern for the troubles it might bring upon Shrek Academy. Yes, I shall take my leave at once. The Fei family will be left to your Grace's management. Even Elder Ju would not voice any objections. Completely disregarding the increasingly somber expression of Fei Long, Long Lado audaciously waved his hand and departed without hesitation. The personnel of the spirit hall, witnessing this, promptly followed suit and vacated the battlefield that had become the Rose family estate. Ma Hongjun did not obstruct the retreat of the Soul Hall's personnel. The Soul Hall boasted formidable strength, despite having Dugubo at the helm of his own faction. He dared not provoke the Soul Hall lightly until his own power had sufficiently matured. However, the Fei family was not part of the Soul Hall. Nor were they affiliated with its inner circle. They were merely one of the families covertly subdued for a certain scheme. The highest soul power among the Fei family members barely reached level 71, and furthermore, it was the Fei family that initiated attacks on other families within the city. Violating the rules first, the Soul Hall would certainly not risk offending a titled Douluo for the sake of such a family at this critical juncture. Fei Long did not anticipate that the cardinal of the Soul Hall would be so unreliable and ineffectual. Yet he failed to grasp the significance of the title Your Excellency as uttered by Long Lado. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that the plans he had meticulously devised were destined to fail, although he had contemplated the possibility of his own escape. The current circumstances made it clear that exiting this conflict unscathed was nothing short of a pipe dream. Esteemed senior, I am Fei Long, the head of the Fei family. If you can assure me that today's events will not be detrimental, I am willing to offer half of the Fei family's assets in tribute to you. What do you think? Fei Long's demeanor shifted dramatically as he spoke to Dugubo. The once menacing expression vanished without a trace. He was not foolish. He understood that someone who instilled such fear in Long Lado must possess strength far surpassing his own. While he had contemplated the existence of tidal Douluo-level powerhouses, he dared not entertain such thoughts seriously. Tidal Douluos were exceedingly rare across the continent, and he could hardly believe he would encounter one in such dire circumstances. Instead, he suspected that Dugubo was a peak soul Douluo nearing tidal Douluo status. However, the truth was that the poisoned Douluo was indeed a tidal Douluo. Upon receiving a confirming nod from Ma Hongjun, the poisoned Douluo began to stride toward Fei Long, radiant soul rings gradually emerging around his body. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Black, 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 black. Tidal Douluo. Fei Long gasped in astonishment, his voice laced with terror. He finally comprehended why the cardinal of the Soul Hall had departed without hesitation. This was a tidal Douluo. Killing him would not deter the Soul Hall's important members, who could simply find a place to hide and temporarily evade the storm. The Soul Hall would not mobilize a significant number of tidal Douluos to search for one individual. And without such reinforcements, even a multitude of soul Douluos could not hope to restrain a tidal Douluo. Only another tidal Douluo could contain one, excluding those with external enhancements. In an instant, every member of the Fei family, including Fei Long, gazed at Dugubo with expressions of sheer terror. Enough idle chatter. If the little monster seeks to erase your Fei family, then you shall vanish. Blame only yourselves for offending those you ought not to have. Douluo's gaze was icy as he regarded Fei Long. His soul manifested in an instant. Two powerful beams of brilliant green light shot forth from the eyes of his soul, the phosphorescent serpent. How despicable! The true form of the soul. Fei Long had never anticipated that Dong Gubo would dismiss him entirely, choosing instead to unleash his soul abilities with an air of indifference. Devoid of the pride befitting a titled Douluo. In his haste to manifest his martial spirit, he found himself unable to evade Dong Gubo's onslaught, which was powered by a rarely employed sixth soul skill that possessed an automatic locking mechanism, delivering a devastating single-target strike. With a splatter, Fei Long's black tiger martial spirit was instantly reverted to its original form, and he coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, revealing the severity of his injuries. His once fierce countenance twisted into a more grotesque mask of rage, tinged with a hint of terror as he disregarded the fate of his son, who lay not far away, unconscious, and his brother, Fei Hu, hastily fleeing the courtyard. Little did he know, Dong Gubo, fueled by the resentment of his granddaughter's rejection by Ma Hongjun, was determined not to allow him to escape. Old poison, make quick work of him. Do not let him flee. Eliminate him swiftly to avoid complications. Ma Hongjun shouted, noticing Dong Gubo's lack of urgency. What's the rush? I'll give him 3 more seconds, so no one can claim that I, a titled Douluo, only bully the weak, Dong Gubo replied, his cold gaze softening slightly as he shot a disapproving look at Ma Hongjun, secretly amused that the young man considered him merely a high-level enforcer. True to his word, the 3 seconds passed in a fleeting moment, and surprisingly, the head of the Fei family, Fei Long, had already darted over 20 meters outside the courtyard. Its soul skill, time freeze, Dong Gubo uttered calmly, observing Fei Long's retreating figure. A dazzling and resplendent light burst forth, enveloping the surrounding space, rendering Ma Hongjun's hands immobile as if time and space had come to a standstill. Simultaneously, Fei Long, caught in the green light while attempting to flee, found himself frozen in place as though ensnared. Annihilate him, little black cat. The toxic Douluo's body suddenly propelled forward like a slingshot, landing before Fei Long, his fist, imbued with formidable soul power, mercilessly striking the latter's head. In an instant, this soul saint, who had appeared somewhat arrogant and foolish in Ma Hongjun's eyes, suffered a grievous blow, his head bursting forth in a splatter of red and white. Even from a distance of 40 meters, Ma Hongjun could see clearly, and his lips involuntarily twitched. Was this what they called not bullying the weak? For the first time, he felt that Douluo was utterly shameless. Brother, I'm going all out for you. Ah, take my life. Beside him, Fei, who appeared to have lost all semblance of rationality, his usual wisdom replaced by a fierce glint in his eyes. The emblematic black tiger martial soul of the Fei family instantly manifested, and he unleashed his soul skill, directing it towards Ma Hongjun and Mei Anna. Upon realizing the threat, Zhao Wujie rushed forward to intervene, but the highly vigilant Ma Hongjun sensed the danger first. The characteristic of the breath of the sun instantly doubled his physical prowess, and he swiftly embraced the already exhausted beauty, departing from their original position. The ground erupted as Fei Hu's explosive tiger claw attack struck, sending dust clouds into the air and leaving a massive crater where Ma Hongjun had stood. At that moment, Zhao Wujie's attack arrived just in time, his colossal iron fist crashing into Fei Hu's chest, propelling him backward 10 meters and causing him to spurt blood. Miraculously, Fei Hu leapt to the already dilapidated wall of the Mei family and prepared to flee in the opposite direction of the poisoned Douluo. Clearly, his thoughts were not on avenging his brother but solely on escape. As long as he could leave this place and return to the spirit hall, even the poisoned Douluo would not dare to storm the spirit hall for him. That would be tantamount to slapping the spirit hall in the face, a completely different matter. Fei Hu inwardly regretted heeding the words of his arrogant brother. Humph, damn it, trying to escape. Zhao Wujie's voice rang out as he blocked Fei Hu, unleashing his second soul skill, the fiery sun thrust. Ma Hongjun, however, refrained from employing his most suitable control type, Clover Martial Soul, preferring to keep the secret of his dual martial souls concealed from as many eyes as possible. Instead, he released a powerful single-target attack from his primary martial soul, launching a fiery cone that automatically locked onto its target, swiftly pursuing Fei Hu. Fei Hu quickly executed a rolling maneuver to the right and sprang to his feet, dashing forward once more. Yet, the fiery red cone, approximately the thickness of an arm, seemed to possess a will of its own, shifting direction to pierce directly toward his chest. A piercing sound resonated as the needle-like strike unexpectedly pierced the chest of Fei Hu, the Soul Emperor. This was the result of Ma Hongjun employing another characteristic of the breath of flames, transforming his soul power into an intensely scorching force, capable of delivering formidable explosive attacks while possessing remarkable penetrative ability. Furthermore, his Phoenix Martial Soul's second soul skill came equipped with an automatic tracking feature. With such a harmonious combination, the potency of the soul skill naturally surged. However, even with these enhancements, it would not suffice to penetrate the body of a soul emperor directly, regardless of the fact that he was already gravely injured. Yet, due to Fei Hu's carelessness, believing he had evaded Ma Hongjun's assault, after all, Ma Hongjun was merely a great soul master. Any soul emperor would inevitably harbor a sense of disdain. Thus, having miscalculated, Fei Hu fell victim to Ma Hongjun's prowess in an instant. Even Ma Hongjun himself was taken aback by the unexpected triumph over a soul emperor. As Ma Hongjun's countenance turned pale, it was evident that this was his first experience of taking a life. Such a reaction was, in fact, quite commendable. Fortunately, the distance between the two parties was not considerable. Thus Ma Hongjun managed to maintain his composure, though his complexion remained somewhat ashen. Chapter 61, Special Physical Training Part 1. Ultimately, the head of the Mei family, Mei Jin, rallied the remaining members of the Mei clan and ruthlessly annihilated all those affiliated with the Fei family, showing not an ounce of mercy. Deprived of their elite warriors, the Fei family stood no chance against the Mei family, just as Ma Hongjun had anticipated. The Fei family was merely a pawn among the numerous pieces orchestrated by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, and held little significance. In the aftermath, the representatives of the Spirit Hall showed no inclination to seek retribution. In gratitude for Ma Hongjun's life-saving intervention, the Mei family resolved to assist him wholeheartedly in establishing his own power. Ma Hongjun, possessing knowledge of the original storyline, was aware that beyond the title Douluo, there existed demigods and gods, with the latter being categorized into various ranks. Consequently, he subconsciously regarded title Douluo as not particularly formidable or powerful. However, the reality remained that title Douluo was still a pinnacle existence on this continent. Even the weakest among them, Douluo, was not someone the Spirit Hall wished to provoke over trivial matters. After all, the internal dynamics of the Spirit Hall were not as cohesive as they once were. The only title Douluo that Pope Bibi Dong could command were the two, Zhuge Douluo and others. 10 days later, the development of Tianluo Diwang had been remarkably smooth. Flanders, being Ma Hongjun's esteemed mentor, had successfully invited all the Soul Emperor and Soul Sage teachers from Shrek Academy to join Tianluo Diwang as elders. This meant that all the instructors at Shrek Academy were now part of Tianluo Diwang, although these actions were conducted discreetly. Of course, the involvement of Poison Douluo also played a significant role in instilling hope among the Shrek teachers regarding the burgeoning power of the organization, even inspiring the usually indifferent and conflict-averse individuals to harbor a sense of anticipation. However, what troubled Ma Hongjun during these days was Mei Anna's martial spirit injury. Although she had nearly fully recovered under Douluo's care, her martial spirit, the Rose, seemed to be in a state of slumber, rendering her unable to summon it for battle, though her soul power could still be cultivated. This led Ma Hongjun to ponder whether her martial spirit had undergone some transformation or if the use of forbidden techniques had resulted in unforeseen consequences. He silently contemplated that once he learned the method of harvesting the celestial herb from Tang San, he would seek out a suitable herb for Mei Anna, hoping it might bring about a profound change in her martial spirit. Upon returning to the academy, everything fell into place. The Mei family, true to their long-standing commercial legacy, efficiently managed affairs after eliminating the Fei family, seizing their wealth, and acquiring their assets, which were then entrusted to Poison Douluo. For Douluo, these riches were mere trifles, and he declined to accept them, leading Ma Hongjun to incorporate them into the assets of Tianluo Diwang. With financial resources, Tianluo Diwang's influence expanded rapidly, leaving Flanders exceedingly busy. And even Ma Xiaodai was assigned by Ma Hongjun to undertake laborious tasks. At Shrek Academy, after completing the day's physical training, Oscar did not depart, but instead grasped Ma Hongjun's hand and warmly inquired, "Brother, is it true that the Tianluo Diwang you established has title Douluo stationed within it? I heard from the teacher that even he has joined Tianluo Diwang. Am I eligible to join as well?" "Certainly. But you must tell me why you wish to join Tianluo Diwang." "I have never discussed the benefits of membership," Ma Hongjun replied, gazing at Oscar with a hint of curiosity. Isn't this what the teacher asked me to inquire about? In recent days, my teacher has often confided in me, expressing that if only I possessed half of your talent, he would no longer need to worry about me. as if I were lacking in ability. Oscar chuckled softly and candidly replied. His instructor is none other than Xiao Xin, one of the 3 soul saints of Shrek Academy, whose martial spirit is the jelly bean. A rarity among food-type soul saints even across the entire continent. Xiao Xion's assertion is somewhat misguided. You are not truly lacking, although it depends on the standard of comparison. My innate talent is indeed slightly superior to yours, but not to an extraordinary extent. I have simply dedicated the time others spend in leisure to rigorous training, which accounts for my current achievements. Ahem, that is the essence of it. Should you wish to join, it is not impossible. Once you ascend to the rank of Soul Master, you shall become a member of the Heavenly Net. Upon hearing such praise from a teacher, Ma Hongjun felt a sense of elation, his heart swelling with pride. Yet as the conversation progressed, he found himself at a loss for words. What accomplishments does he truly have? He has merely just broken through to level 29, still a mere novice. Alas, I am still quite far from breaking through to level 29 myself, let alone achieving the rank of a level 30 Soul Master. If only I could be a powerful assault-type Soul Master like Fatty. Although I have heard that innate full soul power in food-type practitioners is exceedingly rare and precious. I would much prefer to become a formidable assault-type Soul Master rather than a food-type tool spirit master blessed with innate full soul power. Oscar sighed, for despite his usual brilliance and carefree demeanor, he too harbors his own troubles. Each individual carries their own burdens, whether stemming from social standing or financial concerns. Everyone possesses their own unique worries. Ma Hongjun had no intention of persuading Oscar. If given the choice, he too would opt for the Soul Master. Supporting roles were matters for girls, much like in certain tower defense games, where few men are inclined to play the softer support characters. Ma Hongjun left the small square, abandoning the lamenting Oscar, and made his way to the dean's office. In front of the dean's office door, Ma Hongjun casually tapped on the door twice, and, without waiting for a response, unceremoniously walked in. There, seated at the main desk, was not the dean, Flender, but the titled Douluo, Douluo, a figure radiating an air of aloofness. You finally arrived, young man. I've been waiting for quite some time. Thankfully, old Flender helped manage affairs. Otherwise, you would have landed me in quite a predicament. Today, I wish to share both good news and bad news with you. Which would you prefer to hear first? Douluo reclined in Flender's chair, leisurely expressing his relief, his legs rhythmically swinging beneath him, prompting a frown from Ma Hongjun. The good news. Ma Hongjun was solely focused on the anticipation of Tang San's arrival, dismissing all else and naturally opting for the favorable tidings. I knew you would prefer the good news. Last night, the head of the Mei family personally visited me, expressing their willingness to join the Tianluo Diwan. I have already consented to this. I'm here to seek your opinion on the matter. Douluo continued, crossing his legs and shaking them. What opinion could I possibly have? If you, the poison Douluo, have agreed, how could I possibly oppose? An old poison master. Have you not heard the elders say that shaking one's legs can lead to poverty? Ma Hongjun retorted with a hint of annoyance. Wealth holds no value for me. With my strength, I need not covet anything. I regard money as mere refuse, so you need not worry about that, Douluo replied, seemingly oblivious to the discontent in Ma Hongjun's eyes, half seriously. All right then, do enlighten me about the bad news, Ma Hongjun, being unperturbed and recognizing Douluo as his elder. Reluctantly inquired. Well, it isn't exactly dire news. Due to the affairs concerning the Fei family yesterday, the chrysanthemum Douluo from the Spirit Hall sent me a letter of challenge, wishing to settle our grievances. The duel is set for a year from now. In truth, even without the Fei family's involvement, a confrontation between me and that flamboyant fellow would have been inevitable. The challenge merely formalizes the timings. Douluo stated with a somewhat relaxed tone. Then you shall be departing from Tianluo Diwan for a time, yes? Do you have confidence? If you feel uncertain, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, Ma Hongjun inquired with a tone of concern, contemplating bestowing upon Douluo an immortal-grade herb to bolster his strength. Ah, there is no need for concern. I may indeed be away for a while. In the past, I might not have held much hope for victory. But thanks to your assistance, I have managed to control the backlash of the poison within me, significantly enhancing my combat prowess. I am confident that within 6 months, I will reach the 92nd level of the title Douluo realm. By then, not only will I be able to confront that chrysanthemum guardian, but I should also manage to retreat unscathed, Douluo concluded with a chuckle. Douluo smiled confidently, looking at Ma Hongjun with a sense of satisfaction regarding his performance. Well, since you are so assured, I shall not worry about these matters. I must continue my cultivation, so the affairs of the Heavenly Net will be entrusted to you. As our influence is just beginning, I hope you will bear the burdens with grace. Ma Hongjun, unabashed, offered words of comfort, treating the matter with a nonchalance befitting a carefree steward. Having spent considerable time with Douluo, he had shed many formalities, and Douluo did not mind this informality. Thus, their relationship resembled that of old friends, transcending age. Haha, you certainly excel at being a carefree steward. However, the one who will bear the fatigue is your teacher, which does not concern me much. Only you would dare to speak to me in such a manner, and that is one reason I hold you in esteem. I am inherently reclusive, preferring not to engage with others. Besides old Jack, you are the only one I can converse with in this way. Douluo chuckled, once again mentioning old Jack. Oh, it seems this is the second time I've heard you speak of this old Jack. Are you two quite close? Ma Hongjun inquired, curiosity evident in his expression as he probed gently. Well, we were good companions in our youth, but he has long since withdrawn from the world, and it has been many years since we last communicated. A nostalgic look crossed Douluo's face as he recounted a tale that even Ma Hongjun was unaware of. A sudden shock coursed through Ma Hongjun's heart. Could it be that even after my prolonged absence from the martial world, tales of my legend still circulate? Do you happen to know where he is now? Is there a possibility of inviting him to join our heavenly net? A bold thought emerged in Ma Hongjun's mind. Given his close relationship with the poisoned Douluo and their camaraderie in youth, he surmised that this individual could not possibly be inferior to the poisoned Douluo. Furthermore, he believed that the reason for Douluo's kindness towards Tang San in the original tale might also be attributed to old Jack. It seemed likely that he was residing in a village known as Holy Spirit Village, where he was perhaps the village chief. However, the prospect of persuading him to join the heavenly net appeared bleak, as he inherently shunned fame and fortune, preferring a life devoid of conflict. The chance of coaxing him out of seclusion was exceedingly slim, unless... Douluo paused, caught by the curious gaze of Ma Hongjun. Unless what? Ma Hongjun inquired. Precisely as Douluo had anticipated. Unless you possess a means to heal the hidden injuries to his martial soul. Douluo did not prolong the suspense, as he held little faith in Ma Hongjun's capabilities, and thus spoke plainly. Well, if the opportunity arises, take me to meet him. Perhaps I might indeed find a way to heal him. Ma Hongjun resolved silently, vowing to seek out the legendary old Jack when the chance presented itself. Do not underestimate this young man, little monster. Are you aware of old Jack's prowess? Though he, like myself, is merely a titled Douluo of level 91. His prowess in one-on-one combat is unrivaled across the continent. He is invincible among his peers. Even the so-called strongest, the Haotian Douluo, falls short in comparison. His genuine strength is sufficient to rival the sword Douluo, who wields the 7-kill sword, and is famed for his extraordinary single-target attack power. Had it not been for the hidden injuries to his martial soul, his capabilities would undoubtedly surpass those of the sword Douluo. Douluo spoke with heartfelt admiration, his expression betraying no hint of fabrication. After hearing this, Ma Hongjun naturally nodded repeatedly, his bold ideas becoming increasingly audacious, resolutely deciding to devise a way to incorporate him into his own intricate web. Ultimately, Douluo departed from Shrek Academy, returning to the headquarters of the Heavenly Spider Network situated in Soto City. Ma Hongjun did not immediately return to his dormitory. Instead, he sought out Zhao Wujie to discuss a matter of great importance. The headquarters of the Heavenly Spider Network was once the residence of the esteemed Fei family, the foremost family in Soto City. Not only was it expansive, but the materials used in its construction were also remarkably sturdy and precious, exuding a sense of opulence. Following the annihilation of the Fei family by the Mei family, their wealth was transferred to the Heavenly Spider Network, which served as a crucial factor in the latter's smooth development. The Heavenly Spider Network had gained notoriety throughout Soto City almost immediately upon Ma Hongjun and the others returning from the city of Heavendo. The following morning, after Dai Mubai and the others gathered at the square as usual, they discovered that not only was Ma Hongjun late, but their supervisor Zhao Wujie was also absent. Why hasn't Teacher Zhao arrived yet? Could he have overslept? It was rather peculiar, as Hongjun had never been known to sleep in. He was either diligently studying soul beast knowledge or training, but had never been tardy before. Oscar, filled with confusion, turned to the nearby fat tiger, pondering aloud. Indeed, although Xiao Ma isn't particularly fond of training, he is quite diligent in his studies, and has maintained this routine for 4 years. Unless his evil fire became uncontrollable again. Could it be that teacher is assisting him? Fat Tiger speculated, having spent considerable time with Ma Hongjun. However, the implications of his words would undoubtedly spark the imagination of those with more active minds, such as Oscar. What? Teacher Zhao can also resolve such matters? Could it be that they are? Oscar exclaimed in astonishment, then began to pull at his index fingers, gesturing in a manner that suggested something more intimate. What does this mean? Fat Tiger, though perceptive, remained somewhat naive and did not comprehend Oscar's gestures. Brother, can't you see? Pull. Pull, do you understand? Oscar asked, as if he had discovered a new world, staring blankly at Fat Tiger. Hey, what does pull mean? Come on, Xiao Ao, stop keeping me in suspense and just tell me. Fat Tiger replied, scratching his head in genuine confusion. Chapter 63, Special Physical Training, Part 3. Pull your head. Your entire family is pulling, Xiao Ao. It seems you are growing impatient with life, daring to concoct tales about me and Teacher Zhao behind my back. A voice suddenly resonated from behind the group. They turned to see Ma Hongjun and Zhao Wujie approaching, both holding peculiar and unusual instruments in their hands. Shama, Teacher Zhao, I didn't say anything. I was wrong. I will never do it again. Xiao Ao turned his head to see Ma Hongjun and the imposing Zhao Wujie behind him, causing his face to pale in fright as he hastily admitted his fault. Humph. We shall deal with you later. Class is commencing now. Zhao Wujie coldly huffed, casting a discontented glare at Oscar. Yes. Daimubai and Fat Tiger immediately stood upright, aware that they dared not provoke Zhao Wujie's ire at this moment. Meanwhile, Oscar persistently gestured towards Ma Hongjun, his eyes pleading, evidently hoping for Ma Hongjun to intercede on his behalf. Among the current students of Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun stood out as a remarkably unique figure. His relationship with the other students was not poor, yet his status was akin to that of a teacher at Shrek. Consequently, his opinions were seldom disregarded by the Academy's instructors. After all, Ma Hongjun was the master of the heavenly net in private, their superior, but during class, he adhered to the rules, rarely causing any discomfort for the Shrek teachers. Today's lesson is divided into 3 segments, which I will elaborate on shortly. However, I must announce something first. From this day forth, you will no longer need to run 10 laps around Soto City. Zhao Wujie's deep, authoritative voice resonated. Yet to Oscar and Daimubai, it was music to their ears. Yay, this is wonderful. Long live Teacher Zhao. You are truly brilliant, aren't you, big brother Dai? Oscar exclaimed, unable to contain his joy as he turned to Daimubai. Ahem. I believe Teacher Zhao still has more to say. Let us allow him to finish before we speak. Am I right, Teacher Zhao? Daimubai, exhibiting a greater composure, interjected, while Oscar was often the most astute among them. He lacked Daimubai's level-headedness in critical situations, particularly those that could threaten his very existence. Indeed, Mubai is correct. Do you see the equipment that Hongjun and I have brought back? These instruments were crafted overnight in Soto City specifically for you. Henceforth, one of your training exercises will involve utilizing this equipment. Hongjun will introduce its specific functions and names, Zhao Wujie stated with satisfaction, nodding at Daimubai, who was the oldest and possessed the highest spirit power among the students, always able to maintain clarity of thought in any situation. All right, Teacher Zhao, behold this thick, spring-like baton. It is called the arm strength stick, designed to train the arm muscle groups, primarily enhancing arm strength and pectorals, while also assisting in wrist strength training. Ma Hongjun began, lifting a black short baton, its grip fashioned from a special rubber on either end, with the springs composed of a unique soft silver metal. How is this to be used? It appears more like a weapon, albeit a rather short one, which seems rather peculiar. Oscar could not contain his curiosity and inquired first. Beside him, Fat Tiger remained reticent, primarily due to his apprehension towards Zhao Wujie, whom he both feared and respected. When Flander taught, he was quite lively, but during Zhao Wujie's classes, he consistently kept silent, dreading the possibility of making a mistake and facing Zhao's rigorous drills afterward. The first exercise involved bending the arms and exerting force on the spring positioned behind the neck, while the second required bringing both arms towards the chest, bending the spring, and then gradually straightening and relaxing without utilizing soul power. A minimum of 30 repetitions was mandatory, with no pauses allowed. Otherwise, Teacher Zhao would impose a punishment of running 20 laps around the route between Suatua City and Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun elaborated on the method, then teasingly remarked, "Who wants to be the first to attempt the initial training?" Daimubai was the first to step forward, seizing the gripstick that Zhao Wujie had placed before him, and began experimenting according to Ma Hongjun's instructions. With ease, he completed the first, second, and continued until the 20th repetition. However, by the 25th, the movements had become increasingly arduous, and upon finishing the 30th, beads of perspiration adorned his brow. Just as Dai Mubai was about to stubbornly attempt a 31st repetition, Ma Hongjun intervened, exclaiming, "Enough! This apparatus has reached its limit. Pushing further could lead to muscle strain. Phew, this device is no joke. It truly builds arm strength. After just these few dozen repetitions, my arms feel quite numb, and it must require over 200 kilograms of force." Dai Mubai exhaled deeply, halting his efforts and joyfully gazing at the others. "Over 200 kilograms? Good heavens, how can one possibly endure? Teacher Zhao, please let me continue with running instead. I cannot manage this without using soul power," Oscar lamented, his face paling as he sat down in despair. For Oscar, who was just over 13, the prospect of exerting over 200 kilograms without soul power was indeed daunting. Although soul masters possess superior physical attributes compared to ordinary individuals, it is crucial to remember that he was an auxiliary food-type soul master, significantly lacking in physical prowess compared to battle soul masters. Dai Mubai, feeling the strain after 30 repetitions, realized that completing the task would be even more challenging for him. Only over 200 kilograms? Look at your lack of ambition. Rest assured, I tailored this grip stick according to your individual strength. Dai Mubai's is 240 kilograms. Fat Tiger's is 190 kilograms. And yours is a mere 130 kilograms. Even a moderately strong adult man could manage this. Fat Tiger, it's your turn. Ma Hongjun, filled with a sense of urgency akin to a mentor, expressed his disappointment over Oscar's lack of progress. He remarked on the custom weight of 130 kilograms, noting that it was no trivial matter. "I believe that 90 kilograms would be more fitting for me," he suggested to Xiao Ma. In an instant, Oscar regained his motivation and approached Ma Hongjun from behind, attempting to curry favor by massaging his back. However, Ma Hongjun remained indifferent, directing his attention instead towards Fat Tiger. Seeing this, Fat Tiger stepped forward, grasped his grip strength training tool, and commenced his workout. Ultimately, Oscar persevered, albeit with great difficulty, managing to complete 30 repetitions while sweat soaked the back of his shirt. This was made possible because Zhao Wujie and Ma Hongjun had tailored the training regimen based on their individual limits at the Pang's blacksmith shop. Once their workout concluded, the group joined Ma Hongjun in various physical exercises, including push-ups, sit-ups, and frog jumps. Chapter 64. The story unfolds thus. The daily running training of the Shrek Academy students was transformed into a specialized physical conditioning regimen at Ma Hongjun's suggestion. Day after day, each individual diligently fulfilled their assigned tasks, with Ma Hongjun himself not exempt from this commitment. Without utilizing the advantages of his doubled physical attributes, Ma Hongjun, now at the 29th level of soul power, exhibited a strength comparable to Dai Mubai's. 4 months later, Ma Hongjun finally succeeded in breaking through to the 30th level of Soul Master, poised to obtain a soul ring and ascend into the ranks of Soul Masters. Although Ma Hongjun secretly holds the esteemed position of the Master of the Heavenly Spider sect, his personal life is fraught with difficulties. Among his students, only Oscar, through his teacher, is aware of Ma Hongjun's covert identity as the enigmatic leader of the sect, while the others remain blissfully ignorant. Oscar, naturally, is not one to keep such secrets, yet his teacher has imposed a stringent order on him to maintain utmost confidentiality. Failure to do so would result not only in expulsion from the sect but also in the forfeiture of his soul power. As the Heavenly Spider sect steadily expands, Ma Hongjun is compelled to retreat into the shadows. Otherwise, his position, which does not align with his true strength, would bring him not glory but ruin. The growth of a power is inevitably accompanied by both overt and covert struggles, and for his own safety, Ma Hongjun has no choice but to temporarily withdraw from the limelight. After Ma Hongjun broke through to the 30-level threshold, Dugu Bo personally led him deep into the Star Doe forest to procure soul rings suitable for him. However, it seemed that his luck had run dry. As a wielder of twin martial souls, Ma Hongjun obtained 2 soul rings, neither of which exceeded the 10,000-year mark, primarily because he lacked the fortitude to withstand the soul shock from a 10,000-year soul beast. The 3rd soul ring for his 3-leaf clover martial soul was a human-faced demon spider soul ring of over 9,000 years. Yet it did not yield the coveted 8 spider lances. For the 3rd soul ring of his evil fire phoenix, he acquired a fiery avian soul beast known as the blazing tail bird, also around 9,000 years old. Even with a soul ring of this age, Ma Hongjun could only successfully absorb it by employing the characteristics of his sun-breathing technique. Attempting to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring would indeed be quite perilous. Not to mention the soul shock it would entail, something Ma Hongjun would not dare to attempt lightly. Moreover, Ma Hongjun is increasingly eager to elevate his strength. He does not wish to be inferior to Tang San, and strives to surpass him at every opportunity. Ultimately, this stems from a profound sense of insecurity in this foreign world, leaving him with an emotional void. At times, he finds himself yearning for the comfort of returning to his own world, even if it is not from his own era. Should one foreknow future events? The immediate reaction would surely be one of exuberant delight, utilizing all known knowledge to empower oneself. However, upon reflection, concerns arise about whether the future could be altered by one's actions and whether one has the ability to change it. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun felt a considerable lightness throughout his being. Although he did not acquire a soul ring exceeding 10,000 years nor any precious soul bones, he felt an immense relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. Today, the sun shone brightly, accompanied by a gentle breeze, perfect weather for flying kites. Early in the morning, Ma Hongjun set off alone to Soto City, eager to commission the creation of a unique kite. With the academy currently on break, resuming classes in 3 days, he sought to unwind, choosing not to delve into the library for further study or to toil away at cultivating his soul power. Having absorbed 2 soul rings beyond his level, Ma Hongjun has reached the pinnacle of the 32nd level of Soul Master. It is now an opportune moment to slow his cultivation. Furthermore, he can temporarily set aside his studies on soul beasts and martial souls. After years of relentless pursuit of knowledge, Ma Hongjun's understanding of martial souls and soul beasts is undoubtedly on par with that of Tang San, the fated child of Douluo continent. The library at Shrek Academy is already abundant in texts, and with the contributions from the Mei family over the years regarding soul beasts, it encompasses a vast majority of the knowledge pertaining to soul beasts available on the continent. The reason why Ma Hongjun diligently studies the knowledge of spirit beasts is twofold. Firstly, he wishes to avoid being utterly ignorant when confronted with spirit beasts in the future. Secondly, he aspires to select the most suitable spirit rings for himself. Not wanting to be outshone by Tang San, Ma Hongjun, holding the meticulously crafted kite blueprints, arrived at the outskirts of Soto City. Observing the bustling streets filled with an incessant flow of vehicles, he couldn't help but reflect that this was indeed the place where he, Ma Hongjun, would rise to prominence. As Ma Hongjun entered the city gate, he was soon captivated by a chilling voice nearby. "I truly am only 12 years old. Please let me pass. I merely took a wrong turn and am looking for a hotel." A young woman, clad in a dark purple fitted outfit that accentuated her alluring figure, was indignantly addressing an incessantly chattering matron before her. "Dear girl, do you truly believe your own words? You are not here to apply for a position at our Ihong courtyard, are you? You truly are only 12. Do not be shy. If you are indeed seeking employment, with your looks, you could certainly become the star attraction here. Your physique suggests you are at least 16. The matron, heavily made up and brimming with disbelief, grasped the voluptuous girl, attempting to pull her towards the Ihong courtyard behind her. The girl's expression grew cold, and she was about to unleash her fury. "Ahem, dear madam, she has already stated that she is in the wrong place. Have you gone mad with greed? This young lady is a soul master. Be wary not to provoke her, lest you find yourself in dire straits." Ma Hongjun, having discerned that the girl possessed considerable soul power, stepped forward to interject. "Soul master? Sir, do you know her? If you are indeed soul masters, then I must have made a mistake. My apologies, I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave." The matron trembled, her earlier bravado dissipating, and without waiting for a response from either the girl or Ma Hongjun, she hastily retreated. One could surmise that she was now within the Ihong courtyard, anxiously contemplating whether she would face retribution from a soul master. The girl's long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her skin fair and her figure remarkably voluptuous for one so young. Her expression was cold, emanating a profound chill from within, a purity of frost. Her dark eyes bore no hint of anger, creating a stark contrast with her strikingly beautiful face. Her limbs were elegantly proportioned, radiating an unsettling stillness that felt almost otherworldly. "Thank you." The girl's voice, cool and detached, acknowledged Ma Hongjun with a fleeting glance before she departed. Intriguing indeed. It appears this young lady could very well be a future classmate. Such a stunning figure, coupled with her exquisite features, and a rank of 27th level soul master. Ma Hongjun had no intention of following her. Instead, he proceeded in the direction she had left, heading to a tailor to order a kite. The inns in Soto City had been bustling with activity lately, as students from various regions arrived, awaiting the enrollment at Shrek Academy in 3 days' time. Chapter 65, Zhuge Qing. Currently, Shrek Academy had seen a significant increase in funding. However, the frugal Flanders showed no inclination to expand the academy, justifying it with the saying, "This is a humble abode, yet my virtue shines. As fate would have it, life is often peculiar. Some individuals you may encounter only a handful of times in a lifetime, while others you might cross paths with twice within a mere half hour. Ma Hongjun had just emerged from a shop where he had commissioned a kite, spending a substantial sum of 5 silver soul coins, which truly pained him. For he possessed fewer than 1,000 gold soul coins. In truth, it amounted to merely over 280 gold soul coins. As for the funds from the heavenly web, he had not touched a single coin. These gold soul coins were awarded to him after he ascended to the rank of Soul Master, with a monthly subsidy of 100 gold soul coins dispersed by the Spirit Hall. However, once one attains the title of Soul Master, they are no longer eligible to receive subsidies from the Empire. Ma Hongjun typically refrains from spending extravagantly, thus he keeps a reserve of gold soul coins. Aside from occasionally purchasing clothing and other necessities, his expenditures primarily consist of dining. May I inquire if you are aware of any available hotels in this vicinity? Oh, is that you? As Ma Hongjun emerged from the bespoke tailor shop, proudly holding a kite large enough for two, he heard a familiar, subtly cool voice. What a coincidence. My name is Ma Hongjun. Currently, Shrek Academy is enrolling students, which means most hotels are likely fully booked. If you are unable to find accommodation, I suggest you try the Rose Hotel. Mention my name upon arrival. They have reserved a suite specifically for me, which I am not using at the moment. Simply inform them that you are my friend, and they will make the necessary arrangements. Ma Hongjun, drawn by the direction of the voice, couldn't help but marvel at how small Soto City was, and he responded kindly. His intention was not to ingratiate himself, but rather to acknowledge that the young woman before him could very well become a future companion. It is only natural for partners to assist one another. However, it was undeniable that Zhu Zhuqing's beauty contributed to his fondness. A captivating appearance often elicits positive feelings. Of course, Ma Hongjun prided himself on being more profound than mere superficiality. He would not simply fawn over someone for their looks alone. He placed greater value on inner qualities. Oh, that explains why so many hotels are fully booked. Thank you for your assistance. I'm Zhu Zhuqing, here to register for the Shrek Academy assessment. Could you kindly direct me to the Rose Hotel? Zhu Zhuqing, unusually, found herself speaking more than she typically would, even surprising herself with the extent of her words directed towards someone she had only met twice. Although Ma Hongjun's face bears a few horizontal creases due to his robust physique, he does not appear fierce. Rather, he exudes a sense of simplicity and sincerity. His skin is as fair and smooth as that of a woman, evoking an immediate fondness in those who behold him. I am Ma Hongjun, a student of Shrek Academy. If you follow this road straight ahead, you will encounter a crossroads. Take a left turn, and it will be quite conspicuous. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, he stated, a warm smile gracing his lips as he held a kite in his hands, gesturing with his eyes. With that, he lifted the large kite and strolled towards the outskirts of Soto City, eager to relish the joys of his childhood now that he has the chance to unwind. Ma Hongjun did not yearn for cultivation for its own sake. Rather, he sought it for the joy and well-being of himself and those he cherished. He harbored no grand ambitions nor lofty dreams. His diligent practice was solely for the betterment of himself and his family. If there existed a singular aspiration, it was to surpass Tang San, for in his previous life, Tang San had proven to be exceedingly infuriating, leaving him with lingering resentment even after his reincarnation in the world of Douluo continent. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun did not anticipate that his momentary enthusiasm would lead Zhu Zhuqing to stay at the Rose Hotel, inadvertently placing Daimubai in grave peril. As for the reasons, those who understand, understand. Ma Hongjun retrieved an exquisitely slender white line from his spatial ring and proceeded to launch a kite, carefully selecting an appropriate location, particularly at the wind's edge. Before long, he had elevated the kite to great heights. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun was no ordinary individual, weighing nearly 100 kilograms and endowed with the formidable strength of a soul master. He was not at risk of being swept away by the wind along with the kite. The line employed was no ordinary material either, for a kite of such size could not withstand the force otherwise. However, as he continued to fly the kite, Ma Hongjun soon found it lacking in excitement. For the joy of kite flying is best experienced in the company of friends, particularly those of the opposite sex. With this thought in mind, he gradually reeled the kite back in and returned to the village to engage in meditation and cultivation. In his room, Ma Hongjun glanced at the panel in his sea of consciousness, which he had not observed for some time, and was astonished to find that his personal information had been updated, including a significantly more detailed description of his martial soul. Previously, he had neglected to check it. as frequent examinations yielded little utility. But now, having ascended to the rank of Soul Master, he noticed a transformation. Host, Ma Hongjun, age, 11 years and 11 months. Level 32 Control Type Assault Soul Master. Martial Soul 1. 3-Leaf Clover, Innate Level 3, Martial Soul 2. Evil Fire Phoenix, Innate Full Soul Power. Martial Soul 1. First Leaf, activated. Second Leaf, not activated. First Soul Skill, Azure Phosphor Flame Poison. First Hidden Soul Skill, Parasitism Special Ability, Ghostly Annihilation Breathing Technique. Second Soul Skill, Ink Jade Staff. Third Soul Skill, Spider Web Binding. Martial Soul 2. Evil Fire Phoenix. First Soul Skill, Phoenix's Crying Strike. Second Soul Skill, Blazing Sun Thrust. Third Soul Skill, Phoenix Wings Sky Soar, grants the ability to fly while igniting the first Soul Skill, instantly doubling the power of the Phoenix Flame and increasing the attack range by 50%. In comparison to the original narrative, the third Soul Skill's temporary flight capability significantly enhances Ma Hongjun's power, allowing him to maintain flight as long as his soul power does not deplete. It is noteworthy that even formidable soul saints like Zhao Wujie cannot sustain flight, but can only perform jump-like flights at best. External Soul Bone, Earth Whip. Unbeknownst to him, he had accumulated such an impressive array of soul skills. Given his current level of soul power, if he were to activate each skill in succession, it would not suffice. Truly an overwhelming realization. It appears imperative to consume the divine herb soon to elevate his level. If he could enhance his soul power by a few more levels, he would undoubtedly be able to support the release of his soul skills, resulting in a substantial enhancement of his capabilities. Emerging from the depths of his consciousness, Ma Hongjun pondered silently. With his current soul power, he found that, provided he refrained from employing his potent area attacks, such as the Phoenix Crying to the Heavens, he could effectively utilize single-target assaults. At the very least, he could manage to unleash a soul skill without difficulty. This was largely attributed to the purity and superior quality of his innate soul power. Otherwise, at the rank of Soul Master, attempting to release 6 soul skills alongside an external soul bone would be utterly exhausting. Even Ma Hongjun, whose soul power quality is nearly double that of others, felt somewhat overwhelmed and was in urgent need of celestial herbs to refine his soul power and elevate his level. 2 days later, the enrollment at Shrek Academy proceeded as scheduled, and anticipation bubbled within Ma Hongjun. Though he had encountered Yu Xiaojiang, he had yet to meet Tang San and Xiao Wu. Chapter 66. The misfortune of the Great Dai. With countless strong individuals in the Douluo realm and half of them hailing from Earth, it would be a disservice not to witness Tang San and Xiao Wu during his visit to Douluo continent. Early in the morning, Ma Hongjun eagerly volunteered to take on responsibilities that naturally belonged to Dai Mubai, guiding the new students through their assessments. Although the renown of Shrek Academy had risen beyond the humble obscurity depicted in the original narrative, the caliber of the monstrous students it could attract was unlikely to change significantly. After all, the admission criteria of Shrek Academy meant that only those of extraordinary backgrounds could gain entry. Talents like Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who possessed mutated martial souls, were exceedingly rare, rendering the chances of attracting such exceptional students almost negligible. As Ma Hongjun approached the academy's entrance, ready to take over Dai Mubai's duties, he noticed Dai Mubai striding down the path with a sullen expression, muttering to himself, "How unfortunate! What ill fate has befallen me? Of all times, to run into my fiancée while indulging in some leisure. Alas, never mind. Even without that fierce tigress, I still have my twin sisters. But wait, what is this? Ah, Brother Ma, good morning. Are you off to assist teacher Li Yusong in maintaining order?" Upon seeing Ma Hongjun approaching, Dai Mubai quickly silenced himself, his gloomy demeanor transforming into a warm greeting. "Ah, good morning. Hee, indeed, I was just about to head over. What has got you looking so irate, Dai Mubai? Has someone crossed you?" Ma Hongjun, having caught a hint of Dai Mubai's distress, ventured a question, a twinge of apprehension creeping into his tone. "Alas, don't even mention it. I went to Soto City yesterday to enjoy some time with those twin sisters, and guess whom I encountered? My family's long-ordained fiancée. I swear, it feels as though I stepped out without consulting the calendar." Dai Mubai lamented, his heart heavy with despair. "Oh, I see. But surely, you could conjure up some excuse to smooth things over? Is it necessary to wear such a woeful expression?" Ma Hongjun offered words of comfort, sensing an increasingly strong premonition within him. If it were any other circumstance, it wouldn't be so bad, but I ran into her at the Rose Hotel. It's utterly indefensible. Dai Mubai replied, his face etched with helplessness. Deep down, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair, realizing that had he known how his fiancée had grown, he would have had no interest in her, even if she were a triplet or quadruplet. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, silently lamenting that his good intentions had inadvertently led to trouble. He had forgotten about this particular matter, having lived in the Douluo world for an extended period. His memory had inevitably begun to falter. Although he still retained a clear understanding of most of the plot, certain aspects simply could not be comprehensively addressed. Ah, Dilaudau, you truly are unfortunate. Encountering such a situation in a couple's hotel. Cough, cough. May you find solace, Dilaudau, with twin sisters now in your life. It would be wise to set aside thoughts of other women. Given your age, it's time to focus your heart. We shall deal with future matters as they come. Rest assured, your brothers will always stand by you and will not neglect your affairs, Ma Hongjun said, patting Dai Mubai's shoulder in a somewhat comforting manner. He would certainly not disclose to Dai Mubai that this predicament stemmed from his own blunder, which had ensnared Dai Mubai. Nonetheless, a twinge of guilt lingered in his heart. He contemplated that if there was no future for Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, he would lead the heavenly net to the Star Luo Empire to assist Dai Mubai in vying for the throne. After all, the bond he shared with Dai Mubai and the others had grown to one of brotherhood, where nothing was left unsaid. It seemed there was no other choice. That madwoman had even resorted to violence over this matter, and it appeared that any prospect between them was now bleak. However, it struck him as odd why she would be present at such a hotel. Dai Mubai, feeling somewhat helpless, shrugged his shoulders and expressed his confusion. Well, it's likely that all the hotels in Soto City are fully booked, leaving no available rooms. I still have to go welcome the new students, so I must take my leave. With so many newcomers this year, our school may very well be inundated with new enrollees, Ma Hongjun stammered, swiftly changing the subject with a sudden inspiration. Knowing the reason, he certainly would not utter any sarcastic remarks about earthly pleasures. Alas, there are countless beauties in the world. If all else fails, we can always find someone new. After all, I never had any deep feelings for her. We barely even crossed paths, Dai Mubai remarked. Though his words betrayed an undercurrent of reluctance, Ma Hongjun was uncertain whether Dai Mubai's feelings stemmed from affection or a desire to vie for family power alongside Zhu Zhuqing. He chose not to inquire further, sensing that their relationship was likely entangled with familial obligations, rendering their emotions somewhat impure. Dai Mubai's feelings might have been mere fondness rather than true love. There exists a subtle distinction between liking and loving. When one spots a rose by the roadside, captivated by its beauty, one may pluck it casually, only for it to wither shortly after being brought home. Although there is a tinge of regret, it is soon discarded. This is fondness. In contrast, to refrain from picking the rose, to diligently tend to it daily with water, nurturing hopes for its growth, even tolerating its thorns, this is love. Such a sentiment echoes the legendary tale of the exquisite, heart-wrenching red of the immortal's longing. Acceptance is key. I shall take my leave now. Please remember to air out my quilt when you return to the dormitory, and I will treat you to a meal in Suatua City later. After speaking, Ma Hongjun departed briskly without a backward glance. How curious. Why the haste? I've never seen him so eager before, Dai Mubai mused, bemused by Ma Hongjun's sudden urgency. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, a long queue of approximately several hundred individuals had formed in front of the modest admissions office. The appearance of Shrek Academy itself was far from flattering. It resembled a village more than an esteemed institution, retaining a rustic charm. The individuals at the forefront of the line appeared to be a family of three. Is this truly the monstrous academy the Spirit Hall speaks of, where one graduates to become a viscount of the empire? It looks so dilapidated. Surely it cannot be a deception. The woman, presumably the child's mother, expressed her doubts. Those from the Spirit Hall are unlikely to deceive us. There must be something unique about this school, the child's father reassured, though his gaze lingered on the shabby entrance of Shrek Academy, his thoughts betraying a hint of skepticism. Dad, this academy looks so run down. I don't want to study here. It's utterly embarrassing, the 12-year-old boy complained discontentedly. Since we are already here, let us wait a while. Perhaps this is not truly an academy, but merely a test for you, the father replied, disappointment flickering across his face, yet clinging to a glimmer of hope. Such dialogues were not uncommon within the queue, as the expressions of many youths and their parents bore a trace of disillusionment. However, being in a public setting, the parents endeavored to keep their voices low, ensuring the atmosphere remained relatively quiet. Ma Hongjun perched above a crooked tree at the village entrance, observing the candidates below who were queuing in anticipation, while the admissions office had yet to commence the registration process. The teacher responsible for this task, Li Yusong squinted lazily, reclining on a wooden chair. Their brother, could it be that we have come to the wrong place? Surely Master has not been deceived. This is far too rudimentary. This cannot possibly be an academy. It looks more like a village, exclaimed a sweet-faced girl with a ponytail, having just leapt down from beside an ordinary-looking boy. Chapter 67. Tang San's Enrollment, Part 1. Do not speak nonsense. The teacher must have his reasons for bringing us here. Let us observe before jumping to conclusions, the boy, dressed in simple attire, replied with a hint of resignation as he affectionately tousled the girl's hair. The youth appeared to be around 12 or 13 years of age. Standing approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, clad in a light blue outfit, a belt adorned with 24 jade stones encircled his waist, his shoulder-length black hair, while not particularly handsome, indeed, rather unremarkable, exuded an air of approachability, complemented by a gentle smile that lingered at the corners of his mouth. Ma Hongjun's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding an approachable charm that mirrored his own demeanor. Upon sighting the youthful lad and the enchanting maiden beside him, he felt an overwhelming sense of certainty. There was a 90% likelihood that the pair conversing not far below were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu. This realization stirred a wave of excitement within Ma Hongjun as he perceived the boy in a more favorable light. After all, his mastery of the celestial herb would depend on the harvesting techniques imparted by this very individual. If all proceeded as anticipated, being one of the Shrek 7 monsters, he would not find himself at odds with Tang San, though he would undoubtedly become his fiercest rival. If the boy's appearance could be deemed merely ordinary, the girl standing beside him surpassed that threshold significantly. With silken, jet-black hair meticulously braided into a neat scorpion tail that cascaded past her calves, she exuded an air of grace. Remarkably, she stood only 3 to 4 finger widths shorter than Ma Hongjun, measuring approximately 174 centimeters tall, a common occurrence, as young girls often mature earlier than their male counterparts. Clad in a snug pink top that accentuated her developing figure, her slender waist evoked envy among countless women. Her delicate visage, arched willow-like brows, and sparkling, expressive eyes elicited an instinctive sense of compassion from onlookers. Overall, the girl radiated an undeniable charm, overshadowing the boy's presence merely by standing alongside him. As for the enrollment regulations of Shrek Academy, it was stipulated that those who did not meet the criteria could depart. Candidates should not exceed the age of 13, possess a soul power of no less than 20, and their first soul ring must exceed 100 years in age. Unlike the original narrative where Shrek Academy faced financial struggles, the current institution was not inclined to exploit applicants for their fees. Li Yusong, noticing that time was of the essence with noon approaching, rose and scanned the crowd, stating calmly, "As I mentioned, those who do not meet the requirements may leave." True to his words, several parents, accompanied by their children, departed with expressions of disappointment. As the academy's exterior did little to inspire confidence and the stringent conditions had already reduced the number of hopefuls by a third, yet a handful remained, clinging to a flicker of hope. Among them was a family of 3 positioned at the forefront. The child's father, after paying 10 golden soul coins, nervously implored, "Teacher, could you please assess my son's soul power?" In contrast to previous protocols, the soul power assessment now occupied the primary position in the enrollment process. Soul power at level 21, insufficient. Next, Li Yusong shook his head, delivering the verdict with an air of indifference. "Why? My son is a top student from the primary academy in Soto City, and his first soul ring is indeed over 100 years old. Has he not met your academy's admission standards?" The once confident youth's parents suddenly wore expressions of disbelief, with the mother unable to contain her indignation as she inquired. "The first soul ring is indeed a century old, which is commendable. However, he is merely an ordinary person," Li Yusong remarked with an air of indifference. "I fail to comprehend your meaning. Could you elaborate further?" the youth's father asked, furrowing his brow in confusion. Li Yusong, growing somewhat impatient, rose from his seat and proclaimed with clarity, "Since you have come to participate in the enrollment of Shrek Academy, you must grasp the significance embodied in the name of our institution. Your son has surpassed the age of 13. It is time for him to withdraw and not impede the progress of other candidates." His final statement was directed at the family of 3. Nevertheless, the majority of those present, upon hearing the words of the elderly Yusong, were expressions of bewilderment. Shrek is a peculiar entity, a veritable oddity even among soul beasts. Thus, the essence of Shrek Academy is that of a monster academy. Those over the age of 13 who have yet to achieve a soul power level of 21 may depart, sparing themselves the futility of the enrollment fee. Ma Hongjun leaped down from a tree, channeling his soul power to amplify his voice as he walked towards the registration desk, elucidating the matter to the crowd. At that moment, the instructor Li Yusong, in an unexpected show of cooperation, unleashed an imposing aura. A vibrant crimson light erupting from his being. A staff adorned with countless intricate patterns materialized in his right hand, revealing his martial soul, the dragon pattern staff. Most astonishingly, 6 soul rings rose sequentially from beneath his feet, their dazzling radiance becoming the focal point of the gathering. A gasp echoed through the crowd. How fearsome. A mere admissions officer possessed the cultivation of a 6-ring soul emperor, and all present gazed upon Li Yusong's soul rings with profound reverence. At this moment, the 3 soul rings of Ma Hongjun's second martial soul manifested, exuding a formidable aura that left the assembled crowd nearly breathless. Hiss. But my son just celebrated his 13th birthday 2 days ago. The boy's mother continued, her expression tinged with reluctance. Rules are rules. Step back. Next. Li Yusong merely shook his head with indifference, uttering his words coldly. Seeing this, Ma Hongjun could only offer some words of comfort. You may leave now. Remember, without rules, nothing can be accomplished. To break the rules, one must possess the strength to do so in the future. Your child has considerable talent. Upon returning, he should diligently cultivate his abilities. If he cannot gain admission to Shrek Academy, he may still pursue other institutions. Indeed, Shrek Academy's enrollment occurs a month earlier than that of other mid-tier academies, making Ma Hongjun's statement undeniably factual. Yes, I will strive to improve, the youth responded. Not particularly keen on attending Shrek Academy. He nodded vigorously, urging his parents, let us be on our way. As for the registration fee, they dared not seek a refund. With a Soul Emperor overseeing the academy, who would dare to cause a ruckus? As the students and their parents departed, half of those remaining were still clinging to a sliver of hope. If this scene were to reach the frugal Flanders, it would surely cause him immense distress. However, Ma Hongjun was not one to covet trifles. He was not lacking in a few gold soul coins, but rather in billions of them. Chapter 68. Tang San's Enrollment, Part 2. Alas, let us depart. This academy is not worth our entry, the father remarked, his expression somewhat grim. With a sigh, he flicked his sleeve and glanced at the wooden box meant for storing gold soul coins, turning his back and painfully leading his child away. It is worth noting that the purchasing power of 10 gold soul coins is no less than 10,000 yuan. Losing such a substantial amount would leave anyone in a foul mood. Had it not been for Li Yusong and Ma Hongjun displaying their soul rings, he certainly would not have let this matter rest easily. Seeing this, Ma Hongjun could only let out a resigned sigh. Given his current realm, he naturally did not need to concern himself with the opinions of these individuals. Were it not for his inherent disposition, he would never have consoled them. To conceal his soul ring, Ma Hongjun had altered much about himself, yet now he felt utterly stagnant. He couldn't help but ponder whether he had strayed from his intended path. The mutated breath of demon slaying, through Ma Hongjun's rigorous training, had been categorized into several levels: full concentration, constant state, and pattern transparency, among others. Though akin to the original levels of the breath of demon slaying, the effects were markedly distinct, to the extent that one could say they belonged to entirely different realms, with functionalities significantly enhanced. In the state of full concentration, the breath of the sun not only doubled physical attributes, but also allowed for an extraordinary focus of mental acuity. Ma Hongjun felt that he was on the brink of achieving the pinnacle of complete concentration. With the assistance of celestial herbs, he might very well surpass his current realm. The cultivation of the sun's breath was inherently arduous, and its mutation made it even more challenging. The fact that Ma Hongjun could barely grasp the pinnacle of complete concentration was a testament to his rapid progress. Once he stepped into the medium realm, he would possess physical capabilities 4 times greater than those of a soul master of the same rank. The pattern translucent realm would grant him 6-fold enhancement, while the realm of the He Dao could reach an astonishing 8-fold. As for whether other realms existed beyond that, even Ma Hongjun was uncertain. If anyone were to engage in close combat with Ma Hongjun, they would undoubtedly suffer a great loss. Even with his current physical prowess, he could contend with opponents from a higher realm without utilizing soul power. Of course, he had not tested this theory. But if both of his twin martial souls were fully revealed, he felt confident that his strength had already reached the level of a soul sect master. As most people departed, those who remained had met the admission standards. However, meeting these standards merely indicated that they had passed the first hurdle of the assessment. To join Shrek Academy, one must navigate through 4 rigorous evaluation stages. Ning Rongrong, a level 26 support-type soul master, stood out like a fairy in her flowing white dress. Do your family members know you are here to study? Li Yusong asked gravely, directing his inquiry toward the enchanting girl before him. Isn't this so-called monster academy supposed to be fearless? Why the need to inquire about the students' family backgrounds? Are you afraid? Ning Rongrong replied gently, though her tone was devoid of arrogance, instead imbued with a sweet and delicate charm. Her short hair framed her face, and her skin was as fair and tender as fresh snow, exuding an air of innate nobility. Ah, the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I accept you into Shrek. You may proceed directly to the 4th stage. Anyone else with a soul power exceeding level 25 may also bypass the first 3 assessments and head straight to the final evaluation, Ma Hongjun remarked with a faint smile. Taking the unprecedented step of exercising authority beyond that of a student. The onlookers exchanged glances, and those who had reached level 25 turned their attention to Li Yusong. The esteemed Soul Emperor seated calmly in a chair. He is a disciple of the Dean. What he says carries the weight of the Dean's words. Furthermore, our academy does indeed have an unspoken rule. Anyone who achieves level 25 or above can simply test their soul power and age. And they may proceed directly to the 4th stage, Li Yusong explained, casting a surprised glance at Ma Hongjun before returning his focus to the matter at hand, remaining silent. As a core member of the Heavenly Net, he was eager to promote Ma Hongjun's reputation within the academy but was careful not to appear overly conspicuous. Do you know me? Ning Rongrong asked curiously, gazing at Ma Hongjun. I do not. Please stand aside and do not disturb the other students during their assessments, he replied. Ma Hongjun spoke indifferently, expressing his lack of interest in the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong felt a surge of frustration within her heart. Yet, being new to the surroundings, she took a moment to compose herself and obediently stood in a vacant area, waiting patiently. Ma Hongjun nodded slightly, inwardly acknowledging that this was more acceptable. Should she dare utter a word of defiance, he would not indulge the whims of this little sorceress. Among the renowned beauties of Douluo continent, he found himself particularly drawn to Zhu Zhuqing, whose personality and physique left no room for criticism. However, this attraction remained merely platonic. As the adage states, one must not wrong a friend's wife. Thus, his admiration for Zhu Zhuqing surpassed mere affection. The onlookers, captivated by the revelation of the 2 individuals' prowess in dialogue, found themselves increasingly intrigued by Shrek Academy. This institution appeared to be quite fascinating, as it only accepted extraordinary talents, eschewing the ordinary, truly impressive. The rabbit-eared girl's excitement surged, and she whispered to the boy beside her, expressing her enthusiasm. Indeed, now you understand the Teacher's Council. Shrek Academy is undoubtedly not as simple as it seems, the boy replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. Now, all students with a soul power level of 25 or above, please step forward for the assessment, Ma Hongjun announced, directing his gaze towards the crowd. Aye. Both of us have reached a soul power level above 25, exclaimed the charming rabbit-eared girl as she eagerly pulled the boy forward. With midday fast approaching and the sun blazing, she was keen to avoid waiting in line too long, as a sun-kissed complexion was not to her liking. Now, please state your name, soul power, martial spirit, and age. Li Yusong finally looked up at the rabbit-eared girl and prompted her. My name is Xiaowu, as in dance. I am a level 29 Assault System Soul Master, and my martial spirit is the Jade Rabbit. As for my age, I have yet to turn 12, Xiaowu said, her rabbit ear adornments twitching adorably as she spoke. As Ma Hongjun's eyes brightened, he silently acknowledged that it was indeed Xiaowu, and the unassuming youth beside her could only be Tang San without a doubt. Extend your right hand, Li Yusong exclaimed, taken aback, casting a suspicious glance at Xiaowu. With his soul power, he could discern the approximate level of Xiaowu's spirit, realizing that the charming girl was not deceiving him. However, adhering to protocol, he decided to conduct a test. The soul power assessment, originally slated for the 2nd round, was casually moved to the 1st. Although the crystal used for measuring soul power was valuable, it was no longer a significant asset for the current Shrek Academy. Li Yusong gently examined the bones of Xiaowu's slender arm and nodded in satisfaction, stating, just 2 months shy of 12. Indeed a prodigy. Let us test your soul power. While he was aware that the girl would not lie, the necessary procedures still had to be followed. As expected, when Xiaowu channeled her soul power into the crystal ball on the nearby table, it erupted in a brilliant light, shining with more than 9/10 of its capacity. Excellent. It has been a long time since I encountered such a talented young spirit master. You and the previous individual should stand in the open space and wait. Shortly, Ma Hongjun will lead you directly to the 4th assessment, Li Yusong remarked with a delighted nod, gesturing towards Ning Rongrong. Can we wait a moment? We are together. Xiaowu quickly tugged at Tang San, stepping forward. Tang San, level 29 Control System Soul Master, Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass. Tang San, feeling somewhat helpless, approached the table and, without waiting for the teacher to inquire, introduced himself. Is it possible for blue silvergrass to cultivate to this extent? Li Yusong inquired with astonishment. Without a doubt. If this makes me a monster, can I enter Shrek Academy to train? Tang San replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. Indeed, let us first verify your age. If all is well, you may proceed to the 4th round together. Li Yusong extended his slightly aged arm towards Tang San. Obediently, Tang San extended his small hand. Li Yusong squeezed it, as he relied on the structure of the bones to ascertain the true age of the applicants. Have you practiced your soul skills on your hands? Extend your right calf. Li Yusong's ability to gauge age through touch was unparalleled among the academy's instructors. However, he found himself perplexed that he could not determine Tang San's age. Yes, I have practiced soul skills with my hands, Tang San explained. Clearly caught off guard by Li Yusong's question. Splendid. Now extend your right leg. Surely you haven't practiced soul skills on your right calf as well? Li Yusong said with a satisfied smile, suddenly perceiving that this lad named Tang San was quite remarkable. To cultivate a self-created soul skill at such a young age indicated a rigorous training regimen. He was indeed a promising candidate. Not in that regard. Tang San could not help but smile as he extended his right calf onto the table. Li Yusong pinched it gently, nodding in satisfaction as he remarked, impressive muscle development. You are the second student I have encountered with such well-developed musculature. Your age aligns perfectly with your bone age. Oh, who is the other? Tang San's heart trembled at the thought that someone could rival the musculature of his calf, especially since he had practiced the ghost shadow misty steps since childhood. Far away yet close at hand, the person before you is. Li Yusong smiled faintly, secretly admiring the youthful vigor of the young man. Shrek Academy has always encouraged competition among its students, yet the faculty members seemed rather lackadaisical. Xiaowu and Tang San turned their gazes toward Ma Hongjun and courteously said, It is a pleasure to meet you, Senior. I am Tang San, and this is my sister, Xiaowu. We hope to receive your guidance in the future. I am not a senior. Our academy does not differentiate by grade. You may simply call me Ma Hongjun. Please, both of you, unleash your martial souls to dispel any doubts about my reputation as a monster, as proclaimed by the principal of Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun nodded and then glanced at the incredulous faces in the queue. No one would have anticipated that there could indeed be someone who had attained a soul power level above 25 at the tender age of 12. While soul power levels could be fabricated, martial souls and soul rings could not. Of course, this statement excludes any individual possessing hidden soul rings. Tang San and Xiaowu exchanged glances, simultaneously channeling their inner soul power. A blue and a red glow rose simultaneously from Tang San and Xiaowu, each adorned with 200-year soul rings swirling around them. In Tang San's palm appeared the ubiquitous blue silvergrass, which, enhanced by the effect of his soul rings, transformed into a vine reminiscent of ghostly tendrils. Meanwhile, Xiaowu's ears morphed into a pair of rabbit ears, her figure becoming more elongated, as soft, fluffy energy enveloped her hands, manifesting the martial soul of the jade rabbit. The surrounding parents and enrolling students gazed at the two in astonishment, their doubts completely dispelled. As Ma Hongjun was about to lead the trio towards the 4th challenge, a voice, slightly hesitant yet distinctly cool, resonated from the rear of the group. Wait. I too have attained the 25th level of soul power. The speaker was a strikingly voluptuous young woman, her demeanor notably aloof. An intrinsic coldness emanated from her. Pure and untainted. Her dark eyes seemed devoid of any warmth, and the frigid aura surrounding her made it momentarily difficult for those present to acclimate. Ma Hongjun turned his head and beheld a remarkably beautiful yet icy young woman approaching him, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Just as he was about to speak, the girl shot him a glare and coldly remarked, "Pervert." Without casting another glance at Ma Hongjun, she proceeded directly to the table, unleashed her martial soul, assessed her rank, and measured her bone age, executing the tasks with seamless precision and efficiency. Ma Hongjun touched his nose and let out a wry smile, feeling somewhat helpless. What had he done to deserve such treatment? After all, he had assisted her on 2 occasions, yet she greeted him with accusations of being a rogue. Ma Hongjun, do you know her? Why did she call you a rogue? You didn't tease her, did you? Xiaowu, observing the exchange, eagerly inquired. How would I know? Women are indeed perplexing. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. The ancients were not wrong, Ma Hongjun retorted, casting an exasperated glance at the overly familiar Xiaowu. Humph, how dull. Is it your foolishness? Or does the third little one possess the ability to discern my innermost thoughts? Xiaowu scoffed, expressing her dissatisfaction. Afterward, she tugged on Tang San's arm and asked, "Isn't that right, Tang San?" "Ah, brother Ma, please excuse my sister. She is quite mischievous. Do not take offense," Tang San said apologetically, without addressing Xiao Wu's remark. "It's all right. Your sister is rather endearing. I bear no ill will. Let us proceed. There should be no other soul masters above level 25 in our vicinity," Ma Hongjun remarked, glancing at the approaching Zhu Zhuqing before turning his attention back to the group. "Very well, then I shall trouble brother Ma to lead the way," Tang San replied with a smile. Among the four, only Tang San displayed the utmost politeness. Given that Ma Hongjun needed Tang San's assistance, a sense of goodwill naturally arose within him, and he momentarily set aside any thoughts of reprimanding Tang San. Ma Hongjun led the group to the entrance of the academy. Tang San gazed at the quotes emblazoned on the nearby billboard and was instantly struck by the grandeur of Shrek Academy. A mountain's worth is not in its height, but in the immortal it shelters. A river's depth is not in its expanse, but in the dragon it harbors. This may be a humble abode, yet my virtue shines bright. Only monsters are welcomed here, not ordinary folk. A soul master who does not provoke trouble is not a true soul master. One should refrain from creating discord and peace, but fearlessly confront challenges when they arise. Even Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, upon seeing this, felt a surge of anticipation for Shrek Academy, while Xiao Wu remained blissfully unaware, indifferent to the words inscribed. In her heart, wherever Tang San was, that was home. As long as she could be by his side, she felt utterly content. Upon entering the narrow path of the academy, Ma Hongjun began guiding the four of them, familiarizing them with their surroundings. As the fourth assessment was set to take place in the small plaza behind the academy, this was an opportune moment to help them acclimate to the environment. The other two assessments also led sequentially into the depths of the academy. Ma Hongjun and Tang San engaged in light-hearted banter, while Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu occasionally chimed in. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing lingered silently behind them, her demeanor exuding an air of aloofness. I shall refrain from elaborating on the academy's regulations. Suffice it to say, the dormitories assigned to you will contain a Shrek Academy student handbook, priced at 1 gold soul coin each. Remember to submit it along with your tuition tomorrow. Ma Hongjun remarked with a hint of exasperation. In truth, it is merely a compilation of 10 sheets, with only the first page outlining the Academy's rules, while the subsequent pages are filled with trivial quotes. One handbook? And it costs a gold soul coin? Xiao Wu, initially intrigued by her surroundings, suddenly froze, her expression one of disbelief. Well, there is no alternative. The principal is rather frugal. However, rest assured that the Academy does not unjustly claim your gold soul coins. In essence, the institution invests in its students, often at a loss. The so-called handbook contains merely a few basic regulations, with the rest being mere aphorisms, Ma Hongjun said, attempting to comfort Xiao Wu, whose countenance had darkened. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong remained unfazed, clearly indifferent to such matters. At that moment, the five of them arrived at the location for the second assessment. Sausages for sale. Don't miss out. Oscar's sausages, delicious and savory. Come and take a look. Only 5 copper soul coins each. A soft, inviting voice suddenly rang out from a nearby alley, interrupting their conversation. Chapter 70. Implicit references. A figure was pushing a cart, calling out, and it was none other than Oscar, whose hair was notably fluffy. The enticing aroma of meat wafted from the cart. Brother, I'm a bit hungry. Could you buy me a sausage? Xiao Wu said, rubbing her grumbling stomach and gazing at Tang San with a pitiful expression. You, and your love for food. The hour is late, and we're uncertain how long the assessment will last. It's indeed time to satisfy our hunger, Tang San replied, somewhat helplessly ruffling Xiao Wu's hair. Don't mess with my hair. It makes me less clever. Xiao Wu pouted slightly, yet she made no move to evade his touch. There is no need for you to spend your money. Oscar, give me 10 sausages. I shall treat my classmates to your grilled delicacies, Ma Hongjun declared generously, tossing a gold soul coin. Oscar's eyes lit up at once as he pocketed the coin but feigned reluctance, saying, How can I let you, the boss, spend your money? Perhaps you should take your coin back? Oscar hesitated, knowing that annual tuition amounted to 100 gold soul coins, and his stipend as a great soul master was only a meager 120 gold soul coins each year. His own supply of gold soul coins was limited, which was why he resorted to selling sausages for extra income. Stop pretending and just take it. Now, quickly fetch me 10 sausages, Ma Hongjun urged. Approaching the cart, Ma Hongjun spoke with a hint of impatience, asserting that once something was given, it should not be retracted. Hee, thank you, boss. Here are 5 silver coins. Are these students set to participate in the second round of assessments? Why is it that you are personally escorting them? Oscar inquired, handing over the 5 silver coins with a touch of curiosity. You hold on to them. When I next desire a meal, you may prepare it for me. These students will directly advance to the 4th round without examination. We shall be on our way, Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. His experiences from 2 lifetimes rendered him unfazed by the sight of the grilled sausages. He picked up the sausages and approached Tang San and the others, distributing 2 sausages to each of the 4, and even Zhu Zhuqing accepted the sausages, graciously receiving Ma Hongjun's kindness. Ma Hongjun gazed meaningfully at the crowd and said, No need for formality. Please indulge yourselves. Today, I am treating you all. You will eat sooner or later, so why not savor the flavor now? Does that uncle often peddle his wares at the academy? Xiao Wu inquired, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Uncle? Oh, haha. You must be referring to Oscar. He is not an uncle. He merely possesses a rather abundant mane and is only 2 years my senior. At 14, he is also one of our academy's students. Ma Hongjun responded, chuckling at the misunderstanding. 14. Isn't that a tad precocious? Wait, are you saying you are also 12? Surely. The students of Shrek Academy can't be so mature at such a young age. Ning Rongrong, who was savoring a roasted sausage with both hands, glanced shyly at Zhu Zhuqing's physique upon hearing this. Cough, cough. What does it matter? These traits are merely a consequence of our martial spirits. Let us not dwell on such trivial details. The term Monster Academy does not imply monstrous individuals, but rather those with extraordinary talents. Beings that surpass mere genius are what we refer to as monsters. Ma Hongjun, feeling a bit awkward, followed Ning Rongrong's gaze and coughed twice to clarify. So, you are roughly my age. Have you celebrated your 12th birthday yet? Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pondered some mischievous idea. What? Do you aspire to be the big sister of Shrek Academy? If you were older than me, I would gladly recognize you as the big sister. That is a small matter I can decide. I still have half a month until my 12th birthday, so I should be older than you. Ma Hongjun was well aware that he was indeed older than Xiao Wu, and he spoke thusly to provoke her playfully. I am still over a month away. How infuriating, to be younger than you by less than a month. Xiao Wu exclaimed, visibly agitated. It was just shy of a month, and she would have been able to claim the title of big sister. Even a half-year difference would not have caused her such distress. She silently lamented her choice to not report a slightly older age. Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes in disdain, thinking to himself that everyone present, without exception, was older than the youthful Xiao Wu. After all, the notorious 10,000-year rogue rabbit had not earned its reputation without reason. It seems there is no other option, he mused. From now on, when we meet, just call me boss, and I shall take you all under my wing. How does that sound? Ma Hongjun half-jokingly, half-seriously remarked, I wouldn't want that. Xiao San has already celebrated her 12th birthday, making her older than you. With Xiao San around, no one would dare to harm me, Xiao Wu snorted disdainfully, biting off a piece of the sausage in her hand as she retorted fiercely, well, suit yourself. But don't come begging me for help later on. Ma Hongjun's words carried an underlying meaning, yet the others perceived them merely as playful banter between him and Xiao Wu. Smiling knowingly at their exchange, only Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, quietly consuming the sausage that Ma Hongjun had offered her. Her earlier discomfort stemmed from Ma Hongjun's failure to inform her that it was a couple's hotel, leaving her to endure the strange gazes of others. However, upon unexpectedly discovering the mischievous antics of Dai Mubai and the twin sisters the following morning, she felt a twinge of gratitude towards Ma Hongjun. It was a curious coincidence that the room chosen by Dai Mubai was adjacent to Zhu Zhuqing's suite, as she resided in the exclusive suite designated for Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai, therefore, had little regard for discretion that night. The outcome was all too predictable, and Zhu Zhuqing was thoroughly disillusioned with this fiancé she barely knew. Although she had been aware of Dai Mubai's reckless behavior and questionable private life before her arrival, witnessing such indiscretions firsthand was an entirely different matter. Unfortunately for Dai Mubai, given Zhu Zhuqing's temperament, it seemed unlikely that their relationship could ever be salvaged. Xiao Wu spoke with a hint of arrogance, unaware of the troubles this statement would bring to her future. As the group dined and conversed, they made their way toward the small plaza at the center of the academy. Unfamiliar with the origins of Oscar's sausages, they enjoyed their journey. And a flicker of fondness for the recently met Ma Hongjun began to blossom in their hearts. Although Ma Hongjun himself remains indifferent, it does not imply that others share the same sentiment. Once the truth comes to light, one can only speculate on the extent of resentment that might be harbored against him. The fourth challenge is designed to assess practical combat experience. Ordinarily, it would be presided over by either myself or Dai, but given the considerable number of students this year, it is anticipated that teacher Zhao will personally oversee it. You must prepare yourselves mentally, Ma Hongjun cautioned as he halted his steps upon reaching a small square. What are the assessments for the second and third rounds? Xiao could not restrain her curiosity. The second round evaluates the potential of one's martial soul, while the third assesses the candidate's proficiency in utilizing their martial soul. Should a candidate's control over their martial soul fall short of a certain standard, it would indicate a lack of diligence, even if they meet the initial admission criteria. The academy would not accept them, Ma Hongjun explained. But what if a candidate possesses exceptional talent? Ning Rongrong inquired, her curiosity piqued. Some students may indeed have commendable martial souls and reasonable control, yet having been raised in noble households, they remain oblivious to the realities of the outside world, let alone combat. Such candidates are also not admitted. The instructors have expressly stated that those who are coddled and spoiled should not be considered. Thus, the fourth round is of utmost significance for you all. There is no need to inquire further, Ma Hongjun remarked, his words laden with implication. Ning Rongrong promptly fell silent. Her thoughts swirling with doubt, she silently hoped that as a support-type soul master, she would not fall into the category Ma Hongjun described. Little did she know. He was indeed referring to someone like her, the pampered young lady. Chapter 71. Confrontation with Zhao Wujia, Part 1. Ning Rongrong ceased her chatter, and the others followed suit in silence. However, Xiao could not help but murmur, "Are you selecting students or future spouses? This seems rather stringent by these standards. How many students can our academy possibly enroll in a year? Over the past 6 years, the average has been scarcely 1.5 per annum. If we consider the academy's inception to the present, including your cohort, there have been fewer than 50 students over the past 20 years. Although only 14 have graduated in total, every student who has truly graduated from the academy has ultimately become a figure of global renown. The most distinguished among them is now the youngest elder of the Spirit Hall, second only in authority to the Pope," Ma Hongjun replied with a hint of wry amusement. "How many students remain in the academy now?" Tang San promptly pressed on with the pertinent question, counting the 2 instructors who are half teaching and half learning. "There are 6 students in total. If the 4 of you manage to pass the 4th round, that would make 10. It is unlikely that any of the other candidates will successfully gain admission to the academy," Ma Hongjun admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he endeavored to phrase his thoughts more kindly. "Those who have not graduated haven't been expelled from the academy, have they?" Ning Rongrong uttered in astonishment, evidently taken aback by the stringent nature of Shrek Academy. "It is perhaps best that you remain oblivious. The teacher has stated that those who fail to meet the graduation criteria of level 40 by the age of 20 will only bring shame upon Shrek Academy if their circumstances are divulged." Ma Hongjun remarked with a tone of indifference. "How many teachers does Shrek Academy currently have?" Tang San inquired, his questions often piercingly insightful, quickly honing in on the crux of the matter. "At present, there are 5 teachers. If all goes well, Tang San's instructor is expected to join Shrek Academy shortly, along with a titled Douluo-level consultant who occasionally graces the academy with their teachings," Ma Hongjun replied in a rather nonchalant manner, casting a glance at the visibly stiffened Xiao Wu, which elicited a bemused smile from him. Titled Douluo, teaching? The group was momentarily taken aback, with only Xiao Wu appearing somewhat pale, while the others were a mixture of shock and delight. Even Ning Rongrong, hailing from a prestigious lineage, was no exception. Every titled Douluo commanded her respect and admiration. The knowledge possessed by a titled Douluo could prove immensely beneficial to them, so how could they not be elated? Among the trio, only Tang San noticed Xiao Wu's unease, gripping her hand reassuringly as he consoled her. "Xiao Wu, fear not. As long as I am here, no one shall harm you. Even if a titled Douluo wished to inflict harm, they would first have to cross over my corpse. Rest assured, regardless of your backgrounds. As long as you are students of Shrek Academy, the teachers and consultants will serve as your protective shield, harboring no ulterior motives. I can assure you of this," Ma Hongjun added, concerned that his directness might frighten Xiao Wu. "Truly, no matter the identity, there will be no prying?" Xiao Wu's expression softened slightly as she tightened her grip on Tang San's arm, her eyes reflecting a newfound determination as she sought confirmation. Indeed, do I appear to be a shady figure? Only such characters deceive young girls, Ma Hongjun replied humorously, observing Xiao Wu's rather pitiful demeanor. Humph. I am not a young girl. You are barely a month older than I. Even if you appear more mature, you cannot be considered an adult, at best. You might be deemed peculiar, Xiao Wu retorted, her spirits lifted by Ma Hongjun's playful banner. Then all is well. Let's hasten to the fourth trial. Teacher Zhao Wuji's is sure to take action personally. He is a soul sage, with a martial spirit of the powerful bear, so do exercise caution. I hope you all succeed in joining Shrek. Ma Hongjun exchanged knowing glances with Tang San, sharing a smile before turning to remind everyone once more. Indeed, we are truly fortunate to be here. We shall certainly complete the assessment and successfully join Shrek Academy, Tang San declared, a confident smile gracing his lips, his tone resolute. We have arrived. Ma Hongjun led the three companions to a spacious area behind the small square, approximately 200 square meters. There sat a robust middle-aged man, seemingly in his 50s, dozing off on a chair. Teacher Zhao, please awaken. I have brought individuals for the assessment of the fourth challenge, he said. Has another group arrived at the fourth challenge this year? 4 of them, no less. How splendid. It appears our academy will enjoy quite a bit of liveliness. Zhao Wujie remarked, blinking his drowsy eyes in surprise at Tang San and his companions. As Zhao Wujie stood up, he barely reached Ma Hongjun's chin. Yet he appeared even more formidable. His broad shoulders resembled an impenetrable wall, with his coat failing to conceal the mighty muscles beneath, resembling steel forged in fire. His expression, though amiable, emanated an unyielding aura of authority. In contrast, Ma Hongjun's physique appeared harmoniously proportioned next to him. Though robust, it lacked an intimidating presence, instead conveying a sense of athletic grace. I am Zhao Wujie. You have a stick of incense's worth of time to familiarize yourselves and strategize. The test will commence under my supervision. You 4 must unite to withstand my onslaught. Should one of you endure until the end, you shall pass. The duration is set for a stick of incense, Zhao Wujie said with a gentle smile, before igniting a stick of incense and firmly planting it into the ground. Just as Zhao Wujie prepared to resume his nap, Ma Hongjun felt an irresistible urge and stepped forward. Teacher Zhao, I have great confidence in their abilities. With your formidable strength, you wouldn't mind if I joined in, would you? Do not presume that your newfound status grants you the liberty to disregard me, old Zhao. Since you feel restless, I shall train you all together, Zhao Wujie replied, casting a contemplative glance at Ma Hongjun before returning to his chair to doze off once more. Why not call them little cubs? Xiao Wu murmured, unable to contain herself. Zhao Wujie suddenly opened his eyes, glaring at Xiao Wu, causing her to hastily crouch behind Tang San. Thank you. Unexpectedly, Zhu Zhuqing, who had remained silent, expressed her gratitude to Ma Hongjun. It's nothing, merely a fleeting impulse. No need for thanks. Now, let me enlighten you about Teacher Zhao Wujie's formidable prowess. Are you familiar with the illustrious name of the immovable king, Zhao Wujie? Ma Hongjun inquired earnestly. What? The immovable king, Zhao Wujie? Could it be that Teacher Zhao is the legendary figure who burst forth amidst the siege of the 16 bishops of the Spirit Hall? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment, her disbelief evident. To be pitted against such a formidable presence, was this not absurd? Indeed, at that time, Teacher Zhao was merely in his 60s. Yet he was able to emerge unscathed from the onslaught of 16 soul emperors, owing to his formidable defensive capabilities. The martial soul of the great strength diamond bear excels in both defense and offense. Therefore, we must be mindful of leveraging our strengths while avoiding our weaknesses. In comparison, Teacher Zhao's speed is relatively lacking. However, even so, it is not something we can match. Nevertheless, if we coordinate effectively, we should be able to hold him off for at least a stick of incense. Ma Hongjun meticulously analyzed the formidable aspects of Zhao Wujie for everyone. Let us introduce our abilities to one another, he suggested. I am Tang San, a 29th level control system Great Soul Master, with the martial soul of blue silver grass. Tang San nodded gravely as he spoke. I am Xiao Wu, the dance of the rabbit, and my martial soul is the jade rabbit. I am also a 29th level Great Soul Master, but I specialize in offense, Xiao Wu declared with a charming smile, her rabbit ears twitching adorably as she formally introduced herself. You both are truly impressive. I am Ning Rongrong, with the martial soul of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, a 26th level support system Great Soul Master. I hope to rely on your guidance in the future, Ning Rongrong praised with a gentle demeanor, her sweet words naturally endearing her to others. Only Ma Hongjun could not help but sigh inwardly. Truly, those from powerful factions possess a remarkable eloquence that fosters goodwill, effortlessly bridging the gap between them and the small group of Xiaowu and Tang San with just a few simple words. In his previous life, upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's entrance, she had seemed nothing short of a celestial fairy descending upon Shrek. Yet, as her true nature began to reveal itself, he felt an indescribable complexity within. Although the essence of her character was kind-hearted, he found it difficult to cultivate any fondness for her, though he harbored no ill feelings either. In Ma Hongjun's heart, the thought of seeking a girlfriend had crossed his mind. However, he had yet to encounter an appropriate match. According to his understanding, the female soul master most compatible with his evil fire phoenix martial soul must undoubtedly be Shui Binger. As for the clover, even Ma Hongjun was uncertain. He pondered whether the combination of two phoenix martial souls might lead to a martial soul fusion technique and resolved to explore this possibility in the future. The mere mention of Shui Bingo conjured thoughts of their martial souls, prompting Ma Hongjun to reflect quietly. Zhu Zhiqing, a level 27 agility attack soul master with the martial soul of a nether cat, succinctly outlined her role. My martial soul specializes in rapid strikes, she explained. My martial soul is a powerful beast martial soul, the evil fire phoenix, known for its explosive prowess, though it lacks endurance. I will serve as the primary attacker, coordinating with Xiao Wu for our offensive. Zhu Qing will utilize her speed to flank and assist in the attack. Tang San, although your martial soul is blue silvergrass, I presume that your current level of cultivation must possess unique qualities, correct? You should be able to restrict teacher Zhao while safeguarding your teammates. Ma Hongjun refrained from disclosing his own level, primarily to avoid discouraging his potential companions. Despite harboring some resentment towards Tang San and even contemplating teaching him a lesson, he recognized that Tang San had not wronged him and was, in fact, quite courteous. Thus, he found no justification for reprimanding him at this moment. He could only hope for a future opportunity to assert himself over Tang San, silently wishing that he would not fall too soon into his grasp. As for Ma Hongjun's motivations for assisting his companions in the assessment, there were several layers to his intentions. Firstly, it was to establish credibility among the 4 new students, as their talents were undoubtedly among the finest in the continent, which would greatly benefit him in the future. He understood that regardless of his assistance, they would likely pass the assessment with ease, so why not extend a helping hand? Secondly, Ma Hongjun sought to unify the Shrek Academy students, fostering camaraderie. For Shrek was indeed his home. As for the third reason, he felt a surge of excitement and wished to gauge the extent of his own strength, curious if he could pose a challenge to the Soul Saint Zhao Wujing. Of course, these were not the sole reasons. There were other, less explicable motivations, which he preferred to keep to himself. Do not inquire further. One might say he was simply too kind-hearted, with a penchant for helping others. What about me? Why have you not assigned me a task? Ning Rongrong interjected, her expression one of dissatisfaction as she sought to assert her presence. My 7 Treasures Glazed Tower martial soul possesses formidable support capabilities. You? Naturally, your role is to assist both me and Tang San. Is that not clear? Tang San replied. As a control-type soul master, your position is paramount, the very soul of the team. As the primary attacker, my significance cannot be overstated. I am undoubtedly the core of our group. I imagine you can only assist 3 individuals at most at your current level, so focus on supporting us effectively. Ma Hongjun cast a fleeting glance at the young lady of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, regarding Ning Rongrong with an expression akin to that reserved for a simpleton. Well, all right, Ning Rongrong replied, a hint of disappointment lacing her tone. Despite Ma Hongjun's words, she did not allow her true nature to surface, a rarity for someone of her privileged stature. This was largely due to the enigmatic aura that Ma Hongjun had exuded since his arrival. Although his remarks could be irksome, he had consistently offered assistance to her and her companions. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's proposal, the others nodded in agreement. First, grant me an enhancement, so I may observe its effects. There is no need to elaborate on the attributes of your martial soul's support capabilities. I am well aware that your martial soul is the foremost auxiliary in the continent. What I wish to witness is the tangible augmentation it imparts to my physique, Ma Hongjun instructed, invoking the characteristic of the breath of the sun. Then turning to Ning Rongrong, he sought to discern whether Ning Rongrong's enhancement would augment his inherent physical prowess or the heightened attributes bestowed by his dual characteristics. Receiving Ma Hongjun's commendation, Ning Rongrong, oblivious to the underlying implications of his words, felt a surge of joy as she applied the power of her second spirit ability to him. However, it became apparent that Ma Hongjun's expectations were somewhat inflated. The enhancement from Ning Rongrong's martial soul, the light of auxiliary, had evidently not reached the anticipated 30% increase. After a brief assessment, Ma Hongjun estimated the actual enhancement to be approximately 15%, suggesting that the characteristics of the breath of the sun did not contribute to his innate physical capabilities. While applying spirit rings could enhance physical strength without any inadequacy, it did not reflect his true power, resulting in a slightly awkward sensation when utilized. This was precisely why Ma Hongjun typically refrained from employing the breath of the sun's characteristics. How does it feel? Do you sense an increase of about 30% in strength? My martial soul is impartial. The current enhancement should indeed approximate 30% and persist for a duration equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, Ning Rongrong inquired. A hint of uncertainty in her gaze, yet brimming with confidence. No issues here. Time is of the essence. Do you have any supplementary strategies to discuss? Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. He refrained from disclosing the truth to Ning Rongrong, harboring no intention of disheartening her. He was well aware of the formidable capabilities of the seven treasures, glazed tile martial soul, which not only augmented an attribute with every 10 levels but also enhanced all previously augmented attributes by an additional 10%. The seven treasures glazed tile spirit masters were undoubtedly the finest allies for any battle spirit master. Otherwise, Ma Hongjun would not have allowed her entry into Shrek Academy despite knowing her privileged temperament. None, Brother Ma. Your strategy is flawless. There are no issues whatsoever. You have merely deduced our respective martial soul abilities based on our spirits, which is truly remarkable. Even I must admit I could not achieve such insight. Your understanding of martial souls must be quite profound, correct? Tang San remarked earnestly, fixing a serious gaze upon Ma Hongjun. Indeed, I have conducted some research, though it is hardly worth mentioning. Teacher Zhao is approaching. Rongrong, you should swiftly replenish your soul power, as Ma Hongjun observed Zhao Wujia, who lay reclining in a chair. Suddenly opened his eyes, he promptly alerted the others. So what is the verdict, my little rascals? The time has come. Have you reached a consensus? If so, it has been quite some time since I've had the opportunity to stretch my limbs, so allow me to assist you in that regard. Zhao Wujia interlaced his fingers and rubbed them together for a moment, then rotated his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. With a sinister grin, he rose and approached them. Simultaneously, the incense had burned down completely, marking the passage of a full incense stick's duration. Chapter 73, Confronting Zhao Wujia, Part 3. Why does Teacher Zhao always refer to us as little rascals instead of little bears? Xiao Wu remarked with evident displeasure to Tang San beside her. Ahem, perhaps it's because rabbits are deemed cuter, Tang San replied, his previously serious expression softening into a sheepish smile at Xiao Wu's comment. Teacher Zhao, we have come to an agreement. However, I must remind you that your seventh soul skill is off limits, or else we would certainly be no match for you, Ma Hongjun said with a slight smile, offering a gentle reminder. Rest assured, even my sixth soul skill will not be necessary. As long as you can endure for the duration of an incense stick, you shall be welcomed into Shrek Academy. As for you, Ma Hongjun, should they fail the assessment, you will be required to run 20 laps around Soto City with a heavy load within a single day, Zhao Wujia declared confidently. Very well, Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. My good brother, I sincerely apologize for dragging you into this. But don't worry, we will undoubtedly endure for the duration of the incense, Tang San said, patting Ma Hongjun on the shoulder with a look of regret. It's all right, Teacher Zhao, you may begin, Ma Hongjun said, not allowing Tang San's words of camaraderie to elate him too much. Instead, he felt a surge of inner conflict regarding how to torment Tang San. Zhao Wujia conjured another incense stick, and before he could ignite it, Ning Rongrong had already begun to unleash her martial spirit. The seven treasures turn into glaze. The first is speed, the second is strength. Ning Rongrong spun in place, and atop the seven treasures glazed pagoda, brilliant hues of seven colors radiated magnificently. The seven treasures glazed pagoda, a tower more than a foot high, shimmered with resplendent lights, exuding an air of opulence. Coupled with the ethereal presence of Ning Rongrong, she appeared as if a celestial fairy had descended to the mortal realm. Goodness, a soul master from the seven treasures glazed tile family. Old Master Fu will surely be delighted beyond measure this time, someone remarked in awe. Zhao Wujia, somewhat astonished, remarked as he gently ignited the incense in his hand, placing it steadily upon the table beside him. With Ning Rongrong's soul skill in effect, Ma Hongjun felt a significant enhancement of both strength and speed, approximately a 15% increase. In contrast, Tang San experienced an even more pronounced augmentation, with his power and velocity surging by at least 30%. Before Ma Hongjun could further sense the transformation within his body, Zhao Wujie crouched slightly, his fists crashing forcefully toward the ground. Did he intend to interrupt the supportive capabilities of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with a wide-area assault? It would not be so simple. With double the physical attributes, bolstered by Ning Rongrong's assistance, Ma Hongjun moved with ghostly agility, preemptively appearing beside her and seizing her delicate, fragile hand. Holding Ning Rongrong's hand, he propelled himself off the ground, ascending to a height of 6 or 7 meters. A thunderous roar echoed as the earth trembled violently, sending ripples of yellowish soul power energy toward the position where Ning Rongrong had just stood. Tang San now. It was only at this moment that Ma Hongjun descended back to the ground, disregarding the startled expression on Ning Rongrong's flushed face. Tang San's blue-silver grass spirit transformed into a long vine adorned with barbs, swiftly coiling around Zhao Wujie like a bolt of lightning. However, although the blue-silver grass encircled Zhao Wujie, it did not advance further to ensnare him. Leave it to me, first soul skill, Phoenix crying in the sky. Ma Hongjun's Phoenix spirit instantly manifested, unleashing powerful flames that surged toward Tang San's blue-silver grass. With a crackling sound, the blue-silver grass, engulfed in flames, wound its way toward Zhao Wujie. Caught off guard, Zhao Wujie's garments were soon tattered by the flames of the phoenix that clung to the vines. You little rascal. So you dare to play tricks on me? In that case, I shall take this more seriously. Flushed and flustered, Zhao Wujie's face betrayed his embarrassment, unsure whether it was due to the flames or the humiliation of being burned by a student. Although the flames of Ma Hongjun are formidable, Zhao Wujie's defenses are even more robust. He only sustained a minor injury from the blue-silver grass before promptly reacting. However, his clothing was less fortunate. Despite the protection of his soul power, several holes had been burned into it. Is that not Teacher Zhao? Is he trying to follow the trend of wearing ripped pants? At that moment, Oscar had just finished his business and, noticing the commotion, came over to join in, witnessing the scene unfold, and could not help but shout loudly. Shut up. Do you also wish to practice? Don't leave after school tomorrow. Meet me in the grove, and I shall thoroughly train you, Zhao Wujie scolded, casting a dark glare at Oscar from the sidelines. Oscar instantly fell silent, not daring to utter another word. He silently cursed his own loose tongue, realizing that he was once again destined for training. Although each session with Zhao Wujie resulted in progress, the experience of pain intertwined with joy was truly unpleasant, prompting those who had undergone the training to flee at the mere thought of it. Even Ma Hongjun was no exception. Ahem, Teacher Zhao. The incense has almost burnt down halfway. You're not considering letting it off lightly, are you? Ma Hongjun interjected playfully, hoping to buy some time as he noticed Zhao Wujie's grim expression. Humph. Do not think to distract me with your jests or buy time. Today, I shall make you all aware of the might of me, the unmoving King Zhao Wujie. Otherwise, you brats shall never ascend to greatness. Zhao Wujie retorted sharply, not easily fooled, turning to face Ma Hongjun and Tang San. As his words faded, Zhao Wujie's hand suddenly radiated with golden light, accelerating swiftly until he stood before the positioned Tang San. His palm, augmented by soul power, doubled in size as he aimed it toward Tang San. The reason he refrained from attacking Ma Hongjun was that he understood the slippery nature of that lad. If he truly wished to escape, Zhao Wujie would find it challenging to capture him. This was primarily due to Ma Hongjun's Phoenix martial soul, a flying-type beast martial soul. Unlike the original narrative, where the plump Ma Hongjun could only achieve brief flights aided by soul skills, his martial soul-esque quality was superior, allowing him to fly briefly without such assistance. If he utilized his third soul skill, he could soar through the skies as long as his soul power did not deplete, and the energy consumption was minimal. Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, activating Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track to narrowly evade the overwhelming palm strike. However, Zhao Wujie relentlessly pursued, continuing his assault on Tang San. Observing this, Xiao Wu, in a moment of urgency, activated her second soul ring. The second soul skill, Charm. Her eyes turned blood red, fixating intently on Zhao Wujie. Consequently, his attack halted, and he gazed at Xiao Wu, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Be careful, Ma Hongjun urgently shouted aloud. However, it was too late. A brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from Zhao Wujie's eyes, locking onto Xiao Wu's gaze. In an instant, Xiao Wu was struck by the backlash of her own soul skill and fainted. Before Ma Hongjun could reach her, Tang San, driven by an uncontrollable frenzy, surged forward with a newfound speed, appearing behind Xiao Wu to support her. Xiao Wu. Tang San lifted his head to gaze at Zhao Wujie, his black eyes devoid of any emotion. Chapter 74. Confrontation with Zhao Wujie Part 4. Upon witnessing the scene, Ma Hongjun's expression revealed a hint of displeasure. Not directed at Zhao Wujie, but rather at Tang San. Regardless of Zhao Wujie's shortcomings, his intentions were never malicious. Thus, it seemed rather excessive for Tang San to regard his future mentor with such disdainful eyes. Had it been any other instructor, Ma Hongjun might have remained indifferent. Yet Zhao Wujie had consistently shown kindness towards his students and was known for his protective nature. Upon reflection, however, it was understandable. Tang San, the devoted husband, was bound to react in such a manner. Moreover, if his intuition served him right, Tang San's father, the illustrious title Douluo, Douluo, was likely observing from the shadows. With this thought, the initial discontent that had arisen within Ma Hongjun towards Tang San was swiftly quelled. Although he had harbored reservations about Tang San before their encounter, his feelings towards Xiao Wu were quite the opposite. In fact, apart from Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu was undoubtedly the Douluo goddess Ma Hongjun admired most. Her unwavering dedication to love had touched his heart on numerous occasions, fostering a desire to preserve the friendship among Tang San, Xiao Wu, and himself. Upon seeing Xiao Wu in distress, Ma Hongjun's countenance grew serious. Teacher Zhao, your time has come. I assure you, today marks your end, and no one can save you, Ma Hongjun declared with utmost seriousness and an air of dominance. Locking his gaze onto Zhao Wujie, having confirmed that his ordinary attacks could inflict negligible damage on the prepared Zhao Wujie, Ma Hongjun began to adapt his strategy. Opting to stall for time, he intended to deliver a decisive blow to Zhao Wujie at the last moment, ensuring that he exhausted his soul power without allowing Zhao Wujie the opportunity to retaliate. He was confident that his full-powered phoenix cry could indeed injure Zhao Wujie, albeit at the cost of significant fatigue. Without resorting to external spirit bones or the clovers, it was only through unleashing the entirety of his soul power with the phoenix cry that he might pose a threat to Zhao Wujie. Observing the formidable Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with admiration. She was profoundly impressed by the earlier display where Ma Hongjun had effortlessly vaulted 5 or 6 meters high using the principles of Tiyun Zong. His current demeanor undoubtedly captivated her youthful heart, even catching the attention of Zhu Zhuqing, who had been waiting for an opportune moment to strike. I won't fall for your tricks. If you think you can evade, I'll show you the power of my fourth soul ring skill, tracking, Zhao Wujie bellowed, his fourth soul ring illuminating with a brilliant purple glow. The ring seemed almost sentient, darting towards Ma Hongjun as if it possessed eyes, ensnaring him in its grasp. I let my guard down. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, suddenly turning his gaze towards Zhao Wujie, only to see Zhao Wujie hurtling towards him like a cannonball. Ma Hongjun swiftly shifted his position, only to be astonished to discover that Zhao Wujie had also adjusted his trajectory, charging directly towards him. It was dire. He had been locked onto, having forgotten that teacher Zhao possessed a soul skill capable of tracking him, his third soul skill, Phoenix Wing Ascension. In a state of resignation, Ma Hongjun had no choice but to employ his third soul skill, lifting off the ground and soaring several meters into the air. It was not that he did not wish to ascend higher, but the resistance of the air and the force of gravity intensified with altitude, resulting in greater consumption of soul power. Although he could maintain flight for 2 to 3 incense sticks worth of time, even at a slightly higher elevation, he had no intention of straying too far, as he was responsible for the safety of his teammates. Fleeing was simply not an option. Indeed, upon seeing Ma Hongjun ascend into the sky, Zhao Wujie immediately redirected his assault, launching a powerful punch towards Zhu Zhuqing, who was positioned nearby to assist. At that moment, Tang San could no longer afford to observe Zhao Wujie coldly after entrusting Xiao Wu to Ning Rongrong's care. He transformed his blue-silver grass into long vines that ensnared Zhao Wujie for just a moment, thereby granting Zhu Zhuqing a fleeting opportunity to evade the range of Zhao Wujie's attack. By this time, only half of the incense stick had burned away. Impressive. To compel me to utilize such an array of soul skills. You all possess the qualifications to join Shrek Academy, but this is where it ends. Gravity enhancement. A look of appreciation graced Zhao Wujie's face, clearly satisfied with the synergy displayed among the group. Particularly, The cooperation between Tang San and Ma Hongjun had inflicted genuine injury upon him. At that moment, Xiao Wu also regained consciousness, shaking off her lingering fatigue and forcing herself to rejoin the fray. However, she was met with Zhao Wujin's third soul skill, gravity enhancement, which abruptly stifled not only Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing's speed, but also caused Ma Hongjun, who was hovering in the air, to plummet 3 to 4 meters before he could stabilize himself. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Upon noticing Xiao Wu's awakening, Tang San, who had initially struggled to move, found the presence of mind to turn and inquire. I'm fine, be careful. Xiao Wu intended to reassure him, but was taken aback as Zhao Wujin suddenly charged at Tang San. Caught off guard, Tang San was instantly sent flying several meters away by a single punch from Zhao Wujin, exclaiming in shock. At this juncture, less than half the time of the incense stick remained, and just as they were on the verge of completing the examination, Tang San found himself grievously injured due to his momentary lapse in concentration, a consequence of Zhao Wujin holding back and utilizing only soul master-level soul power. Still too inexperienced. To let one's guard down in battle is a grave mistake. Who is your instructor in soul power cultivation? Have they never imparted these lessons to you? Truly a disservice to their students. With a hint of dissatisfaction on his face, Zhao Wujin spoke. However, his words inadvertently struck another nerve of Tang San. In a brief span of time, Zhao Wujin had unwittingly touched upon 2 of Tang San's sensitive points, leaving Ma Hongjun astounded. It seemed inevitable that this teacher was destined to face a calamity. Even if he summoned the poison Douluo, it would be futile. The most he could hope for was to save a shred of dignity, as a thorough beating appeared unavoidable. Silence. You shall not speak of my teacher in such a manner. This is my own oversight, and it has nothing to do with him. From now on, I shall be serious, so Zhao Wujin, you had better be cautious, Tang San admonished sharply. No sooner had Tang San's voice faded than both of his hands were suddenly raised. A series of sharp sounds echoed as 6 cold rays erupted from the sleeves of his attire, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, aimed directly at Zhao Wujin's face. Well then, allow me to add some flair to this, Ma Hongjun declared, promptly unleashing his second soul skill, the Sunburst Stab, which formed an energy cone directed at Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin, caught off guard, had evidently underestimated Tang San's fighting spirit, and even more so. The ambush by Ma Hongjun lurking above. Thud. Thud. 2 piercing sounds resonated simultaneously. In a frantic maneuver, Zhao Wujin evaded 5 of Tang San's cold rays. But the final redirected attack struck his left arm, while Ma Hongjun's second soul skill found its mark at the base of Zhao Wujin's thigh. Chapter 75. The Battle Against Zhao Wujin, and a surge of excruciating pain accompanied by waves of dizziness washed over him. It's poison. Not only was Zhao Wujin tormented by the venom on Tang San's hidden steel needles, but Ma Hongjun's soul skill also carried a unique and mutated phosphor flame poison. Zhao Wujin's complexion shifted between shades of green and purple, and he ultimately had to exert soul power exceeding that of a soul emperor to suppress the toxins coursing through him. Yet, before he could regain his composure, 2 more attacks surged towards him. The ghostly claws of the underworld. This was Zhu Zhuqing's soul skill, unleashing a barrage of over 100 strikes directed at Zhao Wujin. Although the force of the attacks was not overwhelmingly strong, they nonetheless exacerbated his existing wounds, all converging upon them, showcasing Zhu Zhuqing's remarkable opportunistic prowess. 8. Though Little Dance bore the scars of emotional turmoil, her spirit energy surged with vitality as she swiftly materialized beside Zhao Wujia, launching a ferocious assault against him. She executed the 8-section throw with fierce precision, arching her back, ascending, descending, and pivoting, all while delivering powerful strikes that sent her opponent reeling. The technique's essence lay in harnessing the strength of her waist to propel her upper body, using her legs to kick her adversary away, thus initiating the first segment of the 8-section throw. Following this initial kick, she deftly struck at Zhao Wujia's abdomen, sending him soaring into the air. This marked the commencement of what I refer to as the ascending phase. As she seamlessly transitioned from one segment to the next, Little Dance identified the moment when Zhao Wujia's soul energy was at its most vulnerable, a prime opportunity to unleash her self-invented soul skill, the 8-section throw. The flawless execution of this brutal aesthetic left the onlookers in a state of astonishment as the unfortunate Zhao Wujia was tossed about like a mere ball in the air. Once the first segment was successfully executed, the remaining 7 segments became virtually inescapable for any soul master, and Zhao Wujia was evidently not the exception to this rule. With a resounding thud, Zhao Wujia crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the haze dissipated, he emerged, clutching his aching back, limping painfully. Ouch! My back is killing me. You little brats have really provoked my wrath, he exclaimed, his voice laced with indignation. Fifth soul skill, gravity compression. Sixth soul skill, mighty diamond roar. Without hesitation, he cast a glance at the dwindling incense, disregarding his earlier bravado. A powerful shockwave of sound erupted forth, scattering in all directions. Ma Hongjun plummeted to the ground, while Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, Little Dance, and Ning Rongrong, who had retreated a distance, all knelt on one knee, hands clasped to their ears in agony. Meanwhile, Oscar, watching from the sidelines, dashed away several dozen meters before finally halting. This is it. Teacher Zhao is truly enraged. Hongjun is in for a rough time. Should I inform the dean? Ah, never mind. Teacher Zhao should know his limits and won't genuinely harm them. Still, that support-type female soul master is quite striking. I hope she isn't hurt. Oscar pondered with growing concern. The overwhelming soundwave attack left everyone in distress. Ma Hongjun glanced at the dwindling incense, his eyes lighting up as he summoned all his soul power and bellowed, Phoenix crying sky strike. Emitting a soundwave attack infused with fierce fiery energy, he unleashed a torrent of flames that filled a 50-meter radius, culminating in a radiant beam of light aimed directly at Zhao Wujie. Curse it! You little brat, are you attempting murder? After all the kindness I've shown you. With no time to evade, Zhao Wujie had no choice but to activate his first defensive soul skill, bracing himself to endure Ma Hongjun's full-force strike. The clash resounded with a mighty impact. The resounding clash reverberated, causing the energy surrounding Zhao Wujie's immovable body to shatter, propelling him backwards several meters. His already sparse hair transformed into a nest resembling straw, wisps of black smoke curling upwards. Momentarily stunned, Zhao Wujie rose, intent on rushing over to deliver a severe reprimand to Ma Hongjun. However, Ma Hongjun summoned his last vestige of strength and shouted, "The time is up, Teacher Zhao." Upon uttering those words, he collapsed. Tang San, with a lingering trace of soul power, prepared to assist Ma Hongjun, yet someone moved faster, swiftly catching Ma Hongjun's broad arm to prevent him from falling. A subtle blush flickered across Zhu Zhuqing's face as she softly remarked, "Thank you. We have won. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Ma Hongjun found himself utterly perplexed, akin to a monk unable to comprehend the situation. Was this indeed the frigid Zhu Zhuqing, who was now expressing concern for his well-being? As he felt the warmth radiating from her arms, he sensed a subtle stirring of the malevolent fire within him. Previously subdued by the supreme ice attribute elixir of the ice and fire duality eye, his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing underwent an inexplicable transformation, a reflection of subconscious impulses rather than any deliberate intention on his part. Please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your assistance, nothing more. Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly exclaimed, sensing the oddity in Ma Hongjun's eyes. She promptly released his arm and retreated to Ning Rongrong's side, a hint of fluster evident in her demeanor. As Ma Hongjun stumbled, nearly losing his balance, he regained clarity after a brief moment of adjustment. Fortunately, he managed to recover a modicum of soul power, allowing him to stand, albeit precariously. He mused inwardly, truly, it is no surprise that the aloof Zhu Zhuqing would lend him a hand. It must be a result of the assistance he had rendered her on numerous occasions. To wish for more would be nothing short of a fool's errand. You have triumphed. Zhao Wujie sighed, his voice heavy with resignation. It seems I have aged, rendered ineffective, unable to even best a group of youngsters, with a bruised visage and a limp. He departed, muttering to himself in despair. It appears the blow to Teacher Zhao was rather significant. However, he must still possess considerable soul power, after all. He hasn't even utilized his seventh soul skill. If he did, we would surely be no match for him, Ma Hongjun remarked awkwardly as he glanced at the others. Cough, cough. Yes, I am aware, Tang San replied, his hand pressed to his chest, revealing the toll the encounter had taken on him. Having absorbed a powerful strike from Zhao Wujie, he bore severe injuries. Had he not been sustaining himself, he would have long since been incapacitated. Xiao Wu hurried to support Tang San, her expression one of astonishment as she turned to Ma Hongjun. I never expected that despite your average appearance, your martial spirit is so formidable. You've already attained the status of a soul master with a Millennium Soul Ring. The soul ring you unleashed just now, dark purple, must be at least 8,000 years old. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, the others reflected intently, their expression shifting to one of amazement as they looked at Ma Hongjun, eager to hear his response. Indeed, Your discernment is commendable. My third soul ring is indeed over 8,000 years old, Ma Hongjun explained. While at the academy, the soul rings he displayed were 2 yellow and 1 purple, representing the soul rings of the 3-leaf clover and a hidden soul ring, a typical ruse to mislead others. His true soul ring configuration was more complex: 3-leaf clover, yellow, yellow, purple, with 1 yellow serving as a hidden soul ring. His first skill, the phosphorus flame poison, stemmed from the first soul ring, while the ghost vine parasitism was derived from the first hidden soul ring. The second soul skill was the ink jade staff, and although he refrained from using his third skill, it was widely recognized and derived from the faceless demon spider. The evil fire phoenix martial spirit bore 3 purple rings, corresponding to the soul beasts, the king of the earth, the flame bird, and the fiery tail bird. Chapter 76. I have a strong foundation. Congratulations! You have successfully joined Shrek Academy. Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Oscar. Ma Hongjun, you are truly remarkable. To have caused teacher Zhao to suffer such a major setback, my admiration for you flows like an unending river. In the distance, Oscar hurriedly approached, his face glowing with congratulations as he addressed the crowd. He gazed at the weakened Ma Hongjun with an expression of flattery, as it was his first time witnessing Ma Hongjun unleash his third soul skill. Initially, he had presumed that despite Ma Hongjun's formidable talent, his power would merely be on par with Dai's. Although he had heard rumors of Ma Hongjun's victory over Dai Mubai once, he remained unaware of the specifics, attributing it solely to the advantage of his martial soul. However, witnessing Ma Hongjun unleash such immense combat prowess using only 1 martial soul left him in awe, prompting his unrestrained praise. While Tang San and the others also recognized Ma Hongjun's strength, they were unaware that he had retained another martial soul and many untapped abilities, thus not sharing Oscar's level of astonishment. Having already been impressed by Ma Hongjun's soul power at the academy's entrance, they were somewhat prepared for his capabilities once they learned of his age, which tempered their reaction. Ma Hongjun, you are truly remarkable. It is my first time encountering a young soul master with such extraordinary talent. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, generously offering her compliments. Yet, Ma Hongjun seemed indifferent to the accolades, managing a weak smile as he looked at Oscar and said, Oscar, could you refrain from flattering me for a moment and kindly provide me with a recovery sausage? Although Tang San's performance was commendable, even striking, the brilliance of Ma Hongjun overshadowed him, leading the others to unconsciously overlook Tang San's achievements. Despite Ma Hongjun having stolen the spotlight that rightfully belonged to Tang San, he remained humble, believing that his earlier awakening of the martial soul 3 years ahead was simply his due. He, however, overlooked the fact that Tang San's talent was no less impressive than his own, and that in certain respects, he had indeed surpassed Tang San. Momentarily feeling a sense of delight in his temporary superiority over Tang San, he had long maintained a humble disposition, subconsciously viewing Tang San as the favored child of destiny. Is this really appropriate? It might not reflect well, Oscar remarked, casting a glance at Zhu Zhiqing and Ning Rongrong, feeling a bit abashed. The reason he avoided looking at Xiao Wu was evident from his awareness of Tang San standing beside her. He considered Tang San someone he could not provoke, especially given his recent display of dominance. Enough with the chatter, just transform as instructed. They have completed the assessment and joined the academy. They will find out eventually. So what is there to be shy about? Ma Hongjun said impatiently. The exchange between the two left the onlookers puzzled, unable to decipher their cryptic conversation. All right then, let's agree that you all mustn't laugh, Oscar said in a somewhat soft voice, a stark contrast to his bushy beard. Ma Hongjun had yet to speak when Ning Rongrong, unable to contain herself, cast an indignant glance at Oscar and remarked, Why are you being so verbose? From the implications of Ma Hongjun's words, you must be a food-type soul master. Hurry up and conjure some restorative sausages for everyone to consume. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's somewhat impolite comments, Ma Hongjun furrowed his brow but refrained from saying much, recognizing that her intentions were ultimately for his benefit. Well, fine. I do have a rather large sausage. Oscar reluctantly recited his rather dubious soul incantation. In an instant, he produced 5 sizable sausages, handing one to Ma Hongjun and then distributing the rest to the 4 others, who were caught in the wind. Indeed, no one laughed at him. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but rather that laughter eluded them, as their expressions were decidedly odd, bordering on disgust. The first to falter was Ning Rongrong, whose stomach churned, prompting her to crouch down and retch. Following her was Xiao Wu, and soon Zhu Zhiqing joined in. Even Tang San's complexion paled further, while only Ma Hongjun remained unfazed. consuming the sausage that Oscar had offered him. What is wrong with this? It's merely a rather unsavory soul incantation. How old are you? Why overthink it? The world has changed. Ma Hongjun declared disdainfully after devouring the sausage, feeling revitalized in both energy and soul power. Bro, I admire your guts. I can't stomach this anymore. Had I known how his sausages were made, I would never have eaten, Tang San said with a bitter smile, his face somewhat ashen. He then settled down to meditate and recuperate his soul power. Ma Hongjun, I'm going to kill you. Xiao yelled in a fit of rage, charging towards him. Stop. I didn't do it on purpose. Who knew you would react so strongly? You're no match for me. Cough, cough. I was actually thinking of your well-being. Otherwise, in a couple of days, the teacher would force you to eat it anyway. Ma Hongjun quickly retreated a few steps, speaking with a hint of awkward seriousness. It wasn't intentional. You did it on purpose. I knew you were too kind-hearted to invite us to that sausage, Xiao halted. Her face turning an angry shade of green, her tone filled with a mix of grievance and indignation, her beautiful, large eyes brimming with tears. It's a large sausage. Oscar timidly added. Get lost. You're no better, Ma Hongjun. I didn't expect you to have such a twisted sense of humor. You've truly disappointed me. Ning Rongrong pushed Oscar aside and looked at Ma Hongjun with evident disappointment. Men are indeed all the same. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's indifferent words resonated. The three women instantly cast a united gaze towards Ma Hongjun, their bond unexpectedly strengthening in that fleeting moment. Alas, speak as you will, in a few days. You will comprehend my intentions, and I, too, have endured my share of hardship. It is not as if I am burdened like one with child. Oscar. Remain here and watch over Tang San. When he awakens, escort him to the boys' dormitory. As for the three of you, do you wish to accompany me to the dormitory? Ma Hongjun looked at the three women with a hint of exasperation. Very well, Oscar replied, somewhat disheartened. Humph. Hurry up and lead the way. Do not presume that by taking us to the dormitory, we shall easily forgive you, unless... Xiao Wu scoffed, directing a challenging glance at Ma Hongjun. As Ma Hongjun's steps abruptly halted, he interrupted Xiao Wu's words with a hint of irritation, saying, Unless I apologize and present you with a large basket of carrots, right? Yes, that sounds wonderful. I have decided to forgive you, but remember to prepare the carrots for me tomorrow, Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. The mention of carrots momentarily made Tang San, who was seated nearby in meditation to recover his soul power, forget his surroundings and bounce along with Ma Hongjun toward the girls' dormitory. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged astonished glances at Xiao Wu, pondering how easily she was satisfied. What happened to our united front? Xiao Wu, you are far too easily pleased. I certainly won't forgive him so readily, Ning Rongrong remarked with a hint of pride. I don't need your forgiveness. Hurry up and move on. I have matters to attend to, and no time to waste on you. Tang San is with Oscar. So there won't be any issues. Xiao Wu, you need not look back, Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly, then shifted his tone toward Xiao Wu. Why are you so harsh with me, and yet so kind to Xiao Wu? Have I offended you in some way? Ning Rongrong asked, her frustration palpable as she stamped her foot in dismay. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, quietly following at the back of the group. No, it's fine. We have arrived at the dormitory. Though a bit rustic, it is clean. There are 2 rooms. You can decide whether to share or not. Ma Hongjun gestured toward the rather old wooden building. Let us stay together, Rongrong and Zhuqing. What do you think? All right, Ma Hongjun. This is our matter now. You should leave, Xiao Wu suggested, clearly considering the implications, as having one person alone in a room would seem unseemly. I have no objections. More people make for a lively atmosphere. Staying alone at night would be too lonely, and if we encountered any unsavory characters, it would be even more troublesome. It's better to stay together for mutual support, Ning Rongrong concurred, casting a sidelong glance at Ma Hongjun as she spoke the last part. Then I shall take my leave. You 3 get along well. Living together is indeed more convenient. Should any issues arise at the academy, feel free to seek my assistance. Farewell, Ma Hongjun said, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing before departing. Ma Hongjun, due to the concealment of his second soul ring, has undergone a transformation in his character, becoming increasingly helpful to others, to the point of appearing somewhat foolish. Ma Hongjun could not help but ponder whether a malevolent demon lurked within any of the leaves. And if to acquire the concealed spirit ring, he must also transform into a demon. While his kindness had cost him dearly, it had also bestowed upon him numerous blessings. For instance, at this moment, the expressions of the 3 women directed at Ma Hongjun had evidently softened. Aren't you busy with something? You should be on your way. Xiao Wu remarked, her demeanor considerably improved, clearly influenced by Ma Hongjun's amiable disposition, which rendered her unable to express her frustrations. Ma Hongjun nodded and walked toward the boys' dormitory in the distance. After Ma Hongjun's departure, Ning Rongrong gazed at his retreating figure, curiosity prompting her to inquire of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, have you noticed that if this Ma Hongjun weren't so infuriating, he actually seems quite pleasant? Indeed, he is rather agreeable, but still not as commendable as Xiao San. Xiao San never irritates anyone. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, her tone tinged with a hint of pride. Zhu Zhuqing, finding the banter tedious, opened the door to her dormitory and stepped inside, beginning to tidy her bed. Meanwhile, back in his own room, Ma Hongjun sat cross-legged, entering a state of meditation, his consciousness delving into the depths of his mind. Within the confines of his mental landscape, a verdant interface presented itself. Aside from a few newly acquired soul abilities, there were no significant changes. However, behind the first and second leaves, two new entries appeared, faith points and kindness points. At present, Ma Hongjun had yet to discern their practical applications, only aware of their connection to unlocking hidden soul rings. Host, Ma Hongjun Martial Soul, 3-leaf clover, first leaf, faith value unlocked, 100, second leaf, kindness value in progress, 48.5. This transformation manifested only after Ma Hongjun ascended to the rank of Soul Master. He had recently discovered that performing good deeds incrementally boosted his kindness value by 1 to 3 points. Thus, he had orchestrated an opportunity for a few individuals to unwittingly sample Oscar's sausages, anticipating their future gratitude. However, the effects of these actions would only materialize in a few days. Ultimately, it was his assistance in helping the 4 pass Zhao Wujia's assessment that granted him an additional 5 kindness points, elevating his total from 48 to 53. Ma Hongjun felt a sense of anticipation, eager for Flander to initiate adaptive training for the group. Perhaps, in due time, he could accrue a few more kindness points. He speculated that, akin to faith points, once his kindness value reached 100, he would successfully unlock the second hidden soul ring, thereby acquiring new special abilities or treasures from other realms. Opening his wishful treasure bag, he consumed a spirit herb imbued with ice attributes, feeling the malevolent fire within his soul power gradually subside. Over the past year, Ma Hongjun had ingested approximately 15 top-tier ice attribute spirit herbs. Their worth translating to a staggering 50,000 gold soul coins. Fortunately, these herbs had not been entirely squandered. Ma Hongjun's robust physique had allowed him to not only neutralize the evil fire, but also to consolidate the residual medicinal potency within his soul power foundation, fortifying his base further. While these herbs paled in comparison to celestial grasses, they were nonetheless beneficial. Currently, aside from acquiring kindness points, only the method of harvesting celestial grasses piqued Ma Hongjun's interest. Ah, please, be gentle. I can't take it anymore. Senior, spare me. Suddenly, a faint yet haunting scream pierced the air, reaching the ears of Ma Hongjun. Upon closer scrutiny, he discerned that the source of this sound was none other than Zhao Wujie. By this time, the sky had darkened considerably, and the moonlight shone brightly. With a sense of foreboding, Ma Hongjun felt no fear. After a brief cleansing ritual, he donned a set of black garments and made his way toward the origin of the sound, which led him to a secluded grove in the rear mountains of Shrek Academy. Employing the unique stealth of his 3-leaf clover martial spirit, he concealed his presence and ascended to the boughs of a grand tree at the heart of the grove. The reason why Ma Hongjun dared to come was twofold. First, he was aware that Zhao Wujie had certainly attacked Tang San, and that Tang Hao had come seeking retribution. Second, he knew that the poisoned Douluo was present within the academy today, and upon hearing the commotion, would undoubtedly come to investigate. Additionally, he wished to join the fray, hoping to acquire some goodwill. Although the poisoned Douluo was not Tang Hao's match, it was feasible for him to safeguard his life under the circumstances, as Tang San's presence would deter any reckless actions. In a clearing ahead, a middle-aged man clad in tattered robes was violently assaulting Zhao Wujie with a flurry of punches and kicks. Despite the brutality, Zhao Wujie emitted cries of distress. Yet Ma Hongjun found it peculiar that Tang Hao refrained from striking Zhao Wujie's face. His gaze shifted to the proud figure of Douluo Bo standing like a spear nearby, as well as the displeased expression on Flander's face. Ma Hongjun suddenly realized that Tang Hao likely spared Zhao Wujie's dignity for the sake of these two individuals. The one-sided battle continued for nearly the duration of an incense stick before it finally ceased. Remember, Tang San is my son. From now on, I entrust him to your academy. If any issues arise, even the poisoned Douluo will not be able to protect your Shrek Academy, Tang Hao declared, his hair disheveled and his tone domineering. Ma Hongjun felt a surge of displeasure, yet he found himself powerless to counter it. Tang Hao cast a fleeting glance at the tree where Ma Hongjun stood, choosing not to speak further, and instead addressed Zhao Wujie and Flanders. Flanders wore a grim expression, while Zhao Wujie appeared somewhat dazed. Thank you, Senior, for your blessings on my breakthrough. I express my gratitude here, Zhao Wujie said, suddenly clasping his hands together in a respectful bow towards Tang Hao. This is the reward for looking after Tang San. Your breakthrough is a result of your own efforts. You were already on the verge of a breakthrough. I merely facilitated the unblocking of your meridians, shortening the time required. There is no need for thanks, the middle-aged man, Tang Hao stated with an air of authority. His imposing stature was such that only Ma Hongjun could possibly rival him. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Even if you do not express it, our Shrek Academy will not easily allow our students to be in danger. We will do our utmost to protect them. However, the path of Soul Masters is fraught with peril, and thus our academy cannot provide absolute assurances, he continued. Before Zhao Wujie could utter a word, Flanders stepped forward with earnestness, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Tang Hao, exuding no hint of trepidation. Even Ma Hongjun, perched on a tree, could not help but feel a bead of cold sweat for Flander, entirely taken aback by his audacity. In truth, Flander's character had been somewhat influenced by his prolonged association with Ma Hongjun, coupled with the transformations he had undergone in pursuit of Lu Erlong. At this moment, Flander embodied boldness and resilience, unyielding in his principles, evolving in a manner that aligned with Lu Erlong's preferences. Though he still harbored a penchant for meticulousness, he could no longer be deemed excessively stingy, a change perceptible to the others at Shrek Academy. Tang Hao, never one for reasoned discourse, darkened his countenance, unleashing a formidable aura of soul power that bore down upon Flander, his eyes icy as they pierced through him. The surrounding leaves began to tremble and scatter, and under the immense pressure of Tang Hao's presence, even Ma Hongjun lost his grip on the tree, falling to the ground. Humph! Do not overstep your bounds. Lord Haoyan, though I may not be your match, I will not allow you to act with impunity. You must bear hidden injuries, am I correct? I still possess the means to preserve my life. Should you dare harm a teacher from Shrek Academy, I assure you that your son, Tang San, will not see the dawn of tomorrow. Standing proudly nearby, Douluo let out a cold snort, his 9 soul rings gradually manifesting to shield Ma Hongjun from Tang Hao's overwhelming soul pressure. Threatening me? Ah, indeed, you are the illustrious poison Douluo. No wonder you would dare use Little San as leverage against me. This lad must also be one of your students, correct? If you threaten me with Little San, shall I not use other students to threaten you in return? Tang Hao advanced a step, his own 9 soul rings appearing, clearly overshadowing Douluo's aura. Zhao Wujie and Flander exchanged glances, their 7 soul rings similarly materializing as they regarded Tang Hao with grave expressions. Your words are hard to believe, Lord Haoyan. Given your nature, I would presume you disdain such underhanded tactics. You are not unreasonable, and besides, the other students from our academy all possess extraordinary backgrounds. Individuals, even the Haoyan sect, would think twice before provoking. Ma Hongjun, undaunted and blissfully unaware of fear, paled slightly, but nevertheless maintained his composure, striving to defend Shrek Academy's honor. Oh, remarkable. You can maintain your composure before me, truly a testament to the Monster Academy. At such a tender age, you are aware of the Haoyan sect. Your insight is indeed exceptional. You claim that each student from Shrek Academy possesses a remarkable lineage. I am quite curious to hear more about these illustrious backgrounds. Tang Hao's aura surged swiftly, only to dissipate just as rapidly. He regarded Ma Hongjun with curiosity and said, perhaps it is for the sake of Tang San and the bond shared with his classmates, or perhaps for other reasons, but upon Ma Hongjun's appearance, Tang Hao's expression softened considerably. Firstly, there is Ning Rongrong, the young master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, daughter of the sect leader, supported by the twin Douluo of the Sword Bone, along with the continent's foremost auxiliary soul master. I wonder if this will draw some attention from the esteemed Haoyan. Ma Hongjun replied with a faint smile, looking at Tang Hao. I am indeed aware of this. I had my suspicions during the day, yet I did not anticipate her to be the daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, despite its formidable strength, I am no longer a disciple of the Haoyan school, and thus harbor no fear, Tang Hao said with a chuckle, regarding the exceptionally talented genius with a favorable disposition. He had observed Ma Hongjun's assistance to Tang San and the others throughout the day, including the talents that Ma Hongjun had revealed, which significantly influenced his change of attitude. However, Ma Hongjun held little affection for him, and his amiable demeanor was merely a reflection of his inferior strength. And what of that other academy member, Dai Mubai? His martial soul is of the imperial lineage of the Star Luo Empire. Surely, a powerful empire would instill some caution in the esteemed one. Moreover, the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Clan shares a profound connection with Shrek Academy and with the recent emergence of the new force, the Heavenly Net. I wonder if it possesses the qualifications to elicit some concern from our elders, Ma Hongjun remarked leisurely, unfazed. Tang Hao's deeply profound pupils suddenly constricted. As he gazed at Ma Hongjun in astonishment, accepting the veracity of his words without doubt, in his view, each genius possesses their own pride and would not lie about such matters. As long as your academy does not pose a threat to Xiao San, I shall refrain from causing trouble for you. However, I have one condition. If you do not acquiesce, I shall have no choice but to take Xiao San with me. Though I must admit I am quite impressed by your academy's teaching prowess, Tang Hao mused for a moment, surprisingly conceding. That is acceptable, Douluo replied nonchalantly. Yet his soul rings remained visible, hinting at his inner trepidation towards Tang Hao. Meanwhile, Flander and Zhao Wujia slowly retracted their martial souls, appearing to defer to Douluo's authority. Regardless of the identity of the girl accompanying Xiao San, you must not reveal anything. You must not harbor any ulterior motives towards her. Can you manage that? This statement was clearly directed at Douluo, aside from Ma Hongjun. None of the others present comprehended Tang Hao's meaning, yet Ma Hongjun feigned ignorance, deliberately maintaining an appearance of naivety. No problem. Although I, Douluo, have lived a solitary life, marked by my eccentric personality, I still value my promises. Since she is also a member of Shrek Academy, I assure you, Tang Hao, that I will harbor no ulterior motives. You may rest easy on that front. Douluo did not wish to be adversarial with Tang Hao, and spoke in a mild tone. Although I have withdrawn from the Soul Master realm for many years, I am still aware of the character of the poison Douluo. I hope you will not regret your choices later, for the Haotian hammer in Tang Hao's hand is not to be underestimated. Once Tang Hao had finished speaking, he retracted his martial soul, and in a few fleeting moments, vanished from the sight of the onlookers. After confirming Tang Hao's departure, Douluo chuckled lightly, attempting to ease the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Ah, little monster, I did not expect your temperament to be so singularly inherited. Your teacher is commendable, unyielding, and resolute, which greatly pleases me. Chapter 79. Thoughts on the concert. Senior Douluo, please refrain from mocking your junior. It is only because I have confidence that the Haotian Douluo would not dare to truly offend our Shrek Academy, as he still has need of us, that I felt emboldened to oppose his opinions. I beg your pardon for any amusement I may have caused, Flinder said, adjusting his vintage spectacles with a hint of exasperation. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia sat cross-legged, beginning to meditate to restore his soul power and heal his physical wounds. How many times must I say it? Do not call me senior. I am but a few years older. Simply refer to me as brother. The Haotian Douluo was indeed excessively overbearing this time. If I had not been here today, my dear brother Zhao Wujia might have suffered even more. It seems that fortune has arisen from adversity, allowing him to break through the 76th level barrier of soul power, Douluo said with a hint of nostalgia. Despite his own progress after encountering the backlash of poisons, he felt somewhat overshadowed by Tang Hao's prowess. Indeed, brother Douluo, Flinder replied enthusiastically. In a moment of camaraderie, the two exchanged respectful gestures. Cough, cough. Teachers, could you possibly temper your exuberance? Oh, never mind. I shall take my leave. I have class in the morning. The development of our forces is in your capable hands. By the way, how's the preparation for the concert venue coming along? Ma Hongjun asked, slightly embarrassed as he prepared to exit. It cannot be hastily arranged. While the venue itself does not require extensive time for preparation, persuading those beautiful female students from Tianshui Academy is quite the challenge, Flinder responded, somewhat resigned. How about this? Rather than inviting them under the guise of Tianluo Dimensional Network, let us extend the invitation in the name of Shrek Academy. It would be prudent to subtly showcase some of our students' and teachers' prowess. If necessary, I shall personally oversee it. The concert is a primary source of income for our Tianluo Dimensional Network, and the inaugural performance is particularly crucial. It must create a sensation throughout the Ballot Kingdom. Ma Hongjun paused thoughtfully for a moment before speaking earnestly. He had invested heavily in the development of Tianluo Dimensional Network. Although the Mei family was wealthy, their resources were temporary solutions and not a sustainable lifeline. In this world, all is bustling for profit, and all is tumultuous for gain. Ma Hongjun comprehended this principle. Hence the urgent need to resolve the revenue issues of Tianluo Diwan. Indeed, with wealth, one can accomplish remarkable feats. Currently, even the expenses for just over 100 soul masters require support from the Mei family. Our influence remains exceedingly feeble. The concert looms on the horizon, and Hongjun, as the mastermind behind the scenes, must contemplate a solution promptly. I certainly do not wish to confront a peak title Douluo. Flander remarked with a wry smile. Brother Flander, dear little monster, leave this trifling matter to me. Tianshui Academy, yes? I shall personally take charge, and it shall be a mere breeze, declared Douluo with great confidence. The students of Tianshui Academy are renowned in the Soul Master community for their exceptional singing and dancing abilities, boasting a considerable number of supporters, colloquially known as fans. This was precisely why Ma Hongjun sought to invite the students of Tianshui Academy to participate in the concert hosted by Tianluo Diwan. While the Douluo continent lacks an entertainment industry, the realm of entertainment undoubtedly stands as the most lucrative avenue, without exception. Thus, Ma Hongjun began to nurture his aspirations of establishing an entertainment sector. With the knowledge gleaned from 2 lifetimes, he understood that, once the entertainment industry is successfully established, the revenue concerns of Tianluo Diwan would be effortlessly resolved. At that juncture, the daily earnings in gold soul coins could possibly be measured in euphoric units. Once the financial predicament of the faction is alleviated, Tianluo Diwan will undoubtedly experience rapid advancement. The foremost challenge in the development of any faction is invariably the resolution of monetary issues, without exception. Ma Hongjun even harbored the notion of personally attending a concert. As today, the Luo D network has commenced its search for soul masters endowed with the talent of song, striving to achieve instant fame. Inviting students from Tianshui Academy, who already possess a certain fan base, is merely the initial step. Ma Hongjun had prepared dozens of classic songs, and he was confident that with the enchanting dances of the beautiful students from Tianshui Academy, he could indeed profit handsomely. I've been waiting for that very remark. Haha. I shall take my leave now. Teacher, do rest early, for you must attend to the training of the new students tomorrow, Ma Hongjun chuckled. Douluo rolled his eyes. He actually held a great deal of satisfaction towards Ma Hongjun. Alas, I am destined to toil. Very well, I understand. You should return and rest as well. Once Zhao Wujie awakens, I shall retire for a proper rest. With Xiao Xian managing the affairs of the Heavenly Net in Sutoa City, there should be no issues, Flender said lazily as he stretched. Upon returning to his dormitory, Ma Hongjun was pleasantly surprised to find that his kindness points had increased by 1, reaching a total of 54. He pondered to himself, is this possible? Could it be due to my persuasion of Tang Hao, ensuring that Zhao Wujie and the teacher were spared from peril? Ma Hongjun could not help but ponder, if only he could announce matters like the system. It would spare him the trouble of constant checking. He wondered whether the transformation from a 3-leaf clover to a 4-leaf clover would bring about any new changes. The next day, the school officially commenced. During breakfast, Ma Hongjun introduced Dai Mubai and the newcomer who had taken his place, Fat Tiger, to Tang San and the others. To Ma Hongjun's surprise, apart from Ning Rongrong, the other 3 new students had already met Dai Mubai. Upon inquiry, he learned that Tang San had encountered Dai Mubai the day before the assessment, engaging in a sparring session, revealing an astonishing similarity in their histories. Even with Ma Hongjun's butterfly effect, Tang San and Dai Mubai had formed a friendship through their earlier encounter. The course schedule at their academy was subject to constant change. As the number of instructors exceeded that of the students, the academy would adjust courses according to the varying circumstances of the students. The most significant lesson of the day, if his calculations were correct, would involve a fee, totaling 101 gold soul coins. Ma Hongjun wiped the white soy milk from the corner of his mouth and addressed all the students around him. Dai Mubai, sitting beside him, did not appear well, wearing a forced smile and lacking the desire to speak. Thus Ma Hongjun took it upon himself to introduce everyone. Fat Tiger and Oscar, clearly uninterested, were preoccupied with the beautiful women before them. Ever since Ma Xiaodai and Mei Anna began to toil over matters for Ma Hongjun, the two had not encountered any women within the academy, let alone those as enchanting as Zhu Zhuqing and her companions. So expensive. Tang San, do we have enough money? Xiao asked with a pained expression, contemplating how many carrots she could purchase with so many gold soul coins. We have enough. Xiao, rest assured. The teacher, worried about our needs, provided us with 1,000 gold soul coins, which should cover our expenses, Tang San reassured her. Ning Rongrong remained silent, while Zhu Zhiqing wore a troubled expression. Observing this, Ma Hongjun thought for a moment and retrieved a bag of gold soul coins from his ruby treasure pouch, stating, "Here are 200 gold soul coins. You must have spent quite a bit on hotel accommodations, and your funds might be running low. Although I am unaware of the grievances between you and Daimubai, from this day forth, we are classmates and part of a collective. It is only right that we assist one another. You may repay me when you are able." "Thank you," she replied. Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance at Ma Hongjun, neither rejecting nor accepting, simply uttering a faint thank you. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai remained silent, having seen Zhu Zhuqing 2 days prior. He had already surmised the purpose of her visit. Although Zhu Zhuqing's appearance had undergone significant transformation, he was still able to recognize her as his betrothed through their soul resonance. However, the depth of their feelings for one another was rather shallow, as their connection was primarily a matter of fulfilling familial obligations. Chapter 80, The Assignment of Celestial Herbs. Bell chimes. A familiar ringtone echoed through the air. Fat Tiger, Dai Mubai, and Oscar, momentarily abandoning their meal, instinctively dashed towards the small square. What could be troubling them? Upon witnessing the 3 individuals who had already dashed outside, Tang San cast a perplexed glance at Ma Hongjun, who remained stationary. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "Oh, it is nothing of great significance. The academy prohibits students from arriving late. Once the bell tolls, those who fail to assemble in the small square within 3 minutes will face a doubling of their training regimen. However, as newcomers on your first day, you need not be overly concerned about this. The senior students, on the other hand, ought to pay heed," Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. "But are you not also a senior student? Why do you seem so indifferent?" Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also stood up, preparing to gather on the playground. "Considering that my training regimen typically exceeds double the norm, I have little reason to concern myself with such matters," Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. However, in his heart, he was contemplating how to extract the method of harvesting and preserving the celestial herbs from Tang San. Suddenly recalling the class, Ma Hongjun's eyes brightened, and he quickly strode out, not forgetting to remind Tang San and the others, "You should make haste to the playground as well. I have matters to discuss with the dean." At the dean's office. "Teacher, I have a matter that requires your assistance. You are undoubtedly familiar with Tang San's origins. There is a crucial issue at hand that I need his help with, yet I find it difficult to broach the subject. Let us transform today's lesson into an impartation of knowledge regarding soul masters. At that time, you can proceed accordingly." The 2 of them then engaged in a detailed discussion about the specifics of their plan. The strategy was simple yet remarkably effective. After Flinder diligently noted everything down, Ma Hongjun sketched the appearance of the celestial herb he had encountered, annotating its known properties. He deliberately left the methods of harvesting and preservation in parentheses for later elucidation. He immediately felt a significant sense of relief. Utilizing the assignment method to extract knowledge about the celestial herb was undoubtedly a brilliant approach, one that wouldn't place him too deeply in Tang San's debt. "Your method is indeed feasible, but it requires the cooperation of others. How about this? You go and summon Fat Tiger and Oscar, and I will provide further details." Flander felt little remorse. On the contrary, he was somewhat exhilarated, believing that Ma Hongjun's actions were intended to ensure that Tang Hao and his son would pay for their debts. Moreover, this scheme would not adversely affect Tang San. As long as he could acquire the method for harvesting the celestial herbs, he could obtain as many days as he desired. "Very well, I shall summon them at once." Ma Hongjun also could not conceal his excitement, swiftly arriving at the playground. When Ma Hongjun arrived, Zhao Wujuan was already explaining the rules of the academy to Tang San and several other new students. "Since you are here, fall in line quickly. Although there is no training today, your training will be doubled starting tomorrow," Zhao Wujuan said sternly, exuding an air of unyielding authority. "Yes." Reporting to Teacher Zhao, "The dean has summoned Fat Tiger and Oscar to his office," Ma Hongjun promptly replied, his demeanor serious. He held Zhao Wujuan and the others in high regard. Otherwise, he would not have risked venturing into the small woods last night to assess the situation. "What is it?" Zhao Wujuan appeared somewhat perplexed. It was unusual for the dean to not notify him in advance, which irked him slightly. "I don't know. The dean merely asked them to come over. It must be because they are the direct disciples of our Shrek Academy's teachers, so there is likely an announcement to be made," Ma Hongjun said nonchalantly. "Well, you two go ahead and see what old Flanders has to say." Zhao Wujuan could only glance at Fat Tiger and Oscar, responding with a hint of resignation. In the past, he would have referred to Flanders as an old ghost, but since Flanders became the chief elder of the Heavenly Network, his status had risen significantly. transforming the previously casual relationships among the academy's teachers into a subordinate dynamic, thus eliminating their former ease of interaction. Yes, Fat Tiger and Oscar quickly jogged towards the dean's office. Reporting to the dean, "Hiki, what brings the two of us here?" Oscar knocked on the wooden door of the office, which opened in response, and he eagerly inquired, "Not much for now. I simply wish to ask you, do you desire to enhance your innate talents in martial soul cultivation?" Flanders asked directly. "Enhance martial soul talent? Why are you suddenly asking this, Dean? Isn't martial soul talent innate? If it could truly be enhanced, I believe no one would refuse, including Fat Tiger," Oscar inquired, puzzled, glancing at Flanders. "Indeed, absolutely." Fat Tiger chimed in eagerly. "Although martial souls are innate, their quality can indeed be improved through diligent effort and fortuitous encounters. I have acquired a method to enhance both the quality of martial souls and soul power. Take a look. When the opportunity arises in the future, do not let it slip by. Tomorrow, our lessons will be related to this subject." Flander handed each of the two individuals a piece of paper, remarking that the writing upon it was evidently still moist, indicating that he had just inscribed it. He proceeded to elaborate on the general concept of the mystical herbs, deliberately instigating a sense of intrigue among the students, particularly stirring Tang San's skepticism. The content depicted several medicinal herbs, with each accompanied by annotations detailing their effects and benefits. Notably, the methods for harvesting and storing these herbs remained conspicuously blank. Before long, Flander guided the two, Peng Hu and another, to the playground. Upon arrival, Peng Hu swiftly rejoined his team, positioning himself silently beside Ma Hongjun. Despite his seemingly simple demeanor, he possessed a shrewd mind. Oscar, observing this, followed suit, albeit somewhat distracted, evidently still reeling from Flanders' earlier remarks in the office. "Cough, cough. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Flander, the principal of Shrek Academy, a level 78 agility-type battle soul master. I will be overseeing your curriculum henceforth. In my absence, Vice Principal Zhao Wujie will make the arrangements. For our first task, you are required to complete the payment of your tuition fees, amounting to 101 gold soul coins, within 10 minutes. Dai Mubai will lead you to the administrative office for this purpose," Flander announced from the steps of the small square. "Understood." Dai Mubai promptly took the lead, heading towards the administrative office to settle the fees. Xiao Wu, standing beside Tang San, murmured her observations about Flander as if they were already acquainted. 10 minutes later, those who had completed their payments returned to the lineup, awaiting the principal's next assignment. The current state of Shrek Academy intrigued even Ningrongrong, not to mention the others. "For the second task, I have prepared an assignment for your first day. You will have 3 days to complete it, whether through research in the library or other means. It is imperative that you fulfill this task. Students who complete it will receive rewards. Not only will your recently paid tuition be refunded, but you will also be exempt from future fees," Flander generously declared, a rare display of magnanimity. It is worth noting that 6 years of tuition amounted to over 600 gold soul coins, a significant portion of Ma Hongjun's wealth. Upon concluding his announcement, Flander distributed a slip of paper, which was precisely the fill-in-the-blank assignment regarding the mystical herbs that he had shown to Oscar and the others in his office. Tang San opened the note, his eyes brightening with recognition of the material. Casually surveying the group, he noted that only Dai Mubai and a few new students appeared perplexed, while the others seemed to grasp the content well. With lingering doubts dispelled, he ventured to inquire, "Principal, if everyone completes the fill-in-the-blank task, will we all be exempt from tuition? Indeed, however, you must not collaborate on answers. Should any collusion be discovered, all rewards will be forfeited." Flander replied in a calm tone. Although he maintained an outwardly serene demeanor, internally he was quite pleased. "Very well." Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu and, with a hint of disappointment, spoke. Beside him, Ma Hongjun could not help but think that indeed, Tang San was unaware, even on the Douluo continent. Those who knew of the existence of celestial herbs were exceedingly rare. No matter how cunning Tang San may be, he would never suspect that Ma Hongjun would employ such a method to extract his knowledge regarding the celestial herbs. Chapter 81. Unparalleled Celestial Herbs in the Classroom. Flanders summoned his soul power to manifest the image of the first celestial herb upon the blackboard. Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. The illustration depicted a vibrant red herb, quivering softly. Appearing deceptively simple, comprised solely of crimson leaves. The apex of the leaves resembled a coxcomb. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern its uniqueness, as the leaf veins shimmered with a golden hue. Effect: an exceptional herb that significantly enhances the soul power of the consumer. Possessing the ability to purify impurities within the soul power. 8-petal orchid, a snow-white orchid with 8 petals, exuding an ethereal elegance. Effect: its medicinal properties are gentle and rich, easily absorbed, providing foundational support and expelling impurities from the body. Water immortal jade bone. Effect: nourishes tendons and bones, facilitates the flow of energy through the meridians, and strengthens the foundation. Colorful tulip, a beautifully vibrant tulip with a myriad of colors. Effect: absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the brilliance of the sun and moon. Heartbreak red, a divine treasure among celestial herbs, the king of flowers, resembling a peony adorned with blood-red veins. This extraordinary flower chooses its master. One must think of their beloved while harvesting it, with sincerity and devotion, sprinkling their own blood upon the petals. Should one be resolute in their intentions, once plucked, it will never wilt as long as it is in the presence of its master. Miraculous fungi, celestial chrysanthemum. 8-pointed ice grass, fiery apricot blossoms, and the ethereal fragrance of the colorful celestial treasures. Teacher, I have heard of the consumption method for the colorful tulip. This flower must not be swallowed. Rather, one should gently inhale the nectar, allowing its essence to be absorbed gradually, and then cultivate their soul power to let the medicinal effects permeate every limb. As for the harvesting method, I am not quite certain. Ma Hongjun rose from his seat to speak first. Indeed, it appears that beyond your training, you have diligently read about this subject. You are correct. But this knowledge is part of your homework and should not be disclosed further. Today's lesson concludes here. Do not rush. You have 3 days for this assignment. The quantity you produce matters not. A single celestial herb counts as 10 points, and only the best performing members will be exempt from tuition fees, Flander remarked calmly. Although Ma Hongjun had privately shared the effects of the celestial herbs with him, and while he felt a twinge of envy, he understood these were his disciples' treasures, and thus refrained from coveting them. He remained composed, confident that should any surplus celestial herbs arise, Ma Hongjun would not forget him. Indeed, the audience of eager students displayed an intense anticipation, nodding repeatedly. It was their first encounter with the notion that such celestial medicinal herbs existed in the world. Only Ma Hongjun, Fat Tiger, and Oscar exhibited a somewhat superior demeanor. The assignments I have set for you today are designed to deepen your understanding of these miraculous herbs. Should you encounter them in the future, you will not miss the opportunity. However, the methods for harvesting and preserving these divine herbs are exceedingly intricate, necessitating your own exploration. Even the instructors at our academy possess only partial knowledge of this matter. This is also an assignment I leave for you. You may leverage your family's influence or any means at your disposal, with a deadline of 3 days, Flander proclaimed with an air of authority. Unbeknownst to Tang San, this was a clever stratagem devised by Ma Hongjun specifically for him. Observing that Ma Hongjun and the others seemed to possess some understanding of the celestial herbs, Tang San's eyes brightened, and he discreetly inquired, "Have you encountered these celestial herbs, Brother Ma? Why do I sense that you 3 are not particularly astonished? How could that be? Celestial medicinal herbs are rare and elusive. My knowledge stems from a chance conversation with the poisoned Douluo, who has some familiarity with these herbs. I believe the instructors at the academy learned about them through the poisoned Douluo as well." Ma Hongjun attributed all knowledge of the celestial herbs to Douluo, wary of attracting the attention of the forces behind the academy. Poisoned Douluo? No wonder. It seems I made a wise choice in heeding the teachers and joining Shrek Academy. Tang San realized, his doubts dissipating, and he murmured to himself with a hint of disappointment. Ma Hongjun smiled faintly, yet within his heart, he reveled in triumph. The fish had taken the bait. Very well, any matters can be discussed after class. Remember, do not collude over the exam questions regarding the celestial herbs. Even if one fails to answer a question, there will be no punishment. However, should any of you conspire, be prepared to face the consequences, Flander declared. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's expression immediately soured. She had hoped for Tang San's assistance in her studies, but it now seemed that her hopes of waiving tuition fees were in vain. The other students displayed similar grimaces, save for Zhu Qing, who maintained her icy demeanor, appearing utterly indifferent to the proceedings. Upon returning, Ma Hongjun did not immediately begin meditative practice. Since he occupied a solitary dormitory, he had no fears of his secrets being discovered. After donning a sleek black outfit, he summoned his phoenix martial spirit and departed from Shrek, heading towards Soto City. He needed to personally oversee the arrangements for the upcoming concert, ensuring he returned to Shrek before dawn, for Flander was likely to address the students' attitudes the following day. Particularly, there was the matter of a certain willful young lady from a prominent sect, Ning Fingji's letter had already reached Flanders' hands, a point subtly hinted at during their discussions regarding the celestial herbs. Ma Hongjun was advised to cooperate discreetly, as avoiding conflict with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was advisable, given that the newly established Tianluo Daiwang was still relatively weak compared to them. Soto City, home to the Tianluo Daiwang, was once the site of the prestigious Fei family estate. It had now been repurposed as the headquarters for Tianluo Daiwang, which boasted over 1,000 members, including hundreds of soul masters. While Tianluo Daiwang possessed its share of capable individuals, it lacked formidable pillars above the soul sovereign level. Thus, Ma Xiaodai and Mei Anna were recruited by Ma Hongjun to assist Xiao Xian and Flander in managing the organization's affairs. Brother Jun, you finally arrived. It's been ages since you last visited me. I thought this ungrateful little brother had forgotten about his sister, Mei Anna exclaimed as Ma Hongjun approached the headquarters. However, he did not enter directly. Instead, he sent word for Mei Anna to come to him. Officially, he was merely a disciple within the upper echelons of Tianluo Daiwang and did not hold membership, making direct entry somewhat against protocol. Seeing Mei Anna come to greet him personally, he could not help but smile wryly. Ever since he saved her a year ago, this nearly flawless beauty had taken a liking to him, openly expressing her affection. Yet, Ma Hongjun had consistently declined, citing his youth and a desire to remain unencumbered by romantic entanglements. Chapter 82. The Star Concert. It is inconceivable for Ma Hongjun to claim a lack of feelings for Mei Anna. However, he is not one to act frivolously. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to suppress the malignant fire within him with a priceless ice attribute elixir. Enduring the torment of the malignant fire for an extended period, his self-control in matters of the heart far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Not only does he possess remarkable self-discipline, but his willpower also surpasses that of typical soul sovereigns, and even rivals that of soul kings. Sister Anna, I have urgent matters to attend to. Please do not jest. Take me to the concert venue. Once the arrangements are complete, I must return to the academy before dawn, Ma Hongjun stated directly. Ah, I knew you would only come with ulterior motives. Each time you seek me out, it is either concerning the malignant fire or for assistance with some matter. Do you still have enough ice attribute elixirs? Would you like me to arrange for the Mei family to procure some? Mei Anna inquired, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. Yet genuine concern regarding the malignant fire lingered in her voice. I have a few remaining. There should be no issues within the next 6 months. I have already discovered a solution for the malignant fire, so there is no need to waste any gold soul coins on procurement, Ma Hongjun replied candidly. Very well. Follow me. Xiaodai has gone to recruit soul masters in other cities, so you need not enter. I shall take you directly to the concert venue, Mei Anna said. Despite hearing that Ma Hongjun had found a resolution for the malignant fire, she felt an unexpected disappointment rather than the anticipated joy. 2 striking middle-aged female soul masters trailed behind Mei Anna, both of whom were at the soul sovereign level, representing the rare female soul masters within the Tianluo Daiwang. These 2 female guards were ever vigilant, ensuring Mei Anna's safety. As her status within Tianluo Daiwang was exceptionally privileged, she was both a high-ranking member and the sole daughter of the Mei family head. The Mei family is a vital component of the current Tianluo Daiwang influence, thus dispatching 2 soul sovereigns for her protection was entirely reasonable. You need not accompany us any longer. I will be fine with my brother Hongjun. There will be no unforeseen incidents. Mei Anna stated with a serious tone as they made their way to the concert venue, feeling that the ever-familiar presence of her 2 female guards was somewhat cumbersome. The female guards hesitated as they recognized Ma Hongjun but were unaware of his true identity or strength. Rest assured, my sisters, Brother Hongjun is also a soul sovereign. Although my martial soul has been injured, he remains a soul sovereign nonetheless. Moreover, within Soto City, no one would dare cross paths with our Tianluo Daiwang. You need not worry, Mei Anna reassured them gently. Indeed, but Mei, you must return promptly. Otherwise, we will be unable to report to the elders. 2 female soul masters, upon witnessing the situation, had no choice but to compromise and return to the headquarters of the Heavenly Net. The venue for the concert was situated opposite the Soto Great Soul Arena, not in the heart of Soto City, but rather in the southwestern direction of the city. Upon arriving at the concert venue, Ma Hongjun could not help but marvel at its vastness. It rivaled the Soto Great Soul Arena, perhaps even exceeding it. As he stepped into the star-studded concert, Ma Hongjun was taken aback to find the concert space surprisingly somewhat cramped. Nevertheless, it could accommodate an astounding number of attendees, reaching the limits of spatial capacity. While the Soto Great Soul Arena could host tens of thousands of spectators, the concert venue, which was comparable in area, could hold 50,000 people. This was largely due to the seating arrangement, which was tightly packed, with seats closely aligned, apart from the relatively spacious stage. The remaining areas felt rather constricted. However, the seating in the front rows was noticeably more spacious. The concert venue was divided into 4 distinct areas: the VIP area for Soul Masters, the Soul Master area, the Wealthy Merchant area, and the General area. The VIP section for Soul Masters was the most spacious and closest to the stage, allowing attendees to see the performer's features clearly without the aid of any auxiliary soul guide devices. Following this were the Soul Master area and the Wealthy Merchant area, all designed according to the specifications of Dean Flender. After presenting her credentials, Ma Hongjun led Ma Hongjun into the concert hall, where she was currently positioned at the edge of the stage, explaining the layout to him. Indeed, it seems that entrusting the management of the heavenly net to our teacher was an exceptionally wise decision. I previously had no idea that our teacher possessed such acumen in economics, Ma Hongjun remarked with satisfaction. Dean Flender indeed has a keen business sense. Even my father, Mei Jin, has praised Dean Flender's economic intellect. Although the method of varying ticket prices based on different areas seems simple, it is, in fact, the most lucrative approach. Mei Hongjun replied with a chuckle, expressing her agreement. It turned out that Dean Flender's division of areas was more intricate than merely categorizing them. Even the VIP section for Soul Masters was meticulously numbered, from the closest as number 1, then 2, and so forth up to 10, each corresponding to different ticket prices. Following these were rooms of the same ticket price category, a rather unscrupulous tactic, yet Ma Hongjun nodded in approval. I have another suggestion. Let us extend invitations to renowned academies within the Tiando Empire in the name of Shrek Academy and Heavenly Net, encouraging them to attend this concert as a form of exchange among Soul Master academies. I believe the presence of those talented Soul Masters will undoubtedly create a sensation, making this star-studded exchange memorable across the Douluo continent. Ma Hongjun proposed thoughtfully. How shall we arrange seating for those academies? The Soul Masters from prestigious institutions are notoriously proud, and security could pose an issue. Unless we mobilize the full strength of our heavenly net, maintaining order would be nearly impossible, Ma Hongjun responded, raising a valid concern. As Ma Hongjun suddenly grasped the crux of the issue, a hint of bewilderment crossed her face, prompting her to inquire further. She was well acquainted with Ma Hongjun and knew that he was not prone to impulsive decisions. He must have meticulously devised a strategy beforehand, hence his question. I have contemplated this as well. Naturally, we will not extend invitations to everyone. We shall invite only those academies that are representative. For now, let us invite 10 prestigious institutions, which will alleviate some security concerns. We can construct 10 luxurious suites on the second level of the stands, each named after the 10 prestigious academies of the Heaven Do Empire, and offer them complimentary use to these institutions. The 10 institutions will temporarily include the Elemental Academy, the Plant Academy, the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, among others, Ma Hongjun stated calmly. His ambitions stretched far beyond this. Through the concert, he could reap substantial profits while simultaneously elevating Shrek Academy's visibility and status. It was conceivable that Shrek might ascend to the ranks of a prestigious academy as a result of this initiative. If everything proceeded smoothly, the star-studded concert could potentially become one of the primary revenue sources for the Douluo network, although subsequent events might not resonate with the same fervor as the inaugural one. It could very well establish itself as a norm. He even envisioned transforming the Star Concert into an annual exchange event among the continent's esteemed Soul Master academies, rivaling the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. Moreover, it would be a grand affair organized by Shrek and the Douluo network. However, this plan was still in its nascent stage. To realize it, the Douluo network needed to bolster its strength to a level comparable to that of the top 3 sections. Chapter 83. Ning Rongrong's Young Lady Temper, Part 1. Indeed, how could I not have thought of this? With the toxic Douluo presiding, what you propose is entirely feasible. Although it appears we might be at a disadvantage, the star power brought by those Academy Soul Masters is bound to fill our coffers abundantly. In comparison to Dean Flender's somewhat opportunistic approach, your vision is considerably more expansive, Ma Hongjun remarked, her eyes sparkling with realization as she regarded Ma Hongjun with newfound admiration. She had not anticipated such acumen from him, especially considering that she was the most commercially gifted individual in the Mei family for nearly a century, surpassing even her father, Mei Jin, in financial prowess. It's merely a difference in perspective. There is no such thing as short-term versus long-term. Just moments ago, you were praising the teacher. And now you claim he is opportunistic. Surely, you all do not flatter him so continuously that it has become second nature. Ma Hongjun retorted with a roll of his eyes, slightly exasperated. Well, isn't that quite normal? In the Tianluo network today, apart from the indifferent toxic Douluo, it is your teacher who holds sway. Dean Flinder does possess a keen business acumen, though he tends to focus a bit too much on immediate gains. Mei Anna replied with a playful grin. Mei Anna smiled awkwardly and felt compelled to explain. Well, the specifics are entrusted to you. Although you serve as the assistant to the teacher, I am well aware of your capabilities. Remember, the traditional garments produced by our Tianluo Diwang must achieve resounding success on the day of the concert. This is undoubtedly a significant opportunity for us. Ma Hongjun reminded her once more. I truly wonder what thoughts occupy your mind, as everything seems intricately connected. It would be a shame to squander your commercial talents by not pursuing business. Rest assured, our Tianluo Diwang will undoubtedly lead the fashion industry across the continent in the future, Mei Anna exclaimed with enthusiasm. The designs of garments that Ma Hongjun provided captivated her utterly. Now that the samples have been completed, she yearns to don them immediately, particularly the flowing wide-sleeved fairy dress. However, for the sake of confidentiality, she restrains herself, choosing to wear them only in solitude. The garments crafted by Ma Hongjun were adorned with designs that harkened back to the ancient aesthetics of Huaxia, encompassing both male and female attire, which he referred to as ancient-style decorations. The term ancient style has become a trademark, exclusively registered by Ma Hongjun. Although imitations would incur the repercussions of imperial sanction and substantial financial restitution, it remains imperative to maintain a sense of novelty prior to widespread popularity. Indeed, any phenomenon evokes greater astonishment when it first emerges. The initial impression carries paramount significance. His ambition is to spearhead a renaissance of ancient fashion across the Douluo continent, leaving no room for error. He envisioned the students of Tianshui Academy adorned in these ancient-style women's garments, while dashing figures like Oscar, Daimobai, and Yu Tianheng would endorse the male attire. This inspiration stemmed from a recollection of the original storyline during the Advanced Soul Master competition, where the peculiar green attire worn by Shrek Academy sparked a trend in similar green clothing. At that juncture, promotion would be unnecessary. The phenomenon of celebrity influence would undoubtedly lead the masses to emulate the purchase of ancient-style apparel. With adept management, the impact on the aesthetic sensibilities of a segment of the population, if not the entire continent, would be significant. Should these individuals donning ancient garments achieve victory in the Advanced Soul Master competition, the resultant celebrity effect could resonate throughout vast regions of the continent. As Ma Hongjun was concluding discussions on specific matters with Mei Anna and preparing to return to Shrek Academy, he was unexpectedly drawn to the Rose Hotel by her insistence. Fortunately, despite her fondness for him, Mei Anna refrained from any impropriety, opting instead for a simple candlelit dinner. Given the late hour, the streets were relatively deserted. And after indulging in a midnight meal, Mei Anna was not inclined to let Ma Hongjun depart. Their conversation continued until the early hours of the morning, only allowing him to return home well past midnight. Upon returning to his residence at Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun wasted no time in collapsing onto his bed, succumbing to slumber. The following morning, the sound of a ringing bell pierced the air. However, Ma Hongjun paid it no heed, burying his head beneath the covers to continue his deep slumber. It was not until half an hour later that a striking young man, characterized by his alluring peach blossom eyes and silver hair, entered Ma Hongjun's room. This individual, Oscar, who had meticulously shaved his previously bushy facial hair, almost dragged Ma Hongjun to the training grounds. How utterly disgraceful! As the Academy's finest student, setting such a poor example by arriving late on the second day of school is unacceptable. It seems I must impose strict measures to rectify this behavior, Flander admonished, his expression stern. In an instant, Ma Hongjun was jolted awake. Although he had already attained the soul respect realm and could easily forego sleep for 3 days and nights without consequence, there existed a phenomenon known as morning grumpiness, which bore no relation to one's cultivation level. I acknowledge my mistake, teacher. I accept my punishment, he stated, bowing his head in contrition. It is of no avail. All are accountable. Shrek Academy functions as a collective, and the 8 of you form a unit as well. Henceforth, I declare that if one errs, the entire group shall face the consequences. From today, you shall run 15 laps around Soto City. Begin. Flander, in an unexpected turn of demeanor, displayed a level of severity that was uncharacteristic. Even Ma Hongjun found himself perplexed by the intentions of his teacher. 15 laps. I refuse. You are free to do as you please. I am a support-type soul master and cannot possibly complete this task. Moreover, I have committed no offense. Why must I be punished? A voice of astonishment echoed, revealing none other than the typically obedient Ningrong. To defy the teacher is to incur further penalties. The entire group is sentenced to 20 laps, with no use of soul power. You shall not eat until you finish. Flander, without so much as a glance at Ningrong, reiterated the punishment with increased severity. Dean, 20 laps is already the limit of physical exertion for us seasoned students. And they are but freshmen. Could we not show a modicum of leniency? Though Ma Hongjun remained uncertain of Flander's intentions, he felt compelled to interject. Indeed, there is merit in your words. Each freshman shall run 10 laps, while Ningrong must complete 15 without employing soul power. Commence. Flander's expression softened considerably, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun immediately discerned the meaning in Flander's eyes, which was a silent directive to entrust the matter to him. Ningrong, do you wish to endanger us all? Hurry and catch up. Upon finishing his words, Ma Hongjun took the lead and dashed out. Following him were Daimubai, Fat Tiger, and Oscar, who exchanged a glance with Ningrong, shaking his head in resignation as he followed suit. Rong, let's refrain from opposing the dean for now. We should catch up first, Xiao Wu suggested before joining Tang San in their swift departure, with Zhu Zhuqing naturally trailing behind. Left alone, Ningrong's large eyes darted, and she too sprinted after them. You all mustn't blame Hongjun. Even if he hadn't been late today, knowing the dean, we would still have to endure 10 laps. It's merely part of our training routine, Daimubai explained to Tang San and the others as they ran in formation. Oh, I see. We never intended to place blame. Since the dean regards us as a collective, we should share both honor and disgrace. 10 laps are but a trifle. It poses no challenge for Xiaowu and me. Tang San replied, a confident glimmer in his eyes. Chapter 84. Ningrong's Young Lady Temper, Part 2. Yes. Xiaowu nodded repeatedly, indicating that she bore no ill will towards Ma Hongjun. While refraining from utilizing soul power might be a tad exhausting for me, it should be manageable. Zhu Zhuqing stated as she kept pace behind Ma Hongjun, her imposing figure undulating with each stride. However, just as everyone expressed their lack of reproach towards Ma Hongjun, an incongruous huff punctuated the air. I refuse to run all 10 laps. If you must run, then you may do so. The academy's food is atrocious. And I intend to head to Soto City for a proper meal, Ningrong huffed, her previously delicate demeanor vanishing as she quickened her pace to leave the group behind. The others exchanged glances, bewildered. Was this truly the same seemingly fragile fairy from yesterday? There's no need to concern ourselves with her. I can assure you that she will not escape those 10 laps unless she chooses to leave Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun remarked nonchalantly, a confident smile gracing his features as he spoke to the group. Now that she has departed, we can increase our speed. Among us 7, only Oscar is a food-type support soul master, with the weakest physique and presumably the slowest pace. Let us run at his normal speed, Tang San suggested, keen to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere and avoid leaving the group behind. Indeed, Tang San is correct. While Oscar's endurance may not be inferior to yours, his speed is undoubtedly his Achilles heel, Daimubai added to lighten the mood that had grown somewhat oppressive following Ningrong's departure. Ultimately, it is I who have inconvenienced you all. By the time we finish these 10 laps, it will likely be afternoon. Therefore, as a gesture of apology, I shall treat everyone to a lavish feast at the Pinlai restaurant in Soto City once we complete our laps. As Ma Hongjun observed the keen awareness of the remaining individuals, he could not help but exclaim with exuberance. Speaking of the Pinlai restaurant, it is essential to mention the Tianluo Diwan, whose business model has undeniably evolved towards the entertainment and fashion industries. However, its most significant venture remains the restaurant. The Pinlai restaurant is one of the establishments under the auspices of Tianluo Diwan. Ma Hongjun's invitation to dine with a few companions would not incur substantial expenses. Even if there were costs, it would merely be a transfer from one pocket to another. Wonderful. Brother Ma is impressive. The Pinlai restaurant is currently the largest in Suatua City. Yet, I have heard from my father that it offers an array of delicacies. From those that soar in the skies to those that scuttle on land and swim in water. A single meal there costs at least 100 gold soul coins, far beyond what soul masters of our caliber can afford. Upon hearing about the meal, Fat Tiger was the first to cheer, though soon he hesitated. Rest assured, Hongjun has ample funds. I suspect he is indifferent to money, Oscar remarked with a mysterious smile. He was unaware that the Pinlai restaurant was a part of Tianluo Diwan's enterprises, yet he knew that it was Ma Hongjun who founded Tianluo Diwan. He undoubtedly had the means to treat his companions to a delightful experience at the polite restaurant. Do they have carrots? Xiao Wu, however, seemed less concerned with the lavishness and earnestly turned to Ma Hongjun, inquiring. The group continued their lively banter as they ran, displaying their extraordinary stamina as soul masters. Indeed, there are plenty, both steamed and fried. Haha, Xiao Wu, I have noticed your particular fondness for carrots. Is there nothing else you can think of aside from carrots? Ma Hongjun responded with a hearty laugh, eliciting smiles from the others. Humph, you are the one with carrots on the brain. Who says my thoughts are solely occupied by carrots? I also have Tang San in mind, Xiao Wu teased playfully, maintaining her pace while linking arms with Tang San. Casting a mock-defiant glance at Ma Hongjun. Critical hit 999. From the perspective of a solitary soul, one cannot help but feel a twinge of envy. If Ma Hongjun were to possess a sense of jealousy, it would undoubtedly be at an all-time high at this moment. However, he does not. Instead, he embodies kindness and faith. He perceives that his virtues of faith and kindness undoubtedly hold other purposes, though he has yet to uncover them. After completing 10 laps, the sun had passed its zenith, prompting Tang San and the 3 new students to head to the Polai Tavern to reserve a table, while Ma Hongjun continued with 3 senior students to fulfill their subsequent tasks. Observing Tang San and his companions accomplishing their mission, Oscar suddenly surged forward with newfound vigor. Witnessing this, Ma Hongjun reluctantly positioned himself before Oscar to shield him from the wind's resistance. Daimu Bai and Fat Tiger followed suit, maintaining a steady formation as they charged ahead. At long last, nearly an hour later, the group completed their task, drenched in sweat as they entered Soto City. Upon stepping into the quaint and charming Polai Tavern, the 4 quickly located Tang San and his group. After settling in, Ma Hongjun raised his goblet to the assembly and proclaimed, I toast to all of you. And I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the 3 new students for joining the Shrek Academy family. The 7 exchanged cups and gradually became more animated, except for Daimu Bai and Zhu Qing, who refrained from toasting one another. The others had lost count of how many times they had clinked their glasses in a short span of time. As night fell and their spirits lifted, none had employed their soul power to dispel the effects of the alcohol, leaving them all slightly inebriated, including Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu. As Ma Hongjun contemplated continuing to toast Tang San, who had reached his limit, Tang San seized the opportunity to inquire, how is everyone faring with their assignments? Surely, the dean will not be monitoring our conversation here? Tang San's demeanor was evidently quite cheerful, otherwise, he would not have ventured such a question. The camaraderie among the students of Shrek Academy resonated deeply with him. In his 2 lifetimes, he held this pure friendship among classmates in the highest regard. However, while he remained the epitome of purity, Ma Hongjun's inner thoughts were far less virtuous, perhaps even more tarnished than anyone else's. The reason why Ma Hongjun did not express himself is due to the suppression of the ice attribute elixir and the fortitude of his willpower. Otherwise, given his physique that harbors desires tenfold greater than that of an ordinary person, the mere thought is chilling. There has been no progress. What about you? Ma Hongjun remarked nonchalantly. In truth, I am somewhat familiar with the herbs the dean mentioned, and I have no qualms about sharing this knowledge with you. After all, as Hongjun stated, celestial herbs are elusive treasures that may never grace our lives. You need only agree to transcribe a single copy for your assignments, and I shall disclose the information to you, Tang San elucidated. Of course, that is no issue. Xiao San, please share your insights on these herbs so that everyone can broaden their horizons. Oscar could not contain his curiosity and inquired first. Before I discuss the methods of harvesting and preserving these celestial herbs, let me share a love story about the Heartbreak Red, Tang San said, glancing at Xiao Wu, who was eager to hear the tale, feeling somewhat helpless. Chapter 85, The Story of Heartbreak Red, mentioned by the dean among the celestial herbs, is of the highest quality. It is not referred to as an herb because these plants transcend the limits of ordinary herbs. Thus, I refer to them as divine specimens. Tang San did not immediately begin to narrate, but instead took a moment to clarify what constitutes a celestial herb. Xiao San, you promised to tell a story. I want to hear a love story, not your introduction. Xiao Wu, her cheeks flushed from drink, looked particularly charming, resembling a ripe red apple, with an expression of dissatisfaction. Even Zhu Qing, who sat beside Xiao Wu, directed a curious gaze toward Tang San. Regardless of the world, young women possess a unique fascination with love. All right. I truly cannot resist you. It is said that Heartbreak Red was once an ordinary peony, which transformed after being nourished by the heartfelt blood of a deeply passionate individual. The tale unfolds as follows. There was an ordinary peony, an incarnation of the flower goddess from the celestial realm, who became embroiled in a series of romantic events after encountering a man who adored flowers. This man was exceptionally fond of nurturing plants, filling his courtyard with a myriad of blossoms, and the incarnation of the flower goddess stood prominently among them. The man's favorite pastime was to compose poetry while gazing at the blooming flowers in his yard, expressing his heartfelt sentiments. Whenever a flower withered, he would be profoundly saddened. His genuine affection for flora resonated even in the heavens, moving the flower goddess who presided over all plants. Each time the man poured out his love for the blossoms through poetry, the flower goddess felt immense joy. Gradually, she found herself captivated by him, and one fortuitous day, she descended to meet him. United by their shared passion, the woman was drawn to the man, who had long harbored deep affection for her. Thus, the two became husband and wife, often enjoying the moonlight together and sharing tender moments. Tang San took a delicate sip from his cup, abruptly pausing to ponder. What is the heavenly realm? Fat Tiger inadvertently voiced the curiosity shared by the group. Observing the earnest expressions of his companions, all keenly engrossed in the conversation, Tang San found his own spirits lifted. You may perceive it as a realm of higher existence, akin to that of deities. However, the love between deities and mortals, though seemingly blissful, is strictly forbidden by the celestial laws. The romance between the flower goddess and a mortal man undoubtedly transgresses the divine regulations. Tang San elucidated with a smile. Wait a moment, little San. I have a question. What does ear to ear mean? Ma Hongjun interjected at an inopportune time. Unlike the others who were curious about the tale, he had heard it no fewer than 3 times, so his focus naturally diverged from theirs. This well. It refers to the intimate exchanges between lovers. Tang San, already blushing slightly from the wine, felt his cheeks redden further at Ma Hongjun's inquiry. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing simultaneously scoffed, silently deeming him a rogue. However, Xiao Wu, displaying a more audacious demeanor, boldly asserted. The phrase ear to ear naturally describes the tender whispers shared, especially when adults seek to engage intimately with their beloved. Oh, I see. Why not simply say the joys of love? Why be so cryptic? Ma Hongjun, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled sheepishly. His question had slipped out instinctively, and he was taken aback by Xiao Wu's forthright explanation, which he grasped immediately. As the group regarded him with bemusement, Ma Hongjun quickly urged Tang San to continue his tale of love. The romance between the goddess and the mortal breached the heavenly realm's regulations, ultimately leading to the goddess being taken by the divine, while the man lost his beloved. Despite their love, they were condemned to separation. Faced with the departure of his beloved and feeling utterly powerless, the man gradually fell into despair, and the garden around him fell into neglect. By chance, he discovered that his wife's true form was the peony in his garden. If he were to burn the peony, the goddess would descend to become mortal. Thus, he awakened to the realization and began to tend to the garden once more. The man, being a lover of flowers, was unwilling to destroy the white peony, nor would he sacrifice the goddess's divine essence for his own selfish desires. Consequently, he poured out his longing to the white peony day after day. As time passed, his yearning turned into illness, and one fateful day, a heart-wrenching blood fell upon the peony, leading to his demise. The tale behind the heartbreak read as a poignant one, for only the truest of love can claim it as its own. Thus, is the story of heartbreak read indeed one of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm to love a human? It is undeniably a profoundly touching narrative. Upon hearing this, Xiao was momentarily taken aback, seemingly immersing herself in the role of the flower goddess, her eyes glistening with a veil of mist. The extraordinary qualities of the flower are bestowed according to its master. Thus, there is no need for you to exert excessive pressure regarding the celestial herbs. Observing the entranced expressions on everyone's faces, Tang San could not help but interject. Ma Hongjun merely smiled faintly, choosing not to speak. Subsequently, Tang San began to elucidate the methods for harvesting the celestial herbs to the gathered crowd. Although Ma Hongjun was familiar with much of the original storyline, he was not well versed in the specifics. Through Tang San's explanation, he learned that the 8-pointed ice grass could only be harvested using golden iron implements. Conversely, the flame apricot blossom, which possessed attributes contrary to his own, required jade implements to maintain its potency during collection. Furthermore, the other celestial plants also demanded unique harvesting and preservation techniques. Some needed to be stored in wooden boxes, while others required stone or jade containers. After Ma Hongjun meticulously noted everything down, a wave of secret delight washed over him, and even his gaze towards Tang San softened considerably. as if he were on the verge of expressing gratitude to Tang San's ancestors. Fortunately, he refrained from recklessly collecting herbs, for that would have resulted in a significant loss. He thought to himself with a tinge of apprehension. The most suitable celestial herb for Douluo was the rare fungus heavenly chrysanthemum, while Hongjun was akin to the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, alongside the eight-cornered mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot graceful herb, the eight-petal celestial orchid. Being a herb of relatively mild attributes was more fitting for the food type Oscar. However, all this discourse was somewhat superfluous, as each celestial herb was a unique treasure, and it was virtually impossible for everyone to encounter them. Otherwise, the title Douluo would not be so scarce across the continent. Fearing that the others might harbor unrealistic aspirations, Tang San ceased his detailed introduction and instead offered a dose of reality. Indeed, I doubt I will ever stumble upon such exquisite herbs. I must rely on you all. Please exert yourselves, Ma Hongjun remarked humorously, while secretly reveling in his fortune. After a hearty meal, the group returned to Shrek Academy, only to be greeted by the grim visage of Flinder. Have you finished your run? Flinder inquired in a low voice. Yes, teacher, we have completed it, Ma Hongjun replied. Somewhat puzzled. I meant you all, Flinder emphasized, reiterating his point. Chapter 86, a day off today. I shall take a day off. I might post an additional chapter tonight. My tooth aches, and work has been exhausting. I feel rather unwell. I sincerely apologize. Please check back tomorrow, as there is no need to wait for updates today. I will review the previous content and add a chapter if possible, though it may be late. I hope everyone can lend their support with a recommendation vote. Thank you very much. Chapter 87. Preparing for the Advanced Soul Master Competition across the continent. Yes. We are the ones, right? Oh, teacher, are you referring to Ning Rongrong? We have no idea where she is gone. After we finished our run, we all went to the Pulai Hotel for dinner, and now we reek of alcohol, which is quite unpleasant. If there is nothing else, we shall return home to wash up and rest, Ma Hongjun nonchalantly remarked, having realized that Flander was referring to Ning Rongrong, without any intention of reporting or concealing it. Well, in that case, you all should return to rest early. We shall discuss today's matters tomorrow. Although Flander's tone was gentle, it sent a chill down the spines of those present, making Daimubai and the others feel that tomorrow might not unfold as pleasantly. After everyone had finished bathing and retired for the night, the light remained bright in the dean's office. Flander sat at his desk, pondering something, his fingers rhythmically tapping the surface. Who's there? Flander suddenly jolted, looking towards the window. It's me. Teacher, Ma Hongjun quickly leapt through the window and stated. You rascal, speak up, what brings you here? Could it be news regarding the celestial herb? Flander conjectured, noticing the uncontainable joy on Ma Hongjun's face. How did you know, teacher? You aren't tea-stalking us, are you? Ma Hongjun asked skeptically, eyeing Flander. Do I seem like I have the time to stalk you? Your delighted expression makes it obvious that it's something significant. And considering you were out with Tang San and the others, I can easily deduce what you've been up to, Flander replied, somewhat exasperated. He was indeed the person who understood Ma Hongjun the best in this world, without a doubt. Is there something troubling you, teacher? You don't seem particularly happy. Ma Hongjun inquired upon noticing a hint of sorrow on Flander's face. It's nothing major. You saw Ning Rongrong's performance today. The head of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fingji, sent another letter requesting that I discipline his little girl. And he has agreed to collaborate with our Heavenly Luo network, Flander explained with a hint of detachment. Isn't that a good thing? Why do you still look worried? Ma Hongjun feigned ignorance. If the Heavenly Luo network can establish a partnership with the wealthiest sect, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, at the onset of its development, the benefits will undoubtedly exceed expectations. It's akin to a previously overlooked product suddenly being endorsed by the richest individual in the world, proclaiming its excellence. Not to mention, the Heavenly Luo network is not without merit. It is a rising star, Flander elaborated. The letter also detailed Ning Rongrong's true nature. Given the circumstances described and what transpired today, she undoubtedly embodies the spirit of a little devilish lady, with her temperament. Had she not been our Academy's most sought-after support-type soul master and the daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, I genuinely wouldn't wish to discipline her. As an elder, I cannot strike her nor scold her. Alas, the Heavenly Luo network has a plethora of matters awaiting my attention, Flander lamented. Teacher, you don't mean for me to discipline her, do you? If I were to hit her, the sword-bone Douluo from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would come seeking retribution. Even the poison Douluo couldn't shield me from that. No way, no way. Ma Hongjun was initially taken aback, but upon regaining his composure, He quickly shook his head and spoke. Flinder, well aware of Ma Hongjun's character, also understood the depths of Flinder's intentions. This was undoubtedly an attempt to evade responsibility, compelling him to undertake such a thankless task. Ahem. You might consider employing some appropriate measures. It need not resort to violence. Very well, I shall leave this matter in your hands, Flinder stated, no longer concealing his thoughts, and cleared his throat with a serious demeanor. All right, however, you must cooperate with me as well. Regarding the net of heaven and earth, with Sister Anna involved, there is no need for excessive concern. You should take this time to rest at the academy, he continued. I can see you are reluctant to play the villain and only wish to ensnare your precious disciple. Should any mishap occur, I will surely take my leave. Ma Hongjun retorted, somewhat exasperated. Nonetheless, despite his words, he would never abandon the teachers of Shrek Academy should trouble arise. Although Ma Hongjun harbored some dissatisfaction regarding Flanders' arrangements, he ultimately acquiesced. As Flanders was his mentor, tirelessly navigating various matters on his behalf, it was inconceivable for him to reject such a request. Ah, my esteemed disciple truly understands the importance of alleviating his teacher's burdens, Flanders remarked with a satisfied smile. However, you must remain vigilant about maintaining the unity of your team. While Shrek Academy encourages competition, solidarity is equally paramount. Indeed, I comprehend the wisdom in your words. A single arrow is easily broken, but a bundle of 10 is unyielding. 5 united can be as fierce as a tiger, while 10 united can be as formidable as a dragon. Rest assured, I shall adeptly manage the cohesion of our team. When the master arrives, please emphasize this point to him as well, Ma Hongjun responded with a nod. Little Gang should be arriving at Shrek Academy in the coming days. If that young lady has not been properly disciplined by then, the task will fall upon him. With his resolute character, he will not be intimidated by the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Flanders reminisced fondly. His bond with Lu Erlong and the master, while not quite fraternal, was nonetheless profound. The memories of their youthful adventures across the continent, supporting one another, remained indelibly etched in his mind. If the stir caused by the star-studded concert is sufficient, Shrek Academy might attract the attention of the higher echelons of the Heavendo Empire. In that case, a direct advancement to a prestigious academy could become a possibility, though the number of students poses a challenge. Speaking of ascending to a higher academy, I have a bold idea, though I am uncertain of its feasibility. I wish to lead our current cohort from Shrek Academy to participate in next year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament and secure the championship, Ma Hongjun declared with sunny confidence. He had resolved that, in a couple of days, once Oscar reached the 30th level and ventured into the Star Doe Forest to obtain a soul ring, he would independently journey to the nearby Sunset Forest, where he would consume the celestial herb within the ice and fire yin-yang eye. This would enhance both his aptitude and strength. He was determined to claim victory in next year's tournament without losing a single match. While your star-studded concert may indeed draw attention to our Soto City, it is merely a first-time event. Although many factions will likely attend out of respect for the poisoned Douluo, it will never rival the influence of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. Our Shrek Academy students are certainly capable of forming a formidable team, and given your talents, securing the championship should not be overly challenging. However, is it not a tad premature to contemplate participation in next year's competition? While the prestige gained from winning would far surpass that of any concert, relying solely on your strength may prove overly ambitious, unless you are willing to share some of your celestial herbs with these students. As Flanders spoke, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He had often contemplated winning the championship of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. However, previously, his strength and the insufficient number of students to form a team had hindered such aspirations from being voiced. Now that hope had emerged, his exhilaration was palpable. Participating in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition was a dream for all the Academy's teachers, serving as the finest testament to their educational achievements. I have yet to fully contemplate this. Let us proceed as circumstances dictate. As long as Shrek Academy grows stronger, we may consider sacrificing certain things if necessary. Ma Hongjun replied, shaking his head gently before speaking with unwavering resolve. Chapter 88. 7-Treasure Glazed Tile School indeed. If the effects of the celestial herb are truly as you describe, it is exceedingly precious and warrants careful consideration. Even an ordinary person would not easily part with such a herb, even if they had no immediate use for it. Your thoughtful intentions are commendable. Do not burden yourself excessively. Your own needs must come first. Any surplus can be utilized to enhance Oscar and the other soul power, Flander affirmed with a nod of appreciation. Yes, teacher, you should rest early. I must return now. It would be difficult to explain to the other students if they were to discover my absence, Ma Hongjun concluded, swiftly vanishing from the dean's office. The dean's office was a significant venue for dialogues between Ma Hongjun and Flander, as well as a primary source for Ma Hongjun to gather news from the outside world and the intricate web of information. Very well, off you go, Flander said softly, preparing to rest himself, for the dean's office was also his residence. All unfolded as though nothing had transpired, their conversation concealed from prying eyes. Yet the future altered by this exchange would profoundly impact the trajectory of the entire Douluo continent. The following day, early in the morning, after a brief half-hour of self-study, the students were led by Flander to the small playground. Nowadays, Shrek Academy occasionally permitted students to unwind. Rather than demanding they run back and forth between Soto City and the academy daily, Flander introduced some informal study sessions for students to gather and discuss their cultivation challenges. However, for significant announcements, Flander still preferred to address the students in the small playground. Today marks your third day in the academy. You should now have some understanding of Shrek Academy's regulations. I have reviewed the assignments you submitted, and I must commend Tang San for his exceptional performance, detailing the methods for harvesting and preserving the celestial herb. Following him is Ma Hongjun, who, while lacking the harvesting and preservation details, provided thorough insights on its effects. This did not surprise me. What had astonished me was that none of the others submitted blank papers. I am pleased by this. Yet there remains one audacious individual who failed to submit anything. Ning Rongrong stepped forward. Flander Avenue. Ning Rongrong's countenance instantly darkened, particularly as the gazes of her numerous classmates shifted towards her, intensifying her feelings of shame and indignation. Her embarrassment did not stem from her own actions, but rather from Flander's public demand for her to step forward, which compromised her dignity, coupled with the scrutinizing looks of her peers. Akin to those directed at a wayward student, her sense of humiliation only deepened, as Ma Hongjun observed that Ning Rongrong showed no intention of moving. He took a step back, followed suit by the others who imitated him. At that moment, Ning Rongrong lifted her head and shot Ma Hongjun a fierce glare before stepping forward to confront Flanders with an air of defiance. I won't do it. I haven't completed my assignments yet, and I haven't had the chance to do my research. You didn't specify when the submission was due today. So is it a problem if I submit it later? Is failing to complete one's assignments something to take pride in? Very well, even if I did not state it. May I inquire, Miss Ning, where were you yesterday while the others finished their tasks? Flanders glanced at Ning Rongrong with a hint of mockery. You were following me. Who do you think you are, Flanders? You're merely a modest soul sage. What is so impressive about that? The food at the academy is dreadful, so I went to Soto City for a decent meal. Ning Rongrong exclaimed with agitation, then shot a glance at Ma Hongjun as if struck by a sudden realization and candidly admitted her thoughts. The moment those words left her lips, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others were taken aback, their faces filled with disbelief as they gazed at Ning Rongrong. They never anticipated that such a beautiful young girl would utter something so self-evident. The softness that once graced Ning Rongrong's expression upon entering the academy had vanished, replaced by an air of disdain that suggested a sense of superiority. Flanders chuckled, but instead of responding with anger, he remarked coolly, Your father, Ning Fingxi, is merely a modest soul sage in your eyes. Even though you are the most outstanding genius of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School at present, you are merely a great soul master. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, the pinnacle of your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School soul masters is also just a modest soul sage, which is truly nothing remarkable. What do you know? Our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is the foremost auxiliary sect in the world, unlike you. Ning Rongrong retorted in exasperation, yet felt a sense of being at a loss for words. Although the strength of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was indeed formidable, it stemmed not from her individual prowess but from the power of the sect as a whole. Her claim that Flanders was merely a minor soul sage was a momentary outburst. She never anticipated that he would respond in kind. In the realm of repartee, she and Flanders were still worlds apart, an insurmountable chasm akin to the distance of the Stardow forest. There exists a significant disparity between us, an unbridgeable divide. Since you find this place unworthy, I kindly ask you to leave. Shrek Academy does not welcome students who do not abide by the rules. Flanders said with a faint smile and an air of nonchalance. You think you can expel me? It won't be that simple. I intend to remain at Shrek Academy. Since I have arrived, I have no plans to depart anytime soon. Flanders, I advise you to mind your own business, or the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear. Ning Rongrong replied with a cold laugh. Hongjun, I'll leave her in your hands. Should she fail to comply with your reprimands, you have the authority to expel her directly. Make sure she packs her belongings and departs, Flanders concluded. However, Flender did not spare a glance at Ning Rongrong and departed from the small playground. It was utterly ridiculous. Although the seven-treasure glazed tile school was formidable, it would never resort to confrontation with the Heavenly Luo network over such trivial matters. At most, it would merely affect the developmental pace of the Heavenly Luo network. Let us not forget that the Heavenly Luo network also possesses tidal Douluos. It can be asserted that the pinnacle of their combat strength is not in any way inferior to that of the lower force sects, and may even surpass it. The disparity lies only in the overall strength of the sections. Furthermore, Ning Fingji's correspondents had already clearly instructed him to exert his full capabilities without regard for the dignity of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Unlike the circumstances depicted in the original narrative, Flender's status had elevated significantly if the strength of the Heavenly Luo network were to advance substantially. Flender's position would undoubtedly rival that of Ning Fingji. Good, Ma Hongjun nodded heavily in agreement. Simultaneously, within the Grand Assembly Hall of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, on the northern side of the opulent hall, a magnificent chair carved from rosewood with an intricately inlaid jade stone sat in the central position facing south. The jade, a deep green hue, emanated a gentle and warm aura, being an exquisite piece of warm jade. Seated upon the chair was a middle-aged man with a refined and gentle demeanor, his features resembling that of a jade crown, with a straight nose and square jaw. Before him, a young man clad in white attire knelt respectfully, expressing with reverence, reporting to the sect master, "The young lady has arrived at Shrek Academy, and I have personally delivered your letter to Dean Flender." The middle-aged man was none other than Ning Fengji, the sect master of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, renowned as the foremost auxiliary soul master on the continent. You may leave," he replied. "Allow this little ancestor to train at Shrek Academy. I wonder if it is right or wrong. It is said that the emerging force behind Shrek Academy is the Heavenly Luo network providing support." Ning Fengji murmured with a hint of concern. Chapter 89. What is kindness? A robust voice, sharp as a sword, resonated within the hall, seemingly emanating from all directions. "Fengji, it appears you are also concerned about Rongrong being alone at Shrek Academy. I was just about to visit her. I cannot rest easy knowing a girl is out there by herself. Would you like to accompany me?" An elderly man, whose hair and beard were entirely white, yet whose features remained remarkably youthful, emerged from the back room and unceremoniously took a seat beside Ning Fengji. "Uncle Jian, Rongrong has grown up. She is now of an age where she can train independently. You and Uncle Long have been overly indulgent. No one in the sect dares to offend her. It would be beneficial for her to receive an education at Shrek Academy. You and Uncle Long should refrain from interfering. With her character, she will not suffer anywhere." Ning Fengji, with a touch of exasperation, offered some words of comfort. Little did he know the plight Ning Rongrong was currently enduring at Shrek Academy. "Ning Rongrong, considering our camaraderie as classmates, I shall not make things difficult for you. You are to run 20 laps starting now, and you are permitted to utilize your soul power. Oscar, as the only food-type soul master in our Shrek Academy aside from Ning Rongrong, your stamina is equally vital. Accompany her in this physical exercise and set a commendable example," Ma Hongjun stated, casting a glance at Oscar, who was discreetly watching Ning Rongrong. While Ning Rongrong was indeed beautiful, Ma Hongjun could not fall for every enchanting face he encountered. Oscar, with his promising future, undoubtedly ranked among the elite of Shrek Academy and was someone worth cultivating alliances with. Yet, he remained unaware that multiple exceptional men stood between Ning Rongrong and Oscar. For the proud young lady would hardly consider him. If it were only Tang San, she might not have felt any jealousy due to his bond with Xiaowu. But now both he and Tang San were performing far better than Oscar. If we must run, then we shall run." Ning Rongrong surprisingly refrained from retorting at the earnestness of Ma Hongjun. Perhaps she had sensed his esteemed position within Shrek Academy. Or perhaps it was an instinctive desire to avoid offending this prodigious talent. "Brother, I am forever grateful. I shall be in your service from this day forth. Regardless of whether I succeed in winning her heart, I will not hold you responsible. From now on, you shall enjoy my sausages free of charge." Oscar exclaimed with a jovial smile, whispering his thanks to Ma Hongjun. Since the arrival of these female students at Shrek Academy, he had meticulously groomed his facial hair. And if one were to judge solely by appearance, even the dashing Dai Mubai paled in comparison to him. Ma Hongjun and Oscar had been classmates for 2 years. So how could he be oblivious to Oscar's intentions? Nevertheless, deep down, he was quite willing to indulge him. I do not require his company. What I seek is not a delicate soul, but a genuine man. If you think I would be bored alone, feel free to join me in this run. I wouldn't mind at all. Ning Rongrong snorted softly and turned to dash towards Swoto City. Utilizing her soul power to complete 20 laps was indeed a fresh challenge for her, and it could be said that she had reached the limits of her endurance. However, as long as her determination remained steadfast, accomplishing it was not insurmountable. I mind, Oscar, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and catch up. Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes in exasperation, giving Oscar a push, expressing his frustration. Oh, I'm on it. Oscar snapped back to reality and hurried after her. The words of Ning Rongrong had already dampened his spirits before he even began to chase, as he sensed that she likely looked down upon him. Yet, he was not one to easily surrender. He summoned his courage and pursued Ning Rongrong's direction. Hongjun, are you truly foolish, or merely pretending? That Ning Rongrong clearly shows interest in you. Why would you give Oscar the chance to pursue her? You are not a child anymore. It's high time you found a girlfriend to relieve your frustrations. If not, I could invite you to meet some twin sisters another day, Dai Mubai remarked. Seemingly having given up on Zhu Zhuqing, ignoring her increasingly frosty demeanor as he spoke. Huh, she has feelings for me. How did I not notice? You must be mistaken. Her previous words were merely an expression of resentment for the punishment of running 20 laps, so she intentionally wanted me to endure the same fate. I won't be fooled. Ma Hongjun asserted, with an air of self-satisfaction in his analysis. Strangely enough, Ning Rongrong indeed harbored such thoughts. However, unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, her statement was fueled by genuine interest. Yet, with his intellect akin to that of a simpleton and emotional intelligence at a bare minimum, he was hopelessly oblivious to a girl's heart. Dai Mubai shook his head helplessly, giving Ma Hongjun a firm pat on the shoulder, saying softly, Brother, you still need to interact with girls more. This is something you must learn from your elder brother. Humph. Unlike certain individuals who have been with countless women, some people should mind their own business instead of leading good folks astray, Zhu Zhuqing interjected coldly, casting a pointed glance at the two before turning away and leaving the small playground without a backward glance. I teach my brother. What concern is that of yours? A true man does not quarrel with women. Brother, I shall take my leave first. Dai Mubai instinctively attempted to retort, but upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing, he instantly lost interest in arguing, disappearing from the playground in a flash. Seeing everyone depart, Fat Tiger quickly followed suit, vanishing without a trace. Good person card? What a joke. Ma Hongjun did not utter a word. He merely glanced inadvertently at the verdant panel within his mind. To his astonishment, he noticed that the kindness value had unexpectedly fluctuated, increasing by 3 points in an instant. This sudden revelation startled him, prompting an internal exclamation. Can the Good Samaritan card truly augment one's kindness value? Ma Hongjun found himself somewhat perplexed by the concept of kindness. Contemplating this, he turned to Tang San, who was preparing